You are listening to the story of Manga Explained 2, where your eye will always be respected. Hope you enjoy listening to the story. Summary. In this world, there are monsters that are immune to conventional weapons and explosives. They brought chaos to the earth, and it seemed no one could stop them. But as always in the face of deadly threats, humanity had a chance. In different places began to appear magical doors of different colors depending on the rarity. By entering these doors, people could become players with superhuman powers capable of defeating monsters. At first the players successfully defeated the monsters, but then a portal appeared with monsters so strong that even all the players together were powerless. It was at that moment that the MC of our story, Subaru, appeared on the stage. He defeated the boss of all monsters in one blow like a true Saitama, all thanks to the power obtained from the unique rainbow door. You might wonder how he became so strong. Let's find out more about his difficult path. The scene shifts back to when Subaru is 15 years old. He's sitting on the couch watching TV with 13-year-old Taigga. They're both watching an interview with the famous gold player, Hirosaka. Subaru is completely inspired, talking excitedly about Hirosaka's achievements, but Taigga finds him loud and annoying. Frustrated, he reminds the protagonist that they aren't related by blood, so they're not real brothers. This comment hits Subaru hard, leaving him silent and sad. On the screen, the interviewer asks Hirosaka about the mysterious gate that appeared in the mansion. The hero admits they discovered a gate inside a mansion too late, which caused deadly creatures to escape. He explains that these creatures caused 16 deaths because regular weapons couldn't harm them. Only chosen players, selected by the doors of the trial, could kill the monsters. Hirosaka also shares that the gate to another world has a timer. When the timer runs out, the creatures will emerge. He acknowledges a mistake from the other day, when a creature escaped, but reassures the public that they are working to enter the gate and eliminate all the monsters before the timers expire. Despite his guilt over the casualties, the interviewer praises him for killing the escaped creature in a single blow, saving countless lives from further harm. Hirosaka, though visibly remorseful, humbly accepts the praise, knowing the cost of his mistake. The player urges civilians to report any sightings of mysterious doors immediately to prevent future tragedies. Speaking on behalf of his team, he explains that the players risk their lives daily to protect the public from these deadly monsters. Subaru gets deeply inspired by Hirosaka's dedication and the bravery of all the players. The gate to another world first appeared 5 years ago, creating a pathway for monsters immune to conventional weapons to enter. These creatures terrorize humanity, and only the players can stop them. These players are chosen ones who pass through the doors of trial, which appeared on the same day as the gate. The doors are ranked in gold, silver, and copper. Those who pass through gold doors are the most powerful and highly respected, though all players are admired by humanity for their courage. The interviewer questions Hirosaka about how someone becomes a chosen one. Hirosaka reveals that the doors of trial only accept those who prove themselves strong. Taigga, sitting beside Subaru, mocks him, claiming he'll never be strong enough to pass through any door. Suddenly, a radiant gold door appears before 15-year-old Subaru, leaving him stunned. Overwhelmed by the moment, the main character steps forward and grasps the door, determined to open it and change his destiny. Just as he is about to succeed, his stepbrother shoves him aside, seizing the opportunity for himself. In an instant, Taigga enters the door, robbing Subaru of his chance to transform his life. 3 years later, Taigga has already become the youngest gold-ranked player, earning widespread respect and admiration. Meanwhile, Subaru faces bullying from 3 copper-ranked players. They tie him up with a rope and mockingly use him as a target for fun. Taigga appears on the scene with a girl, watching Subaru's humiliation. Instead of intervening, he mocks Subaru, saying he feels ashamed to call him his brother. Taigga then attacks his stepbrother with his special move, a powerful strike comparable to Hirosaka's golden sword. The force of the attack leaves the poor guy unconscious. As Taigga leaves with the girl, he coldly states that he doesn't care if the copper players kill Subaru. Left completely vulnerable, the bullies strip the protagonist and abandon him. Onlookers stare at him with pity, questioning his miserable existence. The next day, news reports reveal that 4 gates to the other world have appeared, and Taigga has destroyed all. At dinner that evening, Taigga's parents celebrate his accomplishments, praising him for bringing honor to the family. His mother commends him for supporting them financially, despite still being a student. She proudly declares how fortunate she is to have given birth to such a brilliant son, unlike her stepson, Subaru. Their father also dismisses his son, labeling him a failure. During the meal, Taigga notices that his expensive branded water has run out. He heads to the cage-like room where Subaru lives and orders him to fetch the correct brand of water. The evil stepbrother cruelly threatens that Subaru will remain his pet forever, calling him worthless. Subaru leaves the house, reflecting bitterly on Taigga's words as he walks the streets. He remembers the harsh conditions he endures in his tiny room, a cage that offers no escape from the scorching summer heat or freezing winters. Subaru's parents treat him like a servant, while Taigga sees him as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Subaru begins to regret not seizing his chance with the golden door when he had it. In his despair, the main character considers ending his life as the only way to escape his suffering. Meanwhile, 3 copper-ranked players appear. They have just returned from destroying a gate, evident from the scars on their bodies. Spotting Subaru, they decide to vent their exhaustion and frustration by killing him for fun. Armed with their swords, they begin chasing him, striking him whenever they can, leaving Subaru battered and severely injured. As Subaru stumbles, he realizes that his life is about to end at the hands of these players. Despite his earlier thoughts of ending his own life, a sudden surge of willpower fills him. He no longer wants to die. The players corner Subaru at a dead end and mercilessly attack him as he pleads for his life. Just then, 4 doors of trial appear between Subaru and the players. 3 of the doors are gold, silver, and copper, but the 4th stands out. It's a rainbow door. The sudden appearance of the rainbow door kills one of the 3 copper players, cutting him in 2 halves. The players, baffled by the rainbow door, speculate that it might be even more powerful than the golden one. They eagerly try to reach it, but the doorknob is on Subaru's side. The main character, who had resigned himself to death moments ago, now sees the rainbow door as a symbol of his second chance. He realizes this is his opportunity to reclaim everything stolen from him: his honor, status, power, and dignity. Determined to seize his moment, Subaru passes through the rainbow door, leaving the stunned copper players helplessly watching as the insect they tormented steps into the unknown. On the other side of the door, Subaru discovers that the trial of the rainbow door has begun. Subaru steps through the rainbow door and finds himself in a strange place. A figure with human-like arms and legs but an eyeless face stands before him. The creature named Vanquish notices Subaru's battered body and, with a wave of its hand, restores his heart, lungs, and legs. The main character feels strength rushing back into his body and stands up, looking at the figure. But as soon as the boy locks eyes, or rather the lack of eyes, with the being, he recoils in fear. Subaru quickly recalls crossing the door, which has now brought him into this strange new realm. The realization settles in. This is the beginning of his trial. The story briefly shifts back to the interview with Hirasaka. The interviewer asks him about the inside of the trial door. The player explains that, in his case, the interior was a grand medieval castle made entirely of gold. He further reveals that each door has a ruler who governs it, and to pass the trial, the player must earn the ruler's approval. The scene returns to Subaru, still inside the rainbow door. He observes the creature before him and realizes it must be the ruler of this place. This being will oversee Subaru's trial, and his journey has now truly begun. Inside the rainbow door, Subaru recalls Hirasaka's words about the trial. He knows he must attack the ruler to prove himself, but the creature standing before him looks monstrous. Subaru hesitates, unsure how he could possibly land a hit. The door owner notices his silence and speaks, asking him why he isn't preparing to fight. Subaru nervously replies that he's fine, but the ruler challenges him to start the trial immediately. Subaru questions the nature of the rainbow door, as he's never heard of it before. Vanquish, unimpressed by his hesitation, demonstrates his immense power with a sudden move that terrifies Subaru. This makes the poor boy doubt his ability to even touch the ruler. When the ruler demands that Subaru attack again, his legs tremble, and the ruler begins to question how someone so unsure of himself could have been chosen for this door. To push Subaru further, Vanquish throws several swords near him and commands him to choose one and fight. He offers the boy a choice: fight and prove himself, or leave through the door behind him, returning to his old life. Shaken and overwhelmed, Subaru reaches for the doorknob to leave. But just as he begins to turn it, the ruler stops him. Vanquish seems puzzled that Subaru, who once craved power and change, is now willing to return to the very life he wanted to escape. The ruler's intervention forces the boy to confront his own fear and uncertainty. The protagonist's fear overtakes him, and he decides to leave the trial, turning the doorknob to escape. The ruler, disappointed by the boy's retreat, calls him an insect. This word strikes a nerve, as Subaru recalls all the times he was belittled and bullied with that term. His suppressed rage boils over, and he begins banging on the door furiously, shouting his frustrations. The main character confronts the ruler, Vanquish, accusing him of cruelty and arrogance for using his power to mock and belittle him. The owner of the door smirks, further provoking Subaru's anger. Fueled by hatred and defiance, Subaru strikes Vanquish's face with all his might. The impact carries an intense, raw energy. Vanquish observes the strike and confirms that Subaru has passed the trial, explaining that his anger has transformed into power. Vanquish approaches Subaru and suddenly bites his shoulder, transferring his own power to the boy. The bite causes Subaru immense pain, and in retaliation he bites Vanquish back, completing the transfer. Vanquish announces that Subaru has passed the trial and has officially become a player. Vanquish introduces himself and assures Subaru that they will meet again. Subaru receives a notification that he has been granted the level 1 blood mold skill and that the door will disappear in 30 seconds. The floor beneath him begins to collapse, and fear grips him as debris falls around him. Struggling to move, he realizes he must escape quickly. Outside the door, the copper-ranked players notice the rainbow door breaking apart. They assume Subaru has failed the trial and mock him, calling him a loser. Just as they're jeering, Subaru emerges from the collapsing door. The players are shocked to see him coming out of the door alive, and as a player, Subaru steps out of the rainbow door with his eyes glowing with vibrant rainbow colors that captivate the two copper-ranked players standing nearby. Their shock quickly turns to hostility, as Sawatari, one of the players, accuses the main character of stealing the door's opportunity. Fueled by rage, Sawatari charges at him with his sword, aiming to strike. To everyone's surprise, Subaru effortlessly dodges the attack, moving with uncanny precision as though the world around him has slowed down. Sawatari swings again and again, but Subaru evades each strike with ease. The fight takes a sharp turn when the newly emerged player grabs Sawatari's hand mid-swing, stopping his momentum completely. Sawatari's frustration boils over, and he throws a punch directly at the main character's face. Subaru braces for the impact but feels only a faint sting. A glowing screen suddenly appears in front of the boy, startling him. It displays an HP gauge, revealing his vitality at 155-173 after the punch. The screen explains that if his HP drops to 0, he will become incapacitated. Realizing this, Subaru understands that he needs to protect himself and fight strategically to avoid losing HP. For the first time, Subaru sees the world as if it were a game. Everything, from the glowing HP bar to the detailed menu, feels surreal yet empowering. He begins to comprehend that this is how players experience their world, and he now fully belongs to this realm. Sawatari and his companion also notice Subaru's transformation. The realization that Subaru has become a full-fledged player frustrates Sawatari. Furious at his failure to harm someone he deemed inferior, he summons his most powerful skill, Red Rose. Subaru braces himself as Sawatari unleashes another attack, this time with even more power. The force is overwhelming, and though Subaru manages to block it with his arms, the impact leaves him shaken. He fears the worst, expecting to die, but instead, he loses only a portion of his HP. Checking the glowing screen in front of him, he sees his vitality has dropped to 121-173, and panic starts to creep in. If he keeps taking hits like this, his HP will soon reach 0, spelling his defeat. On the other hand, Sawatari is stunned. His powerful Red Rose attack, strong enough to destroy a car, barely dented Subaru's vitality. This revelation unsettles him, and his companion, realizing the gravity of the situation, urges Sawatari to retreat. He tells him that the power of the rainbow door may even be greater than a gold door. But Sawatari, consumed by pride and fear of Subaru's potential, refuses to back down. He tells him that they need to kill him while he is still at level 1 since he fears that he may get stronger later on. While they argue, Subaru senses their murderous intent and decides to flee. But before he can escape, Sawatari's friend uses an ash-wired skill, ensnaring Subaru in unbreakable metallic-like wires. Trapped and immobilized, Subaru watches in horror as Sawatari closes in, sword drawn, ready to deliver the final blow. Desperation fuels Subaru's thoughts. He knows he needs to use a skill to save himself, but he has no idea how. As Sawatari lunges at him, something instinctive within Subaru activates. Suddenly 4 swords emerge from his body, forming a protective shield. The swords block Sawatari's attack, surprising everyone, including Subaru himself. This unintentional skill saves him, proving that the power granted by the rainbow door might be more formidable than even he imagined. Subaru considers using blood mold on Sawatari but hesitates. Frustrated, he calls out to Vanquish for help. Moments later, Vanquish appears, warning him that this will be the last time he assists him. He explains that blood mold allows Subaru to manipulate the state of blood for 10 seconds. He also reveals that the swords Subaru wields are formed from his own blood. Vanquish urges Subaru to figure the rest out on his own and tells him to channel his hatred, using it as a weapon against his opponent. With that, Vanquish vanishes, and Subaru's swords disappear. Sawatari takes the chance to attack again with his blade. The main character narrowly dodges, but his opponent is relentless, accusing him of stealing their door and killing their friend. Subaru defends himself, arguing it all happened because they tried to kill him first. Sawatari spits back bitterly, claiming that if Subaru had just died, none of this would have happened, and their friend would still be alive. These words ignite a deep hatred within him, fueling his resolve to fight. Both fighters charge at each other. Sawatari strikes first, but Subaru counters with a powerful blow, shattering his opponent's sword. After breaking Sawatari's sword, Subaru unleashes a powerful blow, hitting him with all his strength. The force of the attack sends the opponent soaring into the sky before slamming him back down to the ground with a loud crash. Before Subaru can follow up, one of Sawatari's friends uses a wire to lift him up and carry him away. As they flee, the friend reflects in shock. Subaru has drained all of Sawatari's HP with a single strike. This realization confirms that the power of the Rainbow Door far surpasses that of the Golden Door. What's even more astonishing is that Subaru is still just a level 1 player. Meanwhile, Subaru stands in the aftermath, the adrenaline still surging through him. For the first time, he fully grasps the extent of his newfound power. He's defeated a strong opponent, and the victory fills him with a mix of relief and determination. The next morning, the police arrive at a grim scene. A copper player has been found sliced cleanly in half, lying in the middle of the street. The brutal precision of the act leaves them baffled, as it doesn't seem like something a human could have done. Some speculate that it might be the work of a monster. Amidst their confusion, Hirosaka arrives at the scene. Calm but observant, he assures the officers that he has thoroughly searched the area and found no evidence suggesting an underworld creature's involvement. The police thank him for his assistance, relieved to have his expertise. As they examine the body further, they discover the player's registration card, identifying him as Kunisaki Shootaru, a copper player. Hirosaka's expression darkens. Slicing a copper player in two with such precision could only be done by someone possessing the strength of at least a silver player. The realization disturbs him deeply. A single name lingers in his mind, and he wonders if he could really be behind it. But Hirosaka quickly dismisses the thought. Now is not the time for suspicion or inner conflict. The priority is clear. Find the culprit and destroy as many doors as possible before the sky clock strikes 0. Taigga heads to Subaru's cage-like room, but to his surprise, Subaru isn't there. It's almost morning, and the absence feels strange. A flicker of unease settles in as he takes out his phone to check if Subaru has seen his last message. As he unlocks his phone, a shocking news alert flashes on the screen. A copper player has been killed by another player just 2 hours ago. Taigga freezes, staring at the notification in disbelief. He wonders who could have done something so brutal. Then, as he reads further, the pieces begin to fall into place. The dead player is one of the 3 who had bullied Subaru. The realization hits Taigga like a punch to the gut. Subaru was behind this. Anger flares within him, hot and sharp. If Subaru has already become a player, it means he's entered a world Taigga wanted to shield him from. The thought of Subaru crossing that line fills him with frustration. Meanwhile, Subaru finds himself in Shinagawa City, standing before the grand headquarters of the Japan Players Federation. This prestigious organization oversees all gates that appear in Japan and manages the registration of new players. For Subaru, being here feels surreal. The sight of experienced players walking confidently through the bustling halls fills him with a mix of awe and excitement. At the new member registration counter, a cheerful girl greets the group of emerging players and encourages them to register. She explains the rules. In Japan, it's illegal to invade gates without being a registered member of the Federation. Players can only level up by entering the gates and defeating their challenges. For anyone aspiring to grow stronger, registering is not just a requirement. It's the first step toward unlocking their potential. Amid this buzzing environment, Subaru's thoughts wander to the recent murder of the copper player. The incident has become a high-profile case, and according to the rules, only another player has the authority to investigate such crimes. Given its seriousness, it's almost certain that a gold player will be assigned to solve it. The possibility unnerves Subaru. If Taigga is the one to uncover the truth, Subaru knows he'll be in deep trouble. The only way out, he realizes, is to grow stronger, fast. Clearing as many doors as possible will allow him to level up. If Taigga does find out the truth, Subaru vows to be ready. He'll need the strength not just to survive but to face Taigga head-on. At the registration counter, the receptionist greets Subaru with a smile and begins explaining the basics. Rules he's already familiar with from his late-night research at an internet cafe. She patiently outlines that players can level up by clearing gates. The number of stars on a gate indicates its difficulty, and clearing a gate rewards players with stars that can be exchanged for money. He remembers the star he picked up yesterday, the one Sawatari dropped as his friend carried him away. With no money to his name, he decides to take a chance. Hesitant but desperate, Subaru hands the star to the receptionist and asks if he can exchange it for cash. His cheeks flush with embarrassment. Selling a star feels like admitting how broke he is. The receptionist's reaction, however, is not what he expects. Her eyes widen in shock as she examines the star. She asks him where he got the star. Caught off guard, Subaru fumbles for an answer and tells her that he just became a player and cleared a gate. The receptionist tells him that he has made a big mistake since clearing a gate before becoming a player is illegal. It can result in a fine of 1 million yen, or even 5 years in prison. Panic sets in as Subaru realizes the gravity of his error. The scene shifts to a bustling police station where Taigga, one of Japan's 7 gold-ranked players, makes his entrance. His imposing presence immediately turns heads, and the officer at the reception desk can't hide his surprise. The officer asks him why he is here. Taigga wastes no time with pleasantries. He's here to investigate yesterday's high-profile murder. With a serious expression, he requests access to the evidence, explaining that there's something important he needs to verify. Meanwhile, Subaru manages to exchange his star for money, thanks to the receptionist's kindness. She bends the rules just this once and sends him 1 million yen. Subaru learns that 1 star is worth 100,000 yen, and 5 stars could fetch a staggering 10 million yen. Motivated by this realization, he resolves to chase his dreams and work hard to level up. With his newfound wealth, Subaru treats himself to a much-needed transformation. He visits a barber's shop, shedding his shaggy, unkempt appearance for a sharp new look. Next, he splurges on branded clothes and steps into a cozy cafe, indulging in an expensive caramel macchiato. For the first time in his life, Subaru sits back and enjoys the simple pleasure of sipping coffee in stylish clothes. The warm, sweet drink brings tears to his eyes. It's been so long since he's had anything this comforting. As he savors the moment, memories of his past flood back. He recalls the relentless years of working like a slave for his brother and parents, his dreams buried under their expectations. But today, for the first time, he feels the weight of freedom lifting. The feeling is intoxicating, but Subaru quickly regains his focus. This is just the beginning. He plans to return for another cup of coffee, but only after clearing a gate and leveling up. His mission awaits, and he's determined to rise. As Subaru dreams about his future, he suddenly notices Taigga towering over him, his face ablaze with anger. Before Subaru can react, Taigga grabs him by the collar and drags him out onto the street. The tension is suffocating, but Subaru refuses to cower. Summoning his blood mold ability, he channels his blood to form a thick rope. With a swift motion, he uses the blood rope to tie 3 nearby vehicles together, planning to hurl them at Taigga in a desperate counterattack. Just as he prepares to strike, Subaru's eyes catch sight of a frightened mother clutching her child close by. They stand frozen, terrified by the chaos unfolding before them. Subaru hesitates, waiting for them to move to safety. But the precious seconds tick by, and before he knows it, the 10-second limit of his blood mold skill expires. The rope dissolves into nothingness, leaving Subaru vulnerable and unarmed against Taigga's wrath. Subaru's secret is out. Taigga now knows he's a player. Fury burns in Taigga's eyes as he storms towards Subaru. As a level 1 player, Subaru is aware of the impossible odds he faces against one of the top gold-ranked players in the country. Yet, something ignites within him, and he gets ready to fight his biggest fear. The fight between the brothers causes a traffic jam. A woman sitting in her car asks a passerby about what is going on. He tells her that the gold-ranked player is on a rampage and warns her to abandon her car and run away. Both the brothers are now face-to-face. Subaru asks Taigga how he knew his location. Instead of answering him, the man goes for a punch. The MC realizes that he must have figured it out through the GPS on his phone. However, it doesn't really matter now. Taigga uses his golden arm skill and tells him that he is going to die. Subaru suddenly closes his eyes and tries to contact Vanquish. His skill blood mold uses mana to manipulate blood, so if he gets carried away, he will dry all of his mania in no time. Subaru doesn't care about any of that for the moment. He only needs to think about surviving. With no warning, Taigga launches his golden arm straight towards our boy, but he manages to dodge it. He knows that he has to find out a way to use his blood mold ability. Before he can even land, Taigga appears behind him and goes for another attack. Subaru barely manages to get out of the way. He knows that if he gets once, he will die. Taigga gets a bit annoyed and calls him pathetic for using such a skill. He thinks to himself that he only needs to catch him down. However, Subaru suddenly covers himself in a red smoke. He appears behind his brother and uses his hatred to fuel himself. His punch is still not powerful enough, and he ends up hurting his own wrist. This was the same attack which defeated Sawatari in a single blow, and it had no effect on his brother. While he is still in pain, Taigga lands a hit on him which drains almost all of his health. Subaru still isn't ready to give up. He uses his smoke to blind Taigga and hits him with the toughest blood he can make. To his shock, it does nothing to the gold rank. He seems to be in a completely different level than him. Subaru realizes that he can't beat his brother no matter what he tries. Taigga knows that he has to kill him right now because if he allows him to level up, he may cause problems later on. He hits him as hard as he can, but surprisingly, it does no damage to Subaru. As he looks down, he notices an airbag made out of blood. At least this is what he thinks it is. In reality, Subaru has made a sticky substance out of blood. Taigga tries his best to get it off his hands, but it doesn't work. The effect of blood mold lasts for 10 seconds, so Subaru knows that he has to give it his all and not think about his mana. He creates several other bubbles and launches them all at his brother. Taigga furiously asks him if he really thinks he has won. Our boy tells him that he isn't even thinking about whining. He is simply trying to survive, and he will succeed in that. Using whatever mana he has left, he covers his entire body in the sticky blood and uses a rope to get out. After the duration of the skill ends, he creates a smokescreen so Taigga can't chase after him. Taigga is almost fuming that he let him escape and promises to hunt down and end his life. Suddenly, he feels an overwhelming presence around him. He then notices the top 3 gold rank players walking towards him. He tells them that he doesn't have any time to explain what he is doing, but before he can go anywhere, he gets shackled by some golden chains. Taigga can't believe that the top gold rank players are after him. Hirasaka points his sword towards him and says that they are restraining him. Meanwhile, our boy is almost on the verge of death. He has 5 health and 2 mana left. He couldn't land a single hit on his brother, and he knows that if he finds him again, he is dead. His clothes are also torn apart, and the rest of his clothes are at the cafe. He knows that in order for him to obtain freedom, he has to fight and get stronger. Somewhere else, groups of players argue with a girl about the reservation of a gate. She tries to tell them that she has already reserved the gate, but they won't listen. When it starts getting a bit heated, she smiles and prepares to remind them who she really is. She is a copper rank player named Sayaka. We then see the guys mocking her as she gets beaten by the group. They ask her for her level, and she tells them that she is at level 8. The guy who destroyed her is at level 13, and she couldn't even beat him alone. Another asks her to just give them the gate since it is about the survival of the fittest. She stands her ground and tells them that she already knows it, and this is exactly why she can't afford to lose to them. As one of them prepares to attack her, he gets interrupted by a voice. Subaru enters the scene and asks them if they are deciding who gets to go inside the door based on survival of the fittest. He calmly asks them if he can also join them. The guy gets mad and tries to push him away. Subaru immediately uses his skill and the man falls down to the ground. With a serious expression, he tells them that he has to get stronger as soon as possible. He also tells them that he is at level 1. Hearing this, the men think that they can take him on just using their stats difference. Subaru has been fighting strong players all this time, so these guys appear too slow to him. He continues beating them down using his fists. The last guy uses one of his skills and takes out a gun. He tries shooting him, but Subaru simply blocks the bullets using his blood mold skill. He then proceeds to destroy this guy too. Meanwhile, Sayaka stands there in shock, wondering who he is. Because of his skills, she thinks to herself that he must be at the gold rank. Subaru undresses one of the men and walks inside the door wearing his hoodie. Before she can figure out what is happening, he has already stolen her door. This is his first time inside a door and he thinks it looks great. Suddenly, Sayaka opens the gate and enters from behind. Immediately after entering, she locks the door, making it impossible for them to escape without defeating the boss. She lets out an evil laugh and says that the guys outside won't be able to enter even after waking up. Meanwhile, Subaru stands there awkwardly. He tells her that he won the door fair and square, but she argues that she originally reserved it for herself. All the doors are listed on the website and players can reserve them. He apologizes to her and tells her that it's his first time inside the gate. He needs to level up and leave immediately, so he asks if she will allow him to clear it with her. She allows him since he helped her, but more importantly because she knows what it feels like to try to get stronger. The two of them make a deal to split the reward 70-30. He doesn't want to get her his real name since he is accused of murdering a player, so he tells her that he is Vanquish. As she excitedly prepares to clear the gate, a stone comes flying at her. Subaru tries to warn her, but she is quick to block the attack. The enemies inside the gate have arrived. Sayaka smiles and asks him to let her handle it. The players are able to fight the underworld creatures thanks to their increased physical powers and skills granted to them by the doors. As the girl continues taking down the monsters, Subaru watches in awe. After putting all the creatures to sleep, she turns around and asks him what he thinks. She proudly explains that her skill is called Instant Void, and it allows her to stun any enemy for 3 seconds by hitting them. She can't use it in long-range fights, but it's great in close combat. Suddenly, all the creatures get up again. Her ability only stuns them for 3 seconds, and she forgot to finish them off during that time. She starts screaming for help, but our boy is still obeying her orders. He realizes that her ability also has a time duration like blood mold. He can't use his blades because she is in the way, so he decides to use something else. Subaru uses his blood mold skill to create long, strong ropes. The ropes wrap around the monsters' necks, tightening until they suffocate and collapse. With every enemy defeated, Subaru levels up, becoming a level 4 player. His blood mold skill also improves, extending its duration to 15 seconds. His wounds from Taigga heal completely, and his HP and MP are fully restored. Sayaka, who only knows Subaru by the name Vanquish, is amazed by his power. Subaru praises her skill in return, but she downplays her abilities. He gives her advice. Use her Instant Void skill every 3 seconds in one-on-one battles to maintain an advantage. Sayaka realizes this strategy could make her nearly unbeatable. They soon spot more creatures hiding in a nearby creek. Sayaka steps forward, targeting one monster and applying Subaru's advice. With precise timing, she defeats it easily. Encouraged, she calls out the rest of the hidden creatures and starts taking them down one by one. As Sayaka handles the smaller enemies, a massive figure approaches. The boss. It's a level 17 goblin chief, accompanied by a level 12 large kobold. Subaru tells Sayaka to continue fighting the others while he faces the boss alone. The two enemies charge at Subaru, using a level 2 skill called Forage. The powerful attack could have been deadly, but Subaru defended himself by forming a blood shield. His improved skill holds strong, allowing him to survive the hit. Meanwhile, Sayaka keeps eliminating the smaller monsters. She doesn't even consider joining Subaru in the fight against the boss. To her, Her level 8 skills seem insignificant against such a strong silver-class archer enemy. Subaru struggles against the boss as the Goblin Chief uses long-range archer skills, while the Kobold relies on swift invade and hit attacks. The relentless combination leaves Subaru unable to land a strong counterattack. The boss then unleashes a skill called Perforation, a powerful move capable of piercing even Subaru's blood shield. Trapped in the attack, Subaru braces for the worst. Suddenly, Sayaka appears and strikes the Kobold directly in the face. She uses her instant void skill, shocking Subaru. As it should only work with a level difference of 3, it quickly becomes clear. Sayaka has defeated all the other monsters and leveled up. Subaru seizes the moment, forming a blood rope to tie up the Kobold and kill it instantly. The victory levels him up to a level 6 player, fully restoring his HP and MP. With the Kobold gone, Subaru focuses on the Goblin Chief. He forms a blood hand and lands a direct blow to the archer's face, killing the boss in one strike. As the boss falls, Subaru levels up once again, extending his blood mold skill duration to 20 seconds with improved efficiency. Together with Sayaka, Subaru successfully clears his first gate. Subaru and Sayaka clear the gate, leaving them only 30 seconds to exit before it collapses. Outside, the bully players wait, surprised to see the duo emerge so quickly. Clearing a 2-star gate normally takes at least 2 hours, but Subaru and his partner finish it in just 15 minutes. The remaining time from the gate is used to rewind the sky clock, a critical mechanism preventing the world from ending. Everyone knows the world will collapse if the clock reaches 0, and only players can extend time by clearing gates. The bullies, initially hostile, are now impressed. They recognize that the gate could only be cleared by someone of level 9 or higher, and are awestruck by the achievement. They hail Subaru for his strength and leave without conflict. Their sudden change in behavior takes aback Subaru, but his partner explains they are likely afraid of his power now. The duo earns 2 stars as a reward. Subaru suggests that Sayaka redeem them in her name, raising her suspicions about his identity. Later, while celebrating their success at a cafe, she asks if Vanquish is his real name. She also questions how he has such incredible power as a level 1 player, but she clarifies that she isn't judging. She is only curious. Sayaka confesses she is grateful to Subaru for saving her and expresses her desire to clear future gates together as teammates. Subaru reveals his true name and agrees to partner with her in upcoming quests. He shares the events of the past 2 days, and Sayaka realizes his situation is worse than she imagined. She acknowledges Subaru must grow stronger to face his stepbrother Taigga. In turn, she shares her own story. She has 2 sisters who are silver-ranked players. Once part of the same team, they excluded her because she was weaker. Now she is determined to prove them wrong by becoming stronger. With shared struggles and ambitions, the two form a pact to help each other grow and achieve their goals. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Hirasaka and the other gold-ranked players at the headquarters. They have restrained Taigga, a move that creates a shortage of gold players needed to clear 5-star gates. Hirasaka suggests including copper-ranked players to help with these high-level challenges. He informs the group that there are currently 7 5-star gates in Tokyo, all of which need immediate attention. A top-ranked player announces that Team Giulietta, led by level 38 player Hizaki Giulietta, will handle the gates in Meguro City. Subaru and Sayaka cross paths with the silver-ranked team at the headquarters. Curious about their destination, Sayaka advises Subaru to stay focused on redeeming their stars and booking their next gate. Coincidentally, they choose a gate located in Meguro City, the same place where Team Giulietta is headed. The gate they are headed to is a 2-star gate located at the top of a staircase. Sayaka lies in Subaru's lap covered in blood, her injuries severe. Subaru's fury is palpable as he silently vows to destroy whoever hurt her. The scene shifts to the duo, heading toward their newly booked gate. Subaru asks about its nature, and Sayaka explains that they can enter and exit freely as long as the gate remains unlocked from the inside. They reach the entrance, marked by a massive spiral staircase that seems perfect for Sayaka's abilities. Taking the lead, she begins the ascent while Subaru locks the gate behind them to initiate the quest. As soon as the quest begins, skeletal enemies emerge from below the staircase. Subaru notices an ominous light at the bottom, which he suspects belongs to the boss. Thousands of skeletons begin swarming upward. The first one lunges at Sayaka, but Subaru shields her with his blood. She counters, destroying the skeleton with a quick strike. Both realize the enemies are all above level 10, and the locked gate means they must eliminate every single one before they can leave. Subaru takes charge of defense, advising Sayaka to focus on striking the enemies one by one. Subaru gets a feeling that the boss is far more powerful than their previous opponent. Subaru suggests alternating their efforts for rest, but she insists that leveling up rejuvenates her, negating the need for breaks. She encourages Subaru to fight with full force until he, too, levels up. Inspired, the main character uses his MP to unleash a blood tide, sweeping across the staircase and trapping thousands of skeletons in a single attack. Sayaka seizes the opportunity, eliminating numerous foes within the tide and leveling up to 14. With the numbers dwindling, Subaru steps forward to finish off the remaining skeletons. His relentless efforts bring him to level 16. Sayaka praises his skills, but as she speaks, a skeleton sneaks up behind her. Subaru swiftly takes it down. Both agree that at their current pace, they can reach the lowest floor while steadily increasing their levels. As they descend, Subaru's unease about the boss intensifies. By the time they reach the ground floor, the main character has reached level 19, and Sayaka has leveled up to 20. They finally face the boss, a towering level 29 skeleton known as the late Empress Judith. Her long-range attacks and erratic movements make her an intimidating foe. Subaru realizes he must take the lead in this fight. Judith keeps attacking relentlessly, but Subaru uses his blood as a shield, deflecting her strikes. The two soon realize they can't get close to her as long as the attacks continue. The main character notices Judith is relying on her MP to power these moves, and starts wondering if his blood mold skill could be effective against her. He rules out Sayaka's instant void due to the vast level gap, deciding instead to try blood mold. Before acting, Subaru looks at his partner and thinks about their promise to grow stronger together. If he defeats Judith alone, Sayaka won't get the experience points they need to stay evenly matched. With this in mind, he tells her he'll focus on blocking the boss's attacks, giving her the chance to strike. Using blood mold, Subaru restrains Judith, trapping her in place. This creates an opening, and Sayaka moves quickly, striking Judith in the face with precision and speed. While she attacks repeatedly, Subaru warns her that the blood mold will expire in 5 seconds. She retreats just as the skill ends, but Judith counters, launching an attack at her. Subaru blocks it with his blood shield, saving Sayaka in the nick of time. The pair repeat this strategy, but as they press on, Judith speaks, shocking them both. The boss questions aloud where Subaru learned such a skill. Her voice is deep, unnerving, and full of disbelief. She accuses him of possessing power from someone named Vanquish, becoming enraged at the thought. Using all her MP, Judith transforms into an even more terrifying creature. Judith unleashes a powerful wave of energy that Subaru blocks with his MP, but the strain is immense. The main character's MP drains rapidly, leaving him with no choice but to end the fight immediately. Determined, Subaru transforms his blood into a spear and charges head-on. The spear pierces Judith clean through, and she collapses, defeated. He levels up to 21, while his partner gains valuable experience points as well. However, Subaru can't shake the implications of Judith's words. If she knew Vanquish, it could mean these underworld bosses are tied to the gate owners. Subaru vows to find out more next time. Just as they begin to relax, they realize something is wrong. They haven't received the notification for the gate's unlock. Anxiety builds as they wonder if they've been trapped. Suddenly, a shimmering rainbow door materializes in front of them. Subaru is startled, but Sayaka explains, this is a trial door, a rare occurrence where players gain new skills after completing it. She mentions that the top-ranked gold player has cleared 7 doors and become nearly invincible. Driven by curiosity and ambition, Subaru unlocks the door. The moment it opens, an attack comes out of nowhere. Subaru's arm is slashed, and his partner is struck, falling hard to the ground. Shocked and furious, he looks toward the door to find someone standing there. It's not Vanquish this time. He rushes to Sayaka's side and sees her bleeding heavily. The figure at the door smirks, mocking him and calling him an insect. Fueled by anger, Subaru swears to destroy this new foe. The attacker steps forward, introducing himself as the Ghoul King Frieren, one of Vanquish's subordinates. The battle is far from over. As Subaru faces off against the subordinate of Lord Vanquish, he is shocked to see such an opponent standing before him. Acting quickly, he attempts to contact Vanquish and inform him that his subordinate is attacking them. However, to his astonishment, Vanquish vanishes without responding. This confuses him even more, and the subordinate explains that the Lord Vanquish within him isn't real. It's merely a mechanism of the blood mold technique. He further reveals that for him to complete the trial, he must inflict a wound on his body. Before the subordinate can even finish speaking, Subaru charges at him without hesitation. Frieren, however, is far too fast and effortlessly dodges his attack. He tells him that if he succeeds in overcoming the trial, he will earn one of Lord Vanquish's greatest treasures, the Divine Chisel. Ignoring the subordinate's words, he furiously attacks with his blood whip. The subordinate is impressed by the strength of his attack. However, he is confident that the protagonist will never catch him. He reveals that he has been observing him all along with Lord Vanquish and is well aware of his unique ability to adapt and replicate the fighting styles of his enemies. Driven by the urgency to save his injured friend, Subaru presses on and challenges the subordinate to face him head-on instead of dodging. Accepting the challenge, the subordinate engages him in direct combat. He cuts through Subaru's blood armor as though it were paper and slashes him in the face. He falls to his knees with blood dripping from his face. Frieren taunts him, claiming that his sword contains Lord Vanquish's own essence, making it unstoppable. While the subordinate mocks him, he suddenly feels a surge of blood strikes him from below. Laughing, he realizes that Subaru extended his blood whip beneath his feet. This impresses him even further. He acknowledges his potential as a warrior, but swiftly counters, appearing in front of Subaru and delivering a powerful punch to his stomach. Following up, the subordinate uses his blood technique to hurl him several meters away. As the MC lies on the ground, Carrion scolds him, asking if he truly thought the trial was a joke. However, our boy rises once again with blood dripping from his battered face. Consumed by his determination to save his friend, he forms a new blood armor using his blood mold technique. Channeling his hatred into raw power, he launches another attack. Despite his determination to win, the subordinate's speed remains unmatched, and he struggles to land a decisive blow. As they continue fighting, Carrion slices off one of his arms with ease, cutting through his armor as if it were nothing. Yet our boy astonishes him by reattaching his severed arm with the blood technique. The subordinate is momentarily surprised, but he resumes his relentless assault, dismembering him repeatedly. Each time, Subaru reattaches his limbs using his blood mold technique, despite the immense strain on his body. The subordinate realizes that his relentless efforts are pushing him to the brink of collapse, as his mana dwindles with each reattachment. He begins to laugh, impressed at the MC's willingness to sacrifice himself to win the fight. Carrion recalls a conversation with Lord Vanquish, who spoke of Subaru's tenacity. Even when faced with overwhelming pain and odds, he had the audacity to bite him back. This memory makes him laugh, and he begins to admire his ferocity. Back in the present, Carrion laughs and tells him that he has started to like him. However, as he looks at his face, he is terrified. Subaru, now almost out of control, channels his remaining strength to create a blood lance with his blood mold skill. Without hesitation, he charges forward, aiming to pierce the subordinate directly. At this point, he is not even trying to inflict a wound, but to finish him off at once. Subaru slashes Carrion in half, but to his surprise, Carrion doesn't die. Instead, he laughs and asks if Subaru really thinks he can skip grades by killing him. Subaru glares at him and snaps, telling him to just hurry up and die. He's desperate to take his friend, Sayaka, to the hospital, but he can't do that until he gets out of the gate. Carrion sighs and tells Subaru not to panic, explaining that time flows differently inside and outside the gate. He then asks Subaru how he plans to survive since his mana pool is about to run out. Subaru replies that he doesn't have another way to beat him. This was his only choice. He just wants to save Sayaka before he dies. Hearing this, Carrion looks annoyed and asks if Subaru is in love with the girl. Subaru starts crying and denies it, saying that it's not about love. He made a promise with Sayaka to never abandon each other, and she's the first friend he ever made in his entire life. Carrion falls silent, the words hitting him hard. He remembers how Vanquish saved him when he was younger, and the promise he made to never abandon or betray him. Realizing his mistake, Carrion apologizes to Subaru. He then hands Subaru the Divine Chisel and grants him a special skill for skipping grades. Subaru, confused, asks why Carrion is giving him all this if he's going to die anyway. Carrion reminds him that since Subaru defeated him, he has successfully cleared the gate. Subaru levels up, recovering all of his health and mana. Carrion reveals that he is an underworld creature, part of the same kind as Lord Vanquish. He says he doesn't have much time left to explain, but tells Subaru something important. If one of his friends ever dies, he can use a skill called Blood Usurper on them. Subaru stands there confused, unsure what Blood Usurper even means. Before disappearing, Carrion tells Subaru to remember his words. The gate's quest ends and Subaru evacuates with Sayaka. He realizes he just cleared a 2-star quest. Meanwhile, the sky clock begins counting down the remaining time, but Subaru doesn't care. He immediately takes out his phone and calls an ambulance to get help for Sayaka. Elsewhere, in a 5-star gate, a group of heroes struggles to fight off creatures. The gate is led by Mr. Julieta, who watches in horror as his crew members die one by one. They are up against a level 59 sky whale that attacks them with powerful water balls. Julieta starts to panic. This isn't even the main boss yet. One of the remaining heroes asks him what their next move is, pointing out that they can't escape unless most of the players in their group die. Julieta glares at him and, without hesitation, stabs him in the head, thinking his own life is far more important. Suddenly, a notification appears. The majority of players in the group have died. Julieta starts laughing, realizing he can now leave the gate. The remaining players shout at him, begging him not to abandon them, saying the whale will escape into the real world. Ignoring them, Julieta orders them to keep the creature at bay while he runs for the exit. As Julieta escapes the gate, he gets a notification that all of his group members have died. Before he can react, a powerful attack from the whale strikes him. He begins crying, realizing the players weren't able to stop the whale. The massive creature has escaped the gate and is now heading toward the city. Back in the real world, doctors tend to Sayaka as Subaru watches over her. Suddenly, he gets a notification. The 5-star quest has failed. The quest still had 5,837 hours remaining, but as a penalty, All of this time was deducted from the sky clock. The timer now shows only 49 days left. Subaru tries to make sense of it all when he hears Giulietta screaming in the distance. Giulietta bursts into the hospital yelling for help. He frantically demands a car and tries to force a doctor to drive him away. He shouts at them to abandon Sayaka, claiming his life is more important because he's a silver rank. Subaru steps forward and places a hand on Giulietta's shoulder, trying to stop him. Giulietta turns back, furious, and demands to know what Subaru is trying to do. Meanwhile, the massive whale looms closer, its shadow darkening the skies. The Player Federation warns the citizens of Meguro City about the underworld creature that has just escaped the gate. The threat level is classified as 5 stars, and the Federation frantically tries to evacuate all the residents. Subaru hands his friend Sayaka over to the doctors as they escape in an ambulance. This enrages Giulietta, who threatens to kill Subaru. Without hesitation, Subaru uses his blood armor technique to create a suit of armor and begins beating Giulietta relentlessly. After restraining him, Subaru demands to know if the whale is only targeting him. Giulietta, shocked at Subaru's overwhelming strength, explains that underworld creatures only target the place inside the gate. Subaru processes this information, realizing that as long as Giulietta is alive, the whale won't stop attacking this area. Determined to end the threat here and now, Subaru questions Giulietta about the whale's abilities. Giulietta reveals that the creature can summon water and shoot laser beams. As the whale charges its next attack, Subaru quickly raises his blood shield, deflecting the powerful laser. Even Giulietta is stunned, knowing the whale's attacks can penetrate even silver-class shields. With the whale hovering in the air, Subaru sees an opportunity to fight without holding back. He leaps into the sky and strikes the whale with his blood fist attack, but the hit does little damage. The whale lets out a deafening roar, shattering the windows of nearby buildings. Subaru lands back on the ground, realizing this underworld creature is far stronger than he expected. Determined, he draws his divine sword and channels 1/3 of his mana into a single, powerful strike. As the whale fires a barrage of water missiles, Subaru intercepts and destroys them with his attack. However, the creature is still alive. The whale begins charging another laser, and Subaru knows he must stop it. If the whale fires, the entire city could be destroyed. Without hesitation, he uses another 1/3 of his mana and launches another devastating blow. This time, he manages to finish off the whale. The creature collapses, and the water it summoned falls to the ground in the form of rain. The citizens look back, stunned, realizing that someone has defeated the underworld creature. Giulietta watches in disbelief, wondering if Subaru is the new gold rank player. Subaru, however, doesn't gain any levels for defeating the whale since it was killed outside the gate. Despite this, he feels relieved that the city and its people are safe. Thinking of Sayaka, he immediately leaves to check on her. Meanwhile, an old man records a video of his heroic actions. At the hospital, the doctors are busy operating on Sayaka. Her condition appears critical, and the protagonist tries to reach her anxiously. A single tear rolls down from her eye. The scene shifts to the mortuary, where Subaru takes one final look at his friend, Sayaka. Overwhelmed by grief, he drops to his knees, blaming himself for her death. It was his decision to involve her in the dangerous quest, and now he feels the weight of that mistake. Anger bubbles within him, but amid the sorrow he remembers when Carrion told him to use the Blood Usurper skill if one of his friends ever died. Desperation kicks in, and Subaru frantically opens the system menu, searching for the skill. Since he is at level 26, he unlocks Parivara, a skill that allows the user to resurrect someone as their kindred within 1 hour of their death. The description is vague, but it's his only hope. Without hesitation, he activates the skill. Sayaka's body begins to change as a countdown appears, ticking down relentlessly. If it reaches 0, the chance to save her will be gone forever. Subaru watches in horror as the numbers drop. When the timer hits 0, nothing happens. Panic overtakes him and he wonders if the skill has failed. At that moment, 2 girls enter the room. They rush to Sayaka's body, crying and calling her their sister. Subaru watches in stunned silence, realizing they must be her older and younger sisters. One of the girls notices him and storms over, demanding to know who he is. Still in tears, Subaru explains that he was a friend of Sayaka. Fury flashes in her eyes as she pins him against the wall. Accusing him of dragging Sayaka into this mess, she blames him for her sister's death. Her anger erupts, and she raises her hand to strike him, but before she can, Sayaka suddenly sits up. An ominous aura radiates from her as she rises. Her appearance has completely transformed. Even her clothes seem different, and her eyes carry an unnatural intensity. Sayaka calls out to her sister and orders her to let go of Subaru. Then, without warning, she moves to attack. Subaru reacts quickly, grabbing her arm. He's stunned by her strength. This isn't the Sayaka he knew. Dropping to her knees, Sayaka apologizes, confusing her sisters even further. She explains that Subaru revived her as a kindred using the Parivara skill. She has no memory of her past life, and now exists only to obey his commands. The 2 sisters recoil in horror and anger. They lunge at him again, but Sayaka steps forward, vowing to eliminate them in 10 seconds if necessary. Subaru, panicking, stops her before she can attack. Using his blood mold technique, he restrains the sisters and runs away while grabbing Sayaka. As Subaru runs, confusion swirls in his mind. Sayaka's actions are nothing like her former self. Her memories are gone, and her personality is unrecognizable. She asks him if he intends to let the sisters live, but Subaru knows he needs answers. He needs to understand what being a kindred really means. Outside the building, Subaru's attention is drawn to a massive screen displaying a news broadcast. Footage of his battle with the whale dominates the broadcast, and his face is now plastered across the city. The entire encounter has gone viral. Before he can process the situation, two players suddenly appear before him. One is Udo, the third-ranked gold player, and the other is Shikishima, the second-ranked gold player. Their presence alone is intimidating, yet Subaru senses someone even stronger nearby. The two players address someone off-screen, calling out to Hirasaka, who steps forward moments later. Smiling confidently, Hirasaka approaches Subaru. He calmly explains that Subaru is under suspicion for destroying a commercial facility near Shinagawa City, and for the murder of a fellow player, one who was Subaru's classmate. With an unsettling smile, Hirasaka adds that he simply wishes to have a conversation. He is currently the strongest player in Japan, and Subaru admires him the most. Hirasaka tells him not to be nervous, as the suspicions against him have been cleared. As they all sit in the car, he explains to him that this is the first time a rainbow door like that has appeared in the world. He has overcome 2 trials so far and even revived his friend. Subaru confirms this and asks him about the previous suspicions. One of the players tosses him a tablet, showing footage of him fighting the whale. It reveals that the destruction around the shopping mall, from start to finish, was captured on camera. The footage proves he was merely a victim targeted by Taigga. On the other hand, regarding the suspicion surrounding Kunizaki's murder, they explain that the door turning people into players appeared and bisected him. Additionally, 2 other players at the scene have testified, clearing Subaru of all accusations. Not only is Subaru no longer under suspicion, but he has also become a hero. News of him defeating an underworld creature from a 5-star gate has spread. Shikishima explains that, after hearing Subaru's story, Taigga's mysterious behavior now makes sense. Taigga only has the golden arm skill because he stole a door from another player, preventing a second door from appearing. This revealed Taigga's true motives. He kept Subaru close to stealing his door if it ever appeared again. The group moves down the headquarters floors and reaches the 6th basement level, where Taigga is locked up in a special prison designed for rogue players. Taigga growls in anger when he sees Subaru. Shikishima kicks the prison bars and tells him they have Subaru's testimony and can proceed with the investigation. Hearing this, Taigga becomes furious and threatens to kill Subaru. Sayaka to interfere, but the protagonist stops her. Strangely, he feels calm in front of the terrifying and hateful Taigga. As they leave the prison, Taigga continues to scream in rage. Udo asks Hirasaki if it's wise to let Subaru leave like this. Hirasaki reassures him, stating that they plan to grant Subaru some privileges. As he looks at a report about a 6-star gate's appearance, he reflects that they need him to grow even stronger. Later, Subaru goes to exchange the 2 stars he earned from his recent quest. The receptionist informs him he will receive 300,000 yen for the stars, plus an additional Y20 million as a bonus for defeating the 5-star underworld creature. She also hands him a card, explaining that it grants him special privileges from the Federation, allowing him to use several convenience stores and hotels free of charge. While processing all this information, Subaru overhears several players talking behind him. They recognize him from the viral video and wonder about his rank. The receptionist smiles and tells Subaru she has informed everyone about his accomplishments. She then asks him what he plans to do next. Now that he has power, fame, and money, Subaru begins to wonder what he truly wants. Meanwhile, back in the prison, Taigga causes a commotion. A girl appears and restrains him with golden chains. She is Kinokawa, a gold-ranked player and the same receptionist who spoke to Subaru earlier. Using her skill, she pins him down effortlessly. Taigga is shocked, realizing Subaru has grown overwhelmingly strong, and bitterly reflects on how he underestimated him. His anger grows, and he starts blaming the world. As Taigga's rage peaks, a dark door begins to form behind him. As the purple door appears behind them, the girl nervously asks Taigga what he just did. However, he seems just as shocked as she is. The door calls out to him, telling him that the world won't choose him. A hand emerges from inside the door, inviting him in. Though still trapped in golden chains, several hands extend from the gate and begin pulling him inside. The girl tries to stop him using a golden chain, but the energy emanating from the gate shatters her chains. Her entire body slowly begins falling apart. Meanwhile, the entity inside the door continues to lure Taigga, offering him its power and urging him to destroy the entire world. Meanwhile, in a nearby hotel, Subaru lies on the ground, lost in thought. Sayaka asks what's on his mind. He's still pondering her earlier question about what he plans to do from now on. Looking at her, he asks what he should call her since using her real name feels odd. Sayaka suggests he simply call her Saya. He then asks if there's any way to return her to her previous self. Saya asks him to show her his skill window. Seeing that his next skill unlocks at level 35, she explains that another door is likely to open at that point. She suggests he could ask the beings on the other side of the door if they can bring his friend back. Grateful for the advice, Subaru decides to focus on leveling up. The two of them immediately prepare to enter a gate. They find a 3-star gate near the entrance of a store. The store owner thanks Subaru for his help and calls him Savior. As Subaru glances back, he asks Saya if she's coming with him. She tells him she's his kindred and will follow him for life. Subaru notices her status window, showing she is level 21 and capable of using the Blood Mold skill. However, instead of relying on her own mana, she uses his. Inside the gate, they encounter several demons. Saya asks for permission to use his mana, and Subaru agrees, wanting to see her strength. Saya uses the Blood Mold skill to create a blood round, clearing all the enemies in one swoop. Subaru realizes how useful her skill is, though Saya remarks it's less effective against powerful foes. Eventually, they face the boss. Subaru orders Saya to stay back and swiftly defeats it with his divine sword. They complete the 3-star quest in just 10 minutes and 49 seconds. Subaru's level increases by 2 for clearing the quest. With the 3-star challenge being too easy, they decide to try a 4-star gate. Suddenly, they hear the voice of Shikishima, who praises their quick success. Subaru asks what he's doing there, and Shikishima explains that Taigga has escaped prison. Moreover, the 4th-ranked gold player, Sakura, was crushed while restraining him with her golden chains. Shikishima reveals that Sakura was also acting as a receptionist, which shocks Subaru, who never suspected she was a player. As they drive away, Shikishima explains that due to the current situation, gold players must team up to clear the gates. He volunteers to team up with Subaru, warning him not to disappoint. Shikishima believes Taigga will target Subaru first. Confident in their abilities, Shikishima takes Subaru to their first gate, convinced they can easily conquer it. Subaru believes that Shikishima's Golden Parade skill allows him to shoot invisible fire bullets from his fingers. However, when he sees Shikishima use the skill, he is shocked to witness meteorites raining down on their enemies. The underworld creatures they face are far from weak, yet Shikishima makes them seem like mere 1-star creatures, eliminating all of them in a single attack. After the battle, Shikishima explains that gold players must follow strict rules outside the gates. They are prohibited from using skills beyond their first one, as higher-tier skills can cause catastrophic damage in the real world. After wiping out the enemies, he signals Subaru to move forward. Shikishima elaborates that the top gold players earn the title of the 7 Knights, bestowed upon them by the owners of their respective doors. The entity that granted Shikishima his power is an incarnation of Dragoon. The skill he just used is called Barrage of Dead Flames. As they approach the next gate, Shikishima tells Subaru to start scouting for future gates. Shikishima then eliminates the boss in a single attack, clearing the gate in just 52 minutes. Subaru is stunned by the immense strength of a gold player. Shikishima apologizes for finishing the gate by himself, and promises that the next one will be Subaru's challenge. The next gate is a glass waterfall stage with a 4-star difficulty rating. The entire terrain is coated in ice, making movement difficult. In these types of areas, there are no low-level creatures. Players face only a single boss. The boss, a level 42 class spirit shaped like a cat, immediately lunges at Subaru. Subaru blocks the attack with his divine sword. As he prepares for a second strike, he notices the boss already regenerating. Realizing his divine sword consumes too much mana to finish the fight, Subaru hesitates. Sei offers to support him, but Shikishima stops her. He wants Subaru to face the boss alone, assuring her he will step in if Subaru is on the verge of defeat. As Subaru continues to battle, he realizes his blood mold skill is incompatible with the icy terrain. Running out of options, he uses his skill to blindfold the cat, but the boss still manages to track him. The second gold player watching the fight begins to think Subaru is too inexperienced to handle such a rare and powerful boss. However, Saya confidently tells them not to underestimate Subaru. She points out that he has already devised a counterattack. Subaru uses his blood technique to create a rope and wraps it around the cat. Knowing the boss lacks joints or conventional senses, he decides against striking it with the divine sword. Instead, he opts for a high-impact attack. Subaru combines the Corpse Fist spell he obtained from Carrion with his blood mold skill to land powerful blows on the boss. He relentlessly continues the assault until the boss is drained of mana and unable to regenerate. Shikishima is surprised by Subaru's ability to quickly analyze the boss's traits and develop a strategy. He is even more impressed by Subaru's skillful combination of 2 abilities. Seiya smiles, pleased to see Shikishima acknowledging Subaru's potential. As Subaru continues fighting the boss, Shikishima notices that both of them are getting tired. He calls out to Subaru, telling him he will buy him some time to land the final blow. Subaru takes the opportunity and successfully defeats the boss, instantly leveling up. Afterward, he finishes off the cat spirit without any trouble, clearing the entire gate in just 48 minutes. Later, they visit a sushi shop where Subaru stares at the sushi with sparkling eyes. Shikishima asks him what's wrong, and Subaru, wearing an innocent expression, admits it's the first time in his life he has ever seen sushi. Meanwhile, Saya plays with the cat spirit Subaru received after defeating the boss. The spirit allows Subaru to regenerate the boss using his mana whenever needed. Shikishima compares it to Hirasaka earrings, which grant plus 150% mana, and a coat that reduces damage taken by 50%. He mentions that his divine sword is also a reward he earned after defeating Carrion. Subaru asks what the cat spirit is useful for. Shikishima explains that it's rare to have an underwater creature as a summon and suggests giving it a name. After thinking for a moment, Subaru settles on the name Sushi. As they eat, they suddenly hear loud noises coming from outside. An underworld creature, a level 54 griffin, has emerged from the gate. Subaru and Shikishima immediately rush out. The griffin captures a little girl, but as it flies away, it is stopped by Shikishima and Saya working together. Subaru quickly strikes, causing Griffin to drop the girl safely into his arms. He gently places her on the ground. A man frantically approaches, calling out the girl's name. Subaru recognizes him as one of the people who bullied him when he was powerless. The man, Savatari, turns out to be the girl's older brother. Shikishima calls him out, asking if he's the same person who bullied Subaru, and demands he thank Subaru for saving his sister. Savatari, however, refuses to express gratitude to someone like Subaru. The girl, ignoring her brother, immediately thanks Subaru and the others. Savatari scolds her for thanking Subaru, then turns to Subaru, calling him an insect. He mocks Subaru, asking why he is in such a good mood and if he plans to take revenge. Subaru remains calm, simply smiling in response. This infuriates Savatari, who grabs Subaru by the shirt, claiming he wishes he had been chosen by a stronger door. Subaru, unfazed, responds that he has heard Savatari's testimony and knows he isn't a murderer. He thanks him and walks away without saying anything else. Savatari stands there shocked. Shikishima observes and thinks that Savatari will eventually understand how different Subaru is. The three friends return to the sushi shop and continue their meal. Meanwhile, the girl asks Savatari what's wrong with him. He grabs his head, overwhelmed by his feelings of inadequacy. The next day, when Subaru returns to the sushi shop, he finds it closed. At the same time, Savatari deletes an old video from his phone showing him bullying Subaru. One of his friends questions if he really deleted the video, and Savatari admits he did. He explains that it's not out of fear of Subaru seeking revenge but doesn't elaborate further. As he looks at his phone, his friend notices commotion on the school grounds and points it out. Subaru receives a call from Shikishima, who informs him that Taigga has appeared at his school. Savatari receives a message from his sister Kana, who tells him that she would like to eat pork cutlet for dinner. He takes a moment to think before replying. Suddenly, his friend frantically pulls him away from his phone and points to the stadium. The two of them look out the window of the classroom in fear. Outside, they see Taigga walking out of a purple door with a terrifying aura surrounding him. A mysterious dark door appears next to Savatari and his friend in the gym by the ring. It's not just them. Mysterious doors have started appearing everywhere, and someone seems ready to open one. Taigga announces to the entire school these doors can grant them a new power strong enough to rival a gold rank. Everyone thinks about his words in confusion as he invites them to enter the gates and join forces with him. Meanwhile, Shikishima shows a photo of the newly revamped Taigga to Subaru and tells him that he has entered the school. Bro is more worried about him copying his hairstyle. As they all rush to the school, Subaru asks about the door behind Taigga in the photo. Shikishima says he doesn't know much but suspects it's something bad. The group takes the shortest route to the school. At the school, Savatari stares at the door while his friend wonders if they should go in or not. At the same time, Taigga enters the classroom and asks them what is troubling them so much. He questions if they are okay with being weak while there are players stronger than them who have overcome the same trial. Savatari stands there, lost in thought as he recalls his past. He remembers Kana sitting in a messy room, crying and wondering why their parents weren't there. She blames herself, thinking they don't love her. He reassures her with a smile, telling her she has him and asking her not to cry. On the streets, workers kick him as he digs through trash. Cold and hungry, he passes a house where a family celebrates their son's birthday. As the mother notices him staring inside, she quickly closes the curtains. Saddened, he wonders what will happen to Kana when he's gone. He collapses, ready to give up when a 5-star bronze door appears before him. Back in the present, Savatari asks Taigga why he is doing all this since he is also among the chosen ones. Taigga laughs and tells him that it was Subaru who was the chosen one and he simply stole his door. They are told that the doors choose people based on the purity of their soul, and he can't believe for a second that his soul is inferior to Subaru's. Knowing that he was able to get a rainbow door angers him. He insists Subaru should have stayed beneath him forever and declares his intent to change the world, using the back door that chose him. Taigga then asks Sawatari to join forces with him since they both want to take revenge on Subaru. Sawatari doesn't feel the same, but he also can't refuse his offer since he fears he might get killed. He wants to stay alive for his sister. As he walks towards the door with his friend, he hears a notification on his phone. It's a message from Kana, thanking him and calling him kind for agreeing to have pork cutlet. This takes him back to the past once again. When the bronze door appeared before him again, he saw it as a chance to provide for Kana. At school, Sawatari formed a group of bullies to get back at those who wronged them. The group learns that Taigga has joined their school and hears his brother studies there too. They find Subaru in a classroom, nervous and wearing glasses. Sawatari mocks him, throwing stones and smearing him with a dirty mop. Despite Kana's praise, he realizes he's not truly kind. He is just a weakling who has done bad things to someone weaker than him. Standing before the door with his phone in hand, he wonders what to do. He suddenly asks his friend Itoshima to make a pork cutlet for his sister tonight. The friend is confused but agrees. Sawatari then looks at him with a smile and asks him to also apologize to his sister on his behalf. He turns back to Taigga and prepares to fight him with his powers. Taigga asks him why he is doing it. Sawatari reveals that Subaru had saved his sister the previous day. He recalls that he never blamed him, but instead thanked him. This made him feel insignificant. He remembers lying on the ground, exhausted, thinking about Kana and what would happen to her after he was gone. He also remembers how Subaru selflessly killed the griffin and saved his sister. No matter how terrible the world became, Subaru's presence always made things feel like they'd be okay. Hearing this, Taigga jumps from the windowsill to the ground and asks him if he is really trying to get close to the guy he bullied. Sawatari says that he doesn't care about all that anymore since he knows that Subaru has a big heart and he will forgive him. Meanwhile, Subaru and the gold rank have almost reached the school. Taigga hears all of this with a shocked expression, but when he gets called pathetic, he loses it and grabs Sawatari's head. Even during his final moments, his last thoughts are of his sister. All he wants is to see her happy. Subaru finally makes it to the classroom and immediately lunges at Taigga, shouting with anger. Taigga seems pleased to see him. Subaru freezes in horror when he notices Sawatari lying in a pool of blood. Consumed with rage, Subaru punches Taigga so hard that he breaks the wall of the classroom. However, Taigga seems unfazed by this and smirks at the thought of their rematch. Subaru and Taigga fall to the ground amidst the debris. Subaru feels no kindness toward Sawatari but cannot understand why Taigga killed him. Furious, he screams at him as they land. Taigga grins since he wants him to show his true strength. Suddenly, Subaru's blood gauntlet starts to disintegrate into dust. He stares at his hand in confusion. Taigga laughs as he looks at his face and says that it's a bit too early to use it, but it is surely enough to finish him off. A gunshot distracts Taigga. As he looks over, he sees the 3 golden ranks standing in the distance. Taigga laughs as he tells them that this is the second time they have surrounded him. He asks them if it was so surprising for them that he was able to defeat the girl. As he is talking, Hirasaka slashes off his arm clean. Taigga is in immense pain, but he still laughs and says that this is the first time seeing a negative expression on his face. Hirasaka agrees with him saying that he is angry, and it is surprising for him too. Subaru stands stunned by the top gold rank's power. Hirasaka asks him if he is okay, and he nods. This makes Taigga furious and he goes in for an attack. A massive arm tries to squish Hirasaka, and as he uses his sword to defend, it shatters into pieces. Subaru, still grappling with what's happening, shouts at him, but before he can act, Udu traps Taigga within a golden wall. Subaru jumps away from the forming barrier as Udu focuses all his energy on containing Taigga. Since this is his second spell, he has broken the rules by using it outside of a gate. While Taigga is trapped, Shikishima and Saya attempt coordinated attacks, but he easily nullifies them. The golden wall begins to crack, and Taigga's laugh echoes as the barrier collapses completely. Even Udu is astonished by Taigga's strength. His power is far beyond what anyone expected. The group knows that there is a special effect in Taigga's smoke. Udu asks for Hirasaka's permission to use his other skills, but he tells him that he will only endanger the lives of other people by doing so. This is exactly what Taigga wants to happen. Shikishima starts thinking about the special effect of Taigga's skill. He remembers that Kinokawa's hands and feet were crumbled and weathered down in an instant after her recent encounter with Taigga. If his thought process is correct, Taigga's special skill would be to speed up time. As the gold ranks face off against him, Subaru suddenly charges at him out of nowhere. Shikishima tries to stop him from going inside the smoke since it advances time for everything that it touches. Despite the warning, our boy goes into the smoke and manages to land a hit on Taigga with his face covered in blood. He used his blood mold skill to constantly spread new blood around his body, which protected him from the smoke. As Taigga looks at him in confusion, he tells him that his time to be afraid of him is over. My man levels up and uses a spell called Immortal Inverness. Taigga is furious after Subaru's sharp comments. Suddenly, doors appear around them, positioned near the players. Subaru glances at the purple doors surrounding the players and notices smoke seeping out. The players instinctively gather in the center to avoid the smoke. Hirasaka is surprised because it's his first time seeing a skill that can summon doors. Taigga tells him that since he can block his smoke, he will just start killing his friends. He closes his eyes and remembers when Sayaka died because of him. The group is surrounded by thick smoke and has no way to escape. Keeping these circumstances in mind, Hirasaka allows Shikishima and Udo to use their second-level skills freely. The tension rises as rainbow energy envelops the area, making everyone uneasy. Subaru calls out Taigga directly and asks him how he dared to put his hands on his friends. He is now completely engulfed with rage. The intensity of his hatred activates his conditional skill, which boosts his abilities by 30% as long as his hatred persists. Previously, the skill's effect was insignificant due to a power gap, but now Subaru surpasses Taigga. Subaru and Taigga charge at each other. Smoke surrounds Taigga as Subaru attacks from above. Taigga blocks his kick but struggles to withstand the force, breaking his arm in the process. The MC follows up with his blood whip wrapping them around Taigga's injured arm. Despite Taigga's screams, he continues his relentless assault, landing a powerful punch that sends him flying and splattering blood everywhere. Using the Immortal Inverness skill, Subaru enhances his nervous system and gains control over the tentacles coming out of his armor. He doesn't have to control them manually now. These tentacles make escape nearly impossible for anyone who is unfortunate enough to be caught in them. Taigga falls to the ground badly injured. A voice suddenly echoes from the black door, which says that the blood manipulation technique that the protagonist is using comes straight from Vanquish. Therefore, Taigga stands no chance in his current state. Shikishima screams at Subaru to stop since they want to ask him more questions. This snaps him out of his rage. His rainbow eyes fade as he regains his composure and asks what they should do about the smoke. Shikishima suggests using Saya's abilities to clear the fog. Blood stains the ground near the door, and the group feels uneasy due to the metallic taste and smell of iron. Shikishima explains that the smoke is a chemical reaction, and it starts to disappear once it is in contact with the fog particles. He then looks directly at the door and asks the door owner if he is correct. Suddenly, a massive yellow eye emerges from the black door. The owner's voice commends the group for countering its skill so quickly. When Shikishima demands to know the entity's purpose, it reveals its intent to destroy the sky clock. This surprises Subaru and the others. The creature mentions a prophecy involving Hirasaka, Shikishima, and Udo, predicting their deaths at Taigga's hands in the near future. However, Subaru claims that the prophecy is wrong since he will never let that happen. This makes the creature laugh, and it says that he is the most vigilant among the entire group. Subaru demands a name from the owner, to which it states that it is Kokugaiji, the Black Amniotic King. A group of students stands near a fence, discussing Taigga's defeat. The three of them gather on the school roof, where a friend asks Kei what they should do. They notice a dark force on the roof of a neighboring building. Kei stays focused, deep in thought. Back in the battle, Kokugaji tells them that it is a being who wants to destroy the entire world. Subaru furiously tries to attack, but the door disappears and sucks Taigga inside. All the gold ranks try to take the door down before the creature can escape, but they fail to do so. After it vanishes, Saya mocks them for allowing the creature to escape. Shikishima reveals that he couldn't move during the fight since he was restrained. 2 additional enemies appeared on the rooftop during their fight, and he claims that they are even stronger than Taigga. This revelation makes Subaru believe that their enemies are already ahead of them in terms of their plans. Inside the door, the creature scolds Taigga for being weak and losing to the gold ranks. However, it offers to make him even more strong. Kokugaji also welcomes all the players who choose to enter the doors. One of the players tells him that they will betray him immediately if they don't become stronger. Among those players is Kei and a guy wearing a black suit. Kei tells the guy that he saw him there, and that was the reason he entered the door. The creature seems excited to see all these people and invites them to prepare for their plan. Meanwhile, a funeral is held for Sawatari outside the gate. His sister holds his picture in her arms as she mindlessly stares at the ground. Itoshima is also attending the funeral. He tells Subaru how Sawatari apologized to him in his final moments. Later, Subaru sits with Shikishima as he tells him about the black door. After the incident, 5 students were found in the school, and there have also been other people who disappeared from the city. Subaru tells him that he plans on getting stronger, and asks about the situation of Sayaka when he enters the next door. Shikishima suggests that he train with Hirasaka from now on. The next day, he goes to meet Hirasaka with Saya. Shikishima didn't think that he could teach him anything since their methods of fighting were different. Therefore, he thought that it was better for him to train with the top rank. Subaru is excited since he knows that he will get to learn a lot. As the two of them walk towards their gate, they come across the Happy Yamada Club, which is a silver team led by Yamada. They tell him that they have already reserved this gate. Hirasaka checks his book and apologizes, telling them that his door is in Narima City. It is a 4-star gate called the Mysterious Jungle. As they enter the gate, Hirasaka warns the protagonist by telling him that the difficulty on the door is only an approximation. Subaru suddenly screams as he realizes that the guy is literally standing in a swamp. Hirasaka stays still and sinks in the swamp completely. Subaru remembers how Shikishima told him to be careful around him since his only specialty is his strength. He thinks about helping him using his blood mold skill, but a giant iron ant shows up. Suddenly, Hirasaka uses his Titan's blade spell and gets out of the swamp while killing the ant at the same time. Subaru can't help but feel grateful that this man became a player. On the other hand, Hirasaka thinks to himself that he almost died. Hirasaka never had any specialty throughout his entire childhood. His parents expected him to be clever, but instead of being disappointed in him, they continued to shower him with love and care. While he was in 4th grade, he saved one of his friends from getting bullied. However, the very next day, that same friend got together with the bullies to beat him up. This betrayal shocked Hirasaka deeply, and he realized that people often betray others due to their own weaknesses. From that day on, he decided never to betray anyone, and by doing so, he truly believed that he would make a true friend. Back in the gate, he was once again stuck in the swamp. He asks Subaru for help and he pulls him out. He tells him that his opponent seemed to have good intuition, so he was batting it out. Moments later, a huge creature comes out of the swamp trying to eat Hirasaka. Subaru now realizes that Hirasaka is the type of player to always go first against an unknown enemy. He doesn't want his friends to get in trouble. After finishing the swamp monster, Subaru hands him a towel to clean himself up. Seeing this, Hirasaka laughs and tells him that he came well prepared. It was Shikishima who gave him all of this stuff. He told him that he would need these items during their raid. Hearing this, Hirasaka laughs even more and tells him that Shikishima has the hardest time because of him out of all of his comrades. As the two of them are inside the gate, he is stuck doing paperwork. Udo tells him to take it slow and let Hirasaka do some work too. Shikishima gets even more furious and says that it's meaningless since he is bad with desk work. They are short on staff since Kinokawa is still in the hospital. Hirasaka reveals that he had been working together with the other 3 gold ranks since the founding of the Players' Federation. They have been comrades for the past 8 years. This is why he couldn't hold himself when he found out what Taigga did to Kinokawa. He tells Subaru that he has no choice but to beat his brother now. The MC doesn't like him either, so he tells him that he is ready for anything. The 3 of them make it to the edge of a cliff. Even though they can't see much, Hirasaka tells them that the boss is about 20 kilometers ahead of them. It is one of his skills that allows him to zoom his vision up to 100 times. The boss is a huge tree with glowing eyes. It is called the Gun Turret Spirit Tree. Immediately after spotting them, the boss goes in for an attack. Hirasaka realizes this and immediately uses his golden sword to shield them. The 3 cause powerful explosions in a massive area around it. The top rank tells them that this is what he meant when he said that the difficulty level on the doors was just an approximation. Even though they are inside a 4-star gate, the boss they are facing is definitely a lower 5-star. Subaru starts to panic as he realizes that they would have probably died if Hirasaka hadn't shielded them using his sword. He uses his blood skill to fly high in the air. It consumes mana, so he can't keep it up for long. However, Hirasaka tells him that he has done well since the boss is already dead. While they were in the air, he used his Warp Edge spell, which allowed him to warp the slash along with the blade to any place within his sight. Using this technique drains a lot of mana, but if it's aimed correctly, it can take down even the strongest of enemies. The 3 of them get out of the gate after defeating the boss. Hirasaka apologizes for killing the boss by himself and tells him not to reveal anything to Shikishima. However, it is far too late since Subaru has already sent the report to him. As Shikishima furiously drags him inside, he says his goodbyes to the MC and asks him to be prepared for tomorrow since he is going to reserve a 5-star gate. This shocks him a bit since he has never been inside a 5-star gate before. While sitting on his bed, he thinks to himself that he needs to learn from Hirasaka's fighting style. However, even after a lot of reflection, he still can't get anything. Meanwhile, the guy in the black suit tells one of his subordinates that it is time to put their plan into action. In Shinagawa City, a player group known as Grax meets Kei and his friend as they just walk out of the purple gate. The situation is similar in Bunkyo City where Giulietta is confronted by a player who wants to kill him. The mastermind behind all of this is the guy in the black suit who fixes his glasses as he announces that the hunt has begun. Back at headquarters, Giulietta calls to inform Shikishima that he has killed someone. Furious, Shikishima reminds him that he is supposed to remain in confinement until his punishment is decided. He explains that he was attacked and acted in self-defense. When Shikishima asks for details about his opponent, he looks at a player card and reveals the name Kishikawa, a copper-ranked player. Giulietta mentions that although Kishikawa wasn't particularly strong, there was something unusual about his insect manipulation skills, which seemed to be connected to the black faction Shikishima had previously reported. Shikishima looks for his details in the player records and realizes that the spell Kishikawa used is different from anything documented. He theorizes that the Black Door might be giving new skills to these players. It wasn't just Giulietta who was attacked. The entire Grax team was defeated by the black faction. While fighting Kishikawa, Giulietta sensed that their system was different from other players, similar to Subaru's skills obtained from the Rainbow Door. Meanwhile, a man calls Kay and reports that everything has gone according to plan, although one of their members lost to Julieta. The boss reveals he has already eliminated the top-ranked silver team and plans to target the gold ranks next. The scene shifts to a city where Subaru, Hirasaka, and Kusaka, a member of the reconnaissance department, stand in front of a 5-star gate. Kusaka explains the procedure for studying and clearing the gate. Subaru notices a ring on Kusaka's finger and asks if she is married. She confirms this and explains that, due to the risks players face, she retired from frontline duty after marrying. Shikishima recruited her into the reconnaissance department. She reveals that her family was in the city when it was attacked by the whale. She thanks Subaru for saving them. The gate they are about to enter is called the Seat of Storm and Thunder. It consists of 2 areas, a garden and a palace with 2 thrones on its top floor. Hirasaka asks if this is where the boss resides, and Kusaka confirms that the boss could occupy either throne. Subaru is surprised to learn there are 2 bosses, recalling that he faced a 2-boss team in a 2-star gate, but never expected it in his first 5-star gate. Hirasaka reassures Subaru, calming his nerves as they prepare to enter the gate. As the 3 enter, Kei, who had been waiting outside, attacks the team. He calls someone, instructing them to open the black door in 10 minutes. On the other end of the call, Taigga appears in a transformed state. Inside the 5-star gate, the team finds a massive palace. Hirasaka immediately senses something is wrong and asks Saya to lock the door. She complies, and as the door shuts, dark clouds gather, strong winds blow, and an overwhelming presence fills the air. The 2 bosses emerge, Storm Delta, a level 89 boss, and Thunder Killam, a level 93 boss. Both bosses recognize the shining knight among the players, and sense Subaru and Saya's presence, which they find unpleasant. As the battle begins, knight soldiers approach, each stronger than the whale Subaru previously fought. Subaru shouts to Saya to use as much mana as needed, and she begins casting various spells. Realizing the difficulty of the situation, Subaru knows he must go all out from the start. Without hesitation, he activates his Immortal Inverness spell and charges into battle. Hirasaka raises 2 fingers, and a bright golden light surrounds the guards. A massive blade shoots up from the ground, cutting some guards to pieces. Yet, even after the powerful attack, half of them remain standing. As he continues fighting, Hirasaka notices Subaru targeting a guard's leg. Surprisingly, the guard grabs Subaru by the leg, flips him over, and slams him onto the ground. Stunned, Subaru feels the guard punch his chest, breaking his suit. The blow is stronger than anything Subaru has faced before, even from Sushi or Carrion. The guard prepares another attack, but Hirasaka shouts to Subaru. With rainbow-colored eyes, Subaru kicks the guard and follows with an elbow strike, breaking through the guard's defenses. Shocked but determined, Subaru declares he isn't there to hold Hirasaka back. He uses his blood whip to trap the guard, twisting him before smashing him with a drill. The 54th level Thunderstorm Knight falls, but Subaru is left shaken. His level doesn't increase, and he only gains a few points. Subaru remains at level 31, with a third of his health and half his mana gone, all for defeating just 1 guard. Now 4 more surround him. He draws his Divine Chisel but hesitates to use a high-cost attack. Suddenly the knights use their Vajra sword skill, summoning weapons out of thin air. Subaru realizes this is the true challenge of the 5th difficulty level. As Subaru steadies himself, Hirasaka watches the knights close in. Subaru's expression turns cold, but a faint smile appears. The night before, sitting in his hotel room, Subaru thinks about the raid. No matter how much he admires Hirasaka, he knows he can't become him, and doesn't need to. Shikishima hasn't sent him to learn from Hirasaka, but to fight alongside him with everything he has. Covered in blood, Subaru vows to grow stronger, not just in level but in awareness, readiness, and the will to survive. Memories of Sayaka's death, Sawatari's pain, and Kana's loss fuel his resolve. As the guards attack, Subaru jumps to meet them. With his chisel, he blocks their swords but struggles to stand. One guard cuts his blood armor from behind, enraging Subaru. Using blood tentacles, he grabs the guard's arm, slashes it off, and decapitates him. The others stand shocked as Subaru defeats the level 59 opponent. Critically injured, Subaru levels up, restoring his health and mana. When the guards attack again, Subaru vanishes and reappears in the sky. He swings his chisel, killing 2 knights, levels 53 and 63. His level rises again. Standing in the rain, Subaru's rainbow-colored eyes meet the terrified gaze of the remaining guards. Something inside him has changed. Earlier, Shikishima had instructed Hirasaka not to save Subaru until the last moment, and to avoid giving him tips. When asked why, Shikishima explained that Subaru had the potential to reach their level. He only needed practice and a fierce battle to push him to his limits. Shikishima admitted he couldn't teach others, and urged Hirasaka to inspire Subaru by demonstrating his strength. Calling Hirasaka the strongest, Shikishima left him to reflect on his role. Now standing in the rain, Hirasaka smiles at the thought. As guards attack, he makes 2 swift swings, effortlessly defeating them. Watching Subaru, Hirasaka wonders if he might one day become a beacon of hope. He remembers the report about the appearance of a 6-star gate. 8 years have passed since the first gate appeared, and despair grips the top players. When the first gate emerged, its maximum difficulty was 3 stars. But over time, the challenge escalated. 4-star gates appeared 3 years later, followed by 5-star gates. Each increase in stars brought a 10-fold rise in difficulty. The association predicts a 6-star gate will appear soon, and Shikishima foresees a 7-star gate in 4 years. He and Hirasaka discuss their predicament at a long table. Shikishima asks if they are 10 times stronger than 2 years ago. Hirasaka admits they're not. To handle a 6-star gate, they would need their entire gold-ranked team. Shikishima, frustrated, laments that players may soon be unable to match the gate's ever-growing difficulty. He wonders who could survive a challenge 10 times harder than a 5-star gate. Shikishima realizes the sky clock would break after just one failure since the time limit for 5-star gates is already stretched to its limit. He begins to believe humanity might have no choice but to accept defeat. Hirasaka feels the weight of his fears, thinking about the friends he might lose. Suddenly, Shikishima takes a call from Kinokawa, who's at a hospital with Udu. She mentions they're interrogating suspects in a murder case and shares strange information. The appearance of a rainbow door. This piques the interest of both Shikishima and Hirasaka. Meanwhile, Subaru battles a knight with everything he has. Using his heaven sword, he clashes with the guard, his movements sharp and precise. Hirasaka observes Subaru, impressed that the boy now relies solely on his swordsmanship. During the fight, Subaru maneuvers onto the guard's arm and unleashes his divine chisel, cutting through his opponent. He defeats the level 56 Wind and Thunder guard with a focused fury. Subaru begins to understand his weapon better. By focusing on the tip of the blade, he activates a technique that pierces strong defenses while conserving mana. Hirasaka notices Subaru's growth, not from instruction, but from learning through his battles. In the sky, Saya uses her killing field skill, scattering blood drops that explode on contact. Despite her efforts, she realizes her attacks aren't enough to handle the guards at her level. She focuses on reducing their numbers for Subaru and Hirasaka while prioritizing the recovery of Sayaka's body. Just as a golden sword threatens her, Subaru intervenes, splitting it in two. He tells Saya to stay safe and be careful before returning to his fight. Subaru then joins Hirasaka, sharing his frustration about the difficulty of leveling up at this stage. Hirasaka explains the palace might be an extra stage, similar to the cat boss stage Subaru once faced, where only bosses appeared. Subaru realizes the guards are summoned by a skill, yielding minimal experience points. There are only 2 bosses here, Thunder and Storm, who sit on their thrones. Storm notes the player's focus and Thunder smirks, asking if they'll send someone stronger or fight themselves. Lightning streaks across the sky. Subaru resolves to keep fighting knights to level up, but Hirasaka feels their energy is being wasted. He suspects the bosses want to force them to reveal their trump cards. Suddenly, Thunder and Storm step out of the palace. Hirasaka's eyes widen at the sight of the bosses. He considers using his Warp Edge Sword, a skill that consumes 80% of his mana and can split terrain. Yet before he acts, the rain stops, and the thunderclouds vanish. The bosses appear behind him, warning them not to attempt any tricks. They demand a fair fight, ready to face the players head-on. As the 2 of them face the bosses, they are both shocked to discover that the bosses can talk. Subaru recalls a similar encounter with a boss in the soldier dumping ground. Most bosses behave like wild animals, attacking and eliminating any intruders in their territory. However, these bosses are different. They can manipulate the weather and strategize their actions. Before engaging in battle, Hirasaka asks the bosses if they have time for a conversation. The bosses, surprised by the request, ask if he has something he wants to know. Clenching his fist, Hirasaka questions them about the doors, demanding to know their purpose in appearing in the world. The bosses exchange shocked glances and ask if he hasn't learned anything from Ludwig, the gate's owner who granted him his powers. Hearing this, Hirasaka wonders if the bosses are closely connected to the central figure behind the doors. The bosses reveal that they have been trapped in this place for a long time and agree to share what they know. Subaru and Hirasaka can hardly believe they might uncover the secrets of the world so easily. Hirasaka quickly pulls out his phone to record the conversation, lacking confidence in his ability to remember it all. However, as the bosses begin to speak, their words become garbled and incomprehensible, like a glitch. Frustrated, the bosses apologize, explaining that a protective force prevents them from sharing such information. Subaru wonders aloud if there are limits to what the bosses can reveal. Hirasaka, refusing to give up, asks if they can write the information instead of speaking it. He fears that Shikishima will be furious if he returns empty-handed. The bosses dismiss the idea, stating it's impossible. However, they propose a challenge. If Subaru and Hirasaka can defeat them, they'll be one step closer to the truth. The bosses settle their roles by playing a few rounds of rock, paper, scissors. The storm boss wins and immediately chooses Hirasaka as his opponent, charging at him with no warning. Hirasaka barely manages to block the attack at the last second. As their battle intensifies, the Storm Boss praises Hirasaka's strength, remarking that Ludwig chose the perfect possessor. Hirasaka realizes this boss is far stronger than anything he has ever faced. Meanwhile, Subaru finds himself face to face with the Thunder Boss. Overwhelmed, he instinctively steps back in shock. The Thunder Boss looks annoyed and mutters about having to deal with the hated immortal possessor. Hearing this, Subaru nervously asks what he means. The Thunder Boss clarifies that it's not Subaru's fault, but doesn't elaborate further. Despite the intimidating presence of his opponent, Subaru feels oddly calm. The casual conversation confuses his senses, making him temporarily forget the gravity of the situation. The boss tells him he plans to have some fun before finishing him off. Before Subaru can react, the Thunder Boss launches a thunder attack. Subaru underestimates the boss's strength and is struck directly, his body burned beyond recognition. The Thunder Boss, disappointed, compares Subaru to a crushed bug, too weak to be worth the effort. As the boss mocks Subaru's fragility, Hirasaka glances back at his fallen friend. The Storm Boss takes advantage of this distraction, delivering a devastating blow that destroys one of Hirasaka's eyes. The Thunder Boss picks up Subaru's divine sword, surprised to see it unharmed by his lightning strike. Realizing the sword's power is the source of Subaru's imbalance, the boss concludes that Subaru must be the possessor of the immortal god Vanquish. As the Thunder Boss contemplates his next move, Saya's desperate voice rings out. The Thunder Boss warns her not to try anything or else she will face the same fate as Subaru. With her face streaming with tears, she remembers his words asking her to stay safe. She screams at him to stand up. The boss dismisses her cries, pointing out that Subaru's legs have been destroyed and he can no longer fight. Suddenly, Subaru's voice cuts through the chaos. He tells Saya to stay out of the battle. He used the same technique he employed against Taigga. Subaru encased his body in a semi-hardened layer of blood. Though he has lost both his hands and feet, he clings to life with only 117 HP remaining. Even though this is the strongest opponent he has ever faced, Subaru views this as an opportunity. He knows that if he can survive this fight, he will emerge significantly stronger. The Thunder Boss questions Subaru's method, asking if he's truly using blood to block his attack. He mocks his grotesque appearance and calls him a disgusting, hated immortal. The Storm Boss is enjoying the battle a bit too much, laughing as he attacks Hirasaki. He tells him that he respects him. Even though Hirasaki has lost his right eye, he can still manage to keep up with him. Hirasaki responds, saying that his remaining eye shines even brighter than before, and therefore his attacks will also be sharper. His next attack shocks the boss, throwing him back. The Storm Boss laughs, but Hirasaki tells him that not everyone is strong from the beginning. When they were weak, there were still many times they felt like they were on the edge, just like this. He then thinks of the Storm Boss and says that if he can defeat him, he'll become even stronger. Hirasaki uses his fifth skill, called Imperial Radiance. This skill increases all abilities and skill effects by 130% while consuming mana. The boss asks if this is Hirasaki's trump card, and comments that he is as impressive as expected with this. The boss charges at Hirasaki trying to punch him. Meanwhile, the battle between Subaru and the Thunder Boss seems one-sided. Subaru is trying to run, but the speed of lightning itself is 100,000 km/s, making it difficult to avoid. He must predict the boss's next moves while continuously moving without delay. If he fails to avoid an attack, he will die instantly. As the boss continues his attacks, Subaru starts to panic. He knows that if things continue like this, all the soldiers will be defeated. With his current HP, one hit from the lightning will kill him. His plan is to try and defeat some soldiers and level up to restore his health. Finally, he finds a soldier in his path and smashes his head off. The boss looks at him, surprised, as he levels up and restores his health. The benefits of leveling up also include increased status. Subaru's health is fully recovered, and the lost body parts have been restored. The boss is slightly impressed but still doesn't think Subaru can win. Subaru hits him with a pressurized blood attack, but the boss simply blocks it with his fist. He tells Subaru that even though his power has increased, it really wouldn't make a difference. Subaru flies into the air and tries to attack the boss again. The boss gets annoyed and says that he finally understands why Subaru was chosen as the hated immortal possessor. He talks about Subaru's determination, saying that he hates giving up, desperately clings to his life, and ends up doing meaningless things. He unleashes a thunder attack in the air, deflecting Subaru's attack. Subaru realizes that if things keep going like this, he won't even manage to land a hit and will just get overwhelmed by the boss's power. The boss tells him that there's no point in using his little tricks in front of such overwhelming power. Even if Subaru has a plan to land a hit with his current power, it won't do anything. The boss is interrupted by Sushi, who casually grabs the divine sword and walks towards Subaru. Without a second thought, the boss blasts Sushi with a thunder attack. However, instead of dying, Sushi is revived using mana, which confuses the boss even more. Even Subaru had forgotten that Sushi had the ability to regenerate. He wonders if Sushi is trying to help him after understanding his strategy. He calls out to Sushi and orders her to bring him the sword. Sushi throws the sword to Subaru, but immediately after, the boss appears in front of him. As the boss tries to grab the sword, Subaru laughs, and the now giant Sushi appears behind him. The boss quickly reacts and destroys Sushi with a single kick. The boss realizes that Sushi is a familiar connection to Subaru's soul. While the boss is distracted, Subaru charges up his divine sword. He puts all his mana into a single attack and destroys all the soldiers on the ground. This is enough for him to level up to 35. The boss wastes no time and tries to attack him. He furiously asks Subaru why he clings so desperately to his life, and why he has to do that just for the sake of living. After hearing this, Subaru thinks back to his life when everyone called him an insect. He also thinks about the people who supported him. He tells the boss that he just wants to meet his friend, Sayaka. Even though their time together was short, the moments when they were hunting together were fun. He just wants to meet her again and thank her. He also wants to apologize to her and grow stronger together. The boss is a bit confused and asks Subaru what he means. Subaru explains that this was the reason he bet everything on his plan. He knew that there was a high possibility of a third door appearing when he unlocked his second skill. His second skill unlocked at level 35, and sure enough, the rainbow door showed up. As the Thunder Boss accidentally enters the door, he sees Vanquish, who tells him to prepare himself to be punished for hurting his possessor. Vanquish tells Subaru that he did a good job and that he has won. He grabs him using blood and tells the Thunder Boss that the kid will come back stronger. Thunder Kill Him isn't done with Vanquish yet. He still remembers how he killed him in the past. He screams at him as he charges his thunder attack and tells him that he won't let him leave. As he attacks Vanquish, he unknowingly walks inside the door. Vanquish lays Subaru down on the ground and asks him if he really likes appearing in front of him on the verge of death. Subaru still can't believe that this guy is Vanquish. He heals Subaru using his spell, which enables him to stand up. Subaru looks around and realizes that the Thunder Boss is mad now. Vanquish asks the boss to leave since this is his gate. Thunder Kill Him screams at him and says that he was the one who intervened in a one-on-one fight. He tells him that he will go after him after finishing the boy. Vanquish makes an annoyed face and tells him not to use the rules of the warriors for a king. He says that he is the one who entered the human world without permission and is now forcing them into a one-on-one fight. However, Vanquish accepts his challenge and combines with Subaru to take over his body. He tells him that he will show him how to actually use blood mold. Vanquish is a bit impressed to see Subaru at level 35. The Thunder Boss can't believe that he is planning to defeat him using that body. Vanquish looks at him with a smirk on his face and says that it is enough to beat someone like him who has depleted all of his strength. Before the Thunder Boss can even say anything, Vanquish hits him with a classic slap and blows his head off. He tells him that he is never going to leave this gate because he will die here. Inside him, Subaru can't believe that his body just did that. The boss regenerates, but Vanquish immediately hits him with a bloodshot. He then merges the blood and applies a curse on top of it. At the same time, he makes the blood spin in a vortex. This makes My Man Thunder turn into a modern abstract art piece. However, the boss isn't going to accept his defeat this easily. He tries hitting back and surprises Vanquish. As the two of them continue to fight, the boss gets shot by another round of blood. Subaru looks at all of this with a surprised expression and asks Vanquish if he is this strong from the beginning. My man Vanquish can't take this disrespect and tells him to stop underestimating him. Subaru asks him how he is able to damage such a strong opponent who can regenerate. He previously fought the cat boss, which had similar powers, and it wouldn't take any critical damage until its MP was completely depleted. Vanquish reveals that he is applying a curse on the blood before he shoots it. This allows his attacks to hit the target in their soul, and not their body. It is efficient against enemies with strong regenerative abilities. The Thunder Boss is getting more frustrated now. Subaru asks Vanquish why the boss hates him so much. He reveals that he killed him in the underworld and trapped him behind the gate. Vanquish puts his focus back on the boss and says that he is getting serious. As the two of them start fighting again, it is apparent who is the winner. The Thunder Boss stands no chance in the fight and gets continuously bombarded with pressurized blood. He complains that he isn't at full strength. Hearing this, Vanquish tells him that he has always relied on his power no matter where he was. This is why warriors like them never reach their true potential. If he had killed the MC quickly, he wouldn't have to deal with him. He lost the moment Subaru was able to open the door. The kid was prepared to use more than his full strength to achieve victory. Before the boss can say anything, Vanquish blasts him into pieces. He turns towards Subaru and tells him that he needs to get more serious about all of this. Subaru stands frozen in shock, his mouth open as he watches the events unfold. He stands beside Vanquish, who calmly folds his arms into his sleeves and observes the scene with a confident smile. Subaru glances at Vanquish, amazed by how effortlessly he defeated the Thunder Boss. He wonders who this powerful figure really is, realizing he has never questioned Vanquish's existence in this strange world. Suddenly, the system window updates. The message announcing the boss's defeat is replaced with a notification that the boss has revived. Subaru's surprise turns to alarm. He spreads his arms in disbelief and calls out to Vanquish. But Vanquish only grins and tells him not to panic. He explains that this is just the Thunder Killam's leftover power. The boss used Storm Parousia, level 5, a skill unique to weather deities. It restores 5% of their maximum HP and revives them, but it can only be used once every 240 days. The Thunder Boss, now crackling with lightning, leans forward and lets out an enraged scream. Vanquish doesn't flinch. With a simple flick of his fingers, he forces the boss to the ground, ordering him to topple over. The boss raises his head, growling furiously, his face twisted in anger. Subaru watches, stunned. He didn't know such resurrection skills existed. Vanquish explains that these bosses have powerful souls, but their revived forms often lose control of their senses as a side effect. Subaru feels a chill of fear. He realizes the Thunder Killam is only defeated because of Vanquish's presence. Facing the boss, even in this weakened state, seems impossible without him. His thoughts drift to Hirasaka, who is likely battling a similarly formidable opponent. Interrupting Subaru's thoughts, Vanquish speaks up, reminding him of the trial. Raising a finger, Vanquish declares that Subaru's challenge is to defeat the revived Thunder Killam. Subaru's expression shifts to disbelief. Vanquish warns him that if he fails, he is of no use. He also makes it clear that he won't intervene, even if Subaru is in danger. He tells him that he needs to ignite his hatred. Subaru, confused, responds that he has no reason to hate the Thunder Boss. What Vanquish means is that people who want to achieve something always have something they hate. For most of them, it's their own self. Subaru is still confused by his words. He explains that it may be because he was treated as an insect by people around him. For this reason, somewhere deep, he hated himself for being so weak. This is also why he doesn't mind throwing away his life for others. Vanquish tells him that this mindset is wrong. He says that he shouldn't blame himself for being weak but hate his weakness. Hatred is not for him to stay in the past but to strengthen him to move into the future. All of this makes our boy a bit emotional, and tears start rolling down his eyes. He grabs his divine chisel and starts moving towards the boss. Vanquish tells him that if he can ignite his hatred and become stronger, he can start loving himself someday and be truly happy. My man casually spitting words of wisdom in the middle of a fight. Due to his level up, he received a new skill called the Curse Blood. It consumed mana to apply a curse to blood mold, which caused it to deal damage to the enemy's soul and not their body. Subaru walks towards the boss with a cold expression and apologizes for making him wait. As the Thunder Killam arrogantly laughs, Subaru charges his blade and prepares to end it all. At the same time, the Storm Boss is having a hard time against our boy Hirasaka. As he tries to run away, the top rank binds him by his second spell and holds him in place. He has been using his Imperial Radiance skill, which consumes a lot of mana. He only has 48 seconds to finish this fight. He knows that he has to end it now and uses the Flying Dragon Slash. It is so strong that it splits the boss in half. The Storm Boss realizes that the player is getting stronger and stronger. As he regenerates, Hirasaka uses his giant Beast Breaker attacks and cuts him in half again. He continues to overpower him with more and more attacks until the Storm Boss can't regenerate fast enough. Hirasaka's 7th skill allows him to use the techniques of well-known commanders who studied under Ludwig. As he defeats the boss, he falls to the ground since he is so exhausted. He almost ran out of mana and health during this fight. As he looks for Subaru, he notices the rainbow door in the distance. Suddenly he gets a notification that the boss has been revived. This makes him think that he has let his guard down. The boss charges at him at full speed while Hirasaka is still on the ground. Before he can reach him, Subaru shows up with a rainbow glow around him. He punches the boss using his curse blow and destroys him completely. He has leveled up to 45. When Vanquish defeated the previous boss, he was inside Subaru's body, so it was counted as his own kill. He didn't get any XP for the second boss since he only dealt the finishing blow. Hirasaka raises his hand to his left eye, which darkens briefly as a notification pops up. His level increases from 84 to 85. When he lowers his hand, his eye returns to normal. Subaru smiles faintly as the two stand amidst the battle-scarred ground. Hirasaka thanks him and admits it was a dangerous fight. He smiles with his eyes closed, expressing gratitude for saving his life. Hirasaka then notices that Subaru's level hasn't increased. Subaru sheepishly explains it's because he only contributed the last 5% of the fight, and gate rules state no experience points are awarded if the damage dealt is less than 20%. Renji wonders how he didn't know about this. Subaru calls out loudly to Saya and Sushi. Hearing his voice, she pops her head from the palace. On the roof, Saya and Sushi peek out, looking surprised. Saya smiles, while the cat on her shoulder yawns. She expresses relief that Subaru is safe. He thanks her and says that it's finally over. The group finally decides to leave the gate. The heroes enter a room together. Inside, 3 people look at them. One of them is Udo. With him he has the #1 healer in Japan named Hishizaki Ryuji. Udo reveals that Subaru set a new record by clearing a 5-star difficulty in 22 minutes. The healer thanks Hirasaka for his hard work. We learn that he is the little brother of Kusaka, who is leading the reconnaissance department. Due to them being attacked, the entire department has been withdrawn. Hirasaka notices another guy in the room with his face badly beaten. He asks who it is. Udo explains that it's Kei, a former bronze rank now working under Taigga. Kei angrily denies being anyone's subordinate and challenges them to a fight. Udo reveals he received an anonymous tip. When he rushed over and approached him, he started attacking him, which led to his arrest. He waves his book, further angering Kei, who grits his teeth and glares furiously as he mentions interrogating him about the Black Faction. Udo then turns to Subaru and asks him about the 5-star gate. Subaru smiles shyly. Hirasaka answers instead, admitting he thought they wouldn't survive. Udo picks Kei up like a child and prepares to put him in the car. He tells them to just put all the details in their report and to take a day off. Hirasaka tries to slip away quietly with a grin, ready to accept an offer, but someone grabs his collar from behind. Udo pulls him into the car, telling him that Shikishima needs him. Saying goodbye, Hirasaka assures them they'll meet again. Subaru and Saya wave to the group. Even the cat on Saya's shoulder waves its paw. Saya turns to Subaru and calls him out. However, he mindlessly glances to his right and says that he has figured out how to meet Sayaka. Subaru and Saya sit on the roof of a tall building looking at the system screen in front of them. The description mentions the ability to replace a soul, but it only works when the original soul is restored to a vital state. Saya places her hand on her chest and wonders if Sayaka's soul still resides in her body. Subaru smiles, confirming it seems that way. She reflects on her recovery, thinking her body is slowly regaining strength. Subaru reassures her that it's only a matter of time before Sayaka returns. Saya agrees with a white smile. Suddenly, Subaru cheers loudly, raising his fists in excitement. The vampire looks at him startled. He leaps into the air, celebrating joyfully with the cat clinging to his back. Saya joins him in the air, flapping her leathery wings. She claps and bows slightly, congratulating him. Finally, Subaru and the cat land on a large red inflatable cushion on the roof that he made from blood. The impact sends them bouncing up and back onto the roof. Bro is having too much fun. Saya asks him what reward he received for completing the 5-star mission. Subaru tells her that he almost forgot. He reveals that he got 2 items at the price. One of them was given to him by Hirasaka from the other boss. He has 2 earrings. One is a red thunder earring, which adds electric shocks to attacks, and the other is a blue storm earring, which enhances movements with wind power. To her surprise, Subaru hands the earrings to her. She stares silently at them before bursting into a loud protest. Subaru calmly explains that she needs protection because he isn't strong enough to ensure her safety yet. Embarrassed, Saya thanks him and hesitantly puts on the earrings. As she fastens them, she shyly asks how she looks. Subaru smiles warmly, saying the earrings suit her perfectly. Overwhelmed, she blushes deeply and suddenly rockets into the sky. Surprised, Subaru shouts for her, asking how far up she will go. The cat on his shoulder stays silent until it unexpectedly smacks him on the cheek with a paw, sending his head to the side. Shocked, Subaru asks why, but the cat simply turns away and walks off without answering. Typical cat behavior. Away from all of this, Subaru's father and Tagia's stepfather relaxes inside with a glass of champagne, wondering where his foolish sons are. A woman sits nearby holding a phone and calls out for him not to stand by the large window wearing just a robe. Her name is Keiko and is Taigga's biological mom and Subaru's stepmom. She is on the phone ordering necklaces. Meanwhile, the dad opens the fridge, thinking how surprising it is that Subaru has become both a player and a guardian. He believes it's in their blood and holds his champagne, confident that soon they'll get even more money. Suddenly, the loud sound of someone entering interrupts him. Standing at the door is Taigga. Irritated, the dad asks who he is and how he got the key. Taigga stretches a clawed hand toward him, killing him instantly, calling him unsightly. The mom, without looking, asks her husband to pour her a glass of champagne since the housekeeper is gone. She finally turns and notices Taigga holding a wine glass in his clawed hand. She freezes, staring at him. She is confused at first, but she turns back to her phone once she realizes that it's Taigga. Taigga's sinister gaze meets hers as he calmly tells her that he is back home. He is a bit surprised that she was able to recognize him even with this appearance. She tells him that she is his mother and questions what happened to him. As he is about to respond, she interrupts him. Ignoring him, she smiles and shows off a necklace on her phone, telling him that she got 5 items for 20 million. Taigga's expression darkens as smoke surrounds him. He tells her that she is definitely his mother since she doesn't even care when he has changed so much. Fear grows in her as he thanks her sarcastically for making him come back. He tells her he should never have been born. He drops his glass, watching it shatter, and declares that the world, and he himself, are worthless. As the darkness grows, he says that all of them have to disappear together for this very reason. The next day, the news reports confirm the deaths of the couple. Their death is said to be due to the building collapsing, and their bodies have been said to be severely injured. Subaru watches the TV in shock, recognizing it's his father. 2 bodies lie near the wreckage while investigators inspect the scene. Subaru, frozen, stares at the rubble. Hirasaka is also on the scene. He asks his partner Udo about the dead. He frowns at a photo on his tablet and tells him that the wounds are similar to the ones on Kinokawa. He knows that this is probably done by Taigga. However, he still can't believe that he killed both of his parents. Hirasaka glances at Subaru, standing silent and still. Shikishima gently asks Subaru if he's okay. Without turning, he admits he feels no grief for his father, though he is sad he cannot mourn. Kneeling, he touches the sign, wondering what Taigga is thinking and where his brother might be. Meanwhile, Taigga stands outside the tall building of the Players' Federation. He walks up the stairs, overhearing whispers about him, some calling him the Demon King. Inside the Player Federation headquarters, a smiling receptionist greets him, but darkness swirls around him. The darkness spreads, filling the room as panic sets in. Screams echo while Taigga silently dominates the space. Elsewhere, a magician performs in a square, transforming a cane into a bouquet of flowers and releasing doves, delighting the crowd. He announces his next act to make the stick disappear. The magician finishes his trick with a smile, spreading his arms as the crowd cheers. Suddenly, a dark force destroys the entire association building behind him. He turns to the sound, and the onlookers gasp in horror as debris crashes down. Amid the chaos, Taigga rises from the wreckage, surrounded by darkness, with glass and stones falling around him. Though he has gained immense power, wisdom, and beauty, he feels an emptiness inside. He gazes downward, wondering about the purpose of life, and if his brother has found a reason to live. Meanwhile, a white limousine speeds down a road. Inside are the gold ranks who are headed at the scene. Udo sits with his arms crossed, frowning, while Hirasaki hangs his head in silence, glowing faintly. Shikishima, visibly tense, shouts orders over the phone, instructing his team to protect the celestial clock and avoid staying in one location for too long. Udo says that Taigga got him since he successfully distracted them with his parents' death and attacked the headquarters. He asks Shikishima about the casualties, and he tells him that at least 150 players were killed and countless others were injured in the attack. Shikishima curses under his breath, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. When his phone rings, he hesitates before answering. The unfamiliar voice introduces himself as Kiryu Ise, a member of the Dark Faction, and casually asks how they feel about the declaration of war. Flames flare around Hirasaki as anger fills the car. Shikishima demands to know their intentions, and Kiryu reveals that 6 more locations will face similar attacks. He also reveals that Taigga is in one of those locations and wishes them good luck in finding him. Infuriated, Hirasaka steps out of the limousine with his sword in hand. My man is ready to cut anything in sight. Udo protests, but ultimately lets him go since they can't afford any more casualties. Shikishima calls out to Kiryu and asks him if he is the same guy who was watching them at the school. As the guy confirms it, Shikishima threatens to fill his body with holes once he meets him. The man ends the call by saying that he will be looking forward to that. The call ends abruptly, leaving the gold players scrambling to uncover the 6 targets. Shikishima connects the dots, realizing the enemy's goal is to destroy the celestial clock. He remembers when Kokugaiji talked about breaking the sky clock. Taigga's ability is also time acceleration, so their plan is probably to accelerate the time of the door. This will reduce the sky clock to 0 as a penalty for failing to clear the gate. The most efficient door for them to pick at the moment would be a 5-star gate with a large amount of time remaining. Shikishima reveals that the celestial clock currently shows 870 days, 6 hours, 22 minutes, and 17 seconds left. Destroying just 3 of those doors would be enough to turn the tide in favor of the Dark Faction. Shikishima frowns as he decides to send people to defend all 5 doors. He orders them to inform the top ranks as soon as they discover an enemy. On the street, a group of players listens intently to his instructions over the phone. Only the strongest players are deemed fit to fight, with gold players specifically tasked with confronting Taigga. The war has officially begun. On the top floor of the Shibuya 106 building, a gray-haired man from the Dark Faction sips coffee while holding a phone. Himeno Yumeno from the same group balances her phone on her shoulder and questions why they don't just perform a surprise attack on all 6 locations. Araya Kuhei on the other end of the call dismisses the idea and tells her that it would be too boring. Yumeno asks about Yatsurugi's condition and if he got crushed along with the headquarters. The guy tells her that he seems to have escaped. He has also heard that he is aiming for Subaru in accordance with Kiryu's orders. Subaru sits on a rooftop with sushi as he gets approached by 3 men from the Black Faction. He frowns as Karuki Taichi casually blows a bubblegum bubble, and Kaga Shingo glares in anger. The third guy takes out his blade and tells him that he has no grudge against him, but he still has to die. Subaru gets up and puts on his blood armor. He tells them that he has heard everything from Shikishima, so he can't let any of them run loose. He also holds no grudges towards them, but he also has to beat them. Subaru tells them that he will make them spit out the location of Taigga. The men taunt Subaru, one asking if they're allowed to attack together. Subaru remains calm, watching his opponents. The buzzcut guy acts a bit tough and says that he will embarrass him. Shingo, filled with quiet rage, yells that Subaru couldn't possibly defeat even one of them, let alone all three. A strange monster resembling a Halloween pumpkin appears in front of Subaru. It comments on Subaru's armor, suggesting their abilities are similar. The monster leaps toward the MC, shouting for him to prepare. Subaru stomps his foot, releasing a burst of red energy that strikes the monster. The impact shatters Shingo's purple armor, sending pieces flying. Blood spurts from Shingo's mouth as he screams in agony, confused about how he managed to overpower him. His move destroyed the armor from within by pouring blood into its cracks. As Shingo collapses, he can't help but wonder what just happened to him. Kei watches Subaru with wary eyes, realizing the terrifying precision of his attack. He knows that he has gotten stronger. He smiles ominously as he challenges him to a fight. He launches himself toward Subaru, who remains kneeling in a defensive stance. As Kei swings his twin swords, each strike releases waves of energy that leave deep cracks in the rooftop. Subaru watches intently, noticing the ground deteriorating unnaturally. He deduces that Kei has infused black smoke into his blades and recognizes the danger of taking a direct hit. Nearby, Taichi observes the battle from a distance with a smirk. He casually suggests staying out of the fight, and Kei encourages him to watch since he is confident in his own abilities. Subaru asks him why he is so fixated on a one-on-one match. He asks them what they really want. Ignoring the question, Kei leaps into the air and attacks. Subaru raises a shield to block the strike, deflecting the energy-filled blow that bursts into the surrounding air. Kei explains that they have been friends since they were kids. He is the gang's leader while Shingo is his underling. Taichi always watches them from a distance. In other words, this is just the norm for them. As Kei lands another strike, Subaru narrowly evades and presses for answers, asking him about his affiliation with the Black Faction and their mission to destroy the Celestial Clock. Kei, still smirking, denies any grand purpose, stating that his only goal is to become stronger. He declares that his ambition to defeat the strongest players drives his every action, even if it means opposing the heroes. My man joined a terrorist group just to defeat the strongest player. Subaru can't possibly understand, but Kei thinks that he is a Yankee from a manga. This is a bit too much for Subaru to process. He questions whether this dream was worth attacking innocent people like Miss Kusaka. Hearing this, Kei shows confusion, and it seems like he doesn't know who she is. Subaru explains that he is talking about the 3 people they met in front of the 5-star gate. Hearing this, the guy tells him that it was their own fault, since they stepped out of the front lines because they were weak. The dismissive remark fuels Subaru's anger, and he punches Kei squarely in the face, sending him flying. As he gets up, he is shocked to see that the MC has become even faster than when he defeated Shingo. Subaru glares at him and accuses him of harming those who risk their lives to protect others. He expresses disgust at Kei's selfish ambition, declaring that such a dream is not worth the cost of innocent lives. A status window materializes, displaying Subaru's conditional skill, which significantly enhances his abilities through his hatred. Kei is clearly shaken by all of this, but he still raises his sword in defiance. He shouts for Subaru to stop interfering with his dream. Subaru, however, clenches his fist and casts a curse, preparing for the next attack. Before either can act, Taichi intervenes. Wearing slippers, he casually steps forward and kicks Kei in the back, abruptly halting the fight. Kei stumbles and falls down to the ground. Taichi tells him to accept the loss, and says that the 3 of them can try their best next time. Subaru looks at him and asks if he is going to be his next opponent. Taichi shocks him by refusing to fight. He reveals that he has been their childhood friend, but he also has a different identity, which is Shikishima's subordinate. He is the spy who was sent to join the Black Faction. He says that he came here to tell him the location of the 6 gates. As he tells him about all the gates, he says that the battle has already begun. At the same time, Shikishima stumbles upon Taigga at one of the gates. He was hoping to find the guy in the glasses, but he accidentally stumbled upon something better. Taigga finally looks back and tells him that he will be the first one to die. After hearing Taigga's words, Shikishima asks him if he is talking about the prophecy of his door owner, who said that he would kill all of the top gold rankers. Shikishima tells him not to underestimate him. He uses his 5-8 skill and rains down sulfur rain on the opponent. Taigga doesn't look intimidated. He stares back coldly and tells him that the boss battle has just begun. As he continues to dodge his attack, he thinks back to the time 3 years ago when Shikishima was suspicious of him. He told him that he was leveling up too slowly. The owner of the door that he stole from Subaru was Galea the battering ram. He refused to cooperate with him, and even when he exceeded level 20 when the second door usually appears, nothing happened. During their meeting, the gold rankers thought that his door would appear at level 25 as it happened with some players. However, Shikishima still had the suspicion that he had stolen the door from someone else. Taigga could hear all of this while sitting outside the meeting room. The gold rankers still didn't have any proof against him, so he decided to keep quiet. Just as he was feeling safe, Shikishima said that he knew someone who had the skill to expose lies. This made Taigga panic, and he started cursing Shikishima for taking away his safety like this. he decided to kill him someday. Back in the current day, he was standing in front of him with a completely different form and strength. He knew his intent to kill him was foolish and childish, but he still wanted to fulfill it. He has already exploited Galea's power using the skill he obtained from Kokugaiji. Taigga covered himself in thick purple smoke and charged at him with a powerful punch. Shikishima knew that he was fast, but he could still see him. As he came closer, he told him not to underestimate him and activated his third skill. This surrounded him with a blue glow and caused an explosion around him. Taigga was quick to react, so he escaped after using his teleportation skill. Shikishima realized that he could only teleport within the smoke's range. He told him that his strength was comparable to a level 50 gold rank player. Shikishima himself was at level 82, so Taigga stood no chance against him. Taigga let out a huge sigh as the city began to shake with huge sounds of explosions. As Shikishima looked back with a confused expression, he explained that they already knew gold rank players would go after the 5-star gates. This is why he advanced the time of all 4-star gates to the very last minute. Now there were around 200 underworld creatures that were set loose in the city. They had already lost a huge number of their players because of this attack. With the creatures wreaking havoc in the background, Taigga asked him how he planned on stopping this. Shikishima couldn't believe that he would do such a thing, and asked if the person he was fighting was actually Taigga. He told him that his soul and consciousness coexists with Taigga, but the real him is dead. Everything he once desired is useless to him now, and only one wish of Taigga remains in his head. He wants to take revenge against the world that didn't love him. When looking at Taigga before, Shikishima could feel his pride, envy, and the desire for recognition, but he couldn't feel any of this from the Taigga in front of him. This made him wonder if he actually had a plan to get rid of the gold ranks. He thinks to himself whether Taigga really hated himself so much that he wanted to become a different person. No matter what the reason is, he can't let him continue on this path. He prepares to end it all and uses his 6th skill, Moth to a Flame. Bro has been listening to The Weeknd. Both of them charged at each other with Taigga covered in his purple smoke and Shikishima surrounded by a blue glow. Elsewhere, Kiryu notices the blue glow and figures out that Shikishima is probably fighting Taigga at the moment. He turns back towards Hirasaka and says that he will be his opponent. My man Hirasaka hits him with a death stare and asks him to surrender while he is still asking nicely. The guy fixes his glasses and tells him that he has his own reasons, so he is going to fight. The scene shifts back to an hour earlier, showing Kiryu talking to his child. He tells the boy that he's going out and advises him to be a good boy and listen to his mother. The boy's mother asks him to return soon, and he assures her he'll be back for dinner. After he leaves, a purple door appears, and both his wife and child begin to disintegrate. They were merely illusions created by the Kokugaiji. He orders Kiryu to kill anyone who gets in their way, and we move back to the fight. Kiryu knows that 3 gold-ranked players, including Hirasaka, are currently active, while the rest are occupied elsewhere. He sees this as the perfect opportunity to challenge him. The top gold-ranked player wastes no time and charges at the man. The man, wearing glasses, stands calmly with his weapon in hand and remarks that Hirasaka is the most manageable prey for him. As Hirasaka approaches, the man uses a skill that can divide any space and pierce through physical defenses. Struck by the attack, Hirasaka realizes that this opponent is strong. Though he doesn't fully understand the skill, he notices it's similar to his own Warp Edge ability. This means he'll need to attack faster before the man can swing his weapon. However, Hirasaka isn't great at devising strategies. As he charges forward, he triggers a spell that causes him to freeze. Surprised, he realizes the man is using a marking skill, an invisible trap that activates upon contact. This is one of Kiryu's abilities. He has set similar traps throughout the area. Despite knowing this, Hirasaka recklessly charges again, only to be marked by the skill once more and brought down. Kiryu knows Hirasaka is overly confident in his abilities and will likely attempt a frontal assault. While Kiryu's attacks don't significantly reduce Hirasaka's health, his primary goal is to keep him pinned down until reinforcements arrive. That for now is good enough. He can even try cutting him up while he is frozen. Hirasaka immediately tries to use his cord edge attack, but the invisible marks are blocking his every move. Still, Kiryu can feel the overwhelming strength from his attacks even though they can't reach him. Hirasaka gets furious and asks him why he chose to use his abilities to hurt people when he could have used them to save the world. Kiryu shocks him by asking him the same question. He asks him why he is protecting the world, and what is making him so angry. He questions if his anger should really be directed towards him. The guy gets mad and says that he has lost something precious in his life, and so the value of this world is nothing in his mind. He screams at him and asks if he is the one who is crazy. Before Hirasaka can answer, he gets slashed by his hammer. He manages to block the attack with his sword, but he doesn't move. Kiryu asks him if he really thinks he can negotiate with him. Hirasaka feels bad for him since he lost his wife and kid. The guy who killed him was a player and a minor, which made it hard to convict him. In his desperate state, Kokugaiji appeared before him and suggested him a way out. He asked for his help, and in return promised to bring back his family. Kiryu accepted his offer and joined him. As he continues hitting Hirasaka, he asks him if he is just planning to get cut while standing like that. The guy screams at him saying that he will kill him and his comrades. The gold rank starts crying as he thinks of his friends and slashes him off using his warp edge skill. Hirasaka doesn't realize why he feels uneasy after slashing Kiryu. The man laughs at him, revealing that he has finally used his 6th skill, which consumes 80% of his mana. Kiryu smirks, satisfied that he has reduced both Hirasaka's health and mana. Bleeding heavily, Kiryu declares that he has fulfilled his mission. With a weak voice, he asks Hirasaka why he is crying. Hirasaka, unsure himself, admits that when fighting an opponent, he can feel their emotions gradually flow into him. He explains that he's crying because every time Kiryu struck him, he felt an overwhelming sorrow pouring out of him. Hirasaka tells Kiryu that, just as he said earlier, he isn't fighting for the sake of the world. Instead, he fights to protect his friends and to stay with them for as long as possible. He reassures Kiryu that he isn't crazy and acknowledges that everyone has their reasons for fighting. However, he emphasizes that this is precisely why he cannot give up. Hearing this, Kiryu laughs and finally accepts his defeat. In his final moments, he reflects on how he couldn't resist Kokugaiji's tempting offer. All he wanted was to bring his family back, no matter the cost. Hirasaka, furious, blames Kokugaiji for exploiting people's weaknesses and manipulating them. Kokugaiji receives news of Kiryu's death and laughs, unconcerned. He remarks that it doesn't matter since Hirasaka is already out of mana. He destroys the doll family he had created for Kiryu and praises them for serving their purpose. Meanwhile, the Black Faction targets gold-ranked players by scattering 19 of their members, including Taigga, across different locations. Elsewhere, Taichi stands with Subaru, explaining the situation. They face a girl who can transform into a powerful beast. Using her ability, she transforms into a massive cat and prepares to attack. Before she can strike, Sushi takes her down with precision. After the fight, Subaru contacts Saya and asks if she's okay. Saya reports that she has completely destroyed her opponent, and confirms that the southern area of Shibuya is nearly cleared. Her mission is to eliminate the underworld creatures in the city. Subaru tells her to meet him immediately, and they end the call. Moments later, Saya feels a strange sensation in her chest. At the same time, in another location, Sayaka's sisters battle a level 54 silver-ranked player from the Black Faction. The elder sister, Huzuki, uses her Strength of a Dragon skill, which allows her to unleash the power of a Dragon King. This ability temporarily boosts her attack power by 500%. However, her attacks seem to miss her even though she was standing directly in its path. At the same time, the younger sister Mizuho tries to hit Yumeno with her Grim Reaper skill, which reduces the health of the enemy by 50% if it is on target. Before the sickle can hit her, Yumeno uses her Blink skill, which allows her to disappear from the world for a few seconds. She can also use her other spells or attack during blinking if she uses it for mana. By using this spell, she easily dodges both of the sisters' attacks while hitting them at the same time. As Huzuki gets attacked, she realizes that not only Yumeno's disappearance time is random, but she can also attack as soon as she shows up. This allows her to evade and attack at the same time. Despite trying everything, she stands no chance in front of her and gets beaten to the ground. Yumeno laughs as she asks them if they are both the Sayaka siblings. She says that the bigger sister has a better style than her, and the little sister is much cuter. Both of the sisters are strong and have a lot of followers on social media. The girl can't contain her excitement since she managed to overwhelm the girls she was jealous of. She doesn't care what harm it does to others, as long as she can feel this happiness. Listening to her, the sisters realize that she is rotten to the core. Subaru had contacted them earlier, claiming that he found a way to bring Sayaka back to life. He told them that it may take some time, but he will bring her back to them. Both of the sisters furiously stared at Yumeno as they told her they wouldn't let them destroy the world where their sister was coming back to. Hearing her name, the girl says that she heard their third sister was a failure. While she is busy talking crap about their sister, Saya shows up behind her. With a cold gaze, she talks to Sayaka and allows her to switch souls for 3 minutes. As their souls switch, all of the experience gained by Saya is added to Sayaka's level. She turns back to normal and immediately hits Yumeno with a corpse fist attack. It doesn't take long for her to beat the crap out of that girl. The two sisters emotionally call out to her. She smiles and asks them to leave it all to her since she is trained. Sayaka is glad to be finally able to feel the ground below her feet and protect the people she loves. However, as she stares at their bruised faces, she gets furious at Yumeno once again. The girl has her teeth falling out after getting hit by a single punch. As she tries to scream, she gets hit again. Sayaka prepares for another attack and says that she is going to show her the results of her training. She is connected to Subaru through a chain of souls. Yumeno has no time to defend herself as she constantly gets punched by Sayaka. Moreover, the punches aren't ordinary. She can feel an electric shock and a sudden impact vibrating inside her body every time she is hit. She knows that she is going to die if she doesn't try to escape right now. As Yumeno tries to use Blink to get out, she sees a system notification telling her that there are too many impurities in the surrounding area, which means that her skill won't work. Sayaka used her blood to create a red smoke, disabling the girl's blink ability. With nowhere left to go, the girl tries to fight back, but she immediately gets put down by another brutal punch. The two sisters stare at her with shocked expressions, since her martial arts skills are higher than theirs. It feels like they are watching their big sister. When Sayaka was at level 19, her sister told her that she wanted her to stop participating in quests for a while. They felt like she was holding them back in quests since her level was low. Sayaka got mad hearing this, and told them that she would just get stronger on her own and wouldn't come back to them even if they begged. After she left home, one of the sisters heard a rumor that her level had decreased to 8 because of a boss who drained her levels. Both the sisters felt bad for her, but they knew that she wasn't the one to give up. They were certain that she would come back once she was stronger. Hazuki turned to the younger sister and said that she was right. She asked her to support Sayaka together. Hearing both of her sisters cheer for her, Sayaka smiled as this gave her even more motivation to beat the girl. Yumeno didn't like this at all. She couldn't accept that their relationship was so different than her and her sister. She then starts yapping about her backstory, which is just her being jealous of her sister since she got more likes on her tweets. This is why she decided to enter the purple door and kill her sister. After that, she started killing everyone who she thought was above her. However, this time she had to face reality as Sayaka punched her back to oblivion. As she continues hitting her, she accidentally punches her out of the fog. Yumeno knows that this is her chance, so she activates the blink ability and goes after the younger sister. However, before she can hit her, Sayaka protects her using her blood shield. She starts to cry as she wonders why the world won't just bend to her will. After that, she tries to fight again with the final bit of rage she has left, but it's all over since she gets put down pretty quickly. Sayaka tells her that she didn't hear any word she said, but she won't let her touch her family. After that, she delivers the final blow, and Yumeno goes down with a blast. After the smoke clears from the blast, Sayaka stands there without a scratch on her body. She even saved her sisters by creating a blood shield around them. Hazuki remembers how she told her that she would get stronger on her own and prove that she could become useful. She starts crying as she realizes that her words have become true. Sayaka excitedly calls them out and tells them that she has won. However, she suddenly starts coughing out blood. Saya tells her that she doesn't have much time left and that their souls need to switch back. Sayaka is a bit sad, but she knows that she has to go. She apologizes to her sisters and says that she has to sleep for a little while again. As the sisters say their goodbyes and the girl prepares to switch, we see Subaru flying towards her at full speed. He wants to meet her even if it's for a second, since he wants to thank her and apologize for involving him in the quest. He also wants to get stronger with her. Sayaka starts crying as she feels that she should be the one thanking him and apologizing for dying in that quest. She promises to grow stronger with him no matter where they are. She then thanks Saya for taking care of her body and asks her for a favor. They finally switch souls and Saya wakes up in the girl's body. Subaru asks her about Sayaka and she tells her that she has switched again to not worsen the wound. She only came out for a short time to help her family. Moreover, she also entrusted her with a message. Sayaka told her that she would be waiting for him at the red table. She opens the red door to be greeted by the ghoul King Carrion, who tells her that he saw everything. She asks him how she did, and he gives her 13 points, which makes her mad. The Thunder and Storm bosses are also listening to this, and they mock Carrion for being strict. They both evaluate her on their own terms, but she is still not satisfied. Carrion then asks her to continue their training as they both walk towards the red table. Meanwhile, Subaru is confused about the red table and looks at Saya, who appears to be even more clueless. At the same time, he notices Hazuki walking towards him with a terrifying expression. He gets scared for a second, but as she gets close, she breaks down in tears and thanks him for letting them see their sister. This makes him emotional and he starts crying with the sisters. The younger sister tells him that they are going to wipe out the underworld creatures in the city and asks him to blow them all away. Subaru stands there as he remembers what Vanquish told him. He still didn't know what made him happy, and the world was becoming an awful place with every passing day. However, he knew that if he could truly become happy, he would want to stay with all of his friends. Saya smiles as she hears this and promises to accompany him wherever he goes and as long as her soul remains in this body. She is leveled up and can now use Sayaka's mana to use her abilities. Subaru looks up at the sky and tells her that they should keep moving. Away from them, Shikishima and Taigga are still fighting. The gold player tries to hit him with a blast, but he teleports behind him and tries to attack. He knows that his skill allows him to teleport anywhere in the smoke, but against him, it won't be useful. As soon as Taigga appears behind him, he gets blasted by a moth. This is Shikishima's 6th spell, which summons a flame moth that can track the target. The moth explodes upon making contact with the target, which also disperses Taigga's smoke. He finally realizes why Shikishima is the 2nd gold rank player. With no other option left, he thinks about using his trump card. While he is still thinking, he hears Hirasaka using his Imperial Radiance. It has only been 15 minutes since the two of them started fighting and the top gold player has already arrived. Hirasaka met Shikishima 8 years ago when they were just starting as gold rank players. He came to ask him for help since his laptop kept lighting on fire whenever he touched it. That day, Shikishima realized that the top-rank player was not the smartest. Back to the present, Hirosaka is standing in front of Taigga. His opponent is surprised how he was able to finish off Kiryu in such a short amount of time and reach him. However, even when faced by two of the top gold rankers, he is confident that he can take them both out. He chants Porta Nigra and activates a spell that summons a black door in front of Shikishima. He tries to get away from it, but several arms reach out from within the gate and try to pull him inside. As he is getting pulled, he realizes that he can't use any of his skills. Hirosaka sees this and realizes that things are bad. Taigga knows the weakness of the gold ranks. Each of them has such strong abilities that they risk involving each other if they go all out in a fight. Now the top gold rank has a difficult decision to make. He has to determine the fate of everyone around him in just a moment. He can either choose to kill Taigga and end the battle, or save his friend. Bro is not Gojo. Without wasting another second, Hirosaka uses his 7th skill and rushes to save his friend. He slashes through all the arms, pulling him inside the gate and setting him free. Before he can do anything else, he gets cut in half by one of Taigga's piercing attacks. With a smile on his face, he slowly falls down to the ground. He is glad that he could save his friend. My man took the Gojo cosplay too seriously. Shikishima screams for his fallen friend, but it's too late. He thinks back to the time when they just finished doing a 3-star quest. He was injured and tired, so Hirosaka came to help him stand up. He asked him if he was the one who finished the boss off. The top gold rank told him that he didn't really have any other talents besides his strength, and he couldn't have done it without his help. Their injuries fade as they level up, but Shikishima feels frustrated since the 3-star gate was much stronger than they expected. Hirosaka assures him that it will be alright since they will get stronger with time. However, it is still too risky for them to map out the entire gate before doing every quest. For this reason, Shikishima talks to 15-year-old Kinokawa and tells her that he is planning on making a dedicated team to map out the gates. This way they can reduce the number of players dying due to traps in the gates. He wanted to protect every single person who was working with him. Shikishima told her that when all of this is over someday, he would want everyone to laugh about it and finally disband. Unfortunately, for him, one of his friends laid lifeless in his own arms. As Taigga walks towards him, he tells him that humans can truly sacrifice themselves to protect the things they love. He congratulates him and says that Hirosaka really thought of him as a true friend. Shikishima is about to explode with rage. Everything inside of him is telling him to just kill Taigga in the place. He is still in the shock of his friend's death and can't believe that he gave his life away to protect him. During this time, Taigga approaches him and tries to finish him off, but he suddenly notices an attack aimed at him. He immediately teleports away to a rooftop. The guy who just attacked him is Subaru. Even after seeing Hirosaka in this state, he doesn't lose his composure. He simply tells Shikishima not to worry and assures him that he will bring Hirosaka back into this world using his Paravara skill. As soon as he uses that skill, Hirosaka's body starts to float while glowing green. Shikishima knows what is happening. He thinks back to the time when they were discussing the appearance of the rainbow door in their car. It was the first time such a door had ever appeared, and they also knew that Subaru had revived his friend after gaining an ability from that door. Shikishima wonders if this is also one of his skills. Paravara works by transforming the soul of the player. It converts the player into a kindred of the user. Since Subaru was at level 35, he could use this skill on 2 people at once. He apologizes to Shikishima saying that he can't bring Hirosaka back at the moment, but he promises that this will protect his body until he comes back. The gold player starts crying as he hears this and thanks Subaru. Hirosaka is now completely back in one piece and has gone completely feral. He starts laughing as he flies in the air, mentioning how good it feels to be back in the human world. Just by the way he laughs, Subaru knows that the soul inside Hirosaka's body belongs to Carrion. After being completely transformed, he looks like a different person. He introduces himself as the Ghoul King and announces that he will be Subaru's kindred from now on. After Carrion bullied Subaru through the door of trials the previous time, he managed to regain some of his original appearance due to the growth of Subaru. However, his current power isn't the same as it was during the trial. Taigga furiously looks at him and unleashes several doors around him. Carrion doesn't look the least bit worried seeing all of those hands. He knows they belong to the withered old woman. Carrion uses blood mold to conjure up a spiral of emerald blood around him and rains it down on the arms reaching out. He then uses a divine quake to reveal the location of the original door. Soon after noticing it, he takes out a huge scissor and slashes the creature from outside. The underworld creature gets cut in half by the sheer power of the attack. Subaru commends him for taking care of the creature, and he starts feeling a bit too confident. As the two of them stand, they notice Taigga approaching them. He looks at Carrion and tells him that he is his next target. Carrion gets annoyed and tells him that his real opponent has been standing in front of him all this time. Even though Subaru is in front of him, he hasn't confronted him once. Hearing his words, Taigga wonders if he is consciously avoiding a fight with him. He tries making up other excuses, but when he stares directly into his eyes, he can't avoid the truth. It's almost like their first meeting when they were kids. He still remembers the fear he felt that day. This makes him mad, and he challenges Subaru to a fight inside the door. Despite Shikishima's warning, Subaru accepts his challenge and starts following him. While entering the door, he remembers when Taichi asked him about what Taigga had done to him in the past. He wants to end it right here and now so he can move on from this. Kokugaiji commends Taigga for getting rid of Hirasaka and luring the possessor of Vanquish inside the door. He considers this a victory for the Black faction. However, when he looks at Subaru, he is shocked to see him this calm. Taigga calls out to Kokugaiji and asks him not to interfere in their fight. The creature agrees, since this is the agreement they made in their contract. He tells him that he can go ahead and settle his affairs with him. Kokugaiji doesn't really care if Taigga can kill him or not, since he thinks that he can kill him afterward. Once he gets rid of the MC, all of his kindred would also vanish. Until now, everything is going according to his plan, and he is confident that he can take over the human world like this. Just as things were starting to look good, we saw a familiar face show up. Outside the gate, Carrion flies Shikishima away from the scene. The guy isn't really happy since he wants to help Subaru defeat Taigga. Carrion assures him that he is going to be fine since he has a strategy. This makes him a bit curious, but before he can ask him anything, he sees a red notification alerting them about a 5-star gate that has run out of time. While everyone was busy, Haji Miori from the Black faction was targeting gates. Due to the penalty, 81 2 hours are deducted from the sky clock. This puts the timer to 2 days and 16 hours. Suddenly the sky begins to crack and the system starts glitching. Since the remaining time is below 100 hours, the system is having a problem maintaining itself. Something like this has never happened before. If even one more gate reaches 0, the entire world will come to an end. Shikishima starts to panic as he thinks about a way to solve this. Carrion Karate chops him in the head and asks him to take it easy. He tells him that he has to protect the things which Hirasaka cherishes. Shikishima gets even more annoyed and asks him to fly him to the hospital. When they reach the hospital, they find Kinakawa's bed empty. Shikishima starts to panic and wonders where she is. At the same time, Udu is fighting Araya Kohei, who is another member of the Black faction. My man is getting cooked by the gold rank. He can't believe how a shield user can hit him so hard. Udu is simply using his shields to attack instead of defending. After taking down the player, he gets a call from Shikishima asking him where he is. He asks him if he knows about Kinakawa's location. Udu looks up and sees a girl fighting a massive dragon with golden arms and legs. He tells Shikishima that she is fighting in front of him. She couldn't calmly sit back while the entire sky was cracking. Shikishima asks Udu what their next move is. Udu states that they have only one choice now. If they want to save the world, they must speed run the gates and reclaim the time lost on the clock. With this in mind, they notify all the players and order them to attack doors at random. Shikishima then turns to Carrion and asks if Subaru will really be okay. The Ghoul King laughs and replies that if even he can't solve the problem, then he doesn't know who can. Meanwhile, Kokugaiji is dumbfounded upon seeing Vanquish inside the gate. Vanquish laughs and says that he got excited when he heard that there was a baby with a rotten nature inside this gate. Even my man Taigga is flustered. Subaru calls him out and asks him to look back at him. He explains that his blood skill and his smoke cancel each other out, so it's better for them to just fight without using any tricks. This is going to be their first and last sibling fight. Kokugaiji looks at Venkatesh in shock and demands to know how he appeared inside the door. Instead of answering, Vanquish turns to Subaru and commends him for doing a good job and providing the exact location. Kokugaiji, still confused, looks at Subaru and asks if he is the reason for the situation. Subaru remains silent, his cold expression unchanged. Kokugaiji's frustration boils over, and he orders Subaru to look at him. Vanquish steps in, telling Kokugaiji that he's the one who should be paying attention to him. Using curse blood, Vanquish restrains Kokugaiji and mocks him, calling him an irredeemable imbecile and a fool who overthinks everything. Kokugaiji's anger intensifies, and he defiantly asks Vanquish if he really believes he has already won. With wide eyes and a surge of determination, Kokugaiji declares that no immortal god, not even Vanquish, can defeat him in his own world. He chants a spell, causing smoke to envelop Vanquish. The smoke accelerates time for everything that it touches. Taigga watches silently from the sidelines, observing the scene unfold. He sees Kokugaiji trembling with fear and being impatient. It is hard for him to believe that Subaru is the one responsible for all this. His older brother used to be scared of him. As the two of them come face to face, he asks Subaru if he really plans on fighting without using any skills. He doesn't think that it is a fair conclusion for a battle of this size. Subaru starts tearing up and tells him that it doesn't matter how big or small the scale of their battle is, since he is his little brother. He tells him that he should have done this a long time ago. When he first met Taigga, he was reserved. Subaru now thinks that it was wrong of him. He should have scolded him for being wrong as the older brother. While looking down, Taigga reminds him that they are not related by blood, so he shouldn't act like his brother. Moreover, he doesn't want anything to do with him. As Taigga tries to attack him, Subaru dodges it and asks him if he really thinks he can run away from him. This shocks Taigga as his weak big brother finally punches him in the face. He tries using the smoke, but Subaru disperses it using his blood mold skill. My man then starts styling on him and hits him with some freestyle dance moves. After getting kicked in the head, Taigga manages to land his first punch of the fight. The battle between them gets intense as both brothers throw punches at each other non-stop. Both of them are starting to get tired now. As the fight continues, Subaru lands a kick on his brother. Taigga grabs his leg and counterattacks but gets punched immediately after. It seems like none of them are holding back. At the same time, Kokugaiji and Vanquish are also fighting. Despite being completely enveloped in smoke, Vanquish laughs as he calls out to Kokugaiji. The underworld baby can't believe that his smoke didn't work. It should have advanced time by thousands of years by now. This makes him furious, and he unleashes his other ability, which also advances time for some reason. My man trying to age an immortal god, his ability allows him to advance time by millions of years. Unfortunately for him, it has no effect on Vanquish, who freezes him with the frostbite skill. He tells him that the time skill is useless to him since he is immortal. He looks at the baby with a disappointed expression and says that he could have come up with a better plan if he was smart enough. Vanquish mentions that he left his traces all over the place when he used those doors. He was able to narrow down his location using those doors. Moreover, Carrion used to be his kindred, so he was connected to him by soul. When Carrion transferred his soul into Hirasaka's body, he told Subaru about his plan and how he was going to crush him with a single blow. In the end, it was Subaru who helped him find the precise location of the underworld baby. Due to the conditions of the contract, he is able to survive in this place filled with amniotic fluid. After hearing the entire plan, Kokugaiji realizes that he has been played. Subaru knew that he couldn't kill him by himself, so he brought Vanquish with him. Using Taigga's hatred and his impatience, Subaru was able to turn the situation to his own advantage. Vanquish questions the Black Amniotic King about the person who put him on this task. He asks him if the entity offered to give him the human world in exchange for breaking the sky clock. Whatever the case, he won't go off easy after messing with his possessor. Vanquish uses the Rift Cleaver skill and lands some clean slashes on the baby. While in pain, Kokugaiji starts calling for Miss Safina and screams that Vanquish is going to kill him. As he begs her to save his life, a golden light appears inside the gate. A golden bell starts descending slowly. Vanquish already knows Safina and asks if she is the one behind it all. The underworld baby feels relieved after watching the golden bell, but instead of helping him, Safina crushes him between the bell's hands. She calls him a traitor and mentions that he attempted to outmaneuver them and monopolize the human world. She tells him that he will be put in the lowest gate. Kokugaiji starts crying and begs her to not put him in the lowest gate. However, it is all for nothing as she tosses him inside the gate with little regard for him. The evil baby finally vanishes in a one-star gate. After he is gone, Safina greets Vanquish and tells him that it's been a long time. Vanquish laughs and says that she seems to be in good condition. He slashes the bell in half and says that he will be fighting her in person after he shows up. Safina tells him that she will be looking forward to it. Vanquish then turns to his possessor and wonders how he is going to settle this fight. He knows that players can touch each other's souls depending on their sensing ability. It means that as Subaru and Taigga fight each other, they will experience what the other is feeling. This is going to be a trial for the protagonist, and once he gets past this obstacle, he will truly be qualified to become his possessor. It seems like both Subaru and Taigga are equally matched in hand-to-hand combat. Taigga looks at his eyes and it makes him go back to the past. He remembers his mother hitting him because he ate the pudding she put in the fridge. She smacks him because he ate it without her permission and tells him that he is the same as his father. The mom had left him alone at home for 3 days and he had to survive on a single pudding. Eventually, Child Guidance Center found out about her abuse, but she began dodging it. She didn't even let them go inside the house. After they left, she went back to Taigga and asked him why he was even born. She then married Subaru's dad, who was the same as her. Taigga came to know that the guy had a son, and he got furious when he realized that he was going to get a big brother like that. In his mind, he thought he was also going to be miserable like him. But when he met Subaru, he saw a sparking light in his eyes. He couldn't believe how he was not broken after getting treated like him. He spent all of his childhood thinking that his behavior was the fault of others around him. But now that he had seen someone who was living the same life without complaints or despair, he couldn't stand it. He realized that the only insect was him. The two brothers watched an interview with Hirasaka when he mentioned that the doors appear to those who have pure souls. Taigga mocked his brother and told him that he was never getting a door. Just moments later, he saw a gold rank door appearing right in front of him. He couldn't accept that at all, so he pushed his brother away. He was afraid of Subaru becoming happy, so he kept him close and made sure that he would never be satisfied with his life. He knew that if he allowed him to be happy, the gap between them would never be the same again. This is why he wants him to stay beneath him all of his life. After getting hit again, Subaru is surprised that Taigga still has this much strength left. With each punch, he can feel his emotions. He realizes why his brother became so twisted and afraid. Taigga tries to kick him and it breaks the entire bridge. As the two of them are falling down, Subaru flies toward him and kicks him as hard as he can. While hitting him, he thinks to himself why they couldn't prevent this sooner. Taigga can also feel Subaru's soul as he keeps getting attacked. He starts to see a bright light in front of him and wonders if this is his brother's heart. He was living the same life as him, but when he heard he was going to have a little brother, he showed a completely different reaction than Taigga. He even tried to stop the mom from hitting him. However, Taigga didn't see him as a brother and pushed him away from his life. He stands there as he watches the moment. He steals the door from his brother. He wonders what Subaru was thinking when that door appeared. As he reads his thoughts, he finds out that Subaru wanted to become a player so that he could protect his little brother. Even though he appears shocked, he had noticed it a long time ago. The only person who truly loved him in the entire world was his brother Taigga. He remembers another scene from his past when Subaru's dad was beating him over something that he was hiding. Taigga was a bit surprised to see him disobeying his dad. He called him an idiot and wondered what he was trying to hide. When his dad finally saw what he was hiding, he stopped hitting him and let him go. Subaru then walked over to Taigga that he got pudding for him since he liked it. This made him shocked and he wondered what was wrong with him. No matter what he tried, he couldn't win with his brother. As his body gets enveloped by a golden light, Taigga feels regretful that he couldn't live his life the way he wanted. Vanquish knows that this is the end for him since his body has reached its limits like all other underworld creatures. It was time for his soul to endlessly wander in the void since the blessing he received from Kokugaiji was also gone. Taigga looked at Subaru's face and asked him not to look at him that way since he wasn't in the wrong. He feared and admired him at the same time. Now that it was time for him to disappear, his last memories were of the pudding they shared together. He told Subaru that he would like to eat those puddings again someday. He couldn't thank him back then, but it made him happy. Hearing this makes Subaru tear up, and he can see his younger brother in front of him. As he tries to grab onto him, Taigga disappears into the void. Subaru cries his heart out thinking that his younger brother remembered the moment they ate together. He couldn't save his brother from his fate, and now he was feeling regretful. Vanquish walks over to him and tells him that the biggest misfortune for Taigga is being aware of his sins and still not doing anything to stop them. He hated himself for all the bad things he did, and it kept piling on and on with time. This ending was inevitable, ever since he stole his door. Subaru asks him if there is no other way. Vanquish becomes a therapist and tells him that it is for him to figure out for the rest of his life. He should take these memories to his deathbed and never forget them. Vanquish asks him to take as much time as he likes and says that he will wait for him. Bro casually being the best dad for Subaru. After defeating Taigga, Subaru gains some levels and items including the golden arm. It has been 3 hours since the crack appeared on the sky clock. Due to the efforts of all the players, they managed to clear 195 gates in those 3 hours. This pushed the clock's time to 417 days and deactivated emergency mode. Shikishima thanked all the players for their efforts and said that the crisis was over for now. All that was left was for Subaru to win his fight. The 3 gold players and Subaru's kindred waited patiently for his return. Carrion assured them that he was alright since they were still there. Seiya could feel that Subaru was hurt and wanted to check on him as soon as possible. A moment later they started hearing Vanquish screaming inside the door since Subaru slept while crying. He comes outside on Sushi's back while still unconscious. Everyone is happy to watch him safely come back. Even while sleeping, he is still smiling since he is dreaming of eating that pudding with his brother. A system notification appears about the update of the program. In this update, 6-star gates have been officially implemented. We see 2 members of the Black Faction sitting on a rooftop discussing Kokugaiji's death. The girl mentions that she got disconnected and the kill Kokugaiji gave her also disappeared. The guy asks her if she thinks it's all because of the rumored rainbow possessor. She replies that she's not sure, but since Kokugaiji is still a king, it's likely he was killed by Vanquish. This implies that the 3 kings are going to make their move. The girl tells him not to panic and notes that the sky clock just got an update. She suggests they stay there for the time being and see how things unfold. Meanwhile, someone apologizes to Ishizaki for coming all the way to treat him. Ishizaki reassures him, saying it's nothing. If he collapses now, it would spell the end for all of them. Using his power as a healer, he cures him, though he admits he can't restore Kinokawa's limbs. Shikishima tells him not to worry and assures him they've got it under control. Instead, he's more concerned about Subaru's condition. Carrion explains that Subaru is just trying to heal his tired soul. He reminds them of how exhausted they felt after passing through the door for the first time. Shikishima adds that he couldn't sleep for about 5 days, while Hirasaka, although able to move afterward, spent the next 3 days in bed. Carrion explains that the more powerful the being you make a contract with, the longer it takes for your soul to adapt. If an ordinary person were to contract with Lord Vanquish, their soul would either die or remain in a coma for several decades. However, Subaru managed to keep going without rest for an entire month, proving the fundamental strength of his soul. Carrion is confident Subaru will eventually wake up and assures them there's no need to worry too much. Despite this, Saya looks out the window with a worried expression, thinking about Subaru. Meanwhile, Subaru is floating in space, wondering if he's dreaming. Suddenly, someone behind him speaks, revealing that this is the galaxy of universal unconsciousness, a place where all souls are born and eventually return. The person tells Subaru he's currently in the midst of soul sleep, which allows them to meet for the first and last time. Subaru tries to identify the stranger but can't seem to figure it out. The stranger points upward and warns Subaru to prepare for battle. Confused, Subaru asks what kind of battle. The stranger explains that a king from another world has invaded, tearing a hole into the human world. Moreover, the possessor of Vanquish, Subaru himself, is now widely known. He warns that nations of copper, silver, and gold, among others, will soon invade their world. A storm is coming, a devastating one that will make the conflict with the black faction seem like a mere breeze. The stranger says no one will be able to stop it, not even a gold rank or Vanquish. The only one capable of saving everyone is Subaru. Shocked, Subaru asks how he could possibly stop a storm even Vanquish cannot. Instead of answering directly, the stranger mentions the Red Table, the Twilight Half, and the Apostle of Aurora. He adds that Subaru will ultimately become a king. Subaru finds this hard to believe. The stranger reveals that he has failed, and now exists only to return to the Sea of Unconsciousness. He says he's glad they could meet one last time. Subaru asks what he means by last and failed. The stranger reveals that he is Subaru's future self, the King of Aurora, the most powerful man in the world, who couldn't save it and was ultimately defeated. Though he can't share everything about the future, he offers Subaru some revelations and urges him not to lose his friends or the world. Subaru receives a new item called the Afterglow of the Midnight Sun, a bracelet that allows him to glimpse the memories of the deceased. The stranger tells Subaru it's time to wake up and warns that the first calamity is approaching. Wishing him good luck, the stranger says goodbye. Subaru wakes up in a hospital. Saya by his side asks him what happened. Before them stand 3 doors, copper, silver, and gold. Subaru, however, is still preoccupied with what his future self told him in the void. From the golden door emerges Safina, the King of Gold, who introduces herself. The King of Silver, Ruin, and the King of Red Copper, Vordan, follow suit. They explain that they've come to greet the king of the new generation. Subaru realizes this marks the arrival of one of the 8 calamities. Subaru realizes he wasn't dreaming when he spoke to his future self in his sleep. Upon waking, he finds himself wearing the bracelet his future self gave him, and holding detailed memories of what's to come. He knows the identities of the door owners and their purpose for appearing. If the memories starting from this point are accurate, he will lose all of his friends within the next 3 months. Visions of his friends' deaths flash before him, showing them entrusting their futures to him. One by one he sees their fates, each separating from him in different ways. Subaru reflects on how all of his friends die, leaving the burden of the world's survival to him. In one vision, he fights a man who calls him the King of Aurora and mocks his efforts to win without Vanquish's power. The man strikes Subaru with a blood mold attack, finishing him off. As future Subaru collapses, he thinks despairingly that he has lost, the world has ended, and he failed to save anyone. Crying, future Subaru apologizes to his friends for entrusting him with their hopes and for his inability to protect them. He regrets a mistake he made in the past and wishes he could return to that day. Using the last of his power from the infinite galaxy of universal unconsciousness, he sends a warning to his past self. Back in the present, Subaru sits on his bed, thanking his future self for the warning. Although that world has ended, Subaru resolves not to let his own meet the same fate. He is determined to protect everyone from the 8 calamities that threaten them. The door owners reveal themselves as the kings of the underworld, the largest and most powerful faction in existence. They are Safina, the Queen of Twilight; Ruin, the divine beast of order, who rules over all beasts as the Silver Nine-Tails; and the Bronze King, the leader of nature spirits and demi-humans who dwell on Earth. Subaru is shocked that such powerful entities have come to greet him personally. The kings acknowledge Subaru as the rightful candidate to become the next king and invite him to the Golden Country. Safina extends her hand and asks if he will accept her offer. Subaru's friends are stunned at the prospect of him going to the underworld. After Safina speaks, Ruin, the Silver King, suggests Subaru cancel his contract with Vanquish and form a new one with any of them. Ruin explains that Subaru's soul vessel is unique, and a partnership with one of them would make him the strongest in the world. Each of the 3 kings is more powerful than Vanquish, and their goal is the same as Subaru's, to protect the world from the gates of calamity. Ruin claims that Subaru would save more lives by choosing a worthier partner. Carrion can't take the suggestion and threatens to kill Ruin. Without even looking at him, Ruin silences Carrion by exerting pressure directly on his soul. As a human, Carrion cannot resist it. Ruin then turns to Subaru, clarifying that they didn't come to force a decision, but to offer exceptional conditions to someone as exceptional as Subaru. Safina offers Subaru the spear that pierces all things, and command over the Golden Knights if he becomes her possessor. Ruin offers the Bow of Endless Light and 100 high-ranking dragons. The Bronze King offers the Axe of Absolute Destruction, along with the 20 forests inhabited by great spirits. They ask Subaru to choose a door, warning that the deals are extraordinary. Carrion warns Subaru not to make a decision, insisting that the kings fear Subaru's partnership with Vanquish will allow him to grow too strong. Subaru is impressed by Carrion's loyalty, but also senses Ruin's murderous intent. He silences Carrion, yelling at him to stop interfering. Subaru knows that once he makes a choice, there's no turning back, and he has already decided to stick with Vanquish. The memory of his future self's warning weighs on Subaru's mind. He knows these offers alone won't be enough to save everyone. Ruin asks if Carrion truly believes they are trying to deceive Subaru. With the tension eased momentarily, Subaru takes a moment to think. However, Carrion shouts at him again, prompting Ruin to consider silencing him permanently. Before they act, Subaru declares his decision. He says he is open to switching allegiances if the deal is fair and the conditions align with his goals. Carrion and Saya are shocked by his statement. Subaru challenges the kings to make him believe in them more if they're so confident. The kings ask if he wants them to prove their strength, but Subaru clarifies that he is more interested in their terms. He notes that if his soul is truly unique, other kings will surely covet it as well. Subaru demands they arrange a meeting with all the underworld kings so he can evaluate the best offer. Ruin questions how Subaru knows about such meetings, suspecting Carrion of revealing the information. Meanwhile, Carrion wonders if Vanquish told Subaru about it. Subaru, however, keeps his knowledge of the future a secret, intending to use it as a weapon to change their fate. When Subaru is visited by the three kings, Vanquish watches him from the underworld. They have taken action earlier than expected, but he is more concerned about Subaru's behavior. As he thinks about his meeting with the kings, he wonders how Subaru has obtained this information. Details about the underworld are highly confidential, so there is no way Subaru should know about the meeting. While observing him, Vanquish notices the afterglow of the midnight sun, leading him to suspect it is likely Aurora. Sayaka and Hirosaki run toward him, asking if Subaru has woken up. He tells them they should be training, but they casually reply that they are taking a break. Vanquish then explains that the kings of gold, silver, and copper are coming to Subaru, asking him to end his contract with Vanquish and switch allegiances to them. Surprisingly, instead of being worried, Sayaka and Hirosaki feel proud of Subaru. Vanquish clarifies that if Subaru chooses any of the other kings, his connection with Vanquish will be severed. This would also mean the death of his kindred spirits. Hearing this, the two cheer for Subaru, hoping he won't be tempted by their offers. Vanquish warns them that even if Subaru refuses, he will still face retaliation from the three kings. He has heard that the Gold Queen has taken a dangerous item from the treasure world called Victim. When used, it can obliterate everything within a 70-kilometer radius, potentially killing 10 million people. This makes Sayaka furious, and she questions how the owners of the doors, supposedly their allies, can justify such actions. Hirosaki remarks that Subaru shouldn't prioritize their survival over the lives of others. Vanquish is surprised by their selflessness, as they value the lives of strangers above their own. Sayaka then asks if Subaru will be alright. Vanquish admits he isn't sure but notes that Subaru seems to have gained some unexpected help. Subaru is now facing his first calamity, the Three Doors. If he refuses the king's proposal, he will face severe retaliation. On the other hand, accepting it will ensure a future with no hope. Once he overcomes this calamity, he can prepare for the second disaster. The system shows him the consequences of both choices, opposing the kings or going against Vanquish, putting the future of all people at risk. After hearing about the meeting, the Bronze King becomes serious. He questions how a mere human like Subaru dares to stand as an equal to them. Subaru responds that anyone who wants a claim on him can negotiate at the meeting. His strategy is to delay making a decision. He has no intention of responding immediately. Instead, he plans to buy time until the meeting. Subaru realizes he cannot defeat or neutralize the three kings, and the second calamity will follow immediately after he makes his choice. His only viable option is to avoid the first calamity as much as possible and face the second with fewer disadvantages. However, even delaying his decision might provoke the wrath of the three kings. The Silver King, losing his patience, orders Safina to use Victim. It is almost like a bomb that can cause a massive explosion proportional to the amount of soul poured into it by its owner. If the Queen of Gold, Safina, uses this item, Subaru realizes the future he saw in his memories will repeat. Safina, however, surprises him by addressing him directly, saying she would like to commend his courage. She explains that this item is akin to a nuclear bomb from his world and warns that if he refuses their proposal, they intend to use it immediately. Yet, she acknowledges his bravery in negotiating and suggests they might consider his option of holding the meeting. The other two kings exchange shocked looks as Safina smiles and asks Subaru if he truly believes he can overcome the second calamity without their power. Before he can respond, Subaru notices the update screen on the sky clock hit 100%. A massive red lightning strike pierces the ground, signaling the update's completion. The system imposes a penalty as a 6-star gate, Platinum Carnificus, manifests in the world. Safina smirks and asks Subaru what he plans to do since this event is unfolding far earlier than expected. Players across the world are stunned by the appearance of the gate. Although Subaru has seen it in his memories, he never imagined it would coincide with the meeting of the three kings. He knows this gate is 100 times more difficult than the 5-star gate he cleared with Hirosaki. The players have only 7 days to enter the gate, with a maximum of 3 attempts and a participant limit of 10. Safina declares it impossible for Subaru to clear the gate within the 1-week deadline, especially since the king's meeting is scheduled for 2 weeks later. She offers their power to help him clear the gate immediately if he accepts their proposal. Once again, she asks if he truly intends to face the meeting without signing any contract. Realizing Safina's strategy, the other two kings begin mocking Subaru, expecting him to cave under pressure. Instead, Subaru surprises them all by confidently smiling and stating that he will not need their powers this time. His bold claim shocks the three kings. Subaru asserts that his team will clear the gate without a single sacrifice and invites the kings to observe them. Safina bursts into laughter, intrigued by his confidence. She tells Subaru that she is curious to see how he plans to clear the gate and agrees to his terms, granting him permission to attend the meeting without signing a contract. Before leaving, she warns him that if he fails to uphold his promise, she will use the victim item without hesitation. The kings bid Subaru farewell and vanish inside their respective doors. Relieved, Subaru lets out a deep sigh, finally free of the immense pressure. Saya, however, remains skeptical, doubting they can clear a 6-star gate without sacrifices given their struggles with the 5-star gate. Subaru simply laughs and reassures her that everything will be fine. With a confident grin, he reveals he knows a player capable of clearing the gate. After 6 p.m., the largest gate in history appears at the Itabashi intersection in Tokyo. A large crowd gathers behind the fencing tape, watching the commotion near the gate. The director of the Japanese Players Federation, Hizaki, announces that this is the first gate in Japan with a difficulty level of 6. He declares his intention to gather the top-ranked players to clear the gate within 1 week. Subaru stands between Saya and Carrion, asking them to read his mind. Carrion confirms Subaru's request, noting that relatives and their master can communicate through a soul connection with permission. Saya apologizes before closing her eyes alongside Carrion. Instantly, both feel sick as they see fragments of Subaru's life. Opening his eyes, Carrion shouts at Subaru, overwhelmed by the thought of his master facing death, even in the future. In his frustration, Carrion realizes how Subaru found out about the meeting with the three kings. When Subaru asks him if he knows where his future self encountered him, Carrion immediately tells him that it happened in the Sea of Universal Unconsciousness, a realm where egos dissolve and souls return. Carrion explains it as the final destination for souls across all worlds. This means that Subaru dove in there when his soul was close to disintegration, and then came back to normal. When Subaru inquires about the Aurora King, Carrion tells him that he is the king of a really small country, but he is unable to share any more details due to the protections of the system. Subaru speculates that the Aurora King might be an ally since he was able to acquire his power in the future. He then shares 2 reasons for wanting to attend the king's meeting: to avoid the use of victim by the three kings, and to meet the Aurora King and try to make him an ally. Subaru smiles briefly but quickly grows somber, apologizing for exposing such an unpleasant future. Saya and Carrion remain silent as Subaru reflects on his failure to save Taigga. He recalls how Taigga took the door from him, accepting that the outcome felt inevitable. Dropping to his knees, Subaru remembers the face of Lord Vanquish and questions whether his past choices were correct. He recalls Vanquish's words, asking him to dedicate his life to finding the answer. Determined not to repeat his mistakes, Subaru turns to his friends and asks for their support. Saya immediately kneels before him, promising to stay by his side as long as her soul existed. She wants to help him save the world from this calamity so that everyone can be happy. Carrion claims that he also wanted to say the same thing. Subaru smiles and thanks them both. He makes a determined expression and announces that the time has come for them to clear the 6-star gate without suffering any casualties. Saya and Carrion agree with his plan. As Subaru takes out his phone to explain everything to Shikishima, he notices a flood of missed calls. Carrion snatches the phone from his and advises against making contact. He makes the claim that the gold-ranked players aren't supporting them in this battle. Meanwhile, Shikishima wonders if Subaru is still asleep since he is not picking up his calls. The team flies over a dense, dark forest. Subaru stares into the distance, deep in thought. He recalls Carrion explaining how door owners can sense every move and word of their subordinates. This means that they must avoid discussing their plans openly, as the Golden Knights might leak their plans to Safina since she is their queen. Subaru imagines the catastrophic consequences if she discovers their intentions, picturing an explosion that would devastate the city. It is the same for players with copper and silver door owners. This is a bit sad that their plans and future memories are a secret between the three of them. Seiya tells him that Sayaka and the clumsy guy also know about their secrets, since they can hear them at all times from the underworld. Hearing this, Subaru thinks for a second and starts shouting to Vanquish. He tells him that he needs to have a talk when he visits the underworld again. However, his loud cries irritate Carrion, who scolds him for shouting since the people in the underworld can still hear him even if he doesn't scream. He tells him that he just burst Hirasaka's eardrums. Seiya asks him if they are really on their way to clear the 6-star gate, since she can only see mountains ahead. Subaru doesn't answer and simply laughs, and he notices that they have reached the sea of Hitachi City. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Seiya fights valiantly, defeating guards with powerful blows. Due to her training, she has no problem taking on multiple knights at the same time. The two bosses watch as she trains. They notice that she has grown much stronger. The Thunder Boss jokingly says that they are much better teachers than Carrion. He tells her that she needs to take a break, and after that, they will have a duel till the death. Sayaka is confident that she can beat him this time. She then asks him about Hirasaka. The boss tells him that he is with the prisoner. Elsewhere, Vanquish stands with Hirasaka, who faces the captured criminal Ludwig. The Knight Commander asks them to kill her. Hirasaka tells her that he won't do it since he wants her to be his swordmaster. He kneels down and reveals that he wants to be useful to his friends in the upcoming battle. He asks her again if she would train him. I didn't know the Knight Commander was a cute anime girl. Notifications flash from the system, displaying details about 6-star gates. The players must clear the gate within a week. Success will bring a new ally, reveal more truths about the world, and expand the red table. Failure will result in the death of all participants and unleash the creatures into the human world. Clearing the gate with casualties will still provoke the wrath of the three kings. As dawn breaks over Hitachi City, a guy wearing a mask on his face calmly stands on the water surface. His name is Ginga, and he is a level 67 silver rank player. It appears that he is doing a skill usage confirmation, and this is part of his daily routine. Out of nowhere, Subaru shows up and greets the man. This gives the poor man a jump scare since he isn't used to seeing other people around. Subaru introduces himself as a player and asks Ginga what he is doing. The guy tells him that this is his daily routine, and he was just checking if he still had his power. Even though it has been some years, it still feels like a dream. Hearing this makes Subaru think of the visions of the future he saw earlier. He says that it would be great if the world was actually a dream. Finally, Subaru explains his purpose for meeting him and says that he wants his help with the 6-star gates. Ginga asks him if he wants him as a backup or as a reconnaissance, but Subaru shocks him by telling him that he wants him to be the main attacker and defeat one of the 3 bosses in the 6-star gate. This makes my man freak out. He questions what Subaru is trying to accomplish and says that it is impossible. Meanwhile, Seiya and Carrion hover in the sky discussing the so-called main attacker. Carrion doubts this person can handle clearing the gate since he doesn't look that strong. Ginga goes on a rant and says that he will never be able to do this job. Subaru asks him to calm down and simply says that he can do it. He explains that it might seem impossible at the moment, but once he reaches level 70 and his door appears before him, he will get a new skill that is effective against the bosses in the 6-star gate. Ginga doesn't believe a word and accuses Subaru of hiding something. He is even skeptical of him being a player. Subaru tells him that he is standing on water with his skill, so it should be enough proof. Even so, Ginga remains doubtful, questioning how Subaru knows about skills and gates that haven't even appeared yet. Subaru simply smiles and invites him to join the mission to clear the 5-star gate, which will show up nearby. Once he reaches level 70, he will know if he is lying or not. Still suspicious, Ginga accuses Subaru of knowing too much, especially about the gate's location and timing. As they argue, he receives an alert about a gate appearing in Hitachi City, proving Subaru right. The MC grins, asking if he believes him now. Ginga wonders if Subaru has some kind of prediction ability, as he seems to know every detail from far away. Frustrated, he demands to see Subaru's player registration and ID to verify if he's part of the Federation. Subaru looks tired, but the guy tells him that once he shows him his ID, he will accompany him to the 5-star gate. This makes him immediately light up and start celebrating in a weird way. Even though he is skeptical about Subaru, he can sense that he is desperate. Before they head out, he tells him that he will be keeping an eye on him during their quest, since he is still skeptical. Subaru simply smiles and tells him that once he starts believing in him, he will be willing to go to hell with him. Ginga starts to feel uneasy hearing this. He points at Subaru, asking why he is behaving so familiarly when this is their first meeting. Subaru realizes his mistake since he over-familiarized himself with him without thinking. This is because, in the future, Ginga was the last comrade who stood with him. He is 19 years old at the moment and a player who is mainly active in the Ibaraki Prefecture. However, in the future, he will be known as the man who came too late. Meanwhile, Seiya and Carrion hover above Subaru. watching with interest. The sky is clear and beautiful as they approach Hitachi City, with red flowers decorating the area. Saya is overjoyed by the beauty of the place. Ginga excitedly shares how this flower park is one of the most beautiful in the prefecture, especially when the roses bloom in autumn and the park lights up at night. As Ginga and Saya talk, the team reaches the gate. Subaru smiles, saying he made the reservation so they can enter right away. He asks if everything's okay, and Ginga agrees. He doesn't want those underworld creatures to ruin the beauty of this garden. The sky turns bright red as they enter the Tower of Thorns. The system announces the name of the gate. Ginga points out the roses growing inside, noting how one of them looks so ugly. The flower monster grows from the ground and attacks Ginga, but he remains calm, freezing everything around him with his ice spear. As the monster gets covered in ice, Ginga uses his second skill, Hoarfrost, to create a huge ice wall that separates him from the monster. With a confident grin, he prepares for the next move. He throws his bag off, revealing his face. Bro had to nerf his face with a mask. His eyes glow blue as he uses his third skill, turning his legs into ice skates and racing toward the monster. In seconds, all the nearby monsters turn into ice. After the monster is defeated, the system announces that his level has increased to 68. He looks at Subaru and asks him if his goal is to reach level 70. Subaru confirms it. His next door will also appear once he reaches level 50, so he decides to go all out. Bro has the divine chisel in his right hand and the black katana Ignis in his left hand. Both Saya and Carrion seem to be impressed by the silver rank's skills. They watch as Ginga stands proudly on the ice. Subaru notes that Ginga uses his skills efficiently, unlike the instant kill tactics of gold rank players. He realizes that this is the fighting skill of a silver rank veteran with 5 years of experience. It is now his turn to show off, so he calls out to Saya and Carrion and prepares to go in. As the flower monsters attack, Subaru leaps into action, jumping toward the plant and slicing it with both swords. The plant shrieks as it's cut in half. The system announces that the flower beast, level 53, has been defeated. Saya watches Subaru holding the black katana and realizes that it reflects the soul of Taigga. The black katana is a sword that embodies the power of Kukugaiji through the soul of Taigga. It is able to deteriorate time for whatever it slices, and allows the player to teleport in a short range. Saya decides that it's her time to be useful, so she steps forward and uses her Blood Brute skill. This skill summons a vampire-like creature under her control and makes them fight. She commands the vampire to consume everything that opposes Subaru. Carrion watches her with a smile as he notices how strong she has gotten. It is now his time to show off, so he prepares to face the plant monsters and obliterates them using his blood fist. Ginga wonders why Subaru even needs his help when his comrades seem so talented. Just as he is thinking, a knight appears in front of him and tries to slash him in half. He uses his ice shield at the last second and manages to evade it. He knows that this is the boss of this gate, and he is probably stronger than him. He hits the boss with his frost javelin, but the attack is easily blocked. The knight wastes no time and counterattacks him with his shield, throwing him to the ground. He looks up to see the knight approaching him to finish him off. He manages to make it out using his ice skill, but the knight is not done chasing him yet. Ginga knows that he is facing a tough opponent. The knight points his sword at him and challenges him to a one-on-one duel. Just as he accepts the duel, one of the knight's subordinates appears behind him for a surprise attack, but Ginga had already predicted it. Since he is so skeptical, he doesn't think that the knight would fight fair. He kills the subordinate and asks the knight to come at him without any tricks. As soon as the knight charges at him, he notices Subaru approaching him from the side. However, he is still able to respond quickly and blocks his attack. Despite having his shield up, Subaru uses the black katana to deteriorate it and goes in for the kill. The knight puts up a good fight, which makes him smile, and he asks him to fight him fair and square. As soon as he says this, Ginga freezes the knight using his skill. Subaru reveals that it is prohibited to fight fair and square in his school. The two of them then work together and destroy the knight using their skills while he is frozen. This pushes Subaru to level 51 and Ginga reaches level 70. Both of them can now access the doors. As the door of trial appears, Ginga looks back at Subaru and asks him how much he knows. The MC even knows about his death, but he chooses to stay quiet since he doesn't want the Silver King to find out anything. He simply says that he can't explain it to him at the moment. At the same time, Saya and Carrion show up after clearing the rest of the gate. Saya looks at the door in front of Ginga and realizes that the fate of the world depends on the skill he is about to acquire from that gate. Before entering the gate, Subaru calls him out and lets him know that he is counting on him. The guy tells him that he will only accompany him to the gate if he gets the skill that will allow him to take it on. Subaru confidently tells him that it's alright since he will definitely get that skill. As he is about to enter his rainbow door, Saya notices that he looks a bit nervous. He enters the door to see a blue sky. He hears the voice of Sayaka, who smiles and tells him that she has been waiting for him. All this time he wanted to meet her and apologize for what happened, but now that she is actually in front of him, the words won't come. She asks him why he is so quiet, and he immediately changes the conversation to Vanquish. Sayaka tells him that he went somewhere else after telling her that it was better to spend some private time with her friend. He also told her that she would be the one to give him the trial this time. Sayaka immediately goes into battle mode and asks him to come at her with the intent of killing her because she will do the same. Subaru accepts her challenge, but he is surprised to see just how fast she moves. He manages to dodge her attack using the katana. She turns back and hits him with a thunderbolt, but Subaru blocks it using his curse blood spell. Sayaka feels annoyed that he is blocking all of her attacks, but he gives her no time to think. As the two of them continue fighting, he takes out the divine chisel. Before he can attack, he notices her using the golden arm, and he finally realizes that she has become stronger. Vanquish and the Thunder Killim watch this battle from afar. The Thunder Boss mentions how Subaru talked about growing stronger with the girl when he pierced his heart. Now that he is training her, he realizes that she is great and has a lot of motivation. Meanwhile, the trail has finally concluded and Subaru manages to beat Sayaka. As they both lie on the ground, he tries asking her a question, but before he even starts, she tells him that she will help him prevent the calamity. She says that she has already made a promise to him, so she will never betray him. Subaru remembers the time when they first met and she joined him on his quests as his comrade. He starts crying and thanks her for sticking with him. Back at Ginga's door, he faces the Arcane of Ice Wings, who is the owner of his door. Bro looks like a Pokemon. Ginga has finally cleared the trial and gained his new skill. He wonders if it will be enough to beat the 6-star gate. His skill is called the Ice 9. After the trial is over, Vanquish shows up and asks Subaru if he is done. Sayaka asks him about Killim and he tells her that he has already left. He can feel his power synchronizing with Subaru and says that the day is not far when he will regain even more power. However, he still saw him dying in the future. Vanquish asks him to tell him everything so they can come up with a plan. After Subaru gets out of the door, he sees the entire gate covered in ice. He turns back to see Carrion and Saya still without any injuries. They point towards Ginga, who is standing behind Subaru with a serious expression. He asks him why he took so long even though time flows at a slower pace inside the door. He has already defeated the boss of the 5-star gate by himself. He tells Subaru that he was right, and his new skill may be effective against the 6-star boss if certain conditions are met. After clearing the gate in 19 minutes, his level goes up to 74. Meanwhile, Shikishima has already assembled a team of players outside the 6-star gate. Among them are 4 silver rank players, including a healer, and 4 gold rank players. Shikishima mentions 2 of the gold ranks and thanks them for coming all this way to help. One of them, named Akira, says that he doesn't really like the air in this city. His friend Mei tells him to stop talking. The guy says that he has no intention of protecting places when Hirasaka is no longer there. He asks Shikishima to hurry up and clear the gate since he wants to get out. Shikishima explains that they can't lock the door, which means that they can enter and exit as they like, but the enemies will be roaming inside the gate before they even enter, so they can't send a team beforehand. They have to go in with 0 information. The door is also 10 times more difficult than a 5-star gate with a 7-day time limit. Akira goes on a yapping session, which is fortunately stopped by Kinokawa, who has just arrived at the scene. Her limbs are now back to normal thanks to a healer that Mei brought from America. The healer is on standby outside the gate in case any player in the attacking team gets injured. The healer is named Mia Hart, and she is a gold rank player from the USA. She only wanted to come to Japan to buy some figurines, but she just got unlucky with the timing. The Americans also sent their team of gold players inside the 6-star gate, but it resulted in half of them dying. Just as the team is preparing to head inside, Subaru arrives with his team. Shikishima screams at him for not picking up his calls. He asks him if he can participate in the raid with them, but Subaru doesn't answer. He simply asks Shikishima if he can take care of the gate alone with his comrades. He explains that it will be impossible for them to deal with even with their strengths combined. This enrages some of the players who think that he is looking down on them. One such player is Akira, who walks over to him and asks him if he really thinks he is stronger than all of them. Subaru tries to explain, but suddenly Carrion jumps in and starts to trash talk the gold rank. This escalates the situation even more, and the guy goes feral. He prepares to use his skill on Subaru, but before he can act, he gets punched in the face and goes to sleep. Subaru has seen the future, and he knows that this guy is one of the first members who die in the raid. He doesn't want him to continue on, so he puts him to sleep. He turns around and tells everyone that he can't lose them, so they are better off going without them. Ginga looks at him in shock and wonders what he is trying to do. Now even Shikishima is mad and all the players are turning against him. Seeing them all with their weapons out, Saya gets mad, but Subaru stops her. He tells them that Akira was about to use his skill in the middle of the city, so he stopped him. He wouldn't have listened to him even if he tried, so his only option was to knock him out. Shikishima is a bit suspicious and asks him if he has prepared this answer in advance, since he seems to know so much about Akira. He then points at Ginga and says that since he has brought him here, it means that he has a plan in mind. He figures out that Subaru probably knows something about the gate. Hearing this, the protagonist agrees with him. Shikishima trusts him, so he knows that if he is not telling them about the gate, it probably means that he got involved with the underworld. He asks him once again if there is no way for them to help him. Subaru explains to him that they get 3 attempts to clear the gate, and this is the only attempt where his team would go in alone. After that, they can form a party. Hearing this, Shikishima orders everyone to put their weapons down. He believes in the MC, so he entrusts everything to him. All the players trust Shikishima, so none of them has any objections except Akira, who gets back up for some reason. He screams at everyone and asks them if they have gone crazy to believe everything the guy says. Shikishima tells him that the reason he trusts him is because he is always ready to risk his life for his friends. He asks him to stay down since he has already tried to use his skill in the middle of the city. Since everything is cleared, Subaru turns towards his team and they all prepare to go inside the door. As soon as the door opens, hot winds start blowing from inside. The MC looks back at Akira, who is still mad at him. He apologizes for hitting him and asks him to have a chat after he is back. The American girl loses her mind when she finds out that they are only sending 4 players inside. She screams at them and says that the gate is pure hell. The entire stage is divided into 3 areas. After entering the gate, the players will face the flame garden. After that, they have to face the open space, and thirdly, they will reach inside the chamber. Each area has its own boss. The first area is almost like a furnace and is constantly burning. The temperature around here is above 290 degrees Celsius. The boss who is responsible for all this fire is named the Fiery Lambda. The boss in the second area is the Hero Devourer, who can emit light waves. Since the bosses are so strong, no other underworld creatures can survive in this environment. In Subaru's future memories, the attacking team that was sent inside the gate had to face the insane temperatures. This made it hard for them to breathe and even stand in the area. Udo gave the responsibility to Shikishima and asked him to make the decision. Shikishima calls out to Subaru and he makes a blood sphere around the group. This allows them to breathe a little better and protects them from the heat. However, keeping the bubble up drains a lot of mana, so he only does it for an hour if he is not engaging directly with the boss. Shikishima orders the healer to focus on healing the players for now. Suddenly the heat gets even more intense and something starts approaching the players. Akira notices his entire body trembling. As the players look up, they witness the first boss. He is the Fiery Lambda and the brother of the Thunder Keelam and Storm Delta. Shikishima realizes that he is the source of the heat since the temperature went up when he approached them. The players feel like they are about to pass out with just the boss floating in front of them. Without Subaru's skill, it is impossible for them to even survive. Shikishima realizes that they can't attack or defend themselves from this boss, so he chooses the best option he can think of. He uses his Sulfur Rain skill on the boss and tells everyone to retreat. He knows that they can't do anything if Subaru is trapped inside the circle. Our boy decides to be the last one to leave since he has to keep the bubble up. As the first player starts to retreat, he is obliterated by the boss in a single blow. The boss mocks them for being weak and stands directly in front of Mei after cooking one of her teammates. Despite Shikishima's warnings, she tries to fight the boss, but it is not enough. He destroys her in a single blow as well. Udo and Kinokawa try to attack him, but none of it seems to have any effect on him. Shikishima screams at them to stop, but they don't listen. Udo tells him that someone has to stay behind since the boss is chasing them. Suddenly Akira uses his golden arms and pulls everyone out of the gate one by one. He says that they can't afford to lose those seniors in the battles ahead. Before Subaru can even say anything, he forces him outside the gate too. He tells him that this is what Hirasaka would have done in this situation. This is why only he has to remain inside the gate. He combines his skill with his armory and brings out 8 golden arms. The Fiery Lambda is impressed by his bravery and honors him with an introduction. He tells him that he will go all out to respect him. In his final moments, Akira calls out to Subaru and tells him to beat the boss for him. 3 players were killed trying to take down the Fiery Lambda. They finally managed to defeat it in their second assault after losing 2 more players. Back to the present time, Subaru was inside the gate once again. This time he was wearing a special suit made out of his skill. As the Fiery Lambda excitedly flies towards him, he is ready to finish him off in one go without losing any of his comrades. In addition to being strong in his offense, the Fiery Lambda also has insane defensive abilities, which provide him resistance from all types of skills and attacks. He had grown bored after staying inside the door for so long, so his daily routine is to play with the Dragon of Light. As the 2 of them are fighting, the Dragon of Light senses some intruders inside the gate. They pause their fight and the Fiery Lambda goes to take the intruders out. The Light Dragon hopes that they manage to kill the fiery boss since he also wants to have some fun. While leaving, the Fiery Lambda tells him to fight the first boss if he is really that bored. This scares the Dragon of Light since he knows he will have no chance of going against that boss. The boss in the first area is the former commander of the Golden Knights, and his name is Iluk. Ginga notices that he doesn't really feel any heat even though they are in extreme temperatures. This is thanks to the heat-resistant armor made by Subaru. He used his previous memories of the raid to come up with this armor, which allows the players to constantly maintain their internal body temperature. However, since it consumes a lot of mana, they need to defeat the boss in less than 10 minutes, or the suits will explode, and they will die. Carrion mentions that they don't even need 10 minutes, since if they can't defeat the boss in more than 3 minutes, they will probably lose. Subaru knows that their opponent is a lot stronger than them, and they only have one chance to defeat him, so this battle should be won instantly. The temperatures inside their suits begin to rise as the boss approaches. 1 minute has already passed and Subaru realizes that it's time for him to make his appearance. He instructs Ginga to use his mana until he tells him to do it. Ginga can already feel the pressure from the boss as he floats in front of them. Carrion also knows that he can't defeat this boss with the body he has at the moment. This is why they came up with a plan. The fiery Lambda looks at them with surprise as they prepare to execute their plan. He gets a bit excited and asks them to showcase their power. Instead of attacking him, they start crying and beg him not to attack them. This confuses him and he watches them in silence. My man getting gaslighted. They tell him that they are originally from the underworld, and they have brought some useful information to him regarding his siblings. As soon as they mention his brothers, the fire boss becomes interested. He asks them where they are. Subaru met with Carrion and Saya the previous day, and talked about his memories of the future. When Carrion realizes that he didn't take any of his kindred inside the door, he gets mad. He knew that he was trying to protect the bodies of Hirasaka and Sayaka. Subaru apologizes to him and assures him that it won't happen again. Carrion reveals that he has fought against the fiery Lambda before in the underworld, and he will be the one to kill him. Back inside the gate, the boss gets closer to him and asks him if his brothers are actually alive. He knew that the boss would take the bait if he mentioned the brothers. He apologizes to him and tells him that his fire is too strong for them. Hearing this, the boss lowers the temperature, which makes it easier for them to breathe. He asks them for his brothers again. Now that the fire is gone, Ginga can get close to the boss. They tell the boss that he is carrying a message he received from his brothers, and he will convey that message by touching him, since it is one of his skills. The boss gets a bit suspicious when he asks him for permission to touch him. Their plan is to use the Ice 9 skill on the boss, since it can only be activated from a close distance. Moreover, it consumes all of the player's mana, so they only get one chance. Once the technique is in effect, it ensures the death of anyone who gets touched. Ryu Hanbin, a young man, finds himself fighting a beast in a deserted terrain of a word called Thelha Rathana Latna. He has no recollection of how he got there. The only thing he is conscious about is his survival. In a confrontation with a beast dog, he uses a rock thinking it would kill the beast. However, the beast again stands on its ground and continues to dominate the one-sided fight. When he is about to be pushed off the cliff, the system displays the information on the Hell Dog, revealing it as the lowest level monster in Thelhalatna. It possesses strength similar to an unequipped adult human male. The system also indicates that the player may level up by slaying the Hell Dog or the powerful monsters in general. He is confused, wondering when everything started going downhill. He even questions if he's trapped in a fantasy video game. Before we proceed further, let's have a throwback. Hanbin used to wake up every day at noon. He had just been discharged from his mandatory military service 3 months ago and felt that he had enough reasons to lay back and relax a bit. He had believed that after he finished his military service, he would be able to fit right into the society. However, the last 3 months for him were nothing but a black haze. Nothing changed about him, even in the 2 years he served in the military. On an ordinary day, while lazing around like usual, he suddenly gets summoned into a void. He hears the voice of more than one entity echoing across the void. While he is questioning his existence, the voices are chit-chatting about the Chosen Ones, implying that the few people standing before them are the Chosen Ones among the 7 billion humans. Abruptly, one voice calls for transmitting the guidelines to all the players, but the second voice is against that idea, remarking that the idea appears to be too artificial. He wonders what the voices are talking about, and if not God, who are they a person? The first voice responds to the second voice, commenting that it serves enough motivation and assistance in judging their situation, since that's something already tested with the previously chosen ones. The second voice then initiates the guidelines transmission. However, the second voice claims to have made a mistake in transmitting the guidelines to Hanbin, and they apparently don't care, because the error occurred around a single chosen one. After this, the chosen one number 398 was dimensionally transported to the world of Thelhalatna. After some time, Hanbin is shown to be ruthlessly striking the dead Hell Dog. He has gained 13 experience killing a level 1 monster. Still, he is shaken to the core, remembering that he was discharged 3 months ago. He wonders what would happen to him and his parents. He is just upset that he never got to date a girl. The chosen one could have been anyone. Countless people evade military service. Why they weren't chosen? He receives an alert from the system, notifying him that he has a less than 5% chance of surviving in the Thelhalatna with his current stats. The system gives him an alternate option, which is to end his life. He is enraged at the entities who sent him there. Seeing the alternate option, he wonders if he will be sent back home after dying. He tries to stay calm and accepts the truth that they wouldn't have sent him to this world if they had planned on returning the Chosen Ones home. He is also aware that whether he likes it or not, it's the end if he dies. After grieving for a moment, he regains his will and fighting spirit and gets his strength boosted. The system prompts him to choose a skill class, which he sees as an obligatory choice since fighting with his fists has never been an option for him. He notices the warrior class, which allows the user to fight with various martial arts routines. But since this isn't a game, he chooses to select the long-distance combat class. He chooses to be a magician, but his selection is rejected due to the lack of capability for the chosen class. Frustrated, he then goes for magic swordsmanship and priest respectively, but his selection is rejected both times. Despite not wanting to choose warrior class, he ultimately ends up selecting it. He tries to stay optimistic and aims to find a way to fight from a distance, as he chooses a spear from the weapon selection window. However, due to some errors, the system malfunctions and selects the longsword as his beginner's weapon. Out of pure annoyance, he thinks of not acting according to what those entities want, but what he wants more is not to die. This is how his unending hellish life of leveling up began. He tries to swing the blade but isn't able to swing it because he's too weak, and also the blade is longsword. It's been 7 days since he came to Thelhalatna. Since his arrival, he has asked the guideline countless times how can he return home, but each time it has remained silent, and he doesn't know if it is because the system is bugged. In any case, he is fighting to survive. The monsters he fights are always hell dogs. If there's one thing he has learned since coming to this world, is that the hell dogs also level up. He is noticing that these monsters have become wary of him. Despite trying to stay alive, he is getting dragged by the enemies. These monsters are getting used to fighting him, just as he is getting used to fighting them. He tries to launch an unpredictable attack, but the hell dog he is fighting reads him like a book and dodges his attack. The hell dog then attempts to jump at him, but he strikes it mid-air, fully neutralizing it. He gained 22 experience as a reward, which adds up to his overall experience, 282. He killed the hell dog using the skill stab, which he got after becoming level 2. Hanbin finds the guidelines pretty helpful, as when he browses through it, his knowledge expands and he learns more about this world, such as the benefits of hell dog's meat and blood, which contains fats and essential amino acids and contains moisture, carbohydrates, fibers, and essential minerals respectively. But unlike their violent nature, their teeth and claws quickly become dull and cannot be used soon after. Ultimately, he concludes that this world is artificially created and there must be a reason why he was brought here. He remembers that there were 7 billion candidates and wonders where the other chosen ones were sent. Just as he is thinking about the other chosen ones, the guideline informs him that he can leave the current area, the Rock Mountains, once he reaches level 5 and meets up with the other chosen ones. The Rock Mountains is the start zone, where the death rate is lower, and gaining experience is quite efficient. Low-level monsters roam in the area, and the monsters appearing in the safe zones are stat-matched. The guidelines command him to meet up with the other chosen ones, and once he reaches level 20, he will be able to complete the Thelhalatna map and travel to the Latna continent. All the information the system disclosed was too much for his brain to process. He recalls everything the guidelines revealed. After this, he asks the guidelines about what he has to do there, but the system fails to respond due to an error. He had already realized that the monsters also leveled up, though what he was concerned more about was if he could go back home. He knows for sure that he can't trust his guidelines and needs to leave the Rock Mountains to learn about this world. After that, he went around looking for hell dogs and also started hunting. Since the hell dogs get stronger as he does, it doesn't get easier for him to defeat them. After he gained another 22 experience, his total experience accumulated enough that he reached the required experience and leveled up. He also obtained the side-slash skill. He continued to face the ever-growing hell dogs. A level 3 hell dog possesses strength similar to an unequipped novice warrior. He underwent the cycle of fighting, getting injured, killing the hell dogs, eating and sleeping, and by the 27th day, he had killed countless hell dogs and had learned 3 skills: stab, side slash, and vertical slash. His body has begun to see the effects of the stats that he has gained as well. Even the two-handed longsword, which was difficult to lift at first, could be easily swung. In this world, one can see the results of their hard work. Just after making that statement, he receives a shocking message from the guideline, revealing he has regressed to level 1. He decides to not be bothered by this message and assumes that it must be bugged, only to realize that this message is real. Surprisingly, his stats are intact. At first, he tried to look at things optimistically, reassuring himself that because he was in the safe zone, the hell dogs would also be level 1. He believed he could get more stats more easily. However, he was wrong. The hell dogs kept getting stronger despite their levels. He continued to put his life on the line with each fight. He believed it would work the next time. He was sure he would get it and kept on going. He kept killing the hell dogs that continued to grow stronger and kept checking his experience. By this time, he already has lived in a hell-like place for the past 7 years, running through levels 1 to 4 in an endless cycle. Chosen ones don't age, and due to their extraordinary healing ability, they will be healed of all their injuries in a single day. Returning to level 1 doesn't decrease his stats, but he couldn't learn a new skill since he couldn't get past level 4. The only skills he had were stab, side slash, and vertical slash. The Hell Dogs got stronger as his stats continued to increase. The system places the strong monsters to help the Chosen One get stronger. But to him, it appears that the monsters are just there to be killed, though the same can be said about him. The voices have completed the guideline transmission to the Chosen Ones that they had started earlier. These voices label the ongoing mission as Jaren Latna's 5th operation. One voice reveals it has gotten used to it because it's their 5th time commencing the mission already. They think that even if it is another world, players would normally take at most about a year to clear. They are expecting some useful players around this time. While inspecting, the entity suddenly comes across a broken world and discovers that Hanbin is logged into it. Subconscious, Hanbin thinks that he is back home and tries to sleep. But when half asleep, Hanbin is about to select the alternate option in the guideline, end his life. He jolts awake and realizes that it has been about 10 years since he started killing hell dogs. He fell from a cliff and survived, which signals that the fall damage doesn't inflict any damage on him. Even after years of training, he's still at level 1. Or rather, he keeps regressing the moment he is about to hit level 5. Additionally, he isn't far from selecting the alternate option, putting his life to an end. He regains his composure because agonizing over this countless times won't get him anywhere. He is still wondering if he will be sent back home after he decides to take his life. Since he might die, he thinks of making his life worth it. At some point, he gives up on counting the days he has been in this world. He doesn't know how long it has been since his arrival, 5 years? Or maybe 7 years. During this time, he developed a hobby and even came up with work to do. Surviving alone isn't an easy task, but this harsh environment doesn't allow him to doze off, even if it's for a moment. This is the reality. He can't change his situation and devotes himself to doing things that he can. He built a house with debris and boulders and lived every day with devotion. Simply, he no longer lives with rage. When a colossal hell dog destroyed his house that took him 3 years to build, he engaged in an intense battle with it to get revenge. These giant hell dogs are loud and don't even taste good, but by constantly hunting them, he has learned the best strategy to defeat them. Once it starts, these hell dogs begin with a huge attack, and it's impossible to dodge their breath skill since the area of attack is large. So he just braces his body and blocks it with his strength. Surprised to see its enemy unfazed, the hell dog would then rapidly cast thunderbolts, light, and fire magic. Since getting hit by these is painful, he would block them by carving up huge walls of earth and then using the final cut. However, he wasn't extremely prolific with the blade, nor did he have any other skills since his level won't increase. After using the 3 skills thousands of times, he has combined them into one skill called Cross Impact. It's not a real skill, but there isn't a monster that can withstand the impact of the hit. The entity that made an error when transmitting the guidelines to the candidates is stunned to learn that Hanbin has been stuck inside Thel Halatna for 22 years, while the other generations are operating in different locations of Latna. That entity is stressed, because it can't come up with an excuse if its superiors find out. It also can't kill him, but after contemplating for a while, it comes up with a way to deal with him. Elsewhere, Hanbin is munching on the hell dog. He has always felt a breeze whenever he leveled up to level 4. He desires something tasty and also human interaction. Another thing he wonders about is his lifespan. Despite everything, he is optimistic that there will be a day when he will get out. Unexpectedly, the entity starts punching the Thel Halatna world. Even though there could be some problems, the entity wants to erase his records and the world from existence. The entity is destroying the world mostly because it believes Hanbin is level 4 and will die soon. It doesn't have any background progress records. Meanwhile, Hanbin, spectating the entity destroying his world, receives a notification about the completion of Thel Halatna. Soon, the system commences the transport of Chosen Ones to the designated level. Elsewhere, a dragon appears to be bothered by the arrival of otherworldly demons. All this time, what Hanbin saw naturally became the norm. A red sky where the sun never rises or sets, with clusters of dead tree branches on the ground and being stranded on a rock-filled mountain of hell. He can't believe his eyes. He is in Southa Forest in the Greyloot Kingdom, northern Latna continent. The man doesn't know what's going on, but knows that it's not home, though it's better than those god-forsaken mountains. He finds it weird that he suddenly became level 5 when he got there, and has got the communication skill. He remembers that to come to the Latna continent, he needed to be level 20, and wonders if the system is still bugged. Moreover, he sees a new guideline window giving him one final mission: kill one of the 6 goddesses of Latna. If he succeeds, he will receive several rewards, such as eternal youth and immortality, be sent back to Earth with stats intact, and get your 3 wishes fulfilled. Another window reveals a few factors to consider when participating in this mission, and also warns him to keep his identity hidden from the people of this world. The first thing he needs to do is register at the Hunters Guild in the corporate city of Onpress. The dragon arrives, cursing him as a filthy otherworldly demon for trespassing. He tries to get into a fighting stance but realizes that his sword is way back on the other side of the river's shore. Since running back and grabbing the sword is risky, he opts to charge barehanded. When the punch lands on the dragon's body, it surprisingly soars through the air. Then a brief epilogue about the dragon is set forth. It is the dragon itself describing its experiences with otherworldly humans. Long ago, a magnificent dragon soared through the skies, serving the dragon knights of the X-Rad kingdom. That dragon mount's name was Efer and was the great pride of the knights. However, a great ordeal came upon her. It came in the form of the kingdom's prince who whined about wanting to ride her. However, mounting a dragon was not a simple feat, and in the end, the prince accidentally fell from the dragon and died. Because of that, Efer's poor knight was executed, and she herself escaped the kingdom through the help of the other kind knights. The lonely dragon, who now lived in the forest, didn't even have time to mourn, because the forest was where many otherworldly humans would frequently appear. However, despite receiving training, she was kind enough to never kill her opponents. It was then that countless otherworldly hunters gathered together to hunt her. She thought to herself that letting the otherworldly humans live was a bad idea. She had no choice but to hunt the otherworldly humans. She clears the misunderstanding, telling him she's not a dragon but a wyvern. Dragons have 4 legs and their wings are located on their shoulders, while wyverns have wings on their forelegs. She accepts defeat and requests he let her go. He demands that she explain how she knew he was from another world. She says that she can't tell just by looking, but their bodies disappear when they die. Besides, Latnians hardly ever enter this forest. He wonders if she thinks of him as an otherworldly person. If she can't suspect anything from his appearance, that means no one would be able to find out his identity, judging by his appearance alone. He asks her if this forest is Sathi Forest of the Greylut Kingdom. He has she explain that the Greylut Forest was destroyed long ago. It's now called the X-Rad Kingdom. He realizes that his guidelines haven't been updated, and is frustrated thinking about what reason could be behind it. She begs for mercy, asking him to forgive her. He believes that she could have laid low instead of attacking him, and rejects her pleas. She calls him an otherworldly demon and admits to having attacked him because of it. He rages at her. Scared, she reveals that the goddess was the one who called the otherworldly humans demons. He is a little intrigued by this information. He demands she tell him everything in detail. She reveals otherworldly humans in Latna started to appear 40 years ago. She abruptly breaks off mid-story and again demands he let her go home, as she has to rub some medications. He gets furious and threatens to hit her again. The threats enable her to continue. She explains that at first, the otherworldly humans and Latnians got along, but that period didn't last long, and otherworldly humans started killing Latnians, aiming to increase their levels. The more powerful ones banded together and created the Great Earth, a group to kill the goddess. She reveals otherworldly humans are strong because they can easily level up by killing their opponents, something that isn't alien to dragons. There was no way to fight against them when they were being led by a leader who was level 100. So before they came, the continent's 4 heroes massacred the otherworldly humans in an instant. These heroes were Barolt the Sword King, Zenobia the Archmage, Garhon the Terrible, and Halion the Transcendentalist of Life and Death. After that, the 6 goddesses blessed the continent. Earthlings are otherworldly demons that have made contracts with the wicked demon god, which is why they are quickly executed. He is triggered by her bizarre speech delivery, and remarks that he was kidnapped out of the blue and rotted on a rock mountain for dozens of years. When he finally gets out, he is told that if his true identity is revealed, the whole continent would become his enemy. This all happened before she was born, as per what she claims. He speaks out that he doesn't care whether he makes a deal with the goddess or becomes their underling, but he will kill that demon god and get back alive to Earth. He tells her that he can't let anyone know his true identity and must do something about her. She promises that she won't speak a word about him and will live as a normal wyvern, pretending not to know how to speak. Despite her pleas, he shows her no mercy. 5 days later, he leaves the Sada forest and heads towards a huge castle wall that stretches across the horizon. It is a city in the northern part of the X-Rad Kingdom. The city is called Onpress City, which is enormous and also has a large human population. Nearby, there is the Sada forest and a dungeon in the Yifan Plains, where countless monsters continuously appear. There's also the Onpress Hunters Guild, where many hunters try to get rich by putting their lives on the line. The people who visit this guild are either hunters or people who aim to become hunters or otherworldly beings. When he steps his foot inside the guild, he leaves the local hunters in awe. He ignores the gossip and heads straight to the business, telling the receptionist that he wants to become a hunter, shocking the audience even more. Flashback shows he didn't actually kill Efer, instead he struck a deal with her. He asked for her help, because even if his appearance isn't suspicious, the fact that he doesn't have any clothes on or equipment of this world is likely to give him away. She was hesitant to help him because she was convinced he was going to kill her anyway. He reminds her that she has been killing people up until now, and is a wanted beast, so the odds of her going outside telling people about him being an otherworldly person are not very high. Moreover, he was happy to have a decent conversation like this with another living being. Hanbin's words had her recall the precious memories she had shared with otherworldly humans before the conflict. She decided to help him by giving him some clothes, though they were a little too tight for him. She warned him to not take off his clothes anywhere. When asked about goddesses, she tells him that goddesses rarely meet people, not even the Latnians. To meet the goddesses, one either has to be one of the 4 heroes, or have done a great service to meet with them and receive their blessing. It would be safe to say that the only way to receive blessings is to become a hunter who hunts dungeon monsters that were created by the demon god Ormflaus. Through hand gestures, he tried to point at the guideline, and told her that the guideline also mentioned he needed to be a hunter to contact the goddess. Efer wasn't able to see the guideline, which made him realize that he was the only one who could see guidelines. He explained that guidelines are a guidance system for otherworldly humans like him. Additionally, included the fact that his guideline system is broken, leaving her confused. At the present, he recalls the wyvern explaining that a hunter has a more free lifestyle, and it isn't that suspicious for them to have a high level. This is why he needs to be extra careful. Since many others like him would have gone through this same method, she taught him to not act like a foreigner. He is overwhelmed by nervousness and anxiety. He can't seem to relax his body. The receptionist fetches some details, and then registers him to the Empress Hunters Guild. He is glad that he didn't follow the guidelines when registering as a hunter, as it suggested he should say he came from the backwoods in the west. Flashback shows that before leaving for Empress, she told him to say he came North Campbell, because how can a person who isn't even a hunter travel across the kingdom? Assuming he is transferring from another guild to the Empress, the receptionist girl questions him. The receptionist is stunned when she learns he is just registering. She's not the only one surprised he isn't already a hunter, given his massive physique. Noticing the people becoming wary of him, he wonders if he made a mistake. When the receptionist asks him to place his hand on the measuring stone, he is thinking if he should prepare to fight. Since the local hunters haven't attacked him yet, he presumes that the hunters still aren't sure that he is an otherworlder. The receptionist informs him that depending on his abilities, they can create proper verification. According to the rules of the guild, all he needs to do is place his palm on the measuring stone. He is suspicious that the measuring stone might be the receptionist's antics. He is worried that if he gets caught, he won't be able to meet the goddesses. However, he thinks that running away is the same as revealing his secret, though destroying this place may be easy to do. He places his hand on the measuring stone, hoping it would work out well, and surprisingly, it does turn out well. The receptionist reveals that his stats are at heroic levels. Here is the plot twist. He was dreaming about having heroic level stats. In reality, the measuring stone reveals him as the level 5 swordsman, which makes the whole place burst out laughing. The receptionist apologizes for her behavior and clarifies that most people who come from the backwoods to register are otherworldly humans. If his level was higher, then they without a doubt would have mistaken him for one. The local hunters reveal that the otherworlders start at level 20 and say that they want to become a hunter even though they are already at a high rank. The receptionist asks for 300x registration fees, which is about 3 million Korean won. Luckily, he borrowed 400x from Efer and told her that he would pay it back, not knowing how much it was worth. The local hunters laugh at him seeing his hand tremble. They reveal the otherworlders have a lot of money, which makes him even more sad. The receptionist gives him his beginner hunter badge and informs him that to replace a lost identification badge, it will cost him 80x. He can return for a new one when he has leveled up. Alongside Hanbin's rank, his name is also mentioned on the badge. He apparently has registered under the name Eric Garun. Despite all the mockery from everyone in the guild, he stays motivated and thinks of making his name known in the hunter's circle, because this is where he starts for real. Wanting to explore the dungeon, he states he wants it as a mission. Suddenly, a narcissistic man cuts in, giving Hanbin a piece of advice that he better stay put if he is planning on going to be monster food with his level 5. The receptionist calls this adventurer Lauda. Through the receptionist's questions, he learns the dungeon monsters there are increasing in number and attacking nearby houses. He does not feel easy about sending useless hunters to do the job and opts to go since his level is high. Hanbin sees Lauda as a level 27 hunter, the same level as Efer, and wonders why is he acting so conceited. He guesses the reason Lauda has a high sense of pride is because he is the highest level in the guild, but he feels like not getting himself involved with him at all. The receptionist mentions that Lauda's party has room for one more person, and since completing missions solely is practically impossible, she recommends doing miscellaneous work while learning the ins and outs of his party would be much better. He is disgusted thinking that he has to join a party with the obnoxious hunter in it. The full of himself, Hunter reveals that he already has recruited a newbie in his hunter's party. so he also declines the receptionist's request without a second thought. The newbie introduces himself as Atis, a level 25 mage. However, the guidelines show him she is at a higher level, a level 37 magician. He decides to ignore it, thinking that he must have his circumstances for hiding his real level. When Atis side-eyes him, he quickly averts his eyes off. Just when he is about to accept that he won't be accepted into Loud's party, the prideful hunter remarks that if it's a special request from Saguri, the receptionist, to take care of a level 5 insect, then he shall. He finds Loud's comments slightly irritating, but he keeps his cool. The prideful magician steps over his boundaries by ridiculing him and then attempts to snatch the sword that is attached to his back, though he isn't even able to budge it. Hanbin finally reacts by equipping his sword in his hand. As he is confronting Laude, someone is watching him. Hanbin is effortlessly carrying the weight of Laude as he is holding on to his sword. The person who was watching Hanbin approaches him and tells him that he will be able to take care of level 10s with his physique. Laude calls that person by the name Berkman and tells him to not butt in. The man pays no attention to his comments and continues to speak with Hanbin. While pointing at his longsword, which is wrecking the guild because of its massive size, Berkman warns him that if he continues to wreck the guild, he will have to fight everyone there, though this is his friendly warning. Fearing that he will get kicked out if he gets into the fight, he quickly clears the misunderstanding of not wanting to fight anyone. Laude is intimidated seeing him carelessly swinging his sword. He lets him know that no one will take a level 5 like him in their parties. Inside, Hanbin admits he can't do anything because of his low level, and he also has used most of his money just to register. However, Berkman divulges leveling up with his body will be easy. He was looking for someone with a toned body like Hanbin's, and now that he has found a perfect candidate, he invites him to his party. The man appears to be a level 25 human, who believes Hanbin is a low level solely because he lacks experience. Otherwise, he would be a high-level hunter. Being an otherworlder, his growth rate is high, which means he won't be able to stay in the man's party for long. Onpress City was developed because of the dungeon and monsters. Business and trade revolve around these monster hunters, and the city creates products with the monster materials that the hunters bring back. There are two main areas where hunts take place in Onpress: the Eifin Plains dungeon and the entrance area of the Satha Forest. There are small villages near the forest, but since monsters rarely venture away from trees, subjugation quests are rarely given. However, there have been a great number of monsters attacking the vicinity of the forest lately. This is why many hunters have joined the subjugation quest. Soon after, the Berkman and his party are fighting Devolk, a high-level monster that habitats the Satha Forest. Devolk have slow movements, but their grips are strong enough to crush a rock, and they utilize their weight to create decisive attacks. Berkman Ropal, the strongest tank in Onpress, demonstrates incredible strength fighting Devolk. When a Devolk uses a pincer attack, he blocks its attack, which extinguishes Devolk's mobility, allowing his teammate, level 21 spearman Amber Bonnet, to strike. After saving Berkman from the Devolk, she ridicules him for being pushed back by a Devolk, remarking that he should retire. Amber panics when she notices a grave wound on his arm that came from the Devolk's attack earlier. He calms her down since this is nothing to be concerned about. He acting all cool makes her blush. As they are sharing a tender moment, his younger sister and party's healer, Erwin, arrives and heals him. Suddenly, a Devolk comes behind her, but before it can harm her, Hubert Krutaus, a supporter operating from the rear, saves her with a special attack called Fire Hammer. Berkman's party is the #1 party when it comes to a well-balanced, coordinated team. They don't solely focus on offense and can be labeled as the most reliable party in Onpress. Unfortunately, Hanbin has been lowered to the role of porter. While everyone is fighting, he is just spectating. He has been left out of the main fight since his level is low, but Berkman's party is generous enough to split the profits equally with him. When he is peacefully waiting for the main fight to conclude, Lord Devolk, level 25 monster, appears and spots him. However, he gets rid of Lord Devolk in an instant with a stone bullet. He gets a little upset when the system doesn't give him any experience because the monster's level is too low. He thinks of asking the party to let him hunt stronger monsters next time. He is informed that the party has finished hunting and it's time for gathering. After this, he watches Berkman and his party extracting organs from Devolk that can be sold for a hefty price. Erwin collects a magic stone worth 15x from one of the Devolk and proudly shows it to her older brother. Hanbin is fascinated by the sight of watching his party gathering magic stones. He thinks that he could have vomited for sure if he had seen this scene before getting transported to this world. But now that he has carved up so many hell dogs, it's nothing new for him. He organizes the extracted goods at lightning-fast speed, shocking Berkman's entire party. When asked how is he so good at organizing stuff, he explains that he has been doing this for 20 years, revealing himself as a 24-year-old. The strongest tank and others are shocked to learn that Hanbin has been doing labor ever since he was a 4-year-old. Perplexed, they question him about his parents, and learn that he was kidnapped 20 years ago and doesn't remember what they look like. Berkman calls him a part of his family now. The party then consoles him, making him realize that these people are nice. He reveals that he is thankful to Berkman for allowing such a low-level hunter like him to join his party. The tank drops a bombshell by claiming that level doesn't actually matter, even though he's been stuck at level 25 for the past 5 years. He is confused by his statement because Berkman already is a level 25 hunter. Erwin speaks about how there aren't any high-level monsters on the surface, and the dungeon is the place where one would find high-level monsters. Amber adds that they don't need to hunt stronger monsters, since they will never go to places like dungeons. Completely stunned, Hanbin heads off to sword practice, while Erwin is left feeling miserable, haunted by the realization that everyone believed he was an otherworlder. Hubert goes after him because he is worried about sending him alone. Berkman approves of that idea, as one doesn't know when a monster could appear nearby. Hubert tries to look for him in the forest but doesn't find him. Meanwhile, he is wandering around desperately looking for monsters that could give him experience, as every monster he passes by is low level. He recalls being enlightened that there aren't many strong monsters in Say the Forest by the Wyvern. Now that he has explored the Say the Forest, he is convinced. To him, it makes sense that monsters with similar levels as Effer didn't give him enough experience. As he plans on leaving, he hears a strange howling sound, which doesn't sound like a regular monster. He rushes toward that direction, hoping if he gets to hunt the monster, then he has a chance of leveling up. After making a flamboyant entry, he prepares for the fight, but finds an unknown person with orange hair stripped naked in the forest. Hanbin soon realizes that this person is Atis, the mage from Lauda's party. He wonders why is he naked in the Sada forest. He then marvels at the fact that he hasn't found the monster that was making those sounds yet, even though the sound came from this direction. He apologizes and then attempts to leave, but is stopped by Atis, who calls him suspicious because this isn't the place where level 5 like him should be. Hanbin reveals how he heard a loud sound while passing through and thought that would be a big monster. He attempts to evade by bringing his party but is stopped again, as Atis demands he answers truthfully. He inquires Hanbin if he saw the monster, and then threatens him with his magic to tell the details. Hanbin gets slightly bit serious and grabs his magic wand. Furious, he questions Atis on why is he doing this, and what's his and Lauda's deal. He also thinks the prideful hunter's party member is looking down on him. Atis admits that being harsh with his words wasn't his intention. He got carried a bit away by his emotions. Just when things are about to settle down, Lauda appears and starts talking smack about Hanbin. He reveals being furious at him because he initially humiliated Siguri, and now has planned on laying his hand on the party's female member. Atis presumes that Lauda is misunderstanding something. He also thinks that it might be a good idea to stay away from him. He respects him because the prideful hunter is a pretty strong swordsman, and the pose he is demonstrating shows that he's getting ready to execute a technique. Both of them indicate through their actions that they don't care how embarrassing or strong attacks Lauda demonstrates. Being ignored makes him extremely angry, and the anger fuels his desire to demonstrate incredible strength. Lauda uses Thunder Lightning Sword, hoping this attack will kill the Hanbin. However, since Hanbin doesn't want to make this tiny matter a big thing, he bows down to apologize and unknowingly gets hit on his back, which creates a big explosion. Later, Erwin treats the hunter, while Berkman reassures Hanbin that what happened wasn't his fault. Hanbin knows it's not a pain he can be forgiven for. The tank suggests they should wait for the results. After treating the injured Lauda, Erwin reveals that his life isn't in danger anymore because Hanbin brought him to her quickly, but there seems to be another problem. All the men that stood there fell silent. The blame may have fallen on Lauda himself, but the pain and suffering he was going through was something that no one could comfort him from. Due to this accident, Lauda received a major hit on his privates. That morning, Atis took him back to Empress City. After he learned the truth about Atis's gender, he had a hard time facing him again. The monster who made that sound couldn't be found, and Hanbin also forgot about it after spending 3 months at Berkman's party. At present, the Berkman's party has set a camp in front of Satha Forest. The tank himself and his party members are shocked to learn that Lauda went inside a dungeon all alone. Amber also feels that going alone inside the dungeon at Lauda's level is the same as committing suicide. However, Hanbin thought the prideful hunter's level was pretty high. She discloses that Berkman has been used to fighting indigenous monsters. Those monsters were hunted for them to survive, so it helped him naturally raise his level. Hanbin remembers that Effer and the Lord de Volk are unique monsters. He wonders how different are these dungeon monsters compared to normal ones. Amber reveals that those monsters are not originally from this world. She explains they are created by the dungeons that were set up by the evil god Ormflaus, and it's common to see monsters over level 30, or even higher levels. Hanbin believes that if they certainly are level 30 or above, then it might help him to level up. He decides to go to the dungeon, even if he has to go in secret. Berkman reveals that monsters aren't the only problem. Many other worlders also go hunting there secretly. Hanbin remembers that screening for dungeon entry is rigorous, so he thinks of forgetting about going there. He has Berkman reveal that Lauda may be hoping to find a healing artifact. The tank further explains that the sources that are placed within those dungeons are artifacts. They come in various shapes and all have different abilities. According to rumors, one of those artifacts can heal any type of wound, and Lauda is most likely looking for that artifact. Hanbin perceives dungeons and artifacts like a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow. He thinks that it's his only option. Berkman turns off the lights, as there have been many monsters creeping out of Sath Forest as of late. He hopes it isn't a bad omen. When he falls asleep, Hanbin sneaks out and proceeds inside the dense Sada forest. He finds the forest very spooky, calling it a suitable place for a huge monster to appear. He also thinks of saying hello to Aphor as she lives nearby, but ends up bumping into a unique monster. The monster he has bumped into is a level 31 Tatiro that can nullify attacks from a sword with its body, which is entirely encased in a carapace, though it's weak to magic. Tatiros usually dwell in the dungeons. He knows that these monsters are a bad match for him to face. Unexpectedly, another Tatiro monster surrounds him, and they start enunciating human language. Comprehensible, but not clear. He seems to be having unwavering confidence about this fight, which terrifies Tatiros. The monsters claim knives don't hurt them and they eat knife holders. He approaches the monster, questioning why it's mentioning the other Tatiros when its kins have already withdrawn from the fight. He quickly catches up to the running Tatiro. The running Tatiro tries to use a portal underneath a tree. This portal connects to Ifan Plain Dungeon, but he plucks out the tree like it's a small plant from the soil. Hanbin wonders if the dungeon monsters that escaped from this portal caused the native monsters to be pushed out. He is a little discombobulated as he has never heard of something like this appearing in the dungeons. He presses the Tatiro to reveal who created this portal, but even the Tatiro doesn't know anything. He threatens to destroy the portal, forcing Tatiro to speak up. Tatiro mentions that no one should go inside the portal as it's a direct order from that person's order. He wonders who that person might be, and then tasks Tatiro to watch over the portal. That way that person won't find out. Since he can't get caught secretly exploring the dungeon, he has decided to go inside. Once he jumps in, Tatiro starts pushing dirt over the portal to cover it. Inside the dungeon, a party of hunters is fighting some Tatiros. The boy manages to break free from the clasps of the Tatiro that has him cornered. He appears to be equipped with an axe that can't penetrate through Tatiros's sturdy skin. The girl, who is the mage, is in a tight situation and can't seem to break free from the clutches of a Tatiro. The girl chants a spell and cooks up a flash attack, which also partially blinds the boy. He is barely able to see with one of his eyes. He asks for Runal, the party's healer, for help. However, he discovers that Runal is dead and the mage Alicia's life is also in jeopardy. The boy has given up on fighting and desperately screams for help. He receives help from Lauda, who beheads Tatiro with lightning speed, much to the boy's surprise, who tried attacking Tatiro's head earlier, but missed because Tatiro impressively protected its head with bladed arms. Moreover, the space to pierce the neck is extremely small. However, he noticed that Lauda impressively made the enemy lower its arms, and then cut off its head. This technique can only be done by a dual-wielding magic swordsman. The prideful hunter discovers the hunters he has just saved are from Onpris Hunters Guild. The boy recognizes Lauda and calls him by his given name. The boy marvels at his bravery, and has even heard about him coming to hunt inside the dungeon a few months ago, and calls him amazing. In reality, Lauda has been trying to survive in the dungeon for the past 70 days. He recalls getting drunk in a local tavern in Onpris City. He woke up in the dungeon and didn't know how he got there. He doesn't remember coming inside the dungeon and couldn't leave since he hadn't seen another person up until now. But now he can go home. Alicia recalls the prideful hunter had been searching for a healing artifact. Laude notices the injury on her leg and shows concern, but she assures him that she is okay. The bleeding has stopped and it's all right. He pulls out a healing potion which is extremely rare to get and casually hands it to Alicia. Alicia briefly wonders if he's trying to flirt with her, but he quickly shuts it down, firmly stating he'd never do something like that. He explains he gave her the high potion simply because it wouldn't work on his own injury. His motivation behind giving her the potion was healing her wounds because, in her current condition, it would be difficult to leave. Alicia will repay this debt after leaving this dungeon. Lauda instructs everyone that they should be heading back. Alicia wonders if they're turning back after making it this far just because of her. She introduces herself as a hunter so he won't look down on her, while he is more focused on getting out of the dungeon. In actuality, he is suffering from irritable bowel syndrome. He can't hold on much longer. Abruptly, the entire dungeon starts to shake, surprising the hunters. The boy assumes it was an earthquake. However, Alicia explains that dungeons are a part of a different dimension, so earthquakes don't happen here. Laude orders the hunters to use the side path quickly. He braces for a battle, even while being unaware of the enemy lurking behind the unexpected tremors. He doesn't want to show weakness in front of a woman, even if he dies. When they hear the sound of multiple monsters closing in, Alicia is left in disbelief, questioning how Lauda could take on so many at once. The prideful hunter insists they should hurry and leave. The boy lifts Alicia into his arms and takes off running toward the exit. Alicia wants to help Lauda, but the boy feels that they are going to be a burden to him, and they can't let his last efforts be in vain. Meanwhile, Lauda is sweating, as he didn't expect the boy to also leave. He tries to stay fired up because he leveled up while hunting in the dungeon. He feels that he should be able to handle a few Tatiros. However, when a great deal of Tatiro charges toward him, he starts running for his life. The Tatiros pass by Lauda without harming him. He hears the Tatiros chanting words like run and danger and wonders what is happening. On the opposite side of the dungeon, Han Bin is toying with Tatiros. He had high expectations since it was a dungeon, but he isn't getting any experience. Plus, he can't even swing his sword properly, as he is afraid it might make the cave collapse. Him adjusting his strength when he was in Berkman's party was too tiring. Terrified of his strength, Tatiros help each other escape, but the remaining few sacrifice themselves for their allies. After annihilating Tatiros, he finds an artifact, a fireball bracelet magic source. He is delighted but wonders why there isn't any boss guarding crazy items like these, unaware that he already had killed the level 40 Tyro King. He is aware that if he takes the artifact, then the nearby monsters will disappear. If they don't disappear, he won't be able to level up. He feels uneasy thinking about taking the artifact for various trivial reasons. Among those many reasons is the quality of the artifact. It appears to be a mid-source artifact. The guidelines show him that the wearer of the bracelet can throw fireball magic by yelling fireball. It also says the bracelet has 30 uses left. Han Bin without a second thought takes the bracelet, thinking it's every man's dream. After this, he tries to test the fireball and looks around the dungeon to ascertain that no one is there. How do monsters keep respawning in the dungeon? The answer to that was discovered by hunters who previously explored them. Shockingly, dungeon monsters don't breed. Instead, they are manufactured in a special zone, and that special zone is the place where the magic rests. Han Bin has no idea why magic sources are in the shape of items, but hunters call these items artifacts as they are condensed with magical powers. His attempt to use the fireball attack fails. The system tells him that the user must be level 31 to use it. Unlike regular tools, artifacts have a level requirement to use. However, if that player can get that far, then they should not have any problems using it. He calls it trash as it didn't help him. He can't even sell it, as it would be suspicious if a level 5 tried to sell it. A dungeon artifact is a great honor for a hunter to receive, which is why it is priceless in the market, though a hunter owning an artifact is a rare sight. And the reason for that is the pride that they had from slaying all the monsters until that moment. But the moment they got their hands on an artifact, the very opportunity it presented became their downfall. He finds a passage that leads to the boss's room and decides to continue going forward. He makes it to the boss's room. He plans on doing a quick exploration and then returning before Berkman wakes up. This boss room is located in the middle of the dungeon. He wishes for the boss to appear so that he can go back. However, he finds the boss's room empty. He wonders where all the monsters went, leaving behind the most important magic source there for the taking. He tries calling out the monsters by shouting that he is going to take the magic source, hoping he will hear a response. He continues to intentionally provoke the monsters in the room by loudly declaring that he's taking the artifact. Suddenly he finds his arms roped by tentacles. He faces up only to find the dungeon boss, the level 45 tentacle beholder. He assumes this monster might give him some experience. However, his arms and legs are all caught by the tentacles monster. In his current position, it will be over if he gets hit by its attack. Lauda comes out from the door in the far middle door of the room, much to Han Bin's astonishment, who was occupied calculating the odds of him winning against the monster. Han Bin starts sweating buckets thinking he just got caught and there's no coming back now. He tries to come up with an excuse but can't think of anything. Since he is strapped in the tentacles of the monster, Lauda assumes he is a weak monster that utilizes an opponent's weakness and trauma against them and gives shape to their fears. In simple terms, he thinks the monster is imitating Han Bin. The prideful hunter wants him to not use such petty tricks again, because it's impossible for the level 5 hunter to be here. Han Bin doesn't miss this opportunity and puts up an act of being the dungeon boss. After this, Lauda charges at him. Due to its omnidirectional body, the original monster doesn't have any blind spots and can efficiently attack and defend from the air. It will use its tentacles to attack hunters in their blind spots with super hyper speed. He saves Lauda from getting hit by the dungeon boss's tentacles without him knowing. However, Han Bin is late to realize that he is in a position where the hunter with high sense of pride could inflict damage to his private parts with his blade. He goes airborne to save his future kids, but in the process, he puts too much power into his jump that the boss above his head stamps into the ceiling. He is more concerned about getting his pants ripped than nearly bidding farewell to his privates. He is also disappointed at the dungeon boss because it turned out to be very weak. On the other hand, Lauda plans on not letting him breathe to the point of swinging his blade aimlessly. While attempting to dodge Lauda's attack, he unknowingly tosses the dungeon boss around like a ball. The prideful hunter soon goes insane and blames him for making his life miserable, though he is still convinced that he is fighting a monster that is transformed into Han Bin. He is angry at him because he has snatched his everything, even Atisa. He unexpectedly gets under the control of the Tentacle Beholder, who uses him to communicate with Hanbin. The Tentacle Beholder seems absolutely livid with Hanbin, enraged over being toyed with and made a fool of. The monster believes his opponent will never be able to attack him because he has taken Lauda as a hostage. Dying at the hands of his companions will be the most horrendous death. Hanbin offers to give him Lauda, and in return demands experience. Tentacle Beholder changes his mind. He initially planned on using Lauda as the dungeon's fertilizer, but decides to make him a mid-boss. He declares to consume him alive after massacring all the humans, and the first course will be him. Among dungeon bosses, the Tentacles Beholder is one of the most problematic bosses to deal with. It may not have any destructive attacks, but its extremely high intelligence can penetrate a human's psyche. Therefore, if a human is captured, they will become a parasitic host, obtaining extraordinary powers. Tentacles Beholder tries to get into Hanbin's head by remarking no matter how strong he is only a human. And even if he pretends that it doesn't matter, he will never be able to cut down his companion. The monster suddenly starts to lose control of Lauda. It wonders if the manipulation is incomplete and notices him lowering his sword. Tentacles Beholder soon realizes that it has been defeated by someone who is claiming to be level 45 and is exasperated. Meanwhile, Hanbin is wondering if he will receive a pop-up message from the guidelines about the monster being too weak. He wishes to meet some other monsters outside in the Sathi forest. The monster feels that his opponent isn't a human, and opening a portal is useless if someone of his caliber is around. The dungeon will disappear once Hanbin leaves, and even as it is dying, the monster is desperate to inform that being. He destroys the last bits of the Tentacles Beholder. Before heading back, he receives 54.5 billion of something. It's morning time and Berkman is occupied with the morning stretches. Erwin informs her party that Hanbin is nowhere to be found. The tank reveals that he was gone when he woke up. Erwin fears that he might have gone back to the forest alone. Hanbin returns in the nick of time with a monster corpse, scaring Erwin. When Erwin expresses her concern about him not being there when they wake up, he apologizes for making them worry but remains quiet. Moments before, he received the experience of slaying the Tentacle Beholder, and this experience was 113,240. He recalls that Helldogs only gave him 258 experience. To level up to level 5 from level 4, it takes 1,000 EXP, and to level up to level 6, one would need double the experience, 2,200. Since he just received over 100,000 experience, he wonders what level will he become. Just as he is about to celebrate unlocking something this big, the guidelines reveal that he needs 54.5 billion more experience to get to level 6. Since that shocking reveal, he has completely frozen, even calling leveling up impossible. Berkman's party continued to search for monsters that whole week, but none showed up, so the party decided to return to Onprus City sooner than planned. At the Onprus City's main entrance, they are stopped by the guards. The carriage coachman informs the guard that this is a transport carriage for the Onprus Hunters Guild. The guard asks the coachman for the pass, but the coachman doesn't have it. The guard states he won't allow them to enter until he sees a pass. The old coachman gets angry and rages at the guard, telling him that he has been doing this work before the guard's father was even born. The guard reveals that this is a direct order from the higher-ups. Hanbin is sure that people without a pass are also allowed through if they have the mark of the guild. The guards learn that Berkman's party has been away for 3 months, and they don't know about things that happened in their absence. When the tank removes his mask, the guard instantly recognizes him and greets him. The name of the guard in charge is Goleman, and is acquainted with the tank. Goleman is a little surprised that Berkman hasn't heard anything about the recent incident. He explains that the Hunters Guild had an emergency recall of all the hunters that were out, saying that the Ifan Plains dungeon had been cleared up. Although Goleman allows them to enter the city, Hanbin is feeling uncomfortable with the atmosphere inside the city. He didn't take the magic source, Dragon's core of the Ifan Plains dungeon, and since the dungeon is closed, he wonders if someone else took the source and cleared the dungeon. No one knows who and what led this dire situation to happen. Hubert reveals that clearing a dungeon is a great honor for hunters, but it's only the Otherworlders who choose to keep it under wraps. That said, Amber blames Heresy Inquisitors. They are the people sent by the Brotherhood to find and execute Otherworlders. Before killing, the Inquisitors will drag and torture other people indiscriminately, especially any hunter over the level 20. Hanbin finds it unbelievable because both Berkman and Amber are over level 20. Hubert admits he is right, which is why most hunters have already left this place. Hanbin realizes that Otherworlders aren't welcome anywhere. Berkman feels that they should drop this matter for now, and should finish up what they came for. He believes there should be some merit to all their hard work and nights out camping. But before that, he wants to trade in their magic stones to the Hunters Guild. He assigns Hanbin to go and sell all the monster materials that are in the bag, and after he returns, they plan a party to celebrate Hanbin's first mission completion. Berkman insists that Hanbin take Amber with him, but he wants to go there by himself as he knows where Balton's shop is. She tries to stop him because he doesn't even know the market price, However, the tank believes in him. At the Baltan shop, Baltan refuses to buy magic stones from Berkman or his associates, as he doesn't want to get involved with heresy inquisitors. He reveals that this place was thriving because of the dungeon. Baltan is frustrated, thinking, how is he supposed to sell? Hanbin wants him to help them out just once. He is even willing to sell the magic stones at a quarter of the original cost. Baltan is somewhat annoyed by his stubbornness, but makes it clear that no matter the price, he is not going to accept it in this situation. Suddenly, a member of the Brotherhood arrives, startling the Baltan, and says that he is going to wait for his turn. Hanbin tries to see his level but isn't able to see it for some reason. The Brotherhood gets closer, wondering if Hanbin can't see his level. Hanbin dismisses his question. The Dark Brotherhood mentions that while he'd be seen as tall in other regions, this guy surpasses him in height. He drops another question, asking him why he got startled after seeing him, and why didn't he back off. He states he will be followed even if he tries to escape. The Heresy Inquisitor demands to know what god he worships and learns that Hanbin is an atheist. Lastly, the Dark Brotherhood is curious if he has any favorite fairy tales, and he lies, claiming he's an orphan who never heard any. The Heresy Inquisitor then summarizes everything he has been told and calls his story strange. He starts to refer to him as an otherworlder instead of using any pronouns. Hanbin is irritated by the Dark Brotherhood's unlikable personality and explains he got the wrong person. The enemy doesn't believe Hum words and checks his level, only to find out that he was telling the truth all along. He is baffled. He expected someone with his physique to be very strong. Hanbin wants to finish what he came for and faces Baltan, who is impressed at how daring he is around the Heresy Inquisitor. The Inquisitor admits that he was at fault and proceeds to walk straight, leaving. Hanbin finally took a much-needed breather after nearly pissing his pants. He initially thought it would be okay because he is a low level, but feels that his heart is about to explode. He is convinced that the Dark Brotherhood is not normal. Nevertheless, he wasn't even able to confirm his levels. Baltan digs through his bag to find the items that he will be purchasing from him. He finds the Fireball Bracelet magic source in the bag, and shows interest in it. Realizing that Dark Brotherhood is nearby, Hanbin tries to hide the artifact, but it ends up falling at the Dark Brotherhood's feet. The Inquisitor picks the artifact and wishes to know how he, a level 5, obtained an artifact. He thought he was finally in the clear, but a bigger problem had been birthed this time. He pretends to not know anything, and surprisingly, the Dark Brotherhood isn't suspicious of him, as he, just like the others, thinks a level 5 couldn't have gone into a dungeon. The Inquisitor then hands the artifact to him. Before he leaves, he decides to tell him something useful. He narrates a story that took place 15 years ago. In a small village, there lived a married couple. The hunter was a veteran. He may not have been the leader of his party, but attracted a lot of people. One day, his party was given a quest. However, he became quite frightened in front of a weak-looking monster, and the members could not understand why this normally brave hunter would act in such an embarrassing way. When the party decided to kick him out, the man yelled that the monster's level was over 80. It was then that he told his companions the truth, since they refused to believe him that he was an otherworlder and could see the levels of other people and monsters. The monsters attacked them, and to buy time for his companions to run, that otherworlder fought the monster alone. After finishing this story, the Inquisitor asks him who he thinks died by the end. He replies he thinks that the otherworlder, whose identity was just discovered, must have died. The Inquisitor reveals that everyone except for the otherworlder and the party leader survived. Everyone else that was connected to him was slaughtered. The leader sold him out to the Dark Brotherhood and was exempted because of that reason. The otherworlder who miraculously survived then returned home. However, the villagers burned down his house after hearing the rumors. His burning rags caused him to leave the village. Afterward, he massacred everyone involved in it. According to the Dark Brotherhood, anyone related to otherworlders will suffer misfortunes, but wonders what fault would a simple level 5 have. As he wonders why the Inquisitor revealed this in the first place, he is enlightened that it is common to see otherworlders dispose of artifacts by using innocent hunters for cases like these. The Inquisitor decides to let it slide this one time but demands details about his party. Unable to hold back any longer, Hanbin tries to land a punch from behind, only for Atis to jump in at the last second to smooth things over. Atisi starts shouting at Hanbin for being useless and even calls him a dumb meathead. He remarks that he is at fault for leaving the artifact with someone as dumb as him. Hanbin tries to speak back, but he shuts him up. The Dark Brotherhood has Atis introduce himself like a good boy. Atis Bannister from the Bannister. The Inquisitor is amazed to see someone from the dragon hunter Bannister family alive. He thought their bloodline had ended, but his special amulet proved otherwise. Atis claims that he may be weak, but he is doing his utmost best to revive his family. The Dark Brotherhood apologizes to him for his appearance, as he is on duty and cannot take off his mask. He is trying to figure out Hanbin and the Bannisters' connection. Atis lies about Hanbin being his party's porter for a quest a few days ago. Additionally, it hasn't been long since Hanbin came to Onpris, so he is unfamiliar with this place. Hanbin is startled and wonders if Atis is lying just to help him out. Meanwhile, the mage continues to waffle to save him. Following the artifact incident, he claims to have sent Hanbin to bring the artifact for further investigation, which brings them to where they are now. Hanbin gets the gist of what's happening, and since Atis is helping him out, he chooses to play along. He apologizes to the Heresy Inquisitor, and both he and Atis start walking, with the mage adding that there's still some research to be done. He pays the Inquisitor respect by bidding him a proper farewell with the Heresy Inquisitor's catchphrase, "May the blessings of the darkness be with you." Atis wasn't happy with his friend acted earlier. Hanbin is surprised that he hasn't asked him a single question, not even back when they first met in the forest. He wonders what Atis would have done if he turned out to be a strange person. Just before they are gone, the Dark Brotherhood baits them both by asking what kind of ability the artifact has. Expectedly, they both enunciate a different ability and realize that they have messed up big time. The enemy closes the distance between them promptly and orders them to follow his lead. We go back to the first day after Hanbin joined Berkman's party. He is fighting different species of monsters varying in levels, but are overall weaker. He is not satisfied fighting only puny monsters, after struggling to get past Rock Mountain. He is taking out his frustration on the monsters and feels that even the Hell Dogs are better than them. He is desperate to level up and appears to be going insane. Abruptly, he hears Berkman calling him, and when he snaps back to reality, he finds himself in the company of his old friend. The tank reassures him that this may be his first time joining a party, but there's nothing to worry about. He offers Hanbin a special dish prepared by Amber as a welcome gift, though he can't guarantee the taste, which makes her angry. She advises him that once he steps out onto the field, he should think of it as a war. Even though Berkman has accepted him, she hasn't. She also states that they don't need a brat that will complain about the food. He wonders if the tank's party members messed with his food, but is confident that it wouldn't be worse than Hell Dog's meat. Upon reflection, he realizes that it has been a few decades since he had something other than the Hell Dog. Hanging out with his new party was a feeling of not being alone. Back to the present, the Dark Brotherhood is prepared to take Hanbin and Atis with him. Hanbin assumes he is using wind magic, but Atis refuses to believe that because the Inquisitor isn't exerting any mana. He believes it's healing winds, something that only high-leveled spiritualists can pull off, implying their opponent is a formidable priest. Hanbin isn't confident about fighting a priest under the current circumstances. He can win if he starts fighting seriously, but then his identity will be revealed. Their limbs may get cut off fighting the Dark Brotherhood, but it won't be lethal as long as they stay inside his healing winds barrier. He prefers if they both quietly follow him. Hanbin believes that there is no choice but to surrender. He approaches the Dark Brother and asks if they will leave everyone else if they find out who cleared the dungeon. The Dark Brotherhood accepts the conditions because they are busy people, and withdraws the healing winds. Hanbin confesses that he was the one who cleared the dungeon. Before the situation escalates, Lauda interrupts. He has returned with the 2 hunters he saved. The survivors, Alicia and the hunter boy, appear to be complimenting him for clearing the dungeon alone, unaware that it was Hanbin who cleared it. Laud himself believes that he must have beaten the boss and cleared the dungeon by grabbing the dungeon source. But after the dungeon disappeared, he almost died of hunger in the Even Plains. That was when the surviving hunters from that dungeon found him on their way back to Empress. They all are thankful to each other. As the prideful hunter is daydreaming, the troops of Heresy Inquisitors capture him and decide to lock him up. Hanbin and Atise are surprised at how he was the one to clear the dungeon. Hanbin thought he would turn into a complete monster. A member of the Heresy Inquisitors apologizes to them for the Dark Brotherhood's behavior. When Atise inquires about what would happen to Lauda, the Inquisitor keeps the location undisclosed, but mention his friend will be imprisoned and investigated thoroughly. They will verify his testimony, and if there are no problems, he will be released. While Hanbin prefers Laude to rot in the cell, the mage is glad that the prideful hunter will be free soon, though he doesn't genuinely hate him, because things turned out okay thanks to his intervention. The Dark Brother decides to compensate for not letting him sell his magic stone and writes a check in the name of Bannister, assuming Hanbin is a country bumpkin who doesn't have a bank. Before handing him the check, he asks for Hanbin's signature. Hanbin recalls his mother's advice to not sign something carelessly. When he shows signs of nervousness, the Dark Brotherhood assures him that they don't use underhanded tricks, though no promises can be made about the Order of Light. He hands him something to look at once the signing is done, and then leaves. He goes blank for a moment and turns to Atise for a favor. At the Empress Hunters Guild, the receptionist Siguri apologizes to Berkman because his party didn't get the notice. Moreover, the Guildmaster of Empress has run away, and Siguri appears to be taking the blame for his share too. Being a kind man, the tank reassures her that it's not her fault that the Guildmaster ran away, and understands that everyone must have been busy. He finds it amazing that she is still protecting this place. Meanwhile, Amber, who has just returned after selling all her magic stones, brings up that the guild's entire fund only has 5 coins left. She explains that the guildmaster ran off with all the money and knew that Berkman's party wouldn't sit still, which is why he never bothered notifying them. She's devastated, but he, in contrast, is savoring the beer he received from the guild. She shouts at him for drinking at a time like this. She thinks their future as hunters is finished since the guild is destroyed, and is worried about how they'll make money moving forward. He brings up how 20 years ago he stubbornly proclaimed to protect the village, back when Empress didn't even have a guild or dungeon. She recalls the moment and mentions having saved him more than 100 times. Entering his romantic mode, he insists that it doesn't matter if there's a guild or not, because since the day he met her, his heart has never changed. She mentions that this is the reason she's still single, but upon realizing her words, she starts stuttering and tries to think of a way to explain herself. In the heat of the moment, he makes a romantic move, but Hubert interrupts and nearly gets injured by Amber's coin attack. She seems angry for some reason and suggests they continue their talk after the party. Quite scared, Berkman agrees to follow her lead. While they relish their moment of peace and free will, someone approaches through the guild's main entrance. Atis appears from the door carrying Hanbin's bag. He asks for help before collapsing. Later, when he wakes up, he gives Hanbin his flowers for carrying such a heavy bag. Berkman is surprised to see him carrying Hanbin's bag, wondering where the actual man rushed off to. Irwin reveals that the material inside is not there. Even Atis doesn't know where he is. The only thing he knows is he is doing this as a favor to him. Amber checks out the bag and finds some money inside it. The money appears to be in 10 bags of 1000X. Berkman has many questions, but even if he sold everything, the money Eric's friend has delivered exceeds the market price. Atise gives the tank Hanbin's hunter badge, signifying that he has retired. The tank wants him to speak if he knows the reason for his exit. However, he only gave Atise this information but had an expression of fear on his face. Flashback shows the Dark Brotherhood showed him the official badge of Great Earth, who were believed to have been wiped out by 4 heroes 20 years ago. Hanbin pretends to not know what it is. The Inquisitor is sure that a level 5 like him wouldn't know anything about it. But in case, a level 5 like him, though it would be an impossibility, becomes an otherworlder and recognizes them, then he would want him to remember that story he narrated. At present, Hanbin is frustrated and thinks that he doesn't have a single good thing going on. He looks around and finds some thugs staring at him. Back at the Hunters Guild of Empress City, everyone is startled by his sudden exit. Hubert is angry at Hum because he didn't come to talk to them. He thinks they should have at least tried to convince him to stay, but Berkman quickly shuts him down. He reminds him that their work requires them to put their lives on the line. Therefore, they shouldn't pressure someone to risk the same. Berkman asks Atise to let Hanbin know he's more than welcome to take over as their bag boy whenever he wants. He agrees to pass on this message. Inside, he thinks that he doesn't know what Hanbin's reasons are, but he feels a little jealous seeing some people care about him. Meanwhile, Hanbin finds himself tied to a chair. He opens his eyes to some thugs and wonders where he is. One thug comments that he's never seen him before and figures he must be a hunter. The thug says that he has heard Hanbin has broken the arms and legs of his men. Moreover, he slept in their territory and ruined their stuff. The culprit apologizes for the damage done to his men, but points out that it was their arms and legs that broke when they hit him, not the other way around. And since he didn't have anywhere to sleep, he just slept in an abandoned house that he found. The other thugs are surprised over how can a person's body be as strong as a wall. They are convinced Hanbin is using some kind of magic. He reveals he doesn't use magic, encouraging thugs to even test magic on him. If the thug boss is not tempted to hit him just like the thugs behind, does that make him a chicken? When they refuse to admit to saying something this outrageous, he calls them liars. Enraged, one of the thugs punches him in the face. However, this doesn't end well for the thug, as his hand gets broken. Since he has ignited the flame by fighting the thug's boss, he wonders how will he be able to break out of there. The thugs are playing a guessing game and trying to guess his profession. Hanbin feels that it would be easy to break out of here, but nothing good will come from causing a bigger mess. The chairman of the thugs arrives and learns that only a single hunter has been caught, and unlike other thugs, he isn't scared and even calls him a dog, pissing him off to the core. Surprisingly, he seems to be aware that he is from Rock Mountain, probably because of his bad temper. He orders his man to let him go because if he wanted to, he would have cooked them easily. Hanbin is quite astonished. The chairman agrees to reveal how he knows about Rock Mountain only if he works for him. 6 months after the dungeon disappeared, in the residential area in the eastern castle wall of Empress City, the bandits are forcefully collecting the possessions of a resident. Whether it's kitchenware or furniture, they have collected everything that appears to be valuable. The owner of one of those houses, a woman, pleads they do not take their property. The bandits claim they have told the man of the house that they will be dealing with everything. The man of the house, the woman's husband, comes rushing and jumps at the bandits. However, the man in charge of the bandits asks him to not make a fuss and commands his men to bring the hammer. The man of the house, equipped with some good armor, is stunned to see a huge man carrying a giant hammer. To protect his house, the man points his sword at Hanbin. The man attempts to stab him in the chest, but the sword fails to penetrate his skin. He first moves him out of the way and then crushes his house with a single hit. After this, the family is introduced to one of the projects that the Onpraus Builders Association is pushing forward. The bald man from the thugs shows them around their new house, as not only they are preparing city walls, but they are demolishing old houses and giving families stronger and newer ones too. The new houses are built with the same materials that the nobles use to build their castles and have strengthened with golem magic, so they are quite sturdy. Furthermore, they have finished it with a special slime extract coating to prevent monsters and enemies from climbing up the building. This whole information, from their house getting demolished to being given a new one, has left them poker-faced. The bald man then addresses the conditions of living in the house. They're allowed to live there, as long as they agree to let soldiers occupy their homes during emergencies when civilians have been evacuated. Additionally, the man of the house may be able to receive a monthly payment for helping to maintain the castle wall. The bald man has explained this all before to the man of the house, but the man was drunk at that time and didn't understand a thing. The man of the house thanks them for helping him and his family like this. He is quite regretful of pointing his sword at him and apologizes for his behavior. Hanbin is eager to leave this place and even asks the bald man if they're finished. The man of the house offers him to stay for a meal, but he refuses to wait any longer, as he has to go back to give the report. The bald man calls him rude, as the man of the house is sincerely offering them the meal. Things intensify when the bald man calls him weird. He isn't able to handle his emotions, and everything around him looks as if it is processing too quickly that he doesn't even fathom it. His negative emotions are fueled by his encounter with the Heresy Inquisitors, especially the Dark Brotherhood. When he regains his senses, he finds himself in a position where he is about to hit a little child. He quickly leaves after realizing that he has messed up. He has worked for the association for half a year and receives 600x per commission, which is more than what a mid-level hunter makes. The reason he earns that much is because he can do a month's work in a single day. It's also why he is famous even in other builders associations located in other cities. But no one has tried talking to him. He returns to the chairman of the thugs or bandits. He slams the door open and confronts the main man about what's happening outside. He wants to know why the buildings that normally don't exist here have suddenly appeared. He claims that's why he paid and sent them out there, because these kids have never seen buildings like that before. But thinks that there's no point because Hanbin doesn't even talk, and his son also insists he's mute. Hanbin gets worked up as he has done everything he was asked to for 5 months. He smashes the table apart with his bare hands out of rage while asking his motivations. The chairman questions whether he is done with his tantrum, then goes on to mention that they had all lived a normal life up until 40 years ago. The second time, he emphasizes the words us and otherworlder, indicating that both the humans of this world and otherworlders had lived peaceful life for some time. Hanbin had a hunch that the man he served already knew. The chairman wonders if Hanbin knows why he can't get a good night's sleep, why he has to eat in hiding, and why he can't talk to anyone. Hanbin feels that maybe it's because he is an otherworlder. The chairman thinks that is not the main reason. This is because he can't live like other people. People only have seen otherworlders work as hunters. It's been 40 years since the first otherworlders appeared. There are actually more people who work in other jobs compared to how many hunters are there. But in return, quite several otherworld technologies and cultures are integrated. If he doesn't fight and live a normal life, no one will think anything of it. The chairman gives him a piece of advice to not get involved with hunters after finishing this task, if he wants to live like a normal person. This task is a hunter's commission exclusively requested for Hanbin. He believes that he has no reason to accept this, and he won't even be of any help. The chairman points in the direction of the door, revealing that one begs to differ and requests it must be Hanbin. He turns his head back and finds Atis. Surprised to see his old friend, he is guessing how he found him with all his body covered. He is told to not stress too much, as everyone already knows. He reveals that the man kept nagging him, so he thought they at least heard him out. The chairman reassures him that this guest won't bother him anymore. Hanbin feels sorry for Atis, but he doesn't want anyone to get involved with him. The mage introduces himself to the chairman, but the man refuses to hand Hanbin over to him, since he works for the Builders Association, so this technically makes him their family. Angry at the guest, the chairman bangs his hand on the table. He assumes Atis came to take Hanbin back on Onprus Guild's orders, and sees it as an insult to his strength. The mage reveals this as his favor. The guild doesn't have anything to do here. The chairman learns that the guest and his man were in different parties and weren't particularly close, but Hanbin protected him when he was discovered by his party member. He doesn't quite understand Atis's explanation, and asks if there is a problem for members of different parties to meet. The mage clarifies he was naked at that time, but can't say much more. While visualizing what might have happened, Chairman says that he gets it. Since Hanbin has spent quite some time with the chairman, he can see what's going through his head, and tells him that he is misunderstanding it. He calls Hanbin a scoundrel. Meanwhile, Atisa feels his old friend was suffering from guilt after the incident with Laude. Before leaving the city, he was in an extremely difficult situation and had him deliver a check of 1 million X to the guild before he quit being a hunter. In that instant, everyone goes silent for a moment, waiting for the chairman's response. Unexpectedly, the man himself kicks Hanbin out of his room and shouts at him that if he's a man, he should go and take responsibility for his actions and shouldn't even think about coming back without finishing his job. Atis is relieved that he permitted Hanbin to help him. Hanbin shouts at him as he doesn't give the proper details of the incident. The mage is sure that the situation with Heresy Inquisitors is a bit touchy. Hanbin believes he's in an even worse situation now. He argues that it's already been 5 months since he quit being a hunter. Atisi reminds him of his quest, to explore and collect samples from the forest, and so it won't be dangerous. He promises to protect him if things do go south. Additionally, he prefers him to not to speak formally. Sometime later in the forest, both of them are walking toward their destination. Hanbin is pondering why it has to be him. Why didn't Atis choose someone else? He remembers the chairman told him that nothing would appear suspicious as long as he acted normal. He finds a small species of low-level monster that inhabits the forest called Kellogg. He tries to play with it but ends up getting bitten. Atis, on the other hand, ruthlessly uses his fireball magic to exterminate Kellogg. He comes running to him and gives him some potion in case poison starts to take over his body. Moreover, he wipes his arm, where he is bitten. However, since Hanbin's skin is too thick to be penetrated, the monster wasn't able to leave any poison in his body. Atise shows him a sample of some portion, wanting him to inform her when he finds something similar. Hanbin wonders if his friend has blue blood. Asking someone if they have blue blood is like asking the person if they are not human, or don't have any emotions such as sympathy. After this, they continued their exploration. However, Atis burned everything that was in the way they were passing through. This forest has quite a large number of dangerous monsters. Hanbin wishes to forbid him from using fire magic. Atis wants him to not worry because if he stops his magic, then the fire will die out. Hanbin insists it's banned. Later, the mage reveals Lauda's party was the first party that he joined. It was a bit awkward for him to be with Lauda, so he ended up going solo, and he also didn't have much experience working with people. It was his first time camping out too. Hanbin asks him why he joined the Hunters Guild. He thought it would be fun to collect and research materials by himself. Rich people and mages can level up just by doing magical research, so they don't need to go out in the field. While laughing, Hanbin asks him, how can a dragon hunt dragons at home? He reveals he doesn't have anything to do with his family business. Besides, dragons are nearly extinct. Hanbin wonders why there aren't any dragons around anymore. Atis isn't certain why, but he's starting to get the feeling that his teammate has a thing for dragons. He believes he can level up if he gets to encounter one, and lies to Atis that there are no dragons where he is from. They are rare monsters, which makes them difficult to see. The mage describes the dragons as a fearsome monster that flies in the sky with wingspans as wide as castle walls. They can burn up earth with their limitless mana. But the real reason why one must fear them is that their levels increase with each enemy they defeat, like an otherworlder. They are an intelligent species of monsters that can verbally communicate with others. Dragons may be secretly surviving by hiding out and living solitary lives. Based on his personal experience, Hanbin remarks that no matter how lonely the dragons are, living while being safe may be better. He brings Ephor into the conversation, saying that he knows a wyvern that also speaks, but chooses to live in secrecy. Atise starts laughing hysterically, thinking Hanbin is joking. He asks him if he has thought about being a hunter again. Hanbin wonders how is he going to show his face to the party's leader and tank, as it would be shameful. The mage reveals he is making his own party and wants Hanbin to join him, who wonders why him because he could run away again. Atis admits he doesn't know the exact reason Hanbin left Berkman's party, but reassures him that he shouldn't worry about him finding out his secrets. He appears to be uncomfortable by Atis's comments and points out that the mage also has secrets, leaving him puzzled. Hanbin is suspicious because how can a mage use magic without casting any spells? The mage wants both of them to keep their secrets a secret, which doesn't convince Hanbin, as he feels that Atis might betray him first. The tension in the atmosphere increases when both prepare to fight. The Sword King attempts to take out his sword, while the mage has already charged his wand and is about to launch an attack. Atise shoots a mana bullet that skims past Hanbin's face and hits a beast standing behind him. Hanbin, who believed he would get hit by the mana bullet, is stunned. The mage explains that he shot a mana bullet down the beast's throat and ignited his lungs. It will likely die of suffocation. Hanbin is enlightened that the monster could have alerted others if it had made a noise. He is convinced that Atis is on another level compared to the mage from Berkman's party. He is genuinely surprised at how quickly he was able to make a decision. He had thought that the mage was a delicate young master who had stayed home and researched. Atise thinks it would be nice if he could persuade Hanbin to join his party, but now's not the time for that. He instructs Hanbin to open the monster's stomach while he goes to check on the net. He opens up to Hanbin about how the monsters that normally don't approach humans have come out on the open areas and have attacked them. It doesn't seem strange to Hanbin after all, his friend burned everything. He then looks at the monster Atis dropped earlier and learns that it's a level 21 monster named Kobold, and they normally appear inside the dungeons. Atisi snaps at him for not properly listening and orders him to cut Kobold's stomach open. When the sun falls, they stealthily arrive at the nearby village and find themselves a place to peek at the kobolds without getting caught. They find 2 kobolds in the tower and the majority of them in the village, but it's too dark for them to see clearly. It is revealed that they found a human finger in Kobold's stomach, which may have been from the village they are in. This indicates kobolds have started eating humans too. When Hanbin asks him if a new dungeon has appeared, the mage reveals that it is not true, because if the new dungeon were to appear, the Empress would have noticed the changes in the topography. Hanbin wonders if a new dungeon hasn't appeared. Then why would there be dungeon monsters here? He suggests they go back and report this to the Hunter Guild now that they have scouted the place. Atis spots someone near the village with the help of a monocular. He finds a person who appears to be bound and suspended by a rope. He attempts to run to rescue him, but Hanbin stops him, suspecting the man could be already dead. One of the 2 kobolds in the tower gets hit by a mana arrow. His kobold companion tries his hardest to remove the arrow from the skin, but ends up setting it off by mistake. Hanbin demands an explanation of what he used. Atis explains his weapon is a device that shoots magic stones that are inscribed with magic spells. The mage abruptly starts running in the kobold's direction and commands his friend to stay put while he takes care of the rest. Hanbin checks the hanging man's status and by all appearances, he's already dead. The village is glowing bright because of the flames, and based on its conditions, Atis thinks the kobolds have occupied this village for about half a year, and that one person may be the only survivor. Some kobolds, hiding inside the buildings, surprise attack the mage. Atis had heard that kobolds are an intelligent species of monster, but he never thought they would be smart enough to attack under concealment. He uses the fireball to burn the whole building, exterminating the monsters. However, he adds a little extra mana to his magic wand and ends up wearing it out. In this critical moment, a kobold jumps at Atis with a spear. The mage casts a mana bullet which edges past Kobold's ear, but he throws the wand at his face to distract him. He takes out a new wand from his pocket and blasts the entire surrounding area. Hanbin arrives and comments that the fire he cast in the forest was nothing. Atisi now knows that his friend was right. The man he rushed to rescue is dead. Hanbin believes this isn't Kobold's doing. His friend further adds that this wasn't done by any monster. The man was frozen to death. Hanbin reveals he has never experienced cold weather despite living here for a year. Atis clarifies that this wasn't the only strange thing. The man was a level 27 hunter from Onpraus. Hanbin isn't surprised to see the badge and emphasizes the word another one. The mage doesn't quite fathom Hanbin emphasizing another and asks him what he means by that. He explains there were a lot of badges scattered amongst the wreckage just outside the village. All these villagers wouldn't have been hunters and there aren't that many Satha Forest quests either. Plus, if this many hunters disappeared at once, the guild would have known about it, which means they must have disappeared slowly over time. If this place was some place where the hunters would gather and have them disappear, these clues lead them to think the dungeon is the place behind the death of the hunters. Atise believes the Ifan Plains dungeon Laude cleared about 6 months ago perfectly fits the timeline. However, the dungeon was located in between this village and Onpris, so traveling to the city would be a bit far. As the mage is thinking about different likelihoods of how the events occurred, Hanbin shows him a portal inside a well. Judging by the debris floating around, he concludes that the portal appears to be closed. He wonders if kobolds can do this kind of magic. Atisa reveals kobolds only knows how to make corpses or trash. He tells him to stop joking when he asks the same thing about Tataros. To make this kind of portal, one would need to be a level 40 magician who can thoroughly understand the ins and outs of space teleportation magic. Since the distance between this village and the Ifan Plains dungeon is quite a bit, level 60, one would need to be level 60 or even higher. Hanbins finds it creepy and says what would they do if the person who created the portal turned out to be an enemy. He makes that comment after spotting a lich approaching them. The lich is a monster that emerges when a magician turns themselves into an undead. He can regenerate his physical abilities. He comes closer to the hunters with some snarky remarks. When he doesn't find any wounds or scars on the hunters, he realizes these people are strong and must have been entertained by his kids. The lich assesses the damage by looking at the traces of mana being burned and points at Atis, deeming him responsible for the damage. Surprisingly, he isn't able to see Hanbin. Hanbin feels that something is wrong with the skeleton. Atis assumes it would have lost all 5 of its senses after becoming an undead. Instead, it would be able to sense the mana energy around the area, which means he would only be able to feel Atis's presence, not Hanbin's because he isn't a mage. The mage orders Hanbin to escape. However, he isn't prepared to leave his friend behind. Out of nowhere, he gets hit by some kind of flying ice bullet. The lich surprisingly talks in plural, calling both hunters rude for not answering his questions, and then an eye appears in his orbit, finally allowing him to see the Hanbin. Meanwhile, the level 5 hunter reveals he was just grazed by the Lich's surprise attack. He tells Atis to concentrate on the enemy. After getting hit by the skeleton, he is convinced that at his current level, his mage friend won't be able to defeat it. What's a married couple? It's something the skeleton asked his married co-worker when he was alive. His married co-worker told him that married couples take the same path, looking in the same direction. He was impressed by what he heard, so he brought James and Catalia together as husband and wife, probably his co-workers. He was aware that he may have been rejected by Catalia before she and James dated. Amidst his speech, Atis casts a magic attack, which he effortlessly stops with his ice magic. The Lich is irritated, as they aren't even listening to him. Hanbin is confused, wondering where Atasi is aiming for. Atis explains that Lich's magic is guiding his mana and changing its trajectory. The skeleton calls their efforts useless, as the mage won't even be able to light a single ember on it with the mana output he has. It's fun for him to see people struggle, so he decides to play with his opponents for a bit. Atis isn't done with his tricks. He pulls out a new attack, throwing a magic stone and hitting the enemy with it before calling for Hanbin to run. As the Lich is about to say their attacks are useless once again, the mage's new attack is enabled, and the skeleton gets caught up in the blast, which he had planned. Surprised by the attack, Hanbin wonders how did that work. The mage explains that since physical attacks are useless against it, it probably thought of blocking mana and not magic stones. His attack will cause a series of chain explosions because of all the mana built up, so it won't be able to go anywhere for the time being. Atisi suggests they should hurry and enter the forest because the mana there will help them conceal their presence. As they are running for their life, he senses a sinister feeling. He first assumes it's fear, but then realizes that the feeling isn't as ominous as that. Hanbin, with his gut feeling, saves Atis from collapsing into an iced crevice dome. He is surprised by the snow inside the iced prison. The mage is grateful he saved his life, but now isn't the time to be surprised, because if they stay inside it for a long time, they will end up like the frozen dead hunter. To further increase their odds of making it out alive, Atis uses fire magic, only to realize it doesn't heat the snow. Instead, it gets frozen. When asked, he explains that Lich lowered the temperature of the mana so he can't ignite anything. He isn't able to understand and questions what does that mean. The Lich explains that the mana ignited to create fire magic and mana frozen to create ice magic are incompatible and always in conflict. Following the explanation, Lich points out that the mage seems to only focus on fire magic, so it is obvious his mana would freeze. After explaining the mechanisms of fire magic and mana frozen to create ice magic, it says the lecture is over, and the next thing is conducting an experiment. The Lich then casts Freezing Storm, which is another challenge for the duo. Hanbin feels the cold air but believes he can handle it because his stats are high. On the other hand, his friend is having an extremely hard time keeping up. Since the skeleton doesn't have lungs anymore, he asks them how it feels. His victims scream his painful when the mana that circulates their bodies freezes. He reveals if Hanbin loses his consciousness in that state, he won't feel the pain. The level 5 hunter is sure that Skeleton plans on taking his time killing his friend, and he can start to fight once Atis loses consciousness. This is the only way he can live like a normal person since he doesn't want the mage to discover his strength. The mage appears to be in a critical condition. He apologizes to Hanbin for being selfish, and then unexpectedly uses his magic on himself. For a split second, he cries out of intolerable pain as the energy circulates his whole body. Hanbin doesn't understand what is he doing, wondering why he used magic on himself. Meanwhile, the Lich starts laughing because of how interesting these things are to him. He is impressed at Atis but wonders how long will he be able to last with just that. Knowing this is their last chance, the mage wants Hanbin to pay attention. He wants him to run towards a hole as soon as he summons it. Thinking Atis is devising a plan where he would be an inevitable sacrifice, he demands an explanation. The magician interrupts and insists that he make a promise, which he reluctantly agrees to under pressure. The Lich is curious about what the mage is cooking up next. Atis wants him to guess, and then instantly throws several of his wands in the air, which causes an explosion. The skeleton avoids the damage by quickly getting out of range. After this, he attempts to understand the magician's chain explosion that was created using the magic stones on the wand. The skeleton believes the magic wand explosions are too weak to cause a hole in the ice wall, and wonders was Atis's attack a suicide bombing. Though he hopes it's not something dull, it activates magic perception to scan the area. The mage's magic stone has turned into dust and is now causing too much noise. The Lich looks at the large clump of mana in the middle and discovers that the fire is still burning. However, when it isn't able to detect Atis, it realizes that things aren't going his way. Moreover, the dungeon disappeared. Just as he is thinking of playing with Hanbin, a dragon appears from behind. Hanbin finally understands the reason behind the sound he heard in the forest when he encountered Atis naked and why he was there in the first place. He solves the puzzle and discovers that his friend was a dragon all along. Atis, now in dragon's form, asks his companion to trust him and can't explain anything because of a shortage of time. The Lich is stunned to see a young dragon, just 100 years old, which seems unbelievable to him, which explains how he was able to use fire magic without casting. The black dragons are believed to have the ability to breathe fire as soon as they learn to fly. The dragon shuts him off for claiming to understand dragons based solely on rumors they have heard. The Lich admits it doesn't know much about dragons, but is going to learn by fighting one. Both sides appear to be prepared to engage in a fight, and the skeleton is the first one to attack. The skeleton is still thrilled after discovering a dragon, which can even gain experience by killing its enemies. It admits it's trying to figure out how the dragon's leveling mechanics work, and believes that once it cracks the code, recreating it will be a breeze. The dragon breathes fire and precisely hits the skeleton. The Lich escapes danger, and then talks about how a dragon can't harm him, not even a young one. Atis's damage output can't even compare to when it was in its human form. The skeleton wonders how difficult will it be to bring the dragon down because knocking it out by freezing it might be difficult as well. The Lich is thinking of finishing it soon. Meanwhile, Hanbin is noticing that the tremendous heat is melting the enemy's snow and frost, turning it into rain. But still, Atis's level is not that high. Even in his dragon form, he is only level 52. The mage wants Hanbin to hold on for a little longer, as he is preparing to attack the Lich using a particle cannon made of superheated compressed mana. The evil skeleton casually dodges the dragon's heavy attack by shifting the trajectory of his legs mid-air. The skeleton reminds Atis that this area is surrounded by its cold mana, so his magic from that distance won't break the ice. Furthermore, he is fighting while protecting Hanbin. He informs him that their plan to melt the ice wall has failed, and regardless of that, he doesn't want him to be stressed. Hanbin wants him to focus on the enemy because he can protect himself. Inside, he thinks Atis's resistance has increased to the point where even the enemy won't be able to go easy anymore. The skeleton suddenly switches targets to Hanbin. However, the dragon uses his massive hand to shield him. He isn't convinced about whether his friend can take care of himself. However, Hanbin insists that Atis focuses on its target. The Lich is speechless. The dragon is surrounded by flames and could easily counter this level of ice magic, but chooses not to, focused entirely on shielding Hanbin. He even guesses that the dragon might be brainwashed because a dragon protecting a human is a rare sight. Atis once again surrounds Hanbin, creating a full-body shield that keeps him alive. His original body may not have gotten to level 70, but even so, he has to give it his all to at least save his hunter friend and secretly insinuates his wand into the ice wall. The skeleton makes a weird guess that Hanbin is Atis's snack, and the reason he is fighting back is because he fears someone is going to snatch it from him. The mage calls him a repulsive human and throws a chain of fireballs. The skeleton realizes that his opponent, despite being a dragon, talks like a human. The Lich wonders why beings as powerful as himself are forced to live in secrecy among humans. Instead, they should be worshipped by the humans. Atis throws a punch at Lich, something the skeleton itself had expected the least. However, Lich regains its footing and impales ice crystals into the dragon's thighs. The skeleton casually floats into the air, looking relaxed, and comments that it's a pity. If only the dragon's levels were a bit higher. Atis asks Hanbin if he's afraid of him. After all, he is a dragon. While having a smirk on his face, the Sword King says that he once saw a monster much larger than him. His friend would be cute compared to them. Atis giggles and reminds him that he claimed there were no dragons in his hometown. He shows interest in his story, but can't hear more about it since their time is up. He demands an answer on whether Hanbin will keep the promise that he made to him. Before Hanbin can speak a word, the ice wall explodes from the inside. Atis commands him to run before the ice wall is reconstructed. Hanbin isn't ready to abandon his friend, but the mage says that he has to stop the Lich and reminds him that they made a promise that he would leave. He is convinced that Atis will fight to the death if he doesn't escape. He decides to leave and quickly returns with a plan. The Lich is astonished by the dragon's good act. He speaks up about how the magic he prepared would go to waste if Hanbin left. At that moment, wide-ranged ice magic begins showering over him from the sky. He makes it even worse by using Blade Squall, which triggers the movement in ice magic, and they start descending. Hanbin wonders where it all went wrong. Was it when he thought he could block it? When he hid the fact that the man in the well was dead? When he didn't stop him, knowing the Lich's level? Was it all because he wanted a normal level 5 life? Atis once again shields him with his massive body and takes all the hits. Hanbin wanted to live like a normal person but got caught up in this mess. The Lich sums up what he has seen with just a single word: ridiculous. He is baffled to see a dragon dying for a mere human. Hanbin checks on his to see if he's okay. Atis doesn't want him to worry, because dragons have strong bodies. Despite that, he isn't sure how long his friend will last. All the ice that pierced his body has melted and is causing a huge amount of blood loss. He wonders if will his friend still be alive after he finishes fighting the Lich. He can't heal Atis's massive body with the number of potions they have, and revealing his identity isn't an option for him to fancy. Atis feels that it would have been better if he was stronger, even though he promised to protect him. Hanbin is devastated to learn that his friend did this all because of a promise. The Lich apprehends that the dragon has taken a liking to humans. He wants to know Atis's perspective on whether he thinks it is righteous for the strong to protect the weak, and whether is it honorable. The skeleton thinks it's an illusion made by the weak majority. It's something they use to make the strong minority protect them. He summons a colossal sword, easily several times bigger than Atis, and gets ready to obliterate both his opponents. He figures he can't risk leaving Hanbin alive, since there's no guarantee he wouldn't spill the beans if he survives. Abruptly, he offers Atis a deal. If he kills his companion, then he will be accepted as a comrade. Atis reflects that, in the eyes of humans, beings like him and the Lich are seen as nothing more than monsters. But instead of giving up living like a human, and becoming something like it, even if that means dying today, he'd still rather live like a human. After hearing Atis's verdict, the Lich launches the giant snow-carved sword at the hunters. While having a smile on his face, Hanbin acknowledges that his friend indeed lives a hard life, and feels the promise wasn't that big of a deal. Living like a human isn't easy, for sure, as is keeping promises. Suddenly he starts sprinting toward the sword, and by concentrating his raw strength on his feet, he jumps into the air. Atis isn't able to process what Hanbin is doing, who then reveals that he felt he should live like a human too. The Lich is sure that Hanbin will die first regardless of the magic he is using. In that moment, Hanbin changes everything. He uses one of his only 3 skills, Side Slash, which not only eradicates the enemy but also shatters the crevice dome. He adds too much force into his swing that the shattered pieces and debris end up on the mountains on the farther side of the forest. Atis found Hanbin's strength jaw-dropping. The ice walls that barely cracked with explosions completely crumbled with one swing of his sword. Not only that, the Lich also took the most damage. The last time he checked his level with some measuring stone, Hanbin was a low-level hunter. Hanbin brushes off the past, calling it a long story, but still asks Atis not to be angry with him. Meanwhile, the mage felt that he used some magic that could trick the measuring stone. As they are having a banter, the skeleton revives its body and enables the Gehenna's entanglement, an ability that allows it to summon tentacles and manipulate them to capture its opponents. The Lich never intended to use this skill, but now is forced to. These tentacles get stronger by absorbing the energies of their victims, and they will never let go of them until they die, even if the victim is the master who summoned them. The skeleton thinks it's a shame that he now has to be satisfied with their corpses. Hanbin is shocked that the Lich is standing on its feet again, even though he did his best to destroy his entire body. Atis explains that their enemy's entire body is composed of mana, so it can't be destroyed with physical attacks. The skeleton threatens them to reveal how Hanbin disguised himself as a level 5. Hanbin proves his opponent wrong by powering up so hard that even his shirt gets destroyed due to the overwhelming energy surge. The skeleton couldn't believe what it was witnessing. Hanbin, in a stance where he is about to swing his longsword, wants to know how the skeleton knows their levels, even though neither he nor Atis mentioned it. The Lich recalls not being sad when he learned that he had died the first time, because his life was already hell anyway. He was more careful with his second life since he couldn't afford to die once more. It took him meticulous planning to steal the scroll of the undead. He conquered them both, death and fear, or at least this is what he expected. Atis thinks that no matter how many times he sees it, his friend is incredibly powerful. He finds his feat of destroying Gehenna's tentacles just by striking the ground unbelievable. Hanbin is sure he had shattered Lich's bones, but it appears that it had already stitched itself up. After stitching itself, the skeleton turns to Hanbin and seriously questions his identity. Hanbin also wanted to ask him the same thing, because up until now, not even one person he met guessed his level perfectly. He thinks the Lich either is a gifted fortune teller or an otherworlder. The skeleton attempts to escape right after Hanbin reveals what he is thinking. It tries to guess maybe Hanbin came to hunt him knowing that he was an otherworlder. The skeleton admits underestimating him, thinking he was nothing more than a country bumpkin. Hanbin appears before it, even though it is flying at hypersonic speed, and hits it with his longsword, using it like a baseball bat. Just after making contact with the ground, the monster once again starts running for its life. Hanbin expresses frustration about how many good people like him are suffering because of evil people like the Lich. The evil skeleton summons Ice Puppet, Frost Knight, intending to retaliate. However, the Sword King goes past its defense and smashes its face with his long sword. Meanwhile, Atis, spectating their fight from the distance, thinks his friend's power level doesn't compare to a normal human, though he feels that something is off. He speculates that Hanbin is most likely an aura user because a sword of that capability can't be equipped by a normal human. Back to Hanbin and the Lich's battle, the Sword King wonders just how much his enemy can regenerate. The skeleton thinks his opponent isn't using aura because he is planning to turn him over to the Inquisitor for the bounty money. He offers him triple the reward money to let him leave. Hanbin proceeds to throw a stone shotgun before questioning what is it babbling about. The stone shotgun puts countless holes in the Lich's body. Hanbin finds the enemy's regenerative abilities annoying. Atis from a distance shouts that Hanbin should use his aura and explains that the skeleton's body is composed of mana, so if he sever its mana connection with his aura, then he can neutralize it. Hanbin asserts that he knows he is supposed to use energy skills like mana, aura, prana, or force, and these skills can be used up as the swordsmen are leveling up. However, the thing is he can't use any of them because he is level 5. The mage explains that aura is often described as the life energy from an image in one's mind. A moment passes before Atis and the Lich fully process what the man just said. Their faces go utterly blank as the realization sinks in. The enemy doesn't wait any moment after learning that the Sword King can't use magic and throws magic crystals at him. When Hanbin dismisses his attacks as useless, he disagrees, saying that they are still decisive compared to his auraless and ineffective attacks, and they would work just fine on someone like Atis taking Hanbin by surprise. He looks back and confirms that the Lich's attacks are indeed going to hit his friend, and takes a leap back to protect him. The dragon reveals that the enemy plans to increase the distance between them. Now that Hanbin has taken a step back, the skeleton produces some ice slabs and puts them together to create a weapon. The evil skeleton believes Hanbin can't use aura because of his normal human body. Even if he can block liquids from magic, he doesn't have any protection from the mana itself. The Lich reveals it is going to super compress the mana energy and will vaporize him. In the critical moment, the Sword King digs up the frozen ground with just sheer strength and creates a shield. However, the mana level is too great that even it won't shield them for very long. Atis once again wants him to leave because if he can't use aura, there's no way to kill the Lich. Hanbin points out that the skeleton looks dirtier than they saw at first. He decides to take a closer look and in an instant pierces through everything the skeleton had set on the path to cover itself. Hanbin grabs the skeleton from its cervical vertebrae. While smiling like a maniac, he remarks not seeing those cracks before. He is now sure that these cracks indicate that the skeleton can't regenerate if it is ground up into the dust. The Lich attacks him from underneath using a special ski. The skeleton reveals killing countless high-level people and monsters, and feels that he shouldn't be underestimated. He doesn't want to die from someone who couldn't even use aura. Before the skeleton can finish his sentence, he falls flat on the ground and notices that his legs are missing. Hanbin comes out from the smoke and dust holding the Lich's legs and starts aggressively rubbing Lich's leg with his longsword. The opponent cries out loud, asking for mercy, but he continues to rub it against his sword. After this, Hanbin pours his healing potion over his companion's gigantic body. Atise returns to his human form, and his body is covered by Hanbin with some clothes. He reassures him that he is fine with the treatment he has been given. Hanbin wonders why is he always naked when he transforms. Atis also wishes he had clothes that didn't shred into pieces. He discovers that Hanbin has incapacitated the Lich for the time being. He drove his sword through the skeleton's ribcage, and its arms and legs crumbled into dust. Since the skeleton's actual bones are composed of mana, it wouldn't be able to use magic. Stopping the undead's movement is the best he could do. When the magician spots that the Lich is still alive, Hanbin admits that its core frame was much tougher than he anticipated, which is why he had to resort to more extreme measures. Atis chuckles and tells him to not talk in circles. Also, it's not easy capturing an enemy while killing it. The same applies to Hanbin. If that enemy was a dragon like his friend, then he could have never been able to kill it, suggesting that he already knew Hanbin's identity. Hanbin wonders if his friend already knows the Lich's identity, while Atis wants to find out something from the skeleton. The skeleton feels the magician is looking down on him while being in his human form. Atis grabs the skeleton from its femur bone and sends mana backlash, which makes it scream. Seeing the enemy screaming in pain, he has just discovered that skeletons could also feel pain. Atise reveals the mana backlash of the amount he just used may feel a bit uncomfortable for normal people, but for a Lich, whose body is composed of mana, the pain would be excruciating. Atis demands Lich answer him truthfully if he doesn't want to die suffering from such pain. The question is, who are the comrades that it mentioned before, and why was it going around killing innocent hunters? Suddenly, aqua-colored smoke started coming out from the skeleton's mouth. A moment later, the skeleton expelled the Great Earth symbol, a round coin-shaped badge. In its last breath, the Lich remarks a young dragon like Atis wouldn't understand how the world works. A 500-year dragon would have already figured it out by now since they have already joined them, a mysterious organization. The magician is perplexed by Lich's use of the plural pronoun. Hanbin enunciates the Great Earth while checking out the symbol. The skeleton self-destructs by releasing all the mana stored in his teeth. Elsewhere, Ephor is packing her stuff planning to leave her old home. She has packed 2 comfy blankets, a brush, a nail file, and more, and is thinking, has she forgotten something? It was pretty difficult for her to decide what important items she needed. With the stuff she has loaded in her bag, she has finished packing and is ready to move. However, her bag is overfilled and she isn't able to carry it, leaving her with no choice but to leave some of her stuff behind. She gets emotional while hugging her bag, signifying that she doesn't want to leave any of her belongings behind. The strange things that happened around the place where Ephor lives have forced her to leave her home and find a new shelter. These strange things include the unexpected appearance of a forest fire, which made the embers burn up her garden. When she turned off her light to sleep, a huge chunk of ice crashed down from the sky. This doesn't end here. There was such a great earthquake that it seemed the continent itself would split apart. And because of that, she couldn't sleep. Her scales became so haggard. Effer speculates that everything that happened must be the goddess's punishment, because she helped the meathead otherworlder. While she's recalling her encounters with Han Bin, she takes notice of someone standing at the entrance of the cave. But when she takes a look at the cave's entrance, she doesn't find anyone. She decides to hurry and leave because her gut is telling her that something bad is about to happen. Abruptly, a man appears before the Effer and is astonished to see a talking wyvern. She is startled, wondering when the man appeared there. She thinks he caught her speaking to herself. The man reveals he was looking for someone and heard her voice on the way, which is why he dropped by. She informs him that no one lives around that place. The man admits to having a hard time looking for them because of that reason. She then declares herself useless, because she hasn't seen another human in over a year, and she can't be of any help. The man insists she must have seen that friend, who is a skeleton. Atis never expected the skeleton to have magic stones as its teeth. From the get-go, he feared that the lich would be self-destructing, and knew that he wouldn't be able to stop it even with his mana if that did happen. He tells Han Bin to run while fading away due to insufficient mana. Elsewhere, a woman named Leslie hears the explosion and turns to a man named Richard, a member of the Great Earth, wondering if a bomb was dropped in a nearby area. Richard, judging by the traces of mana, concludes that the magic happened a week ago and points to Shin Ha-jun's explosion. Leslie is stunned but is aware that Shin Ha-jun turned into a lich to not die. Suddenly, the man who is looking for the skeleton and had even inquired of Effer arrives and gets touchy with her, which starts an unserious friendly fight between them. She calls the man by the name Alejandro, who is also known as the Chosen One, reminding him that she had warned him to keep his hands off her. The Chosen One remarks that if she uses her magic on him, she will be getting her hands sliced to bits. Before the quarrel turns into a full-blown fight, Richard intervenes and stops them. He shows Alejandro the place where Shin Ha-jun died in battle. He knows that the lich initiated an explosion that exceeded its healing abilities, and as expected, not a trace of the enemy was found. He brings this up as a reason for Alejandro to maintain a shred of respect. The Chosen One thinks it's weird that the skeleton self-destructed. Leslie also agrees because it's unbelievable that there is someone who could push a level 72 opponent to self-destruct. Alejandro clarifies that he's not questioning that, but rather why the skeleton exploded in that spot, which isn't too far from them. He mentions that on his way to meet them, he saw an area that more likely appeared to be the actual battlefield, about 2 kilometers away. Richard guesses that Ha-jun might have been dragged away from the battlefield as he was self-destructing, but he ponders why he doesn't feel any other energy besides Ha-jun's. He is thinking how in the world Ha-jun's opponents could have managed that. Meanwhile, Han Bin informs Atis that he kicked the lich's skull. He shares that he was just going to kick it away for the time being, but it ended up exploding, though he insists that he didn't kick him hard enough for him to explode. The magician concludes that the skeleton self-destructed. He is wondering if he would get any experience from a level 70 lich that destroyed itself. Han Bin explains how he brought Atis back to the village since he had fallen unconscious. He reveals he jumped over the town's outer wall to reach here, even though it was against the law. He justifies it by asking rhetorically how he was supposed to enter through the town gate while carrying a naked guy. Then he admits that he didn't know where Atis's house was, so he went to the old man's office in the Builder Association, but got kicked out. The magician calls him a criminal for being crazy. Han Bin continues his story, saying that after being chased by the guards, he ran into a bunch of smugglers. In short, he has been very busy. His humorous tale gets Atis thinking that maybe he is more of a spectacle than the lich. He gives credit to the chairman of the bandits who helped him wake up within a day and adds that it all turned out well in the end. Atis remarks that he never dreamed there could be a guy as strong as this otherworlder, and expresses that he doesn't know how to thank him. He isn't sure about what would have happened to him if he had gotten captured by that otherworlder, referring to the lich. Realizing that his earlier words might have come off as offensive, Atis nervously clarifies that he meant Han Bin is different from the others, trying to clear up the misunderstanding. Han Bin isn't offended and assures him that he knows his friend didn't mean anything bad. He adds that in the world he lived in, there were plenty of murderers. Still, with Ormflaus's mission of infiltrating the Latna continent and killing the goddesses, Han Bin states that he would rather live the life of a normal folk adapting to this world than become a crazy killer. Atis then inquires whether Han Bin is saying that the majority of otherworlders are normal humans. The Sword King acknowledges that they were, at least in the beginning, but in reality, a lot of them became killers. He adds that if there's one thing that differentiates him from the other otherworlders, it's that he had a defective guideline implanted in him. The mage already seems to know what a guideline is. Han Bin states that being able to see levels is one of those powers, and believes there is also a hidden ability that the user isn't aware of. Atis repeats what his big friend said to confirm whether there's something that might induce other worlders to commit murder or follow the demon god's commands in due time. Hanbin reflects that the reason he is being shown as level 5 is likely the result of his faulty guidelines. He admits he doesn't know how severe that defect is, and he isn't sure whether he will suddenly go crazy and become a killer. But that's why he believes Atis won't gain anything good from getting involved with him. He shares that he's saved a lot of money, and with no reason to stay in the village, he is leaving. He bids his friend farewell. Atis clenches the blanket tightly, his fingers digging into the fabric as frustration simmers within him. He then introduces himself as Atisa Emphatir Ragnar Akka, a descendant of dragons created by the great goddess of shadow, Kivriel. He elaborates that among all species of dragons, the fire dragons are known to fulfill their duties. With a smile on his face, he comments that a fire dragon never forgets the debts they owe. He affectionately calls Hanbin a military veteran. After a while, the chairman sees Hanbin off as he gets ready to leave. He provides him with a cart that will take him to his destination, and a map to help him find the way. Furthermore, he informs him that he should be able to pass through the city's gate if he shows them the Builder Association's documents. He is going to send Hanbin his new identity through a broker. The chairman wants him to leave the goods at the drop-off spot and simply sell the cart. When he questions what he should do with the money he gets from selling the cart, the chairman tells him to keep it and remarks that it's worth sending him away, considering how troublesome he is. Before Hanbin leaves, the boss demands a promise from him to never kill a person, because the moment the savage hunter kills someone, he becomes a monster. After this, Hanbin departs, saying he will be back someday. The chairman takes a deep breath, looks up into the sky, and asks God to watch over them. Elsewhere, Effer has been captured by Richard's party and is looking at the site where Shin Hajun died a week ago. Richard is only able to sense traces of Hajun's magic and other lower-grade magic. The Wyvern is frustrated, as she has now been captured by Great Earth. Leslie isn't convinced that the Lich would have lost against such weak magic. She looks to Alejandro and questions the reaction of the other energy. He confirms he already checked for auras, pranas, and force, but found nothing. Richard questions whether Alejandro is trying to suggest that the Lich's bones were broken and shattered through physical force alone. He elaborates that some living beings can overpower a Lich through sheer force, with the power of a dragon that lived over 500 years ago being the epitome. Its power is more than enough to turn a Lich's bones into dust. Richard then instructs them to use the dragon's blood on the ground to find its location. Hanbin's cart has broken down in the middle of a random forest. His cart is missing a wheel, which is stopping him from moving forward. He fears that at this rate all the products that are in the cart will become useless. Some bandits are eavesdropping on him, and some of those bandits are hesitating to approach him, as they sense some sort of weird energy from home. Their boss orders his goons to follow him. The boss of the bandits comes out of the woods and offers to help him unload some stuff. By unloading, he means to take it for himself. He tells Hanbin that he should be honored that Kalendor, the bandit in the Dark Gorge, is willing to help out. The otherworldly Sword King completely ignores him, and without anyone's help repairs his cart. Soon after, Hanbin has the bandit riding his cart, something which even Kalendor himself never expected. The bandit appears to be complying, likely because he received a beating from Hanbin. Before bumping into the bandits, Hanbin couldn't seem to find the path no matter how much he looked at the map, and since there wasn't anyone around, he got worried. However, he felt relieved after Kalendor appeared. The bandit was baited. It was a trap. When Hanbin butchers his name, he tries to correct it, but soon regrets it because the man gets offended. Soon after they arrive at Hayton City, and Kalendor tells him to check the city out from the cart. Hanbin's first impression is positive. He is awed at how it's so much bigger than Onpras. Kalendor then takes on the job of tour guide and introduces him to the city as they are entering. He points at the huge gorge and tells him that it's the most famous and the largest dungeon in the north, the Crater Valley Dungeon. Hanbin thinks it's dangerous to build a city right smack in the middle, but Kalendor reveals the entrance is at the base of the gorge, so it's rare to see monsters climb up to the top, though it's true that as a hunter, staying closer to the dungeon is more convenient when commuting. Hanbin thinks that being closer is nice, but climbing down that gorge to secretly enter the dungeon won't be easy for him. Kalendor informs him that they have arrived, but there's quite a traffic jam there. Passing through will be more difficult since the city is so enormous. Seeing him distracted, the bandit attempts to run away, because at the city's entrance, he will be checked and will be punished for his actions. Hanbin orders him to be quiet. He doesn't speak back because this is the Sword King's first time in the city and he wouldn't know what this place is like. Kalendor reveals there's a prison camp at the end of Crater Valley, where all the criminals from the north are placed. It's swarmed with ruthless criminals who are no ordinary humans and claim that a small-time bandit like him wouldn't last long in that place. It would still be somewhat better if those monsters were the only problem. Recently they caught and locked an Otherworlder too. Even the inmates are terrified of him. Hanbin repeats the word Otherworlder in disbelief. Kalendor says that the demon will tear him apart. Just as he is begging Hanbin to let him go, an officer approaches them. Hanbin gives him a pouch of money and tells the officer that the man, Kalendor, was ditching his work, so he was just scolding him. He shows the officer his card. The bandit wants to know why he received this money. When Hanbin started his new life, it was difficult with just the clothes on his back, so he gave him this money because he knew its value. He further gives them man advice to look for a different career. Kalendor says that he will make sure to put the gold coins to good use. When he realizes that he has given the bandit the wrong coins, he tries to call him, but it's already too late. The bandit has already left. In the bustling streets of Heitan City, Hanbin realizes he is screwed big time. He won't be able to last long with the money he has. Even though he doesn't want to, he thinks he might have to go to the Builders Association and do construction work again. However, it still pays better than the hunters who are holding the signs to get hired. He thinks that there was no point in leaving in the first place. He attempts to look for the sign for the Builders Association, and spots his endearing friend holding a sign that says, "A military veteran is needed." Hanbin quickly grabs him and makes a run for it. After he has calmed down, they have tea at some random place, most likely a cafe. Atisi says that there aren't many nice locations in the city, and feels like all their worries seem unimportant when sitting and drinking tea like this. When he asks Hanbin the reason for his late arrival, the Sword King snaps at him, saying that's something he should be asking, and proceeds to ask him what is he doing here, and how he arrived 2 days before him. Hanbin reveals the reason he was late was because he was lost. Atisse reminds him about what the Builders Association chairman said before he left. He recalls being told to keep his identity as a dragon a secret. He also remembers that the chairman told him that he will be sending him a new identity through a broker. Moreover, he was told to meet the broker there, but this slipped away from his mind. After calming down, he tells Atisse he is grateful and wants to recruit him to his party. But getting involved with him won't lead to anything good. Atisse says that he wasted money buying this house they are chilling in. Hanbin asks him who will be the leader. He argues how can he become the leader when they have him. Hanbin says how can he become a leader, he's just a level 5. He says that if in any case he becomes famous because of that, then there's no way he would get the chance to meet the goddess. Atisse believes he's right. The first ones to knock on their doors would be heresy inquisitors. Hanbin's goal was to hide his identity and keep pushing to level up, but most monsters don't even cut it. The mage knows how frustrating that would be. He asks Atisse if he has any water at his home. The mage tells him that it's in the back of the fridge, and he can drink that. He is so surprised to see fridges in this world that his eyeballs practically pop out of his head. The magician wonders if all other worlders view this world with disdain. He gave up on hope after being stuck at the Rock Mountains. Now, he is excited to have all the water and drinks inside it as he wants. When he tries to open the fridge's door, the guidelines tell him that his level is insufficient. To look into a fridge, the user must be level 10. He starts freaking out, screaming, "Why is there a level requirement for just opening a fridge?" Atisse, while trying to save his fridge from getting demolished by the madman, remarks a fridge is a magical tool, so it's obvious one has to meet the requirements. Hanbin doesn't understand why it is obvious, because there was nothing like levels in his world. When he curses at magical tools and artifacts, the dragon reveals that they are both tools that are the foundations for dungeons created by Ormflaus, the demon god. Atisse, lost in thought for a second, says he just thought of a way where Hanbin wouldn't have any problems becoming known despite his low level. The big man is confused, but Atisse explains that what he's suggesting is much simpler than that. He reveals he wants to get rid of the name Hanbin first. At the Heighten Hunters Guild, Atisse and Hanbin are getting themselves registered. The receptionist handling Atisse's registration announces that the magic stone has confirmed he is level 37, and as a result, his hunter's registration has been completed. The other receptionist, stuck handling Hanbin, isn't too thrilled about dealing with someone she doesn't find attractive. The receptionist calls him by the new name, Felad Bene, and asks him if he could wear something on top. Seeing his emotional-less face, she gets intimidated and apologizes. She quickly brings out the measuring stone and checks his level. The local hunters are gossiping about him, as they haven't seen someone like him. Meanwhile, Atisse suggests the Heighten Hunters Guild receptionist shouldn't use magic stones to measure Hanbin's level. The receptionist who registered Atisse claims it's necessary. Felad Bene crushes the measuring stone with his hands while saying he would never let evil magic coming from an evil stone touch his pure body. Everyone is baffled seeing him crushing a measuring stone with just one hand, but they are more stunned because he just called the measuring stone evil. The local hunters assume he is someone they have heard about in the rumors, someone who calls measuring stones evil and has incredible strength. Amid the assumptions, Atisse is wearing a grin on his face. With great deference, the receptionist inquires if Hanbin belongs to the legendary warring race, the Valterra, while Atisse formally introduces him. Before the events of their applying to become hunters, Hanbin lounges on the rooftop of Atisse's house, tanning by his side, and planning how they are going to trick the entire city by making them think Hanbin is the great warrior of the Valterra race, the Felad Bene. He has the mage clarify that the Valterra warriors are proud of their radiant gold-toned physiques. With a puzzled expression, he questions whether the Valterra are truly a warrior race, since to him, they seem more like a bunch of flashy show-offs hiding behind a fancy title. Atise continues with his explanation, describing Valterra tribes as a unique tribe that resides in the barren mountains in the Far East. People's understanding of what they look like is fascinating. They are visualized as pretty jacked and keep-fit fanatics. According to people's understanding, Chael-Su is an 8-year-old with an inhumane physique and incredible brutish strength. His mother is also an unimaginably strong warrior, and so is his 84-year-old grandfather, who rides a level 40 pet called Calicu Taos as transportation. Finally, there's Chael-Su's 3-year-old sister and her level 27 pet Spotty. Hanbin doesn't believe what the hell has he been told, and questions where is Chael-Su's father. Atise replies the brave warrior father, Felad Bene, steps forth towards the Latin continent for the sake of his family. Perplexed, he wonders why is he the dad. Making his friend reveals this is a part of Felad Bene's setup. He comments about what's the point of making a bachelor walk around embarrassed to death. Atise thinks that if people start to believe he is the Valterra warrior, then he doesn't have to hide his level anymore. That way, as he gets more famous by clearing dungeons, he would eventually meet the 6 goddesses. He reminds Atise that he would still need to use the measuring stone to become a hunter. However, the mage says just he wants him to crush it, while he handles everything else. The locals are wondering why is the Sword King's race here. Atise reveals that he is there to fulfill his duty. Inside, he is convinced that his friend looks like a Valterra warrior to others. He joins in on Hanbin's Felad roleplay. He points out how he has scared the receptionist, as crushing the measuring stone wasn't necessary. Hanbin extends his apology, admitting that he got carried away. The mage apologizes on his friend's behalf, saying he is new here. After this, Atise tries to explain to the receptionist that the measuring stones utilize magic stones, so Valterra warriors are strictly forbidden to have anything to do with items such as artifacts. Hanbin calls them the evil stones from behind. Atise says that they will certainly compensate for the broken measuring stone. The receptionist informs him they will be unable to act as a party without registering as a hunter. He isn't worried because his friend will be registered as his bodyguard. Inside, he thinks if he had a good excuse like that, then what's the point of him pretending to be a Valterra warrior? But realizes that since he is Valterra, he was able to avoid getting his level measured. Hanbin is also fine being Atise's bodyguard because registering as a bodyguard isn't easy and annoying to do. The receptionist asks for the proof documents proving the Valterian as his bodyguard. The magician makes an excuse of forgetting those documents at home and finesses his way by charming the girl. Charmed by the man in disguise's visuals, the receptionist gets energized and registers him right away. The other receptionist even asks him out, suggesting they grab a drink together at a nearby bar sometime. When Atise says alcohol is a bit too much for him, the former receptionist suggests he should have some coffee with her. Hanbin, spectating from a distance, is annoyed at how he is the only one that has to be popular. However, he tells himself that it is all thanks to Atise. He can go around without worrying, so he shouldn't be jealous. Moreover, he thinks he should have known his body wouldn't attract any girls. Suddenly, a bunch of dudes surround him, inviting him to join their parties temporarily. Some hunters are feeling his muscles, and others are inviting him to their parties, offering up to 70% of their total profit. Overwhelmed, he shouts stop. Somewhere close the Hayton city, Richard's party is staying at a pit-like place that is giving eerie vibes. The acting party leader and Alejandro are talking about dungeon drifters. Richard tells Alejandro that he has caught a good number of Latnians. The Chosen One isn't happy with how his fellow Great Earth member phrased it. He replies he only brought in wandering drifters. Alejandro thinks that from the perspective of a territory ruler, hunters who gather around the crater dungeon are more profitable than normal citizens. Plus, they only accepted selected Latnians as citizens, because no one follows orders as easily as poor scavengers do. Leslie concludes that Alejandro hasn't done anything based on his reasonings. She reminds him that the place they are at was given to them as proof of their alliance with the greater dungeons. He explains that it's because of his efforts that they were able to gather this many people. Richard mentions every dragon over the age of 500 years has joined them, and if there's a traitor among them, then they would need to think carefully about what their goal is. Alejandro feels relieved that Atise ran here in the Hayton city. He won't be able to live anywhere else in his human form, except in dungeon cities. Leslie feels that it's a shame the dragon's blood has dried up, and they can't use location spells anymore. With a smug grin, she thinks Alejandro will have to start putting in the work to find Atise. Irritated by her remarks, he makes it clear that their not finding the dragon isn't his fault. To Richard, it appears that the Chosen called them just to act like a king in front of them, and Alejandro doesn't deny it. He moves the curtain and shows them a performance stage, where he summons an ex-hunter who got caught for killing hunters in the dungeon. This crazy ex-hunter killed about 25 hunters, and he took them away before his execution. Alejandro is going to grant him liberty if he kills his opponent. Leslie isn't impressed by her comrade's feat of capturing a worn-out level 37. The Chosen One tells her to take another look. This time, she notices a patch on his neck, which indicates he has artificial guidelines implanted. Leslie is shocked to the bone. She thought no one survived after having those artificial guidelines implanted in them. He reveals they have changed the method from the dungeon extraction technique to the human extraction technique. Richard initially assumes Alejandro minimized the side effects of the implant, though he knows that even by doing that, it still won't meet the expectations of that person. The Chosen One compliments him for understanding everything right away. He then reveals that it's a matter of sacrifice, and this sacrifice is a human girl. The girl wielding two swords tells Effer that she is a kind wyvern, so there's no reason for her to feel sorry because it isn't her fault. The former hunter is eager to kill the girl quickly. Alejandro allows him to play with the girl as they are celebrating his release. The game now begins. The former reveals he was anxious at first, but the more he used the guideline, the more he began to like it. He believes the girl, his opponent, should be able to see that his level is higher than hers, and wants her to beg for her life. She knows that doing something like that would be useless, and isn't scared to fight. Meanwhile, Effer is scared but is self-aware that being a scaredy cat like this won't make her situation better. After all, she was the Ace Knight Wyvern that protected the kingdom. To rescue the girl, she decides to look for an opening when other worlders aren't paying attention, and then escape from here. She takes off the grazing muzzle and cautiously peeks out of the room. She finds the girl using sublime movement. It appears like she's dancing in the air. The former hunter isn't impressed at all. He wants to intensify their fight even more. She replies that if that's the case, then he shouldn't have taken some time with his appearance. The former hunter is bewildered as the girl cuts his hair with her sword, and he couldn't even notice. Leslie wonders if the girl also has an artificial guideline. Alejandro remarks that it doesn't make sense that she's at such a high level at her age without even having an artificial guideline. She feels that even a level 5 difference won't matter much if she's of that caliber. She wonders why Alejandro wanted to show off that guy, who only looks good enough to use as an experience. He asks her to take a closer look. The former hunter's rage reaches a new level that he completely ignores Alejandro's order to stop. Leslie is astonished to learn Alejandro used the human extraction technique, which has turned the mad hunter into a Tatiro. He reveals human extraction technique involved creating half human and half monster. This nullified the side effects of the implant. This chimera transforms when they try to use their skills. The only way to get rid of the implant's side effects is by utilizing the human extraction technique. The former hunter, turned into the half Tatiro, attempts to attack the girl, but the girl uses her special lightning ability and sends him unconscious. She informs the judges that she has stopped the test due to the opponent losing consciousness. Alejandro reveals they won't be able to use him and instructs the girl to take care of it before it runs wild again. The half Tatiro regains consciousness and announces that he is fine, only to get slayed once again. Effer was spectating from the get-go and witnessed the girl who was being kind to her kill the former hunter. Even though the former hunter looked like a monster, he was still a Latinian. Moreover, the girl followed Alejandro's order without a second thought. Richard remembers Alejandro mentioned that the girl was blind and presumes that the magic swordsman skills and sword skills must have been executed using the guideline. The Chosen One reveals the girl's senses are extremely heightened. Richard wonders if that means the artificial guideline is a success, and he's curious why Alejandro hasn't reported it to that being yet. The Chosen One reveals that when a person with an artificial guideline implanted in them kills an opponent, they can't gain any experience. Leslie concludes that it's a guideline that can't absorb experience, but before she can share her opinion, Richard intervenes and remarks absorbing experience points from defeated opponents to level up isn't only possible for Earthlings, but also dungeon monsters. Alejandro adds, this is why they have tried to experiment on dungeon monsters as well, but as they can see, there are still side effects. Richard claims that ability originates from another source. Alejandro assumes he is referring to the dragon's core. Since they agreed with the greater dragons, they were unable to test it out. But if there's a traitor, then the story changes. Richard throws an artifact toward him and reveals that the madam has given them this unique item for when they exterminate that greater dragon. Leslie reminds them that this item dealt with Lich, and wonders if he would be able to handle it with his level. Alejandro calls him generous because being given an artifact is great, but to be given a unique item is a paramount feeling. Richard plans to inform that being that they are close to completing the artificial guideline. He and Leslie leave since they have some work to do. Before leaving, she reveals feeling jealous because Alejandro gets to catch a greater dragon. Plus, if he ends up making the artificial guideline, then his popularity would skyrocket. He, now all alone in the room, is thinking of the potential risks behind what he has been given. If he doesn't find it, then he will be responsible. He admits to becoming a pushover. Alejandro is thinking about how to find a dragon in human form without any location skills. He commands the girl Ellie to tell the wyvern to come out and clean up the corpse. He then also leaves. She opens the door to the small room where Effer was kept, but finds no one inside. Meanwhile, the wyvern is running for her life. She surprisingly had heard everything from Richard, Alejandro, and Leslie. Additionally, she also found out that the girl is also Alejandro's subordinate. She thinks everyone is crazy and is aware that if she stays here any longer, so she attempts to get out of the city as quickly as possible. Just as she's at the door that leads outside, she bumps into the girl from earlier, who stops her. Ellie closes the distance between them and hits her with lightning magic. However, Effer escapes her attacking range just in time. She feels relieved that the airstrip was short, and believes that it would have been over for her if Ellie knew how to fly. Abruptly, the girl with the artificial outline throws a lasso, which attaches to Effer's leg, and then throws herself in the air. Ellie tells her that she cannot go any further. Effer shouts she hates skies that are restrictive, and this is the first time she spoke in front of someone other than Han Bin. After this, the wyvern attains an even higher altitude, and then cuts the leash, sending the opposition side plummeting from the sky. Effer plummeted her knowing she would be able to land safely because she's a magic swordsman. She initially feared there would be archers at the top, but now has confirmed that there is nothing there. Elsewhere, at the Crafter Valley dungeon's lowest floor, Han Bin is fighting some insect-like creatures. He is fighting the monsters to not kill them, but to toy with them. However, he accidentally kills a monster when he forgets to adjust his strength. In a matter of moments, he is surrounded by several more insect-like creatures. He is aware that this isn't the time to take care of them one by one, as they are enormous and in large numbers. Han Bin is forced to use Passing Through, a skill where he holds his weapon high up and passes underneath tall monsters, subduing them. It's weak to kill them, but he thinks that's one of its advantages. He has cleverly piled up the dead bodies without physically straining himself, and leaves the rest to Atis. The magician arrives and starts burning the life force of the monsters. Han Bin is surprised because he has never seen anything like that before. He wonders how his dear friend is feeling. Atis apologizes for stealing his prey, but he tells him to not worry. It's good for him in the future if he levels up. Han Bin expresses his thoughts, wondering why his level isn't going up. The mage points out there's no way his level would increase that easily. When Han Bin questions him about the basis of this conclusion, Atis describes how levels reflect a being's overall ability to control the flow of its life force. It makes sense that leveling that up would be like replacing one's skeletal structure. Han Bin thinks he knows that, but dragons can gain experience whenever they kill opponents. Atis corrects the notion. Dragons don't absorb experience. They take in an enemy's life force and absorb that into their dragon's core. However, this force can be extremely unstable and in a way has a life of its own. Therefore, to level up, dragons like him need to deal with that unstable life force. If they absorb more than they can handle, they will die because of the explosive nature of life. Han Bin wonders if Atis mentioned having a limit to what he can take in. Atis agrees he is right and adds even water can kill if it is taken too much. He feels excited thinking about how he finally will be able to level up after 15 years. Han Bin casually asks him his age. Atis drops the bomb. He is turning 150 years old this year, making him scream old Gramps. He casually remarks that 150 years old is considered to be an adolescent because dragons can live past 1,000 years. Astonished by it, Han Bin wonders what level an old dragon can get up to. The mage admits he isn't sure. There's no way to confirm a dragon's level. Still, he's convinced they both are in a similar predicament. Han Bin guesses it's because they also don't have anything to hunt that will increase their levels. The dragon agrees. There aren't a lot of opponents high enough to hunt, plus it's riskier. Not only that, but older dragons require an unbelievable amount of life force to help them develop. Han Bin wonders if it would be fine to stop leveling at that point. Atis disagrees. Greater dragons aim for greater power. They realize that continuously absorbing a small life force is useless in helping them level up. Han Bin is experiencing the same thing. No matter how many level 25 hunters he hunts, it won't give him any experience. It finally counted when he killed a monster over level 50. He understood the subject he was being enlightened about. He learned that the greater dragons believed gathering a great many life forces in a single location was the solution. They call it the life force well, and humans call it the dragon's nest. Excited, he wonders if someone like him can go there to level up. Atis crushes the idea because there's no way he can safely venture there without the protection of Dragon's Core, since the physical body cannot absorb the life force. The energy of the force will cause the body to burst, but also cause it to regenerate, thus beginning a painful and vicious cycle. This is why Life Force Well is like an impregnable fortress, and Effer getting tangled in this proves it. Ellie is witnessing her suffering, but she can't help her. Some people serving Alejandro come running toward her, urging her to get inside. Seeing her concerned about the wyvern, they assure her that if Alejandro didn't tie it up, then it means it has no more use. Moreover, they can't risk someone important to the Chosen One getting hurt. She then decides to go with them. Meanwhile, Effer finally regains consciousness, and just as she wonders what she is doing, someone calls her name from behind. The new year has arrived on the Latna continent. Atis, now 151 years old, doesn't mind sharing his age one bit. Over in Empress City, Berkman and his crew are ringing in the new year with a Korean-style BBQ feast. The celebration extends everywhere, from the Dark Brotherhood to the Valtera family, and even in Heitan. The voice Effer just heard reminds her of the otherworlders who raised her. She recalls being named Effer by those hunters, especially the captain of the party. Even though it was a controversial decision, she liked her name. At present, the person who rescued her is Captain Baldy of her previous party. Captain Baldy asks her to not call him Baldy, as he is the captain of the Sky Dragon Knights. She gets emotional seeing the captain of the Sky Dragon Knights alive. He wonders aloud why is the party's ace crying. She dismisses his question with a silly answer and then asks him about the location of the other hunters. Captain reveals it's not the members' time to come out yet. The crime of not being able to protect the prince, and the punishment for that crime was executing the entire Sky Dragon Knight squadron, including its captain. She suddenly finds a muzzle strapped over her face. Bewildered, she blurts out to no one in particular that the captain is innocent. The captain tells her that she's a smart kid and has a lot of knowledge, but she's also suspicious of others. The captain gives her a piece of advice to trust people sometimes, because if some dust particles get into her eyes, someone besides her needs to wipe those tears away, even if it's just metaphorically. She starts falling from the sky, but at the right moment, Ellie steps in and saves her. She rushes to check on Effer and is relieved when she finds out she is awake. The friendly wyvern received a mass amount of life force which caused her force to be in a state of chaos. But for now, she suggests they should heal her outer injuries. Ellie asks a worker to bring a potion on it, but Alejandro himself arrives, refusing to let her use the potion on Effer, thinking they would just waste it. He reveals he was halfway out but returned when he saw a flash in the sky. The Chosen One asks Ellie to abandon Effer, because it's an amount of life force that's difficult for even dragons to withstand, so a wyvern has no chance. And to use a potion to save a single wyvern would not be worth it, and claims he doesn't even have one with him at the moment. He thinks it might be kinder to put Effer out of her misery. Left with no choice, Ellie approaches the wyvern and has her close her eyes. She wants Effer to imagine that she's a dish that's overflowing with water. Next, she asks her to slowly form the water into bubbles of marble, and says that she will no longer be feeling the pain. The feeling just comes naturally. After this, Ellie unexpectedly cuts open a wound on her arm and then demands Alejandro give her a potion. She's prepared to leave another big cut on her arm. Annoyed by her antics, he says that he would give her a potion, but just this once. She then shows gratitude to him. After some time, she treats Effer using a potion and some bandages. The wyvern believes Ellie is scheming something that's the reason why she saved her. Ellie claims that she indeed has a reason. She asks Effer if has she ever raised plants before. The wyvern replies that she has a small garden. Somehow she concludes she is going to get eaten by her, but she calms her down by saying she doesn't eat her flowers. When Effer questions why is she raising them in the first place, she reveals she is blind and can only see the world through the artificial guidelines since. She reveals not being able to see any colors, but she can see Effer's name. However, it's difficult for her to see inanimate objects, so she has been growing plants. She explains they don't water plants with diseases or ones that are completely withered dry. But in contrast, Effer is alive even after absorbing a great amount of life force. She wonders if it is the reason why she asked for the potion. Ellie clarifies that most people, including those with the guidelines, may believe that the wyvern was just lucky. But she feels the life force circulating inside Effer's body. Ellie suspects Effer has a dragon core, and when she tells this to her, the wyvern disagrees, claiming to be an ordinary wyvern. She suspects it because wyvern is a type of dragon species. Moreover, Effer is a very intelligent wyvern. She instinctively created a dragon core during the process of receiving the life force. At first, this was puzzling her, but she eventually realized that Alejandro had been looking for a dragon core, which further bolstered her assumptions. Ellie explains a dragon's core is the final item needed for the artificial guideline that's been implanted in her to be complete. However, she hid that from Alejandro and has brought Effer here. She wonders if the wyvern thinks of her as a devoted subordinate, even though she has betrayed him. Effer thinks that if Ellie says it like that, then it does seem like she is quite devoted to him. She also thinks she could be pretending. She is lucky that she's alive, so it would be impossible for her to say that she planned for all this. Effer is sure that she won't be able to figure out Ellie's goal if she keeps making guesses. She changes the topic, wondering if Ellie can perceive shapes through her artificial guideline, despite being unable to see with her eyes. She admits but wonders why is the friendly wyvern asking that. Effer imitates Alejandro to make the girl laugh, who she refers to as her older sister. Elsewhere, he has received a list of the hunters that have quickly leveled up in the past month. He tells his attendant that the person they're searching for won't be found on this list. The subordinate shares his thoughts, remarking that he believes the person they are looking for might already be gone from this place. He thinks it is very unlikely, because even if they did, they would have to head to the mid-continent, and traveling there is costly. Additionally, working as a hunter is the only way one can make enough money to save for a trip like that. The subordinate apologizes for bringing a list that is useless in this context, He suggests that if Alejandro is asking for one that stands out but isn't on this list, then a hunter's newspaper is what they should be checking. However, the subordinate believes the people on it, referring to Hanbin and Atisa, are too low level. So these hunters are most likely not who Alejandro is looking for. However, the chosen one has found them, the people he was searching for in this newspaper. Looking at Hanbin and Atisa's photo, he thinks there's no way they would be able to stay hidden looking like that. Inside the crater dungeon, a party of hunters battles giant spiders. Brad and Martin are fighting up close, but the latter struggles to keep up. Brad wonders if his friend needs his help and asks him. Feeling insulted, Martin claims that he would be the first to finish, only for Brad to finish first. He then reminds Brad that ever since they entered the dungeon, he has killed more monsters. Brad refuses to believe that because he believes he has killed 10 more monsters. Seeking healing, they search for their teammates, Elia and Foel, only to find them trapped in a spiderweb. Brad instructs the girls to not move and says they will save them. Abruptly, the monster launches a distanced attack at him, which edges past him. The hunters are up against the monsters called Tarantual Knights, usually found in the depths of Crater Dungeon. Martin thinks it would be impossible for them to beat these monsters without buffs. Just before things could worsen, Atis arrives and uses his special skill, freezing, to freeze the monsters, since he still hasn't exposed himself. The hunters are wondering why the room got cold all of a sudden. Brad guesses maybe the monsters did it, but his friend is sure this was not monster magic. Brad notices the monsters have frozen and appear to be dead. Atis cuts in, remarking the monsters aren't dead. They have just lost consciousness. He and Hanbin then reveal themselves to the hunters. Brad and Martin instantly recognize them. The mage makes it known that interfering in their hunt wasn't their plan, but now that they have arrived, they will take care of the monsters, leaving the two hunters to rescue the spiritualists. Afterward, Hanbin, Atis, and the rest of the hunters leave for the dungeon exit. Martin expresses gratitude to their saviors and admits feeling relieved to have them both around. The mage is also grateful to them because they are showing them the way. Martin brings up the topic of hearing rumors about Atis being a fire mage, but now that they have witnessed a different kind of magic, ice magic, he guesses fire magic isn't the only thing Atis excels at. Atis comments that after facing a powerful ice mage, he did a lot of research in ice magic. The maidens, Elja and Foel, are fawning over our dragon. They introduce themselves as the party's spiritualists. Martin wonders aloud if Hanbin, or more accurately, Valterra, is thinking of joining any parties, indirectly inviting him to their party. However, the Sword King refuses without any hesitation. Elia doesn't understand why he doesn't want to join them, even though they have extensive knowledge about the dungeons. Seeing Hanbin persistently rejecting, the magician informs them that his friend doesn't like being distracted in his training, which is why they have refused all party invitations. Elja knows the importance of training but believes cooperating as a team is more important. Elja invites Hanbin to drinks, but he respectfully declines. Foel prefers drinking tea while planning out strategies on their days off, and Hanbin dismisses her too. He starts losing focus and says that maybe just once is fine. Atis looks at him with a slightly intense expression, feeling distrustful. A flashback reveals he and Hanbin discussing how to get Hanbin in the spotlight by having him roleplay as Valterra. The magician is sure that to gain recognition, they needed spectators, because no matter how hard they try without witnesses, the only thing that would increase is their records. If their records go up drastically without any recognition, then it will only raise more suspicion. From what Atis had seen, he expressed that the best way to increase the public's opinion of something is through rumors and one's image. Atise had decided to exhibit Hanbin's overwhelming power by cooperating with other parties. By doing this, they will be able to convince others of his identity as a Valterian hero. This will also increase Hanbin's chances of meeting the goddesses. The Sword King believed that at the same time, he would need to maintain a certain level of mystery to decrease the chances of his identity being exposed. Fortunately, the magician informed him that there was already a line of people requesting to cooperate with the Valterra warrior. As Hanbin is calculating the odds of success, Atis plans to make him the most famous hunter in the city. At present, he admits everything his dragon friend said came true, but there's one thing that didn't come true, and it's his popularity with girls. The girls want to hang out with Atisa, thinking Valterra will train on his own, but the dragon declines because he is busy with his magic research. Brad has a strong opinion that the job of a hunter is one where they sacrifice their free time to fight monsters in a never-ending battle. The girls clock that he is a bit jealous, and inform him that a jealous man isn't popular with ladies. Overwhelmed by jealousy and negative feelings, Brad calls Atis unqualified as a hunter. Hanbin confronts him on his friend's behalf. The jealous hunter assumes the Valterian is threatening him now that he has criticized his master. He knows that everyone is looking at Valteria, but he doesn't care. Hanbin dismisses his presence and opens the door behind him, which leads to Mid-Dungeon's magic source. Martin's initial reaction to the Mid-Dungeon magic source is rather surprising, as he had never thought it was going to be this close. Atisa has him explain that the Crater Dungeon most likely won't disappear even if they clear the dungeon source, as Crater Dungeon is a group of dungeons all located within Crater Valley. Moreover, there are more besides the one they are currently in, which is why clearing this magic source won't clear the Crater Dungeon. Hanbin is relieved because it's too early to leave the city. Brad, standing beside him, spots an artifact in the middle of the room and is captivated by how visually stunning it appears. However, Martin reminds him that if there's an artifact, then there's going to be a boss protecting it. He responds by saying he is well aware. Soon the dungeon boss, a giant spider, reveals itself. Martin reveals the monster is the type to spit poison from the distance, and suggests they should attack its legs together. Brad is told to protect the ladies with a tease until they give him a signal. However, he doesn't like staying put and decides to rush things and starts running toward the monster, while remarking he will never let another group take his prize. Since someone has to protect the spiritualists, Martin gets Hanbin to stay behind with Atis to protect the ladies, while he and his comrade take the offense. Unlike Brad, the Sword King listens to Martin and decides to follow his orders. Meanwhile, Atisi senses that something is off, but Hanbin is just going to observe for now. Brad is planning to use the blitz tactics they have discussed before. However, Martin is against that idea and is irritated by how impatient his friend is. Brad then proceeds to make this a game, stating that whoever kills the monster first wins. Martin thinks now is not the time to be saying such idiotic things. Meanwhile, Foel and Elia are exploiting their spiritual energy to cast a protective wall and anoint blades, respectively. They are shielding their party mates from the spider's venomous attack with their special magic. Atis is surprised at how outstanding spiritualists these girls are, as they perfectly placed the wall at the spot and on time, and were incredible with supportive buffs. Their support is making a big difference as they have made the monster unable to use long-range attacks. The two hunters in front think of targeting its leg before going for the head. Seeing them putting up a spectacular performance, Atis knows these hunters can't hold a candle to his earthling friend, but they do seem like seasoned veterans. Hanbin is aware of them being veteran hunters but feels that the boss is a bit weak. The spiritualist girls are happy now that they as a party have cleared the dungeon. Brad mentions that this is their first time completing a dungeon. He stretches his arm toward Martin for a fist bump, and then asks if he's up for heading to the 4th District, since that's their ticket to becoming top-ranked hunters. In the blink of an eye, the strategist of the party, Martin, suddenly vanishes into the thin air, taking Brad and others out by surprise. Brad lifts his head and finds a giant level 50 spider, the Tarantual Queen, which is about the size of the entire platform they are standing on and is, in fact, the real boss. The death rate in dungeons is actually not as high as hunters think. That's because hunters take commission according to the level of monsters they are required to subjugate. However, since hunters don't have any means of measuring a monster's level, surviving hunters would return and report every detail after facing them. Therefore, the more monsters are discovered, the more information that's available. In other words, this method is useless for unique creatures. This is why most hunters are killed by dungeon bosses. Brad is devastated after losing Martin. No one ever said anything like that in the Crater Dungeon. The Tarantual Queen attempts to use a beam attack to neutralize Brad, but Atis jumps in at the right moment to save him. Brad is stunned to see the magician, who despite being on the same level as him, is protecting him with his magic. Atis explains that he once had to deal with reflective magic, which sums up why he can withstand the monster's beamed attack. He reveals he doesn't have any more wands left. Shocked, the jealous hunter wonders just what kind of mage would sacrifice their magic wand. Moreover, the monster they are facing doesn't only deploy magic attacks. The Tarantual Queen takes a swing, aimed at Atis and Brad. The latter hunter courageously steps forward, hoping he will absorb the impact of the hit and save him. Before things could go wrong, Hanbin jumps in and blocks the Tarantual Queen's attack. Atis learns that he has evacuated the spiritualists and they should be exiting the dungeon by now. Brad suggests that Hanbin and Atisa should make a run for it since the Tarantula Queen's massive body would slow her down. He looks back and finds Hanbin talking with the mage about how it's a bit risky to climb onto its back. Atis assumes that the queen's outer carcass will be thick, and unless someone has Hanbin's level of sword skills, stabbing through it would be a serious challenge. However, the Sword King thinks he won't be able to pierce through the monster with just one blow. Brad finally speaks up, asking them what the hell are they talking about. He suggests they should hurry to report this to the guild, because if they die here, other hunters who come here without knowing will end up dying. Atise is already aware of it, which is why they need to kill it so it's no longer a threat to others. Brad is sweating excessively because of the eerie atmosphere he is in. He is speechless to see Hanbin and Atis calm, despite them being in a tough situation. He concludes they don't have much experience and tries to tell them that the monster they are facing isn't an average dungeon boss. Hanbin abruptly tells them to cover their ears, before throwing his sword like a projectile. Atis quickly covers his ears with his hands. However, Brad gets sent flying by the projectile's impact. Hanbin's sword impales the Tarantual Queen, much to Brad's surprise, who thought of him and Atis as some inexperienced hunters. He initially assumes Hanbin used a spear to penetrate the monster's thick skin, but soon notices that it is a broadsword, not a spear. As the sword begins to glow, Brad deduces the monster is about to strike and attempts to warn him. However, his jaw drops when he witnesses the monster exploding. The explosion's impact causes Hanbin's longsword and Atis's wand to drop before the jealous hunter. He realizes that they stuck a wand on the sword and triggered an explosion. He is baffled by how creative their way of defeating monsters is. The Valkyrian warrior gains 238,110 experience, which adds up to his total of 351,250. Looking at his guideline notification, he thinks he still has a long way to go. Killing hundreds of monsters like Tarantual Queen won't give him much experience. Hanbin declares they are clearing the dungeon. On a suspended lift headed for the exit, the Valkyrian is slightly bit annoyed seeing Brad crying. He asks Atis to do something about it. The mage tells him that since the guy is in shock, this is the normal demeanor. Brad admits he's exhausted. He shares that when Martin died, he was completely frozen and unable to react. He also confesses that he envies the Valkyrian because the Valkyrians are strong from the day he was born. Atis tries to explain to him that even Hanbin had to live in severe conditions. However, Hanbin stops him to give him a pep talk himself. He calls him a spearman and demands he shouldn't talk about the unfairness of the world, because isn't it obvious that one must do their best to survive? And if luck is on your side, you will stay alive and get stronger, which is the same with him. He thinks that it's because of Brad's luck that he was able to meet them and stay alive, and if fortune wasn't on his side, then he would have been dead. Brad vents his frustration at Hanbin, saying he is right. If it wasn't for him, then he would have died. But what about Martin? He asks him if was he trying to say that his friend was unlucky, so he died. The suspended lift reaches the designated destination, where Martin and the spiritualists are waiting for them. Seeing their teammate being disrespectful to their saviors, his teammates start beating him. The Sword King realizes that they forgot to tell Brad that they saved Martin too. Martin explains that Hanbin grabbed him as he was thrown out and cushioned the blow as they crashed against the wall, which is why he was lucky and lived. Brad wonders if is that even possible. Martin replies that whether it is or not doesn't matter. Realizing that he stepped beyond his boundaries, the rude guy apologizes and the entire party say a heartfelt thank you. Hanbin acknowledges their appreciation and then decides to leave. Martin nags his friend for angering their savior, but Brad doesn't know how to deal with this situation now. Atis tells him that they have an offer for him. He discloses that they can't use the artifact they got from the Carter dungeon and are planning to sell it. But since his companion suggested checking with Brad first, he wants to see if they're on board. Atis further says that they will offer it for half price since he will be doing them a favor by buying it from them without having to go through any hassle. When Brad asks the mage why is the Valkyrian offering this expensive weapon to him, he reveals that is also because of good fortune. Brad and the rest of the party are excited to finally have one artifact, and they are eager to check what abilities it has. Hanbin, who gave off the impression of being angry at first, has a big smile on his face. He feels that it would be saddening if the hunters died after being saved by them. Besides, Hanbin wouldn't have been able to use it because it has a level restriction. As the Sword King is recollecting what he had just experienced, a coachman and an unknown man appear to be watching him from their cart. The mysterious man hopes they will be willing to cooperate. The party of hunters asks Atis to pass on their gratitude to the Valkyrian. Hanbin, who's listening in from the outside, is glad that he did good work and got his fame increased. He feels like he killed two birds with one stone. His goal is to become famous enough to catch the attention of the goddesses. Once he earns their trust by helping them out, his contribution level will rise. Eventually, he plans to team up with them and get his revenge on the demon god. Atis is approached by the strange man from the cart. The man gets the mage to hop onto the cart, while Hanbin assumes his companions has already left. The cart suddenly starts moving, and Atis, confused, asks why, since he only hopped on because the man said he wanted to talk. The mysterious man replies that he also didn't think it would be this easy to escort him, making Atis question who is he. The mage is in a tough situation. He has used up all his magic wands, even the backup ones. He got careless because this was a densely populated city. The man calls him wise for not taking out his wand and tells him that he looks like his older sister Adora Bannister, surprising Atis. The man replies that he knows about Adora, even though there isn't much information available about her. She fought the evil Greater Dragons with the 4 heroes 10 years ago. As a result, this created Upper Draconium, an organization that keeps an eye on the Greater Dragons. If she was alive today, she also would have received the blessings of the goddesses. Atis demands he stop talking about his sister to grab his attention and get to the point. The man apologizes, explaining that he was simply concerned after hearing rumors that the current head of the Bannister family had been living in seclusion for the past 10 years following his sister's death. However, seeing Atis in person has reassured him. The dragon is confused, wondering what is he talking about. The mysterious man cuts in and remarks they have arrived. He reveals he has selected a location where there hardly are any humans, and states why don't they head inside to talk about the details. Atisi pops out his head and realizes that they have arrived at his house. The mysterious man's face indicates that even though he wasn't expecting the coachman to stop at Atisi's house, because he had selected a different location, he pans his face toward the coachman, intending to curse him. However, he finds Hanbin standing beside the unconscious coachman and immediately realizes that he is at a disadvantage. The Sword King remarks the driver was going in the wrong direction, so he thought he should take a nice break. Atise reveals that a stalker was completely out of his expectations. The mysterious man remarks that they have got it all wrong, but is still captured. The Valkyrian is trying to figure out a mysterious emblem. The mysterious man's possession. Atise can feel subtle holy energy coming from it, which belongs to Altia, the goddess of light. He concludes that the emblem is the genuine thing. Hanbin and him realize that the man before them is a priest from the Order of Light. The mysterious man introduces himself as Emil Otto, a high priest who worships Altia, the goddess of light, and he is level 45. Atise apologizes and remarks getting kidnapped is something that never crossed his mind. Emil clears up the misunderstanding, saying he wasn't trying to kidnap them and only intended to secretly talk to the magician. He understands why Atise took such measures but cannot forgive his savage friend for restoring to violence before hearing his explanation. He insists Valkyrian warriors say something, and in response, Hanbin uses a special skill to pretend that he is a foreigner and speaks in the Valkyrian language, but still fails to convince Emil. Atise is quite baffled that the Order is looking for him rather than the powerful Valterra. He asks Emil if he came looking for him in secret, and wonders, does that mean this is some kind of confidential mission? Emil praises him for being sharp. Inside, he is thinking that with most of the greater dragons gone now, he is looking down on this young, inexperienced head of the dragon hunter's family. However, he admits that this may be his mistake, seeing as how Atise can take leadership over the savage Valterra. He can't believe the mage is just 17 years old in his human form. Emil makes it clear that he is going to trust Atise and formally asks for his cooperation with the Order of Light. He asks him to be attentive to the information that he will now reveal as they are classified as top secret. Emil informs them that he is currently investigating a man named Alejandro in the refugee villages surrounding Crater Valley. He shows them the suspicious man's picture, but both hunters don't recognize him. Atise wonders if the man in the picture is running a criminal organization and using the refugee villages as his base. Emil claims that it would be a lot simpler if that was true. Emil starts explaining about the refugee villages first. The refugees were originally not citizens of this city, but due to the appearance of Crater Dungeon and the sudden inflow of hunters, they were forced to live outside of the city due to the sharp increase in resident taxes by the ruling lord. A flashback shows a breadwinner returning to his family after making some bread and butter. His family greets him warmly, his wife inquiring about his trip to the city and his daughter eager to know how much he sold. The man of the house informs his family that he didn't make much and blames his facial appearance. His wife reassures him that it's going to get better once he gets his footing, since he has just started. Since he was also searching for Hanbin while winning the bread, his wife inquires him if has he found the person who helped him in the city. He reveals seeing someone similar while requesting the monster subjugation quest. He was the famous Valterra. His wife wishes that Valterra warrior would come to their village once. Suddenly Joseph, their acquaintance, comes screaming monster. The man commands his wife to run toward the middle of the village and asks Joseph what's wrong. Joseph attempts to tell them about the toad-like monster, but before he can finish, the monster swallows him. Everyone in the village starts running for their lives. The monster that has attacked them is supposed to be nocturnal. Just as the man is preparing to fight the monster, his wife informs him that their daughter is nowhere to be found. He comments she must be inside somewhere and tells her to hurry up and look for her. Soon, another man wielding an archer, acquainted with Joseph and the family man, comes forward to help. He reveals that Joseph charged into the monster's net, after saying he would hunt one. The family man already instructed Joseph to wait, because he was going to report the monster to Guild, but Joseph didn't wait and got annihilated. Based on the monster's size and strength, the archer deduces that no one would accept their quest for a small reward. Moreover, this isn't the first time they have made a request, and is sure there is no backup. Suddenly, the family man's child appears at their house's entrance, shocking the family man, the father. A normal human who isn't a hunter can train all they want but still only be below level 10. These monsters that hunters kill so easily are what normal people fear far more than earthquakes and storms. Elsewhere, Emil claims that the Order cannot interfere with the management of territories, so they must resort to asking hunters for cooperation in helping out those in need. In exchange, they will increase the level of their contribution so that it would increase their chances of meeting the goddesses. Atise wants to cooperate and can start right away. However, the Sword King intervenes and bluntly rejects Emil's proposal. Hanbin wants Emil to stop making his words sound as if they have a sense of justice. He remarks if what he just said is true, then there would be no reason for him to come and find a dragon hunter. Emil tells the Valkyrian that he is correct, and reveals the goal of this mission is the base of Alejandro the Dragon's Nest. Atis gets all worked up, calling it impossible, and wants them destroyed. And even if one still existed, this isn't a matter to be handled by hunters, but by the Order or the Brotherhood themselves. Emil says that their order wishes to go into a full investigation right away. However, they can't find a single fault with Alejandro, and the actions that he's been seen doing are not criminal in nature. On the contrary, the refugees actually call him a hero. Another flashback shows the family man's little daughter was rescued by Ellie and Effer. Ellie, the magic swordsman, informs family man that they came from the Dragon's Nest and were sent by Alejandro. The story takes an even further step back in time to reveal an earlier event. Ellie was tasked to assist the refugee town with Effer. Alejandro calls it a small effort on his part for the powerless refugees. He wants the magic swordsman and Hendy, a member of the refugee support team, to hunt the monsters prowling around town, and also leaves the rest to Hendy. Hendy reassures him that he will carry out his duties, and even thanks him for giving him such a big opportunity. However, Ellie is not very happy with Alejandro's decision to send a refugee team to support her and Effer. She wonders what is he planning. He asks Hendy to monitor the Wyvern's activity, as she previously attempted to run away. He involves Ellie in the conversation, who says she's been continuously warning her. She believes that if she lets go of Effer, the Chosen will have the support team take responsibility. Alejandro reveals that up until now they have been moving secretly for the sake of justice, but if many refugees wish to migrate here, it could change most things. After the hearing of Dragon's Nest, they will be accepted to come in through evaluation, leaving Ellie confused. She wonders what was the point of minimizing the number of residents there while strictly keeping this place a secret. She once again wonders why he's suddenly so determined to tell the world about the Dragon's Nest. End of the flashback. Ellie is about to be crushed by the monster that has attacked the refugees. Effer repays the favor by side-tackling the monster. However, during the process, she ended up getting the magic swordsman covered in filth. Resting near a riverbank, she is drying out Ellie's hair. The magic swordsman wants her to stop because she's projecting too much wind. The wyvern compliments her for having beautiful hair. She replies she is thankful for the sentiment, but there may be many monsters left, suggesting they can't be careless and have to keep their guard up. Following her comment of being wary of the monsters, she wonders if Ellie is planning on completely exterminating the wild monsters, because she believes doing this much will reveal their location to monsters. Effer claims to have lived life like a wild monster. She wonders aloud if are there any times when Effer uses her sword without the guideline. Ellie reveals she often doesn't use the guideline, because she feels that it isn't good to be dependent on it. The wyvern claims to have memorized the movements of her swordsmanship when she was using the guideline because she has witnessed it many times, but she has noticed that the rhythm becomes unstable once in a while, which is why she asked. Ellie remarks, wondering if the magic swordsmanship of the guideline is accurate, but she wants to get used to the magic swordsmanship that she has seen when she was younger. She didn't know about hunters when she was a child. Her mother, who would brush her hair every morning, never exposed that side to her. It was later that she found out her mother was a magic swordsman. At that time, she thought her mother was a dancer. Whenever she saw her practice every morning, she thought magic swordsmanship was quite beautiful. She is sure that one tragic morning was also the same as always. But her mother, who went out to hunt, never returned. And the one who came looking for her a few days later was Alejandro. He brought her to the Dragon's Nest and forcibly implanted the guideline in her body. As a result, she lost her eyesight. Now, whenever she practices her mother's magic swordsmanship, she ends up relying on the artificial guideline, and she is scared to think that she may end up becoming nothing more than Alejandro's pawn. Effer shouts that Ellie should climb on her back and they can fly to the west where no one can follow them. The magic swordsman simply responds that she can't do it, because if she decides to run, Alejandro will probably kill someone else. When Effer asks her why they can't report to the Heresy Inquisitors, and learns that it's impossible, Ellie tried getting help from a villager a long time ago, but the next day, he was discovered as a corpse. When she refused to train or participate in a test, Alejandro would force them to obey him. Ultimately, the only way to break free from him and the other Otherworlders is to let the Dragon's Nest consume all life, leaving nothing behind. She reveals that's why they need Effer's dragon core. The wyvern, being aware that her dragon's core is important, says she doesn't know how to absorb life force. While patting her, Ellie says she doesn't want to force Effer, and instead calls her a genius and believes it will eventually come to her. She tries to cheer Effer up by saying that she might end up becoming a legendary wyvern when she finally has a dragon core. When Effer wonders what her older sister thinks of her future title, she says something like Genius Wyvern. Effer wants them to hurry before another dragon comes. She explains that if they spread rumors about the Dragon's Nest, then other dragons would arrive there. Ellie replies that Alejandro is using the Dragon's Nest to bait a greater dragon. Effer finds it unbelievable, as she believes someone like him wouldn't be able to beat a greater dragon. Ellie is convinced Alejandro never takes risky moves, and she is sure he has a method of extracting a dragon's core once he finds a greater dragon. Meanwhile, Emil is still explaining the request from the Order of Light. He explains to Atis that this request calls for him to infiltrate that place alone. It may be called an infiltration, but they will help him by any means possible. Moreover, the Chosen One is looking for proficient mages. The spies from their side that have already infiltrated the place will be assisting Atis. Hanbin, who was listening to everything quietly, finally speaks up and says he would also be going with Atisa because going into an enemy's hideout alone is suicide. He asks Emil to arrange it so he enters it as well, much to the dragon's surprise. Emil is sure that the Valterian will be noticed instantly, and Alejandro will be suspicious of the Valterra warrior. The Sword King responds by saying they have nothing further to talk about. They won't be accepting this request. He asks Emil to find someone else. Just as he finishes sharing his opinion, Atis enunciates that he accepts the cooperation request from the Order of Light and says they should leave it to him. Hanbin is surprised to see his friend dismissing his opinion, and before he can say something, Atis reminds him that he's just his personal guard. The person who decides to accept or decline a request is the master. Since Emil is waiting for Atis's response, he is satisfied with his response. He remarks that they would be waiting at the eastern gate and will give him the documents and items he needs when he arrives. After Emil leaves, Hanbin confronts his friend demanding a logical reason for accepting a request without having any background information. He believes that cooperating with others might be good, but he can't be of any help if Atis is required to go alone. He once again suggests Atis reject the Order's offer, or else he would reject it himself. The magician has already accepted it, swearing on the name of the Banister, and can't go back anymore. Besides, this is something that can only be solved by his family. Angered by his judgments, the Valterian wonders aloud if Atis is saying that unrelated people should stay away. Furthermore, he reminds the mage that he himself is also a dragon, and the Banisters are a human family, so this technically makes them unrelated. Hanbin offends him, who demands he take back his words. However, he insists that Atis cancel the request, because he doesn't understand what's so important about the Banister name. Atis has a debt to pay to the Banister family, and wonders if Hanbin truly expects him to ignore the fact that a dragon's nest still exists after his foster sister sacrificed her life to destroy them all. Enraged, he feels otherworlders know what honor is. Hanbin thinks honor doesn't mean anything if you are dead. Atise wasn't expecting a very emotion-driven reaction from him. In response, he explains that he has gotten a little stronger after leveling up, and wants him to not worry. He then leaves without bidding his friend any goodbyes. Sometime later, in the cart, Emil gives Atise his new identification papers and a briefcase that carries his disguise. Emil reveals in his identification papers they also have added a document stating that the mage's level is lower than his actual level so that they wouldn't be on their guard around him. He then points at a page that will tell him the state of how his body should be. Atise tells Emil that he knows how to read and commands him to stop so he can concentrate. Emil apologizes and internally thinks that this appears like the mage just had a couple's fight, which gives him chills. After reading the identification document, Atise finds a mistake in the document. He clarifies that the mistake lies in the change of gender in the identity. Emil shockingly claims that this isn't a mistake, and unexpectedly asks Atise if he knows how to put makeup, leaving him astonished. Back in the refugees' village, the family man, Carlindor, and other male members of the community are preparing to leave for physical labor. The family man says goodbye to his daughter and wife, and like any other kid, his daughter doesn't want him to stay. He promises to buy her something nice when he returns home. After bidding farewell, he approaches the line of other men preparing to leave the village for work. He notices that the line is unusually long. When he suddenly spots Ellie, she wonders what brings her here. Ellie reveals she has come to escort the people going to Dragon's Nest, and was expecting him to join. Kalendor feels that doing physical labor is the only thing he knows, so he has decided to work as a construction worker. The magic swordsman reminds him that if he goes, then he won't be able to return unless the work is complete. When Ellie raises a question about Kalendor's family's safety, he says that monsters can't be avoided, but Alejandro is hiring some hunters through a strict selection process, so he feels reassured. While he is talking with Ellie, the hunters' selection process is taking place nearby. The magic swordsman noticed that the level of average participants varies from level 25 to 30, which isn't as high as she expected. Effer enlightens her that going to the dungeon is more beneficial for those of higher levels. Since Ellie can't see anything from the distance, she climbs onto the wyvern's back, and together they watch the fights from the camp rooftop. The announcer calls for contestant number 59, and to everyone's surprise, Atise, disguised as a girl, emerges from the crowd. The mage introduces himself as Ariana Stia, participant number 59. A flashback shows Emil waiting outside the carriage for Atise to change his appearance into a girl's. Emil urges him to hurry and change, but he snaps back that Emil's the one who suddenly made him cross-dress in the first place. Emil offers to help him, but he has already changed. After changing, he wants Emil to explain the reason for the Order of Light to make such a decision. And what about the other 5 religious groups? Emil reveals the other orders. Water, fire, wind, and earthly stay out of affairs that don't involve them. Besides, the heresy inquisitors who end up burning everything to the ground if the Order of Light asks them for help. Atis emerges from the carriage in a girl's attire, leaving Emil speechless. To take the magician's disguise to the next level, Emil gives him his glasses. As Atis wonders how is Emil going to see without his glasses, Emil remarks that he has seen everything, signaling that he was charmed by our beautiful magician's majestic appearance. Atis's first mission is to find out whether the dragon's nest is the real thing, so the first goal is to pass the selection round. To achieve that, he was told that he needed to use the documents that they had prepared for him. These documents are a new identity. At present, Hendy wants to check Atis's identification papers. Inside, he feels nervous, even though he is used to hiding his identity. Some hunters try to flirt with him, and one mentions that he also failed the selection. He then offers to escort Atis on the way out. Another hunter points out that there are many dangerous individuals who take on jobs outside the Hunters Guild, looking down on Atis, assuming he's an inexperienced girl. They tell him that he can die while taking the mission. The mage recalls the last moments he shared with his one and only true friend, though he is determined to prove that he can fulfill his missions alone. Efer is also annoyed seeing those hunters hitting on Atis. Atis, disguised as Ariana Stia, reveals himself to Hendy as a level 30. Since Ellie possesses an artificial guideline, she can look right through his lie and senses that something is wrong. She wonders why would a level 45 mage hide their level and come here. After taking a look at Stia's profile, Hendy approves his application without any test, which leaves Ellie baffled. The hunters that were telling Atisa how they failed the selection process speak up about how it's unfair that Ariana Stia didn't even take the test. Hendy reveals Dragon's Nest requires a mage, and since mages are used in research, their tests are different in the first place. Ellie interrupts, telling Hendy to hold on. She explains that since this situation might make others feel Alejandro is being unfair for not informing them about this special case, she, being a level 35, will test Ariana Stia. Seeing Hendy hesitating, she calls this as an order. Ellie believes that something fishy is going on. Even though she doesn't know what it is, she needs to make sure Alejandro doesn't get any stronger people by his side. She rushes past Hendy, charging at the mage. However, before she can land a blow, Atis conjures an ice wall to shield himself. One of Ellie's swords gets stuck in the ice. She is awestruck seeing a mage who also excels at close quarters combat. The mage tells her that it was a lucky shot. He is being careful, as he doesn't want to expose his real identity using advanced magic. He wonders if sticking to only ice magic would be a good decision. Atis notices that the magic swordsman has abandoned one of her swords, but he is confident that a magic swordsman won't be able to do anything with just one sword. Just before they are about to close the distance between them, a tall and obese man intervenes and smashes the ground with a giant mace. His attack's impact sends people in the range flying. After wreaking havoc, he demands to know if he will qualify after killing Atis and taking his place. The refugees recognize him as the Freak Eater, the Polypork. They have heard rumors that he was recently discharged from Crater Asylum. He officially introduces himself to the people around him, revealing he is level 45. He reveals that human meat didn't taste good in Crater Asylum, so escaped to look for tasty things to eat. Polypork looks down and notices that his giant mace has been separated from the handle, and spots Atis holding a wand lit with fire magic prepared for the battle. The mage wants his test to be postponed. Ellie once again wonders aloud if the magician's shot also lucky. Atis states that the monster was using a bad weapon that relied on weight alone, and it was indeed a lucky shot. Polypork has lost interest in the lump of meat he had prepared to eat, and casually swings it, hoping to kill Atis and Ellie. Suddenly, the huge meat lump slips away from Polypork's hands and hits a nearby cart. It is then revealed that Hendy kicked Polypork. Polypork wonders how the judge is still alive. Hendy announces that they would not be accepting any more applicants for the day. Polypork assumes he has passed the trial. Hendy, giving off unsettling and maniac energy, comments that he seemingly forgot to inform him beforehand. But how can a person pass if they are dead? Hendy delivers a single, devastating punch to his stomach, instantly killing him. Or at least that's what he presumes. After killing Polypork, he creates a new record of accidental deaths and adds his name to it. Hendy wasn't impressed by Polypork's strength. Atise is convinced that Polypork isn't weak. He is sure of it because of the brutish strength Polypork displayed when he ambushed. He senses energy as red as blood from Hendy and realizes that Hendy is an aura user. After this, Hendy suggests they should depart for Dragon's Nest. Hanbin recalls his memories of training to awaken his aura, with Atise by his side. Aura is red color energy that is emitted when one trains their body and life force to the extreme. Once a person obtains the ability to create aura, their strength will transcend that of normal. While trying to awaken the aura stored in his body, he feels something burning, and before long he screams, feeling something hot. He looks back and discovers that Atise is casting fire magic, unintentionally aiming his wand directly at Hanbin. The Valkyrian snaps at him and points out that he may have high defense, but it still burns. The dragon apologizes and reveals he was practicing some new magic spells. Hanbin spots a scroll in Atis's hands, which the mage always wanted to buy, and it is expensive enough to buy a house. Atis claims the price is worth it because this provides knowledge of mana and how to control it more efficiently. The level requirement to utilize the magic scroll is 45, and there are magic spells written on it for mages to learn. Once the otherworldly Sword King has calmed down, he remarks that Atis is lucky because he is a mage, and wonders if knows any secret tomes that can help him learn how to create aura. Atis reveals nothing like that exists. He explains whether it be aura, mana, or life force, they are all in a fixed state in the first place, and those 4 energies are what help to distinguish a person's special trait. They will then learn skills and become a certain job class according to those traits. Life force is something everyone is born with, and manipulating the 4 energies may be learned. However, unlike the other energies, aura must be learned through vigorous training, and it's been said that even one who's trained for over 40 years isn't guaranteed to acquire it. Since being able to use aura varies on individual brilliance, people aren't suspicious that Hanbin isn't able to use it despite how strong he is. The Valkyrian wonders if someone will start to suspect him if he doesn't use aura for a long time. Atis nods, claiming this will most likely happen. He adds that high-level dungeons require one of the 4 energies, so not using aura would seem suspicious. Hanbin feels his friend is saying that there are countless monsters like the Lich lurking in dungeons. The mage is sure that they will most likely encounter problems that would be impossible to solve with physical force alone. The Sword King holds his broken guideline responsible because if it worked properly, it would be easy for him to use aura. He wonders if he will ever be able to learn it without the guideline's help. Atise reassures him that if by any chance they face any enemy that the Valkyrian can't handle, then they will somehow get through it with his magic. He admits that he still has a long way to go, but he will work hard to raise his level. Shaking off the memories, Hanbin refocuses on the situation at hand. He is feeling desperation due to Atise's stubbornness. However, when he looks back, he realizes that the mage lived up until now hiding his identity as a dragon, and is now sure that he will be all right with his disguise. Moreover, he feels that no one else would have a level as high as Atise. Elsewhere, Hendy announces Stia as the last successful applicant. As he is about to welcome him, Atise ignores him and runs past him to check on Polypork. After confirming that Polypork is alive, Atise snaps at Hendy, asking why Polypork deserves death. Atise remarks understanding that Polypork may have caused a scene during the test, but demands an explanation on why is Hendy reporting it as an accident when Polypork is still alive. Hendy wasn't expecting Polypork to be alive. He remarks Polypork's subcutaneous fat is thicker than he had expected, but is confident that Polypork would soon die of natural cause. Atise gets Ellie to help him save Polypork. He instructs her to wide open Polypork's mouth so that he can feed him the potion. He thinks they can't leave Polypork like this, and suggests they should place him in the bag carriage and take him to Dragon's Nest. Hendy watches them with a blank face. Soon, the refugees, hunters, and the rest arrive at the Dragon's Nest. Effer, who is carrying Polypork, comments that she is tired. Ellie apologizes for making her carry him from the refugee village. The wyvern reveals she did it as a favor for the person who saved her older sister's life. Meanwhile, Atise's first impression of the Dragon's Nest was far beyond his expectations. He was expecting Dragon's Nest to be a naturally formed place, but that wasn't it at all. The pipes and devices show that it was built by human hands. Not only that, a real dragon's nest would be filled with life force, but he can't feel anything from this artificial dragon's nest. He wonders if they copied the ruins, and considers testing it to see if it works. Seeing Atise behaving oddly, Ellie sneaks up from behind to see what is he doing. Startled, he isn't able to give her a proper reply at first, but then reveals that he noticed there are a lot of pipes. She is thankful to him for saving her life, and then points out that he was just very reckless. He misunderstands her, thinking she is talking about Hendy, and proceeds to gossip about Hendy. Ellie clears up the misunderstanding, and then she has the mage look behind, where they spot Hendy operating as a judge. She reveals Hendy is only working as a judge for now. His real job is the head of security in Dragon's Nest. The reason she is explaining this is because she wants Atise to know what kind of person he dissed. When Atise expresses that he can't let someone die, Ellie tells him that good people don't survive here. People outside may believe that this place is a hidden castle, but this place also lacks some essential things: food, water, and space. She discloses that this place is just a secluded island, not a dragon's nest. Rules and orders are the most important things here, and the stone walls are chipped away daily. After hearing Ellie out, Atise points his wand at Polypork while commenting, "There's no other choice." He then charges his wand with fire magic and shoots it at Polypork. Fearing that Atise might do it again, the magic swordsman promptly pushes his arm down. It is later revealed that the mage was casting the fire to keep Polypork warm. Atise learns that people are just as important to Ellie as him, making her blush. Suddenly Hendy shows up and remarks that the two of them seem pretty close already. The magic swordsman lies, claiming she was just explaining the rules to Atis. The mage replies that it is his first time living in a cohabitation, implying that he is seeking Ellie's help in adjusting. She wonders what seems to be the problem with Hendy because she is sure he is busy with newcomers. Hendy wants Atis to leave behind all his wands and follow him because Alejandro wishes to see him. While following Hendy's lead, Atis thinks about how he is encountering one challenge after another. He was relieved when he infiltrated this place, but to come face to face with the leader without a weapon was not what he thought would happen. Hendy is curious to hear Atis's take after seeing the real dragon's nest. Our dragon thinks it's great and magnificent just like the rumors say. Hendy reveals he meant to ask Atis if he thinks this was a real dragon's nest. Atis isn't quite able to fathom what is Hendy trying to imply, but before he can speak a word, Hendy reminds him that Priest Emil must have told him that there were other spies here as well. He is okay with Atis calling him Hendy. When the mage asks him for proof, he points at Emil's glasses. The mage demands Hendy explain why he made him leave his wand if they are both on the same side. Hendy explains Alejandro will also be without a weapon at the moment since he is working. He is a magic swordsman without his weapons. Since Hendy is an aura user, he wants Atis to not worry. Hendy then says that he is worried about how will the mage behave. Hendy wants to finish this as soon as possible and instructs him to avoid anything useless. He reminds him that they both are hiding their levels. He also fears Ellie, who may be quick to notice when she feels that something is off, which is why Hendy wants to deal with this as quickly as possible. Atise feels that Alejandro may also be deceiving them. Hendy responds by telling him he should do his best to obtain as much information from this interview as they can. Doesn't matter if this isn't a real dragon's nest. Just as he approaches the door to Alejandro's room, a wand suddenly pierces through his eye. The Chosen One reveals himself, holding the wand, which appears to be infused with his magic. Stunned, Hendy demands an explanation for suddenly being attacked. Alejandro remarks a useful insect may be better than a harmful one, but either way, he doesn't like bugs. After this, he intensifies the magic on his wand, which ultimately kills Hendy. He says that he knew since the time a level 50 came. After fetching the Order of Light emblem from Hendy's dead body, he thanks them because he was able to advertise himself. He then turns his head and asks Atis for an introduction. Effer and Ellie are waiting outside the pipes that Atis was inspecting earlier. The wyvern mentions that her entire body is sore since it's been so long since she flew around, and she feels like she needs a break. She suggests going back to their room and even offers to fly Ellie there. Instead of responding, the magic swordsman keeps staring at her hand. Effer, confused, wonders if she has something in her hand. Ellie usually feels a kind of static in her hand that allows her to sense the person she's in contact with. But when she touched Atis, the sensation felt different. Effer thinks the reason may be because that person is high level. She explains that this sensation was familiar, yet different at the same time. She feels the same sensation when she climbs onto Effer's back. She starts to suspect that if the static resembles Effer's, then the wyvern might be a dragon. Before she can even voice the thought, Effer jumps ahead and guesses that the person might be a dragon. Ellie becomes concerned that they might already be too late. Elsewhere, Atis is already locked in battle with the Chosen One. However, he's clearly getting cornered in this mage showdown. Without magic stones, he can't use his spells efficiently. Alejandro sees logic in the Order of Light being curious about him, wondering whether Dragon's Nest is real or not. To justify any move, the Order would need a solid reason, and sending an expert to infiltrate the place seems like a calculated step. He questions the mage intentions, wondering if his theory is correct. Atis concludes things are making sense now that he has killed one of the Order's priests. Alejandro finds the absence of witnesses irrelevant and attacks him with his magic. Meanwhile, Ellie, riding on Effer's back, also arrives at the scene unnoticed by both mages. She observes that they're already in trouble now that the mage and Alejandro are fighting. The wyvern thinks the Chosen One must have figured out the mage's identity. She wonders why Ellie earlier claimed Alejandro couldn't see the dragon's core. According to the magic swordsman, there's no way the Chosen One would know for sure. But using Dragon's Nest as bait while targeting a level 45 mage like the magician narrows down his options. The only method left is to push the mage to the brink and force him to transform. Effer questions what would happen if Atis isn't a dragon. Wouldn't a normal person die? Ellie knows Alejandro wouldn't care either way. That's just who he is. She's convinced that if this continues, there's no other way. They might have to kill the mage before Alejandro can expose him. Since Atis's magic is currently weak, he focuses on neutralizing Alejandro's attacks. He seeks to understand his opponent's reasons for creating Dragon's Nest. The Chosen One mocks the idea that he would disclose anything simply because he's asked. He suggests Atis should try asking again, after defeating him. That is if he survives. More magic is launched in the mage's direction. Sensing the danger, Atis conjures an ice wall to block what seems to be a physical attack. Despite his efforts, Alejandro's magic wands start shifting in midair, showing his ability to control them remotely. Atis tries to dodge but can't escape the onslaught. With his view blocked, Alejandro casually kicks down the ice wall. The mage fires off a burst of fire magic from behind another wall, hoping to land a hit, but his opponent appears behind him and lands a brutal kick to Atis's stomach, launching him through the air. Alejandro questions the mage's humanity, suggesting that even as a fake human, he's far too fragile. Meanwhile, Ephor and Ellie flee the battlefield. The magic swordsman, clearly upset, demands to know why they're flying in the opposite direction. She insists they need to head straight to Alejandro. The wyvern questions what they're even supposed to do once they get there. Ellie reasons that the Chosen One will force Atis to transform, and if that happens, she'd rather end the dragon herself. If Alejandro's plan succeeds, everyone could die. Suddenly the friendly wyvern snaps, yelling how annoying it all is, startling Ellie. Ephor lashes out, criticizing her sister for always putting others first. She admits to being a coward. Even if someone like Atis dies, she'd rather look away. She doesn't even know him, and the dragon surely understood the risks. But what truly stings is seeing Ellie forced to stain her hands for others, something that leaves a lasting scar. Clenching her fists, Ellie fires back. She wants to know what Ephor expects her to do. Staying locked away again, scared and useless, is not an option. This is the only thing she can do now, so she'll do it. Back at the battlefield, Alejandro now has Atis restrained with magic and chained to a wall. Alejandro has grown impatient. He demands honesty, questioning whether his opponent had any hidden reasons for coming here. Atis, barely conscious, states that this place should not exist, and Alejandro will gain nothing from it. Curious, he asks why. According to the mage, only dragons can control Dragon's Nest because a dragon's core is required to collect life force. Alejandro suspects the mage might be one and shares that suspicion. Atis gives a vague response and notes that the Dragon's Nest is still incomplete. He doesn't know what Alejandro is ultimately after, but whatever it is, it won't come easy. Frustrated, the Chosen One uses his magic to drag him to the edge of a high ledge, threatening to toss him off. He offers him two choices: snap his neck with a little extra pressure, or let go and watch him fall. He keeps pressing for the mage's trump card, calling this his final shot. And with that, the countdown begins. He ridicules Atis by asking if he is thinking of leveling up using the Dragon's Nest. He reveals there is a slight problem. The Dragon's Nest won't work, which means he won't be able to level up. He refers to the mage as Greater Dragon. The mage clarifies that he is not the one who's gathering life force right now. As he comments that the life force is gathering elsewhere, a massive surge of energy abruptly starts gathering elsewhere. Thunderstruck, he throws Atis back to the platform where he is standing and starts observing the energy burst. Atis is also surprised because he had never thought there would be another dragon beside him. Although he wasn't expecting it, he is glad that he was able to keep his identity safe. He wonders if was everything planned to bait a dragon because Alejandro is a vicious schemer to create such an elaborate plan like this. Since it's dangerous, he is planning to get out and quickly inform everyone about this. However, he can't even lift a finger. Ellie comes rushing to the Chosen One to report the strange, unprecedented phenomenon, and informs him that there was a dragon that infiltrated the place on the other side of the building. She secretly whispers in Atis's ear that she is glad that he is safe. Alejandro admits that he was wrong for thinking his opponent is a dragon. Ellie suggests they should go and check it out. The Chosen One is certain that even if he goes to investigate, the dragon would be disguised in human form, making it impossible to identify. While wearing a sadistic smile, he says the dragon won't be able to level up with a broken dragon's nest anyway. He reveals he has made it so that all the bridges connecting to the dragon's nest would explode as soon as it begins to operate, and even the dragon won't be able to escape in its human form. Ellie wonders if that's why he isolated the area. He admits he'd capture the girl if she were a dragon, but with the dragon's nest broken, it's not worth the trouble and future repair costs. Alejandro shows him mercy for now because he can obtain something good to experiment on. Atis is perplexed upon hearing the word experiment, so he repeats it hoping to get an answer from him. While wearing the same sadistic smile, he says he is sorry if he gave him some hope that he would be kept alive. He considered the living conditions poor and thought it would be a shame to waste any resources. Out of the blue, Ellie remarks, "What a shame." Alejandro, slightly confused, asks her what is she talking about. She clarifies that she had no idea this dragon's nest was broken. She further explains that she felt a sense of disharmony ever since Atis arrived, so she thought maybe he would be the one to do it, and maybe even help fix this place. Alejandro guesses Ellie is suggesting he assign a job to a spy of Light of Order. He found the idea appealing. Since the mage couldn't escape anyway, they might as well put her to use. He leaves Atis to her and then leaves. Sometime later, Atis opens his eyes to find himself on the back of Ellie. She informs him that they would be working together for a while, so he could call her Ellie. She then demands Atis, or more accurately, Ariana Stia, to tell her his real name, because he has already been discovered. Atis finally tells her his real name and is okay with her calling him Atis. Sometime later, Ellie is giving him a piggyback ride, which he is embarrassed about. She reveals swordsmen use force energy, so it doesn't take much effort to lift heavy things. She assumes he is questioning such trivial questions because he is feeling uncomfortable. He is flustered, getting a piggybacked ride from a lady confusing her. He then decides to walk because he can't bear the embarrassment. Before she goes to her room, he thanks her for the help earlier. However, she tells him that he shouldn't be thanking her because she was thinking of killing him when she found out he was a dragon. He keeps up the act of not being a dragon and points out that Ellie saw the dragon somewhere else. She tells him to stop trying to feign ignorance. She further adds that he gathered a great amount of life force. She guesses that it wasn't by normal means, which means it was gathered through the dungeons. Before he can even raise a question, Ellie reveals she can feel the subtle flow of life force, and she was able to learn more while carrying him on the way here. He is thinking that he needs to figure out who's in charge before deciding to cooperate with her. She remarks there's no one here, and the walls are thick. His level is 35 and her level is 45, and because a magic swordsman requires a magic tool to use force, she is nothing but a regular human without one. She claims she doesn't have a sword or even a piece of metal, and believes that it would be easy for a wandless mage like him to kill her. But before she can elaborate, he tells her to get a hold of herself. While holding her arms, he inquires her if Alejandro is making her extract information. Dragon's Nest is something evil created by greedy greater dragons. He assumes she is being tricked by the Chosen One. Ellie attempts to explain herself, but he doesn't even pay her any attention. He states that he was hiding his true identity by being in the human form. Instead of keeping his secret and helping him out, they should face Alejandro. Suddenly, Effer charges at Atis, flinging him a few yards away, just because he was shouting at Ellie. He is surprised to see a dragon. She immediately concludes she must be the dragon that operated Dragon's Nest earlier, but soon realizes Effer is a wyvern looking at her wings. Meanwhile, Ellie scolds her for not listening to her, as she had instructed her to hide, but she didn't. The wyvern remarks she rushed out because he was yelling at her older sister. Ellie points out that her threat implied she wouldn't mind if he exposed her identity. Since he shares their goal, they decide to let him in on it. The magic swordsman explains that Effer was responsible for operating Dragon's Nest and pretending to be a dragon in place of him. And thanks to her wyvern friend, Alejandro's suspicions of him have disappeared. The wyvern is proud of herself. Inside, she praises herself for being a genius talking wyvern that possesses a dragon core. He suddenly starts calling Effer by her given name, and then explains that he has heard so much about her from one of his acquaintances. That person was truly grateful to her because she helped him hide his identity. That isn't all. He even heard that she loaned him a whopping sum of 300x. The terrifying memories start flooding back to her. She realizes he is talking about Hanbin. Meanwhile, the Valkyrian is engaged in something very intense that is making him question why things turned out this way. He is plunging something down while enunciating it to go down. It turns out he's flushing the toilet manually since it's the high-grade automatic toilet, and flushing mechanics requires level 12. In the process, some bits of the waste splash into his eye, causing him to scream in horror. It's been 3 days since Atis left for his mission, and since then their house has turned into a place of living hell. Nothing was going his way. The water spout wasn't working because it required someone of at least level 8. He even destroyed the fridge to get some clean water, because to use the fridge one has to be level 8. Hanbin was no different from a primitive man in that place. He couldn't even cook if he wanted to, because cooking burners were also restricted for those below level 8. Moreover, he didn't even have money to go to a restaurant, because a top-grade safe required level 33 to use, and without money, he wouldn't be able to buy anything. To make money, he went straight to the Hunters Guild to accept requests, but his application was denied because based on the Hunter Guild's rules, a personal guard cannot receive missions without the consent of their master. After rejecting his mission request, the receptionist tells him that she understands his situation, and she's looking to see if there are any jobs here for him, but their policy concerning guards is a bit strict, requiring extensive background checks and prior experience in security roles. Hanbin startles her by shaking the entire guild with his raw power and convinces her to assign him a mission. She reveals it will be a personal favor, and the reward won't be big. He claims it doesn't matter, he wants to make money. The receptionist wants this to be a secret between them and explains that this is something that happened a week ago. She reveals she bought some new clothes to wear for a party, but she couldn't find them. After shuffling through her whole room, she found something nasty, a golden, luminous hair. He claims he can't do much with the criminal's hair. While pointing at Emil's picture, she remarks there's only one person who would barge into her room and steal her clothes, her older brother. He looks at Emil's photo and realizes that the receptionist's prime suspect is the priest from Order of Light, Emil. The receptionist explains Emil was jabbering about some sort of secret undercover mission, and in the process, he also touched her makeup. The receptionist wants him to track down Emil, get her clothes back, and burn him up. He agrees to do what he can do. He feels relieved thinking he was lucky to finally get a mission. He convinces her, but remains pessimistic, wondering where in the world Emil could be. If Emil is undercover, tracking him down would be nearly impossible. He realizes he needs some sort of lead to begin the search. Suddenly, the system asks him if he would like to initiate his tracking skill using genetic information. Hanbin stumbles upon a tracking skill he's had for ages, but never bothered to check until now, though he is thankful that his guideline is working, for now at least. He is eager to use it to find Atis, and now in the wilderness, he commands the guideline to start, and it starts activating tracking skills using genetic transformation. The guideline identifies the life force as prana and scans the area, detecting 312 sources. It then filters for similar traits and narrows it down to 24 individuals. Lastly, it searches for individuals with similar genetic features and finds one individual. After the tracking process is complete, the guideline fails to give him an exact location of Atis, revealing that the mage is on the move. The wooden stick he vertically placed on the ground, hoping it would point in the right direction, ultimately fell. After failing miserably, he considers giving up. Elsewhere, in some cave, a beastman appears to be brutally assaulting Emil, demanding Emil reveal what he received from the spy. Emil, with his bruised face, claims that he doesn't know anything. The beastman wants Emil to be honest because they have already found out about Hendy being a spy. He points out that Alejandro is aware of Emil's alliance with Hendy. Emil reveals that he now knows that the artificial guideline has a serious side effect. While tightly holding Emil's jaw, the beastman threatens to rip apart his mouth if he doesn't speak. A man with misaligned eyes arrives and commands the beastman to stop. The beastman moves away, while Emil is wondering who this person is. The mysterious man admits he's sad Emil doesn't recognize him, but realizes that it makes sense. He's been hidden away at Dragon's Nest, doing research all this time. He reveals he is the creator of the artificial guideline and similar magical tools. Emil snaps at him for committing blasphemy, changing the humans that were created by Althea, the goddess of light, into foul things, and then calling them products. The man becomes enraged upon hearing Emil label his actions as foul. He gets up really close to Emil and calls him uncivilized because of his statement, and then states that the true value of humans doesn't lie in appearance. The insane man points out Emil's level 45 status, saying it's no small feat, and questions if he did it just to be acknowledged as human. As he is expressing his opinion on how a human's worth lies in their level, and a guideline helps to realize that worth, he removes the clothing that was covering his body, and is revealed to be a humanoid creature with insect-like features. He calls this experimentation a blessing since it helps individuals to be transformed into a more efficient form. Emil dismisses his words as nonsense, arguing that if worthless beings like him were to grow stronger, does he even realize the big sacrifice it would require? According to the creepy man, his endeavors are not different from what the world is like now. Plus, a genuine artificial guideline is about to be completed. The madman realizes that he has said too much, and remarks he wanted to try to use a high-leveled live body that retained its consciousness. But since it won't be that easy, he is going to use his skill, Ant Eelworm. Ant Eelworm enters the body through the nose and eats up the brain. By doing that, the host's willpower decreases, making it easier to control them. Emil's life flashes before his eyes. He wonders if this is the end, and wishes he could warn the Order of Light before he dies. Suddenly, a sword drilling the cave through the wall takes the madman out of surprise, as some of the debris hits him, making him unconscious. Emil witnesses Hanbin coming out of the wall and wonders what he is doing here. The other experiments, including the Beastman, are surprised to see a Valkyrian warrior. The Sword King informs Emil that he was tasked to bring him back. Emil, on the other hand, believes the Order of Light has sent the Valkyrian warrior to rescue him. Hanbin feels relieved that Emil isn't wearing his sister's clothes after all, which is what he'd expected before he got there. The Beastman abruptly charges at Hanbin, aiming to crush him in the contest of brutish strength. However, he isn't able to harm the Valkyrian warrior. Hanbin wonders what kind of creation is forcing a fight with him, and even the guideline doesn't help him. It shows the Beastman as level 56, and reveals the monster species as humans, but with 2 question marks in between the words. In the end, he concludes the Beastman is not a monster, but a human, because monsters wouldn't know what Valterra is. He's more worried about how to talk to the Beastman and the others to get information, all while keeping up the act of being a Valkyrian warrior. The level 55 Lizardman also ambushes, striking the otherworldly Sword King by wagging his tail. The Beastmen claim that even a real Valterra warrior wouldn't be able to beat them. Hanbin is now convinced that these things attacking him are humans. He then remembers learning that Latna had many intelligent subspecies. He guesses they might be beast people, though there are no beast people in Latna. Hanbin hasn't completely gotten used to living here. He tries to not show any racial discrimination but doesn't understand why are these beast people angry at him. He is still floating in the air from the Lizardman's attack. The beast people then use an attack combination of Fierce Tiger Palm and Death Serpent Palm, and fling him miles away with sheer force. The beast people explain that they are punishing him because he is prancing around pretending to be a Valterra warrior when he is only level 5. Seeing him still breathing, the lizardman wonders if they held back their strength. The beastman calls Hanbin the self-proclaimed Valterra and asks him if he wants to say something. They offer to let him live if he entertains them. Hanbin suddenly starts speaking, shocking beastman. While making a sad face, he remarks that he never thought that the cave was their home, and he didn't mean to make a hole in it. He claims to understand their frustration since a stranger came and messed up their house. He then shares his memory of how a hell dog destroyed his house, feeling empathy for the beast people who are going through the same ordeal. He also admits he doesn't know what the yellow-haired man did wrong, but plans to take him back after repairing their house. Emil's jaw drops to see the Valterian warrior negotiate with the beast people. Seeing something so extraordinary, Emil learns that not all Valterra warriors are the same. Realizing Hanbin doesn't know the beast people's true identity, Emil suddenly shouts that they aren't human and urges him to take a closer look. As the Valterian warrior is trying to process what is Emil trying to say, one of the beastmen attempts to crush him with his mere strength. Emil's words continue to echo in Atis's mind, as he seemingly repeats the words Emil said. The beastmen claim that they don't know what Hanbin is, but it makes them want to eat him. Hanbin notices that the monster's level went up and the name changed because, to him, the monster now appears as a level 62 species. The lizard man jumps him from behind, before whispering in his ear that the forms aren't the only thing that changes in them. The lizard man reveals that it is feeling as if its humanity is slowly disappearing. Hanbin is still processing Emil's words about the beast people losing their humanity. The lizard man throws a punch at him, which he somehow manages to contain. He finally realizes what Emil was trying to convey. Meanwhile, Emil, spectating from some distance, blames himself because he got caught, and Hanbin had to come to rescue him. The man with insect-like features, the culprit behind the experiments, states that it's too late. He explains that once an experiment runs wild, it won't be any different from an otherworlder. A Latnian with an artificial guideline that kills another Latnian will go berserk. They are as strong as boss monsters. The beast people transform into colossal-sized threats. However, Hanbin is calm and collected despite the discovery. He slashes his longsword with such force that the ground cracks apart in two, wiping everything in sight. Later, Hanbin places flowers and a few of his belongings at Emil's grave, believing he also got wiped caught in his attack. He regrets using too much force and thinks Emil could have lived if he had been a little weaker. When he hears the crashing sound, he looks behind, only to find Emil and the creepy madman, who has barely escaped through an ant tunnel. Emil comes rushing to his savior, thanking his savior. As he prepares to head home, Emil informs him that Alejandro found out about everything, and Atis might be in danger right now, and Emil blames himself for it. Hanbin, looking determined to rescue his friend, asks Emil where is the dragon's nest. Alejandro is testing out artificial guideline, experimenting it on a test subject. The man leading this operation, likely a mage, educates him that the only thing the artificial guideline can absorb is experience points. Since life force contains experience points and life energy, the excess life energy will kill the person without a dragon's core. To Alejandro, it doesn't matter, they are only testing to see if Dragon's Nest will operate properly. The mage serving him increases the life force after hearing his boss out. The operation fails, as the test subject starts bending out of shape. Alejandro is thinking that if they want to complete a genuine artificial guideline, they will need a humanoid guideline, a dragon core, and a working dragon's nest to infuse massive amounts of life force into the dragon's core. Rebuilding the destroyed dragon's nest has been completed, but it has started to shut down after starting up recently, and he is sure there aren't any problems with the great dragon's blueprints. The test subject, from across the room, tries to attack Alejandro, but before it can land a hit, the Chosen One swiftly uses his magic wand to control the hose and capture the test subject. Alejandro is convinced there must be another key needed to operate it. He orders the mage to call the ant, as he wants to discuss something with him. The mage informs him that the ant went to procure some testing materials a few days ago, and they haven't heard anything from him since then. He guesses the testing materials must be Priest Emil, and the mage verifies it. The mage is positive that the ant left with 2 test subjects around level 60s with tracking abilities. Inside, he thinks a level 60 testing subject is similar in power to a dungeon boss, and wonders why isn't the ant back. He guesses that someone who can face the 2 of them, referring to the beast people, must be a heresy inquisitor, though he isn't sure if that's the case. He is frustrated because things are getting complicated. He commands the mage to gather the test subjects and have them guard the deepest basement. Alejandro has left the mage stunned, because in the deepest basement lies the life force fusion. He wants all test subjects to guard the force fusion. Effer recalls it's been a week since Atis came to the dragon's nest. In that time, he and Ellie have been continuously investigating every corner of the dragon's nest. Being a dragon, he knows a lot about Dragon's Nest, and this seems to have relieved the magic swordsman somewhat. But since Effer is a wyvern with a large body, she hasn't been able to help them out at all. She has come to accept that she can't help them since she isn't even able to enter, which is why she hasn't talked much with Ellie lately. She is feeling lonely because she has been left all alone, though she isn't free all the time, as she is busy trying to complete her dragon core. She is determined to humiliate Atis once she finishes, and thinks that after she has humiliated him, Ellie will look differently at her, and she is completely going to ignore her before then. The magic swordsman surprises her younger sister when she comes out of a vent. Overjoyed to see the person she adores, she expresses that she had a good feeling about today. Perhaps it's because her dragon's core is developing a lot. The wyvern goes quiet when she finds her worried more about him, because he has sustained an injury. Ellie is tired of hearing him compare himself to hunters all the time, making him apologize. Ephor is pouting seeing him, a dragon, being cared for by her sister. Ellie informs her that they didn't find anything special today either on their exploration. While wearing a smile, the wyvern ridicules him by reminding him that he claimed something like dragon's nest is broken. He admits saying it, but he was wrong because this dragon's nest isn't broken. He reveals the reason the dragon's nest isn't working is because Ephor's dragon core is the key to operating it. He reminds her about the time when she revealed she got hit by blasts of life force when she first tried to escape. That was when her newly created dragon's core became registered as the key for the dragon's nest. But her dragon's core isn't complete, and although she can materialize life force, she still can't absorb it. That's why she wasn't able to absorb the life force here, and also the reason why it looks as if dragon's nest is broken. Discovering her actual worth, she comments since she is the most important key to solving all the problems, then that means it's up to her to hurry and complete her dragon core, so that she can be the life force. Ellie suddenly calls for this plan to stop, much to Ephor's surprise, who is ready to play the hero. He reveals there's one more way to complete Dragon's Nest. She explains they plan to go down the life force fusion at the heart of Dragon's Nest down in the basement and directly absorb the life force. Ellie plans to go down and look for a fusion with him. Just as Ephor is about to plead, the ground suddenly starts shaking. Since Atise, Ellie, and Ephor are a few levels above the ground level, they try to look down to assess the gravity of the situation. They find a test subject emerging from the underground testing lab. The level 51 test subject seems to be a distorted chimera, appearing with a chaotic blend of two faces, massive creepy eyes, and inhumane strength, scaring everyone working on the dragon's nest with its gross appearance. Atise's attempt to inflict damage fails, due to the distance between them fails. Ellie guesses the test subject was trying to escape judging by how he destroyed and came out of the ground. She tells him, who's wondering if there are any hunters waiting below, that any hunters down there would be under level 40. Being level 45, he is closest to the test subject's level. He thinks there is a 6-level difference between them, and attacking from a distance doesn't work at all. He requests Ephor take him up in the air, intending to use fire magic to fight the test subject. However, driven by jealousy, the wyvern takes a flight by herself, believing she could take on the test subject without needing any help from him. On the ground level, the test subject has wreaked havoc. When he is about to eat Kalendor, who is apparently stuck under a wooden dolly, Ephor attacks it from the air with magic. The test subject spots Ephor and calls her bird meat, which makes her angry. Ephor thinks that if it's about attacking the test subject from the air, then she doesn't need Atise's fire magic, she could handle it by herself, even if it's a level 51 monster. The test subject throws a rock at her, but she barely manages to dodge it. Just when she clocks that the speed of rocks coming at her is fast, she nearly gets hit by another boulder. She appears to be confident about her flying ability. After evading several of the test subject's attempts to bring her down, she retaliates with a burst of magic. The test subject uses the metal plate on its arm to cover its body from Ephor's intense magic and continues to slowly walk forward. Eventually, he grabs Ephor by the neck, which even the wyvern herself is surprised about. Alejandro is planning on going outside to investigate the disappearance of the ant and the other test subjects. It appears that he had asked one of his ladies-in-waiting to bring him the dagger artifact, and she has brought it before him. The lady-in-waiting is surprised by the fact that he is thinking of taking the artifact, something he has never done before. He comments that one never knows what might happen. The lady-in-waiting is even more stunned hearing Alejandro say something like that. The Chosen One speaks up about how they have become entangled with either the Heresy Inquisitors or some other annoying group. He plans on taking care of them, so they won't bother him from completing their work. She demands to know what should they do when the dragon appears while he is gone. He doesn't want her to worry, because he has already taken care of that. Breathing heavily, the mage from earlier storms into Alejandro's room to inform him that a test subject has appeared outside. Alejandro casually flings the dagger in the mage's stomach without even looking at him. Once the mage is down, he commands the lady-in-waiting to go down to the basement and check the test subjects. The lady-in-waiting suggests it would be better if he went down to see for himself. He wishes that he had one more body since the situation here requires his attention as well. Meanwhile, Ephor breaks free from the test subject's grasp and captures him with her claws. Ellie shouts at her to calm her down. Seeing her flying straight towards the horizon, Atis realizes that she is thinking of using Dragon's Nest. Effer soars higher, striving to alter her fate and hopefully defeat the test subject. When she reaches the Dragon's Nest's upper layer, the test subject explodes inside out, and the atmosphere turns into dust. Worried about Effer, Ellie calls her several times. The wyvern spreads her wings, revealing herself as she sweeps away the dust and smoke with a burst of wind. Overjoyed, she goes to her sister to inform her about her victory. However, out of nowhere, Ellie slaps her in the face and then instructs her to leave. The wyvern is shocked. Getting slapped by her big sister was something she had never expected. She witnesses even more surprises when they are ambushed by the Chosen One. He reveals that though they were planning on running away since she begged him to not kill the wyvern. He admits that he had never expected a wyvern that has a dragon core. He wants to know if they were thinking of absorbing the life force within the dragon's nest using Effer's core. Following this question, he reminds Ellie that he mentioned there will be no second chances. Soon after, Atisa also joins the battle. He covers Effer with his fire magic while she attempts to evade the danger. Alejandro effortlessly blocks his attack with his dagger artifacts. He wonders if his opponent has already won Ellie over to his side as well. The magic swordsman attempts to jump him from behind. However, he is still able to see through her attack and blocks it without even moving or turning his body, though he compliments her for her speed. Ellie also shouts at Effer as she wants to see her leave. It would be over if she gets caught. Seeing that there's no other option, initially reluctant Effer finally decides to go with what her friends are saying. Once she is practically out of sight, Atis and Ellie charge at Alejandro, intending to finish him once and for all. However, the Chosen One vanishes into the thin air and teleports before the wyvern. Elsewhere, Hanbin is fighting monsters in a rocky mountain terrain and is accompanied by Emil. They came all the way here because they heard Dragon's Nest was in the Rocky Mountains. The problem is, all the mountains look the same to our Valtirian warrior. Emil wants him to look carefully, because this place is similar to Hanbin's hometown. The Sword King ridicules him, because this is all because of a spy who doesn't even know the location of the enemy. Emil reminds him of his status as a high-ranking priest. If he goes into enemy territory, then who's supposed to make the report? Besides, it couldn't be helped since he is the secret contact on the outside. Hanbin asks the ant if they are on the correct way. The ant has transformed into a complete giant ant, and isn't able to understand human speech anymore. Emil feels that it would be impossible to find the dragon's nest like this. He suggests they should go back to the Order of Light and get some soldiers. Emil starts freaking out when he notices the Valtirian warrior isn't listening to him and is relaxing, feeding the ant. Hanbin believes that if it's something that reminds the ant of its home, then it might take them there. Emil reminds him that this thing was originally a human. Why the hell would eating grass remind him of his home? Emil assumes it may be true that the ant didn't get any report of Atis's death, but wants him to think about what the mage could be going through while he is fooling around like this. Although he tried to knock some sense into Hanbin, Emil is aware that this isn't something he should be saying since he isn't responsible for it. After reflecting on his time with Atis, he reveals he isn't mad at Emil. He says that he warned the mage that he could die if he went. He treated him like he was weak, though he wasn't entirely wrong. In the end, he was right. Looking back, he realizes he was making excuses since he would be the one who would be having a hard time if Atis wasn't here. When Emil giggles, Hanbin asks him what's so funny. Emil explains that he thought Valteras were barbarians who loved blood and guts. He never expected that the Valtera warriors could worry about their companions. This makes the Valtirian quite different from what the rumors say. Heavily panicking, he remarks on what Emil means by worry because to him blood and guts are best. Out of the blue, they hear a loud lightning sound from a distance. Startled by the noise, Emil deduces that it must be a swordsman. He explains that if a magic swordsman's skill is visible from such a distance, it must be Alejandro. Emil thinks they can finally go back to the Order and bring back troops. When he looks behind, he finds Hanbin in a crouching position. He is attempting to gain the momentum to jump to the battlefield as quickly as possible. When Alejandro abruptly disappears, Atis understands there's no turning back once the Chosen One finds out Effer has a dragon core. Right now, only a dragon could stand a chance against him. Eventually, the evil man takes the dragon's core from her. Seeing her straining in pain, he tells her to just act like she never had a core in the first place. Atisi tries to transform into a dragon, but no matter how hard he tries, he fails. Ellie believes the evil man must have prepared countermeasures for a dragon. She speculates he likely did all this after learning who Atis truly is. She explains that Alejandro's necklace is a rare artifact that lets dragons take on a human form. The item is a polymorph necklace, and with it, Alejandro has made it so any dragon nearby can't morph into their true form. He thinks to himself that they have no choice but to fight him. Ellie calls out to Alejandro to get his attention. When he turns her way, she tells him the final component needed to complete the artificial guideline is her own guideline. She demands that he release everyone trapped in the dragon's nest, or else she will ensure that his plans go nowhere. He believed that Ellie would know him better by now, especially after spending so much time together. He reveals that he gathered a large number of Latnians here for a very specific reason. He claims that it wasn't simply about remodeling the place. He wonders if she doesn't find it strange that all this life force is being collected, and yet she doesn't sense anything odd. He questions whether life can be contained inside a living object. That's when Atis realizes the dragon's nest isn't meant for storing items. It's used to extract life force from humans and other creatures. Alejandro appears behind Ellie without warning and snatches away her sword. He shoves the mage aside, then tells them both that regardless of whether their plans had worked, the Latnians would have met their end anyway. Fueled by anger, Ellie asks him how he could do this to other humans. He snaps at her, calling her a background character. Without hesitation, he uses her own sword to stab her right in the chest. As Effer rushes to intervene, Alejandro also impales her from behind with a blade. As she falls, she begins blaming herself. The Chosen One then pulls out a recovery device and says he didn't expect to ever use it on an artificial guideline test subject. He thinks Ellie should be thankful. After all, he is helping her reunite with her dead mother. He injects the recovery device into her neck and explains that to reduce the side effects of the artificial guideline, it requires genetic material similar to one's own. He wonders if it's too difficult for a Latnian to grasp that before attempting to stab her. Just before the dagger pierces Ellie, Atis casts a burst of fire magic to distract Alejandro. He then yells for her to take this chance and run. She listens to him and immediately jumps into the deep pit. Even though she's been impaled, Effer manages to escape and dives after her friend, trying to save her as she falls. In doing so, most of her wing is torn apart. Atis wonders if they'll survive, but with Alejandro standing right in front of him, he tells himself now isn't the time to worry. He believes they'll make it through and decides to do what he can on his end. Atis grabs several wands and channels intense fire magic. He goes all out, aiming to finish Alejandro, but the attack backfires. The magic stones embedded in his wands begin to fade away. Alejandro, on the defensive, reveals he kept Atis alive only because he seemed like a strong side character. But now he's messed with the wrong person. He shouts at him, saying if he's so eager to die, then he'll roast him with high voltage. Part of his face looks burned from the mage's earlier attack. Angry, he retaliates by unleashing his own magic. His attack shatters the stones in Atis's wands, rendering them useless. Seeing the enemy's overwhelming power, the magician starts to wonder if this is where it all ends. Still, he's confident that if Ellie and Effer are alive, they'll find and destroy the fusion chamber located underground. As Atis gets closer to death, his memories of his late older sister come rushing back. He asks her if he did well as head of the Bannister family. Still, he believes that without him, Hanbin would struggle. Out of nowhere, the Valkyrian warrior crashes from the sky, creating a massive shockwave. Alejandro, startled, says it felt like a bomb just dropped. He guesses something must have broken because of Effer. The mage has a similar reaction. He can't believe his eyes. Hanbin says he's glad Atis is still alive and adds that it seems Emil was worrying for nothing. He apologizes for showing up uninvited during work. When Atise falls to his knees, he is caught off guard. Surprised, he wonders what happened that left him devastated. The mage replies that he wasn't able to do anything on his own. He tried his best, but in the end, he was useless. Alejandro scoffs and calls Hanbin a meathead. He assumes he is a construction worker working in the facility. He is sure that no one at level 5 could survive falling from that height, and assumes the man that has just arrived must have been hiding underground. He gives him 3 seconds to leave, but before he even the countdown begins, Hanbin smacks him straight in the face with a punch. Atise realizes that his friend still doesn't know he disguised himself as a girl to sneak in, and up until now the big man mistook him for some girl. Hanbin's punch sends Alejandro flying through the air. The mage tries to clear up the misunderstanding but first asks the Valkyrian if their enemy is dead. Meanwhile, the Sword King is wondering why Alejandro's level is so high, and now figures he must be the leader. Hanbin admits he's not confident in his own strength. He says that someone at the Chosen One's level might get his bones crushed, but that wouldn't be enough to kill him. Atis is sure that crushing bones lead to death. He confesses that he would have died if Hanbin hadn't shown up. He remarks he has nothing to say even if the Sword King thinks he's useless. As Hanbin gets ready to give his friend a pep talk, Alejandro channels his magical energy, radiating a blinding aura. Hanbin now realizes that one punch isn't enough. Atise says it gets worse. Alejandro is absorbing life force. The enemy reemerges, glowing with immense power, the life force surging around him. Alejandro's sword that impaled Ellie's chest has stopped her heartbeat. Effer calls her hoping to wake her up, but learns that her heart isn't beating. She starts freaking out, blaming herself for everything. Just as the wyvern begins crying, Ellie surprisingly starts coughing. Meanwhile, Atise is wondering if Alejandro injected the dragon core into himself. Hearing the mage talk about dragon core, Hanbin assumes the enemy has his friend's core and asks him. Atise reassures him to not worry, because the enemy doesn't know that he is a dragon. When asked, he explains to Hanbin that when you hunt one, the amount of life force that remains in the dragon's core is low, so it would be nearly impossible, though if it's at a dragon's nest, it can be done, since there will be plenty of life force left to absorb. Alejandro wonders what he just witnessed. The guy who attacked him doesn't even have any items on. Besides, his guidelines showed him Hanbin was a level 5. He is not sure where his opponent's strength comes from and just who is he in general. Hanbin gets into his Valterra persona and formally introduces himself to Alejandro. He states that he will forgive his enemy for his perverted actions, only if he receives a truthful apology. He wants Atis to not butt into this business, and they need to hold out until Priest Emil returns with reinforcements from Order of Light. Annoyed, the mage shouts at him, telling him that the guy before them is part of the Great Earth. Alejandro feels that it doesn't matter if his opponent refuses to reveal his identity, because if he is an outside variable to his plans, he will find out everything about him. When a magic swordsman covers his body with force, the surrounding energy rises from the ground into the air. Alejandro unleashes Path of Lightning, one of his special skills, to fight his opponents. Enemies facing this skill can see the caster leave a trail of sparks behind as they rush toward them, earning it the nickname Footsteps of Lightning. Hanbin attempts to stop him by punching his sword. However, Alejandro appears from behind using his skill Footsteps of Lightning and calls him level 5 fake Valterra and wants to expose his real level. The magician clocks that the enemy isn't fighting at his full strength, seeing how he has increased his speed. It's so fast that his eyes aren't able to follow him. Alejandro's lightning-fast speed makes Hanbin wonder aloud if he's not even trying to conceal the fact that he's an otherworlder. He reveals that even if the Valterian was level 50, with this attack his neck would have lopped. He further concludes that since his opponent remains unfazed after discovering he's an otherworlder, it must mean Hanbin is over level 60. Hanbin finds people with regenerative abilities annoying, but since he wants to get information about Great Earth, he needs to fight the enemy at arm's length. Alejandro threatens to shred the mage to pieces just because Hanbin is evading his attack. He gets ready to unleash the attack he mentioned a moment ago. He explains the movements of his weapons will cause his force to spin, which will cause the attack power of his skill to be increased beyond his control. This attack is Lightning Slash. Hanbin gets a little serious. He unleashes some of his strength and strikes Alejandro with his longsword, while the enemy escapes cleverly. Although the Chosen One blocks it with his dagger artifact, he isn't able to fully withstand the Valterian's attack. Alejandro appears to be in a position where it seems as if he is submitting to Hanbin. Clinging to life, he hears the Valterian throw his own words back at him, pointing out that maybe dodging his attacks might not be a good idea after all. He can't do anything other than acknowledge Hanbin's incredible strength. The Sword King suddenly hears his best friend's voice, asking him to stop. He looks back and finds out that Atis didn't enunciate anything, instead it is some sort of telepathic skill. Through the telepathic skill, Artis reveals he wants to tell him something. He explains that Alejandro is the one operating Dragon's Nest at the moment, which means he is using the facility to absorb the life force of the people here to heal himself. So if the Valterian kills him, it will cause this place to spin out of control, causing the lower-leveled humans to lose their life force and die. Destroying the life force fusion is the only way to prevent it. Hanbin comes to understand that if he doesn't control his strength, they will be in big trouble. However, the mage wants the enemy dead, and they have to do something about it. He remarks that if his friend hadn't come here to save him, he would have died. But even so, he claims that he would have done everything in his power to kill that man. That's why if Hanbin ends up killing Alejandro, the blame won't fall on him. Atise is sure that even if he goes underground, he can't guarantee that he will succeed in finding the fusion. He blames himself, thinking that it was his stubbornness that got Hanbin into this mess. Hanbin flicks him on the head with his finger. Teary-eyed, he wonders what is Hanbin doing. The Valterian questions why is Atis giving such lengthy explanations. He then reveals his plan to him. First, the mage will go to destroy Force Fusion. Second, he will do his best to not injure the enemy while stopping him from getting in their way until the mage finishes. Atis, concerned about Hanbin, feels that it's still dangerous receiving enemy attacks, even though Hanbin is strong. Since the magician started this, he can't ask his friend to clean up the mess. The Sword King trusts his friend. He enunciates it out loud and then asks him to make it quick so they can go home. The mage finally leaves with a smile of satisfaction, making Hanbin wonder how a dragon could be so delicate. The Valterian wonders why Alejandro isn't attempting to chase after Atisa. The Chosen One claims that it's not as if he hasn't planned for a situation where a weak mob would try to go after it. His plan may have been interrupted somewhat, but something like this is fine since Hanbin won't be able to kill him, and he is confident. The Valterian plans to beat the enemy without killing him. Ellie is mounted on Effer and is guiding her to where the Force Fusion is. As they approach the Force Fusion, the magic swordsman informs her that they're getting closer. The Wyvern is convinced that her sister is pushing herself too much without a guideline. The older sister responds that just because it disappeared doesn't mean her ability has. She reveals that Alejandro may have placed his subordinates around here, but they wouldn't know about her betraying him. Ellie is aware that even if they successfully disrupt his plans, it doesn't guarantee that they will get out of there safely. She apologizes to her for dragging her into this mess. The Wyvern tells Ellie not to feel sorry. She wants to see the sad look on Alejandro's face when they tear this place apart just as much. Besides, she never thought of ending it here like this and is going to do whatever it takes to survive, so she can explore the world. When Ellie points out that Efer has become a wanted person after getting caught and used by the Chosen One, the wanted Wyvern says that she can ask Atis to explain her situation. She then remarks that they are all going on a trip. Suddenly the ground trembles, and the pain in her shoulder wound worsens. Thinking that this is caused by Atis, who must be fighting Alejandro, Ellie tells Efer that they should hurry. She can feel the life force slowly being released from some time ago, though she can't tell if it's truly that, or just the pain from her injury. At some point, the Wyvern stops walking and asks the magic swordsman if they are headed the right way. Ellie can feel a strong life force in the direction they are headed for. The Wyvern notices a mutated human murmuring something. The mutated human is revealed to be the priest Hendi, who has undergone a transformation and has become a test subject. The moment he notices the girls, he jumps. However, Atisi arrives on time and uses fire magic to keep the situation under control. Out of his mind, Hendi tells him that he has also interfered with his mission. Atis is shaken at the fact that Hendi, who originally was over level 50, became a test subject. He attempts to tell him that they are not his enemy. They have come to destroy this place. However, Hendi doesn't relent and jumps him again. On the surface, Alejandro is overpowering the Valterian in the fight of close-quarters combat, all because his opponent is trying not to kill him. He is sure that his fighting has a great many openings, but it is his speed and strength that's covering for them. He admits Hanbin would be dangerous for him, that is if he could cut off his head. The Valterian attempts to throw a soft punch at him, though it is blocked. The Chosen One says that he won't let himself get hit by a punch that refuses to kill him. He reveals he already has figured out Hanbin's fighting style, guessing that he has never faced an opponent that wields lightning. He manipulates his lightning and lifts him in the air. He is sure that a refined skill would most likely work against the Sword King rather than a large one. He claims to be an expert at PvP. Using the flash of lightning, Alejandro yeets him into the air, because it will be easy to deal with him after he crashes into the ground. He unleashes Solar Lightning Flash and casts it on Hanbin, which the Valterian counters, deflecting the blazing strike with a slash of his sword. Alejandro follows him into the air, intending to strike when he is defenseless. He attacks him with Lightning Spear and remarks game over. Before the unleashed attack intensifies to its full force, he feels that Hanbin should worry about his friend, since the level 68 monster underground would have taken care of him. After a dramatic buildup, Hanbin breaks his Lightning Spear with his hand, leaving him stunned to the point where he guesses the Valterian must be heavily injured and is trying to remain calm. The Sword King speaks up about wondering what was Alejandro's level since he was bragging so much, but a level 68 monster isn't a challenge for level 67 Dragon Atisa. Hearing the word dragon from the otherworldly hunter's mouth, he starts laughing hysterically. He expresses that he feels bad because his opponent's trump card is a dragon companion, who can't transform into his dragon form. Alejandro reveals that the mage won't be able to transform into a dragon, as long as he has the unique item that restricts dragons from transforming into their original forms. When he looks into his upper pocket for the unique items, he doesn't find them. He realizes that Ellie must have taken it before he threw her into the pit. Elsewhere, Ellie is revealed holding the unique item, and Atis has transformed into his true appearance. Engaged in combat, Atis tells Hendi to get himself together. Despite being at a one-level disadvantage, he appears to dominate this fight, attacking him relentlessly with his claws and fangs. Ellie is curious about what is happening on the surface, wondering who's the one fighting up above the ground. The kind mage informs her that his friend is doing his best to hold the enemy off. They have to cut off his connection to this life force fusion. He believes there should be something to stop this facility from exploding. Atis tells the girls that he will be dealing with Hendi, so at that time, they should hurry and find something. Efer wants only destruction, wishing to see the force fusion destroyed. Ellie knocks this information into them that if they destroy the facility itself, then the explosion will kill all of them. She is trying to find a channel that allows the life force to pass through somewhere. Once they discover the pipe that lets the life force pass through, she tells Efer that they have to cut it. However, Hendi slips out of Atis's grasp and charges up his energy-based beam attack to throw at Ellie and her companion. The friendly wyvern quickly rolls forward to dodge the attack, while covering her sister with her body. According to her, something like this is worth taking as long as they can get back to the enemy. Ellie immediately jumps out from Efer's cover and cuts the pipe with her blade, while Atis continues to fight Hendi. He eventually breathes fire and completely evaporates Hendi's distorted face. Hanbin is overpowering Alejandro, and they are fighting so intensely that the eye can't track them. While fighting him, the Chosen One thinks that the dragon they were after has finally appeared, and he is wondering if this level 67 dragon can grind up a lich into dust. Moreover, he is also curious about how Han Bin knows the dragon's level. Since these questions are constantly lingering in his head, he guesses that Han Bin might be Earthling just like him. He tells him that one can't get experience from killing an Earthling, and everyone knows it. Following this reveal, he wonders if Han Bin killed the Lich. Han Bin admits to killing his enemy and isn't scared of anyone. Alejandro shows a smile of annoyance and replies that he is actually thankful because he never liked the Lich in the first place. But they wish to deal with the person who got rid of the skeleton. Han Bin wonders who are they that he is talking about, and guesses it may be the demon god Ormflaus. Alejandro clarifies that he isn't talking about demon god, but someone who has a lot more influence than the unseen demon god. He claims there isn't a place they haven't touched in Latna, and by making them his enemies, Han Bin would be making the entire continent of Latna his enemies. The Chosen One reveals there's a way out. He explains that everyone besides him thinks a dragon was responsible for the death of the Lich. Since he already possesses a dragon core, he will be going to report that he has killed the dragon. He wants him and his pet dragon to leave quietly and thinks that there is no reason for them to continue this fight. Since the enemy can't heal anymore, he is brutally kicked into the leg and gets it broken. Han Bin calls this deal great but is sure Atis wouldn't take it. He further adds that his friend may be a mob, but he hates bad guys. Alejandro attempts to attack him and calls him a moron for relying on the fact that he is an otherworlder because compared to those people, he and Han Bin are nothing. The Valkyrian notices him with an artificial guideline injection. The Chosen One reveals that he was originally supposed to present this power to them, but if it helps to get rid of him, he is sure they will forgive him. When he injects the artificial guideline into his own neck, several quills appear around his entire body, which the Valkyrian cuts with his longsword. His body then begins undergoing the transformation process. The smoke around his body begins to form. Looking at his transformation, Han Bin wonders if it is a side effect of artificial guideline, but then feels that something is odd. He feels that this sinister feeling is similar to when he disappeared from Earth. Before long, the transformation is complete, yet it seems there's still more to come. Alejandro transforms into an unknown level 72 creature. His transformation is named Ormflaus Blessing, and is revealed to be at only 9% completed. He wonders if an incomplete Ormflaus Blessing means he is lacking life force. While remarking that he would need to head over to the fusion force to acquire the remaining life force, he leaves a scratch on his cheek in a blink of an eye, leaving him stunned. Back at the fusion force chamber, Atis has defeated Hendy, and the girls also have successfully prevented the catastrophe by stopping the life force. Just as they thought it was over, the lady-in-waiting serving Alejandro arrives. Assuming that the lady-in-waiting doesn't know anything about their betrayal, Ellie tells her to hurry and go to the surface because it's dangerous. The lady-in-waiting calls her out for not being grateful to Alejandro. She comments that Ellie doesn't understand how much he has sacrificed for them. The lady-in-waiting catches her off guard and stabs a knife in her stomach. She then places both her arms to replace the pipe Ellie cut off, reigniting the fusion force, and manages to reignite the force but at the cost of her own life and a dozen others. As his life force is depleting, Kalendor is looking at the locket with his family photo, recalling the precious moments of his life. Efer and Atis are also experiencing the effects of life force depletion. Atis wonders if the life force fusion is starting to explode. He thinks that trying to suppress it will only buy a little bit of time. His body starts glowing because of the fusion force. The Wyvern, who is kind of doing okay in this situation, checks on him. He reveals his dragon core is stabilizing the fusion, but it's only a temporary solution. The only way to return the life force to the people is to destroy that huge mass of life force. Physical attacks won't work, but if it's hit with the other remaining offensive attack types, then it should explode, and Ellie's magic swordsmanship is the only way to do that. Efer remarks that not only are her sister's injuries bad, but she lost her consciousness because her life force is leaving her. The situation could escalate if they stay any longer. Meanwhile, Alejandro claims that he now understands why they wanted Ormflaus's blessing, and is sure that Han Bin knows the benefits since he is an Earthling with a guideline. He can see enemies' levels, detect what type of species they are, and even gain experience from hunting them down. Besides, those who possess a guideline, these things can measure life force. However, he realized there was an incompatibility with Ormflaus's blessing and the guideline. Not only that, but an endless supply of life force will also constantly help him regenerate his body. And just like a lich, he can't be destroyed with the 4 powers. In simple words, he reveals he is immortal. Inside, Alejandro thinks that he can't tell what's going on around him by reading the life force. He was worried that the remaining life force would be destroyed, but is glad now that Ellie is on the death's door, and Efer has no way out. He tells Han Bin that the only thing left for him to do is absorb the remaining life force. He states that the Valkyrian buying time now will only kill Atis, resulting in his win. The mage collapses, believing he can't go any further, but he still hopes the mage can at least get away from this place. She looks at Ellie and thinks that everyone will die if she doesn't do anything. She attempts to stop the fusion force from sucking their life force by directly attacking it. Ellie, with barely some life left, wakes up and tells Atis she has one final request. Effer is frustrated that she can't do anything. She pushes herself beyond her limits and starts coughing up blood. When she comments that she doesn't want to be alone any longer, her tears start dropping. Seeing her crying, Ellie hugs her and tells her that she also doesn't want to be alone. Since the magic swordsman hasn't completely recovered and is still weakened, she falls to her knees, though she continues to express her emotions to the wyvern. She tells her that she is always alone in this place. The reason she forbade the wyvern to do dangerous tasks was because she didn't want to lose her. But the wyvern has always been courageous. In response, Effer points out that she can't fight like her and can't be of any help to her. Ellie tries to console her by saying that she is a genius wyvern. Atise explains that the unique item the magic swordsman stole from Alejandro can help a dragon imitate another species. He tells Effer that she is a very intelligent wyvern, and though that item may be geared towards dragons, and there never once has been a wyvern taking a humanoid form, it may be possible for her to do it. Ellie believes the wyvern can do it. She apologizes to her, uttering that there's nothing she can do but believe in her. The wyvern also wants her to trust in her. The older sister uses the unique item on Effer, triggering a transformation. Back to Hanbin's fight. The Valkyrian has left a big cut on the enemy's body. Alejandro wonders how many times he has to tell him that he can't die. He feels he can't be killed. Hanbin is excluding the fact that Alejandro is currently immortal because he can feel pain, and fighting on that basis. He remarks that he is going to keep ripping Alejandro into pieces until he suffers so much that he would want to die. The Chosen One looks back and realizes that there never has been a sane earthling who has lived for a long time. He thinks the Valkyrian is a beast, a hunting expert, but that only means Hanbin is used to attack the pattern of monsters. He decides to wrap his entire body with armor that has the strength of a dinosaur. However, when Hanbin swings his longsword with full force, Alejandro's body explodes. Although the Chosen One lost consciousness the moment his body exploded, the life force gained through Ormflaus's blessing caused his body to regenerate again. Every part was restored in less than half a second, causing Alejandro's consciousness to return once more. However, the pain that coursed through his body as it exploded was still signaled to his brain. If it were any other person, they would have gone into complete shock from the pain, but that was impossible for Alejandro due to Ormflaus's blessing. He wonders whether his fading consciousness is due to his incomplete Ormflaus blessing. Hanbin continues to attack him relentlessly, not even letting his super regenerative body regenerate. Alejandro thinks that if this continues, he will end up having to absorb and use all the remaining life force. Just as he wonders if the dragon near the fusion is still alive, he senses the wyvern transforming into a human from a distance. Effer ultimately transforms into a normal girl and asks Ellie if she looks weird. The magic swordsman is sure that anyone would be able to tell by the looks that they both are sisters. In her human form, the wyvern is a level 5 magic swordsman. Effer is learning to walk. She believes she can do it because she has seen many people walk on 2 feet up until now. She wonders where to start. Does she have to move her arms first? But then realizes that humans can walk without their arms. Since a human's center of gravity is high and they don't have a tail to balance their body, they can fall very easily. However, Effer knows that falling isn't the problem. In reality, one has to tip their bodies first, and before they actually fall, they catch themselves by placing the other foot. She soon starts getting used to walking on her feet. Atis finds her astonishing for having talent in moving force, but seeing her walk on her first transformation is even more impressive. For him, it's hard to believe it even if he is seeing it with his own 2 eyes. Even a dragon who uses magic on instinct takes days to learn to walk. Ellie also cheers for her little sister. All of a sudden, they see Hanbin and Alejandro crashing down from the roof of the fusion force chamber. As they are falling, the Chosen One implies not wanting him to get in his way and calls him a monster. The Valkyrian finds it funny coming from someone who is a monster himself. Atisi informs him that the roof is going to collapse over Effer. Hanbin uses Alejandro's face to hurl himself toward her to protect her from the debris and giant chunks. He manages to save her in the nick of time. Seeing how easy and quick it was for Hanbin to cover that distance in seconds, she bit him in his arm. Confused, he wonders if this girl is also suffering from the side effects of the artificial guideline. The reason she is freaking out is because she has recognized him. Effer calls him the caveman for walking around half naked after taking her clothes and money. He lifts her from her forehead and tells her that he also doesn't want to walk around this. He wants the mage to explain what's going on here. However, Atis is focused on dealing with the threat and wants to explain later. Ellie knew Hanbin was Atis's friend, but was still worried because he was an otherworlder. But she was relieved because he was a good guy. Alejandro brings about chaos once again. He tells him to shut up because he is going to make decisions. Ormflaus' blessing starts to reject him. His guideline notifies him that the current body is not suitable to hold the power of the blessing. To survive, it advises to be transferred to a new body. However, Alejandro isn't ready to accept it. believing that he will continue to unleash the power of Ormflaus's blessing if he absorbs all the life force. When he attempts to dive into the nexus of life force, Hanbin's longsword knocks him out mid-air. The Sword King understood the assignment. He knew that all he had to do was stop the enemy from absorbing the life force. Atisa informs him that it's over if Alejandro absorbs the life force. He prefers Hanbin keep him away from it. As he begins running toward the Chosen One, he tells Efer that he will be too busy to give her a piggyback ride, and asks her if will she be able to take care of it on her own. The Wyvern also fancies walking on her own, even though walking right after transforming is challenging for her. She supports her body by using a walking stick. Seeing her older sister worried, the friendly Wyvern tells her not to stress, assuring her that she'll complete this. Ellie wants her to know that she will be here for her before Efer proceeds to run towards the life force. Atisa is astonished to see him running right after learning how to walk. Ellie is proud like a sister. He believes that Efer might even know how to use his magic swordsman skills, because she has great observational skills and is quick-witted. That is the reason Ellie was so nervous in the first place. Hanbin continues to inflict unbearable pain on Alejandro. However, he is left stunned when the enemy dodges his attack by manipulating his body to create a hole in it. Alejandro gets back on his feet and claims to feel like a god, implying that he knows all of his moves. However, the otherworldly Sword King knee-kicks him, sending him into the air like a projectile, and then goes in the air for a follow-up attack. Alejandro is convinced that fighting him will be never-ending, so he decides to pull something new, dropping quills from the top. Since Efer is chasing after him on foot, she is most likely the only person who is going to get hit by it. With the quills only meters from striking her, she recalls her past and wonders if she can withstand Alejandro's attacks. Before running wild, she catches a glimpse of her reflection. This reflection motivates her to fight. She believes she can do it. She starts imitating Ellie's dancing form, including the timing of her steps. She feels so motivated and believes she can do it, and everything just flows naturally within her. Seeing Efer dodging the quills he threw at her, Alejandro calls it impossible. Hanbin finds his remarks insulting because he knows how scary mobs can be, since there were countless times he almost died from Helldogs as a level 5. Both Hanbin and Efer charge towards him in the fusion force, respectively, and when the Wise lashes the fusion force in 2 halves, he unleashes a finisher move, killing Ormflaus's blessing Alejandro. Following the defeat of Alejandro and the failure of his plans, Ellie is revealed to have lost excessive blood, and the unique item she was holding onto tightly drops from her hands. When Priest Emil arrived with the troops of the Order of Light, they discovered that the enemy had already been defeated. The victory that day can be seen as a miracle. The human experiments planned out by Great Earth weren't a success, and people lower than level 10 were able to wake up after having their life force sucked out. Their life force had miraculously returned to their bodies, and once they rested, they had no other problems returning to their everyday lives. There were 36 casualties, which were mostly from those who were injected with the artificial guideline. This event distributed the plans of Great Earth, and the ones who dealt with Alejandro were considered heroes. However, their victory wasn't celebrated with a single shout for joy. It had fallen silent because they lost one of the heroes. Afterward, Hanbin, Atisa, and Efer were brought in under the protection of the Order of Light. Now, after 3 days, at the Order of Light Crater Temple, Emil reveals the cause of this incident will be announced to be an unknown magical disturbance. He apologizes to Atisa and Hanbin for the fact that the Order of Light won't be able to give them any official contributions following this incident. However, the secret contributions distributed to them won't be low. The mage claims to understand that this incident involves Great Earth and other worlds. Hanbin wonders, shouldn't something this big be announced to the world, because those sources of evil could become a bigger threat at any moment. Emil believes that even if this guy before him is a Valterian, he must be aware of the attack on the goddess that happened 20 years ago. One where Great Earth tried to kill the goddess, and how the 4 great heroes had defended goddess. Hanbin indeed is aware of it. Emil further explains that after that incident, the hunts for other worlds had become prevalent. While forcing a laugh, the dynamic duo cursed the otherworlders. Emil reveals among those hunted, only 30% were real otherworlders. The other 70% were imposters. They were ordinary Latinians. Nobles used the hunt for otherworlders as an excuse to murder countless people, all in the name of cleansing the world of the evil demon god. That was when the Order realized its mistake, and did its best to stop such a judgment which had no evidence. However, 20 years isn't a long time, and the animosity that the Order feels against otherworlders is still there. Following Emil's lead, they arrive at a room where Efer is being held captive, which leaves the hunters stunned. Emil reveals the Wyvern will go to trial in 10 days and then will be sent to Crater Camp. He explains there's a lot of evidence against her showing that she worked with Ellie, a direct subordinate of Alejandro, but if she is twin sister Ellie, the Order might also suspect her of having Demon God's blessing. Hanbin looks around the room and finds Heresy Inquisitors wearing a mask that hides their level. He was wondering why they were guarding Crater Temple, but he realized that it was an order from higher-ups. The Heresy Inquisitors aren't protecting her but treating her like a complete criminal. When Emil tries to explain that the trial is only a formality, Atis cuts in and tells him that if it weren't for those girls, then all those people who were there would have died. And not to mention, Ephor is important to them. It hasn't even been long since she lost her family. Abruptly, she asks him what is he talking about, and goes on to say that she doesn't have a family. She speaks up about how Ellie was someone who looked like her, but they weren't even close. Bewildered, he questions what is she talking about. Emil responds to her instead, revealing he has already talked with that child, even though it's a shame to do this. But this is the only way. He explains if Ephor doesn't have anything to do with Ellie, then the judges will determine that Ellie was the only subordinate of Alejandro. He is well aware that letting a subordinate of an otherworlder live is something they cannot allow. Concerned, Atis gets a little closer to the cage and asks her if she's okay with this. The guard from the Heresy Inquisitors guarding the cell tells the mage that's as far as he will go. He reminds Atis that he was allowed down here through the favor of Priest Emil, and demands that Atis doesn't cross the line. Hanbin orchestrates a plan to do something mischievous and decides to include Priest Emil in it too. He crashes into the cell door, forcing it open as Atis is being confronted by the guard. To kill any suspicions, he pretends that it was an accident, and then screams that he has broken his bones. Emil plays along by slapping him multiple times on his face to keep him conscious. He comments out loud that his body is now feeling the effects of the earlier battle. The member of the Heresy Inquisitors points out that Hanbin was doing okay for the 3 days, so why is he feeling pain now? Emil informs him that Valterians were resilient, so he was confident the Valterian warrior was holding in the pain and said he couldn't heal him right then. Emil asks the guard for help carrying Hanbin outside. The guard is reluctant since he is already on duty, looking over Ephor. Emil reassures him that Atis will be here, so there's nothing he has to worry about. Emil tells the mage they will be back in 5 minutes. Since this was all unexpected, the Wyvern and Atis are baffled. The dragon lets out a sigh and comments that Hanbin is too reckless. Ephor thinks both Atis and him are good people, because they are helping her despite not knowing her for long. She claims to understand how they feel but says that she is okay. She further adds that even though they are worried about her, she is not as sad as they might think. Looking back, she realizes that it hasn't been very long since she met Ellie. Together, they had to experience some of the tough situations, and had to be careful every day, hoping that no one would find out that she had a dragon's core. She never understood why they should care about the lives of others when they fought. However, she heard from Alejandro that Ellie tried to save the life of a wyvern she had only just met. Devastated, she calls her late sister an idiot, because there are so many ways to live happily if you just run away. Atis hugs Ephor to console her. He enlightens her that a dragon who transforms cannot transform back into another form after that. It may feel like a curse, however. He knows that the state she is in is what she desires and the one she loves the most. In the end, Ephor imagines Ellie combing and tying her hair, and bursts out crying, while Atis hugs her. Meanwhile, Hanbin and Emil have taken care of the guard from Heresy Inquisitors, and are resting outdoors. Hanbin expresses how an old man like Emil is useless in situations like this, and Emil agrees with him. The Sword King wonders if there is anything he can do being a top-ranking priest. Emil reveals the trial is conducted by the Order of Light, so he is not allowed to help her directly. Emil further reveals that the following day is the last day of interrogation by order. Since there are 10 days left until the trial, he is going to leave Ephor in the care of him and Atis. Inside, Hanbin is orchestrating a plan to break her free during the protection period. But in the nick of time, Emil discloses that if the wyvern escapes, then it will be the Valterian and his friend who will go under trial. Since Emil has assigned them to protect the wyvern, he informs him that they need a pardon. Seeing the Valterian confused, he explains that even though Hanbin may not have a relationship with Ephor, since he just received a massive amount of contributions, if he just completes a simple mission, he will be able to receive a pardon. Hanbin asks Emil if he has a mission that will reward him with a lot of contributions. Emil reveals that originally a spiritualist like him should be joining him, but at the moment he can't go anywhere, though he is sure it would be fine with just him and Atis to subjugate some ghosts. Elsewhere, in an abandoned house, a mysterious entity is waiting for humans. Richard and Leslie have learned about Alejandro's death, but aren't bothered that much because they have successfully acquired Ormflaus's blessing. He notices that even if it is Ormflaus' blessing, it is very unstable, and it is also easily absorbed by a level 70. She tells him to stop blaming a dead person when he declares Alejandro greedy. She asks him if he doesn't have anything to say to her. He is sure that the Order of Light must have thoroughly investigated the dragon's nest, but she did amazing by procuring the item, and praises her for this feat. Leslie thinks Ormflaus's blessing looked like a regular modified crystal ball to the Latnians, so they had just left it alone. He reveals the Demon Lord's blessing is very valuable to them since it's something they have been waiting for 10 years, and he is convinced that with Ormflaus's blessing, they will be able to please them for losing the dragon's nest. She believes the problem is they don't know if the Order will suspect anything, and it seems the Order has a pretty useful dog as well. The Order has started actively looking into the Great Earth. Richard feels relieved that it was Order who were the ones to take initiative. If it were the Heresy Inquisitors instead, then they would have already been cut off. Leslie states a fact that in the past Latnians would be scared if they just heard the name Great Earth, but now they are like an ungrateful lizard's tail. She wonders if he's implying they should still be tail, despite already having Ormflaus's blessing. He informs her that countless other worlders can replace them, and she shouldn't misunderstand this. He explains the only reason why they are chosen is because those people want their urge to go on a killing spree to be controlled. He believes it would be best to clean up here quickly before the Order suspects anything else. She wonders if he's planning to run just to avoid bumping into the enemy and insists on an answer about whether that's really necessary. She expresses her thoughts, suggesting killing those who are against them. Besides, if they have to clean up here, then she thinks they should submit a mission. That will gather parties so they can easily deal with them at one time. Abruptly, a level 35 ghost named Maiden appears through the wall when Leslie calls her and tells her that she will leave the guests to her. A rundown villa that was sold to a ruined family. It was famous for being haunted and was located near the village. However, the truth was that it was a site where Great Earth ran experiments, which was why it was a place with many secrets. And to keep those secrets hidden, the place was riddled with traps. These traps were hidden in every corner of the mansion like hidden masterpieces of art. The only thing that the Maiden, the ghost, regrets is that most of those masterpieces will never be revealed to the outside world, since no one will be able to come out alive once they witness them. She believed that fighting enemies face to face was not for an artist like her. This is why she is aware that Leslie knows her the best. Terror is an art and despair is what moves her. She can't even sleep thinking about how her victims will be shaking in fear. After waiting 4 days for her targets, she is disappointed over the fact that her targets haven't come. She wonders was the submission done wrong and thinks she should check the address again. She is frustrated because she can't even tell which part of her art is blood and which part is the wallpaper anymore because they are so late. She decides to repaint everything once again because it is hurting her pride. She suddenly realizes that this place is hard to find since it's located in a deserted area, which is why her targets still haven't arrived. There are a lot of trees surrounding the mansion. It can't be seen from afar. As she is deciphering what is preventing the enemies from approaching, she decides that she should get the main gate ready because the exterior is as important as the interior of the mansion. 2 days later, the people Maiden was waiting for finally arrive. Hanbin, Atis, Efer. Initially sleeping, she wakes up when she hears the mage holding the Valkyrian responsible for their delayed arrival because he insisted on hunting all the monsters on the way. Hanbin argues that it helped the friendly wyvern level up, and she was able to have her dragon core recreated, so it's all good. Efer believes having a high level won't matter if she ends up in jail again. Hanbin reminds her that she was going crazy buying clothes and equipment on the first day. The wyvern also blames him for being late again on the second day because he had to take such a long dump. Hanbin admits that she is right but tells her that she wasn't even done wearing her clothes when he was done. Moreover, she had Atis, a guy, help her. Angered, she replies that the girl's clothes are hard to wear, and he wouldn't know since he walks around butt naked. Meanwhile, Maiden is overjoyed to see her guests and is preparing to devise her evil plans. Atis spots the sign outside of the mansion that allegedly kept people away from approaching the mansion due to fear. While he thinks it's cute, Efer calls it dumb. She wonders what was on the creator's mind when he was creating this sign as it looks so amateurish. Maiden, secretly eavesdropping from inside the mansion, calls Efer mean, believing the artist put a lot of effort into making the sign. The wyvern then says they should go inside. The ghost girl is determined to kill all of them, and she already has a target that she wants to take special care of. She is aiming to kill Efer first. Sometime later, inside the mansion, Atis is explaining to the wyvern how having a spiritualist at the party is best when it comes to facing ghosts. They have a skill that attracts immaterial monsters. Since they don't have a spiritualist, they have to find a ghost themselves and deal with it. She suggests they should split and look for the ghost since they don't have much time left. Frightened, Hanbin calls her plan a cliché move, pointing out that they wouldn't know since they've never seen movies. The ones who separate from the group are always the first to die. She remembers that physical attacks are useless against ghosts, but Atis reassures her, telling her that since it's only a ghost, Hanbin will take care of it. Exasperated, the Valkyrian wants them to take a look around and express their thoughts on whether they think this is normal. Hanbin asks them why are they both so calm about this. He thinks that if there's a hidden camera somewhere, then this won't be a hit at all, because he is, for one, not surprised at all by this scary house. He tries to convince them to let him wait outside, remarking that he can't utilize any of the 4 energies and has to wait and guess what happens next. Efer sneaks up from behind and touches him, causing him to jump in fright and scream. Surprised to see his friend not acting like his usual self, Atis wonders if the concept of ghosts is different in Hanbin's original world. She doesn't hold back from trolling him for being scared of ghosts. Fuming over her, he lifts her, causing her to scream. Atis plans to head over to the end and wants them both to go the other way. He informs Hanbin that she should be able to tell him about ghosts. Maiden is also awaiting them. After parting ways with Atis, they walk in opposite directions, with Effer singing a tune to lift their spirits. Hanbin asks her to stop and wonders if she feels better after singing that song. She reveals she saw plenty of ghosts when she was in her wyvern form, and singing is her way of lightening up the mood in this eerie atmosphere. He asked her to inform him when she sees a ghost instead of singing a stupid song. Effer educates him about the ghost, a low-ranking monster that absolves its victim's health, but since it can fly around, it's pretty annoying. They usually inhabit monster corpses and humid places. They are most active during the summer. That's why people who can't utilize the four energies usually buy the holy water sold at the Order of Light, since it has properties that can exorcise ghosts. Hanbin asks her if ghosts in Latna can be described as mosquitoes because of their sheer number. He then reveals that back home, he would use a whole can of F-Killer, a popular brand of insecticide and mosquito repellent in South Korea, in the early morning to kill the buggers every summer. He describes F-Killer as a chemical version of holy water. As he is about to tell her to not be surprised seeing they are in the middle of the fight, a level 7 ghost suddenly appears before them. At the end of the hallway, Maiden is overjoyed watching them getting frightened by some low-level ghosts. This is where a ton of ghosts are waiting for Hanbin and Effer. However, these ghosts are just bait to lure them deeper inside the mansion. The moment they step forward to exterminate the ghosts, they will die from all the traps that Maiden have lying in wait within this place. Scared, he attempts to evade the ghosts and inadvertently enables a trap by stepping foot on a random trigger. Due to the adrenaline rush, he ends up knocking out all the ghosts, with Effer taking care of the remaining. After running off, he ultimately stops at a certain point. The wyvern warns him that if he runs forward like that, he will end up tripping all the traps. He claims he doesn't freak out at all. When she points out that he is sweating, he tells her that this is from him dealing with those ghosts. He is worried about Atis and suggests they should look for him. She is sure he would be fine with ghosts of this level. Despite that, he has a hunch that the mage might get hurt because of all the traps. Effer believes he won't get caught up in any of the traps, because these traps are easily spottable. Plus, once they are activated, the place gets cleared out pretty well since they are only used once. That means Hanbin is the only one that ever got caught in traps. He shouts at her to shut up and orders her to apologize to the trapper, because she is responsible for destroying them. The maiden finally reveals herself, asking if they had destroyed her masterpieces. He goes blank when he sees her for a second and then freaks out intensely like earlier. In the heat of the moment, he jumps from the window by the end of the hallway, and when his sword gets stuck, he realizes that they are stuck inside this mansion. This time, Effer is also scared, because the gravity of this situation is far bigger than she had anticipated. She wrongly guesses it must be Atis and wants him to not mess around. There are 4 days left until the Wyvern's trial, and they are stuck in the mansion. Hanbin and Effer are walking down the hallway, hoping they will eventually escape from this trap. They notice that the hallway, ceiling, and floor go on forever, convincing them that they are trapped in this mansion with the maiden, who they believe is a fake ghost. Effer asks her if the mage in their party is okay. She responds by saying she doesn't think there was someone like that here while looking suspicious. The Wyvern is quick to realize that Maiden might be stuck here with them and asks her. The ghost girl claims she can leave whenever she wants to, but since they don't have a way out, there's nothing else for them to do but do what she says. Hanbin is relieved to learn that Atisi is okay. Effer whispers in his ear that it's her first time hearing about a house becoming a dungeon. She reveals this is what he will be able to see when a dungeon is created. He wonders if that means that even without a designated entrance, there must still be an exit somewhere. Maiden explains that as long as they find the dungeon source, the artifact, then they will be able to clear the dungeon, and the people that were inside will all be instantly transported out, so funding an exit will be unnecessary. These rules are simple. She has prepared tests in each room. All they have to do is clear every room. Hanbin opens a door to one of the rooms, hoping to find the key to open the door on the other side of the room. There are also hints hidden in little spaces around the room as well. Maiden wishes them good luck in finding those. Effer is excited about this. She calls it a treasure hunt, and it makes her feel like a real hunter. The Valterian reacts to her enthusiasm by commenting that this is just an escape room. He wonders what is so exciting about this because back in his world, something like this is done on a normal date. Hearing the date word coming from him, the Wyvern giggles, ridiculing him. Enraged, he tells her that she is dead if he finds the ghost first. Maiden has planned to not make this any easier for the invaders. She is thinking that if they assume finding the key is all it takes, they're in serious trouble, since every wrong place they search will activate a trap that will kill them. She finds it very exciting because she will be able to see them struggle as they go through all the twists and turns of the tricks she spent time working on. Just as she wonders if it will be too difficult for hunters to figure out since they have to use their heads, Effer shouts that she found it. She reveals that she can sense metal using her force. When Maiden calls it cheating, She reminds her that she never said anything in the first place. The ghost girl says that if she flags it as cheating, then it's cheating. There's no debate over it, and she won't let them leave. She then reveals the next tests won't be as easy. As she's about to give them a hint, Hanbin cuts in by breaking the door and commenting that he won. This time, Effer temporarily sides with Maiden to call out the unfairness. When he remarks that this is how adults fight, they tell him that he is not allowed to break doors. After this, the three speedruns through various traps, which leads to a few hilarious moments where they show their genuine smiles, and even Maiden bursts out laughing. They also come across a giant snake monster, but the three of them jump at it to kill it. Mages make up less than 10% of hunters, and those who exceed level 40 make up less than 2%. Another fun fact, most mages work as hunters to make enough money to join the most prestigious mage guild, Thinkers, a top-level magic research institute that has recruited talented wizards with a focus on magicology, regardless of their combat ability and level. If one becomes a part of the guild, they can move to the Mage Kingdom, and they will have all the rights to access all the latest magical stories. That was the reason why Atis was sure. The mage is surprised after discovering some dimensional sealing magic documents, a type of magic that he had never seen when he was in the Thinkers. He wonders who in the world created this magic, and why would they place this magic on a rundown mansion like this. The description of the dimensional sealing magic says it separates spaces and places them in different dimensions. It's perfect as long as the operating tool is present. The magic will keep working even if the caster isn't around, kind of like what happens in the dungeon. He assumes if that's the case, then nothing can get out as long as the magic keeps running. He notices that it is unstable, and deduces that the caster made this mistake. However, he soon understands that it wasn't a mistake. Rather, it was intentional. It will activate once a trespasser tries to leave the mansion. Seeing the mansion vibrating tremendously, he becomes more aware of the fact that he has triggered the magic by attempting to leave, and the mansion will soon cease to exist. Hanbin, Effer, and Maiden. The three are having a banter about eating the giant snake they had just slain earlier. The ghost girl tells them more about her life when she was alive. She was an orphan that no one wanted to adopt because of her face. Those people were the only ones who took her in when she was being chased out of places, starving to death. They were the only ones who needed her, so she didn't care if they were evil or murderers. Living like a human after giving up being one, she finds it funny. Teared up by her story, the wyvern tells her that she doesn't need to be human to live like one. When she is about to thank Effer, she realizes that this isn't what she is supposed to do. Exasperated, she asks Hanbin what is up with the sudden camping atmosphere. He thought they were almost done. Plus, he was getting a little hungry. Maiden reminds him that he has yet to face the boss. She asks them who are they, and how are they so calm even though she is trying to kill them. According to Hanbin, those were some weak traps for someone trying to kill them. She threatens him by pointing her sharp nails at his neck. She makes it clear that she wants him to stop fooling around because she is level 35. She remarks even if Hanbin is strangely strong, he is only a level 5. The only reason why she is keeping them alive is because she wants to have some fun. He taunts her by questioning whether she plans to keep them alive just until she stops feeling lonely. He attempts to lift her spirits, reminding her that she is not a ghost yet, but a normal person. She gets lonely when she is alone, and wants others to acknowledge her when she works hard. With the guideline in place, if she had killed someone before, she wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to attack them so openly. Effer adds that those evil people of the Great Earth are different. They think people's lives are like mere flies and encourage Maiden that it's not too late right now. She tells her that they should leave this place together. Abruptly, the whole mansion starts vibrating, and Maiden is the first one to notice it, as she feels intense pain in her head. Soon after, the entire mansion starts collapsing. Startled, the wyvern asks him if this is how a dungeon closes. He feels this is completely different and assumes something is wrong. Atis leaps in through the window to check on his friends. He informs them that this entire place is a trap. The casters were expecting them and prepared this entire space. To stop this place from ceasing to exist, the mage reveals they need to find the operating tool they need to find and destroy the source. Baffled, Hanbin wonders if that's the case, then why did he come inside? Atis explains he was frustrated watching them from outside, so he came in. He questions why the two of them are not able to find the source in just 2 spaces. Since Hanbin has no idea what these 2 spaces Atis is talking about are, he questions him. Furthermore, he informs the mage that they passed through so many rooms. The dragon reveals that Hanbin and Effer have been moving in and out of just 2 rooms with the source this whole time. Confused, the Valtirian wants an explanation and remarks that if there was an artifact here, then they would have already closed the dungeon. Atisi reveals he has been getting the signal this whole time. Effer deciphers the puzzle and says he is right. The source that was moving with them this entire time was one person, its Maiden. While they were busy trying to find a solution, the ghost girl was going through an existential crisis. She recalls how some people were going to get rid of her, but Richard and Leslie saved her. She never believed that those two would abandon her. After processing everything, Maiden attempts to attack the three of them by throwing some giant rocks, but Hanbin grabs his friends and yeets them out of range to save them, only to get crushed by the rocks himself. Before he gets buried under the rock pit, he enunciates sorry. Efer is left stunned by what just happened, and when she asks Atis what should they do, he wants her to not worry about Hanbin because something like this wouldn't even scratch him. He wants her to focus on destroying the source. While trying to look for Maiden, Efer spots the Valkyrian. When she rushes over to check on him, she realizes it's not the usual caring and helpful Hanbin she knows. He has been possessed by Maiden. Hanbin attempts to attack his friend with a vertical slash. Atis had a hunch that this magic belonged to the Great Earth. Since Great Earth can create something like a guideline, it isn't beyond belief for them to make an artificial guideline testee into an operating tool. They need to quickly find Maiden and stop this place from getting destroyed. He wonders if she is trying to waste time by hiding in a safe place. And just when he thinks about it, he realizes that this safe place might be Hanbin. Before the possessed Valkyrian lands the vertical slash, he rushes over to save Efer and retrieves her. When he asks her if she is all right, she reveals getting blown away by the shockwave. She wonders what's going on. Atis explains he tweaked an artifact Hanbin had with him in the past and saved her while equipping it. It only has a few uses, but it's better than nothing. When Efer hears him talk about how he had never expected the Valkyrian to get possessed, she remarks that only kids get possessed. Since children are the only ones who have yet to awaken with any of the four energies, they easily get possessed. However, the enemy they are up against isn't an average ghost, but an intelligent experimental testee. Moreover, this may not be her average possession, but she may be trying to take over his body by completely possessing Hanbin's psyche. Efer attempts to communicate with Maiden, asking her why is she doing this because if this continues, everyone in the mansion will end up dead. She wants to help, so they can get out of here together and alive. The ghost girl speaks through Hanbin's body, stating that if the wyvern wants to live, she will have to kill her and his friend. However, the Sword King abruptly punches himself in the face, signaling that he still can suppress Maiden's magic and won't allow her to terrorize his friends. Before falling belly face first, he gives them a thumbs up, implying they should leave this to him. Atis is quite surprised to discover that a highly trained body can suppress magic. The wyvern wonders if he's sure his brain isn't just being overpowered by his muscle strength instead. He can't give up when his friend is fighting, but to Efer it appears that he is dying. In the Library of Memories, the world in Hanbin's mind, he is getting beaten to a pulp by Maiden. A battle is in progress in his mind. They were sharing each other's memories in this Library of Memories. While referring to him as redder than blood and a demon of the darkness, she commands him to vow to her in blood. Suffering from the surge of memories flowing in his brain, he demands she stop. She continues to overwhelm him in this fabricated world, aiming to make him fall into a deep sleep. Even Hanbin himself had a dark history in there, his own death. This past was what hurt him. The damage was furthering her possession of his body. Not only that, but the time that he had spent alone in the Rock Mountain was 22 years. So it goes without saying that there was bound to be some dark history within that time frame. She assumes she has possessed him, only to hear him say, "Where is she looking?" Hanbin wasn't the only one suffering in the Library of Memories. She was going through the same pain. Given her dark personality, being trapped in the mansion was a shadowy part of her past. As soon as he regains consciousness, he rushes toward her. While singing a love song, he lands several punches on her face, and then he throws the ultimate finisher on her stomach. He also receives some damage from his last punch, because a highly damaged attack will have a high recoil. After this, they both attack each other with their memories. She uses his weapon set, while he uses her 4 Great Heroes BL fanfic. Efer watches as Hanbin's index fingers from both the right and left hand strike swiftly against each other. She then watches Atis making a device from all the scrap and wonders him if it will even work. The magician explains since they were used by Great Earth to create this place, it should be working, but the problem is since magic from an otherworlder mage is used with the assistance of their guideline, the fundamentals are unknown. So it is almost impossible to independently create this. He is sure there's a spy from Great Earth in the Thinkers. Elsewhere, Leslie is checking out Mirror of Entanglement, a magic tool that comes in pairs. If one breaks, then the other will as well. She believes they can finish up since the other side of the mirror has received its bait. Richard guesses they won't have any evidence of this. She explains there were a lot of useful magic tools, so, sadly, they will be losing them. He tells her that there's no need to feel that when it comes to using them for their missions. She admits that's true since this place is the Holy Land of magic tools. This kingdom is Rune the Magic Kingdom. Since they are already there, she wants to go shopping, because they haven't done it in a while. He tells her that they will go after completing their mission, which comes first. After this, Richard and Leslie attempt to secretly infiltrate the Mage Guild Thinkers' first branch. She asks him, do they really have to go like this when they are only going to report to them about the creation of Ormflaus Blessing? He tells her that it can't be helped since the Mage Symposium is about to start, so there will be a lot of eyes, and that person won't want them to be noticed. The Mage Symposium began as a simple lecture but gained noble interest once magic tools made by thinkers became luxury items. Thus, the Mage Symposium ended up being a place where new magic tools were revealed, and where nobles went to socialize and show off their possessions. They stealthily infiltrate inside the Mage Guild Thinker's first branch without making any noise or raising any suspicions. When they secretly go past some guards surveillancing the guild, she says she prefers killing those guards. He states that there is no reason to leave behind any evidence of a murder. Just as they attempt to hurry, they come across a giant golem. The giant golem immediately starts shouting to eliminate the intruder. Richard isn't sure if what they are facing is a golem, but regardless of that, he attacks it with his sword. He uses special attacks like Aura Blade and Diagonal Slash to break the golem into pieces, though he also sacrifices his sword hitting its metal body. Leslie remarks there's no way a monster like a golem would be here. She deduces that this is an artificial golem. As she tries to figure out why he destroyed his own sword, some unknown person arrives and asks him if he really dared to ruin the product they were going to reveal at the symposium. The unknown person remembers the two of them destroying her lab in the past. They both get on their knees and apologize to her. This unknown person is revealed to be the archmage of the four heroes named Zenobia. She demands they present their report if it's relevant. Elsewhere, Maiden finds herself in the middle of nowhere. She remembers she was fighting a second ago, and wonders if she is dead. She finds this place a little strange for hell. She feels that in the end, she was used like a tool and lived a useless life. She believes that since she is dead, this probably means Hanbin and the rest were able to get out safely from the mansion. She admits she would have felt bad if they had died, and believes she would have been hunted down if she lived longer. Despite that, she feels happy because she had fun in the end, and she didn't die a painful death. Feeling emotional, she sits and reflects on her life. She is surprised when a dog approaches her and bluntly tells her to stop whining. The dog remarks that it's all over if she doesn't keep moving. When she senses the sinister feeling of several monsters, she realizes that she isn't in hell. Rather, she is in the consciousness of the Valkyrian, but she is not ready to accept it. She dispossesses his body before almost getting sucked in. She isn't able to fathom him because of all his trauma, despair, and anger, and labels him dangerous. She is amused at how he can live through all this. As soon as she is out, Atis activates the operation, and the process of the mansion's tearing down begins. The next morning, after the mansion has been destroyed, Hanbin wakes up and finds out that he has crushed Atis and Effer with his body. He quickly apologizes. He wonders what happened to the mansion. His friends presume the magic worked, but since it's already morning, the mage wonders if a whole day has passed. He is worried because they don't have much time left for Effer's trial. The wyvern guesses the last step is up to her. Maiden suddenly appears, not as a ghost, but as a human, and questions Atis, who then explains he was able to nullify her role as the operating tool from the space trap, and all her skills and abilities have disappeared, so she is now a normal human. She wasn't expecting anything less than her annihilation. She suspects Atis might hand her over to the Order of Light. He responds by saying that he would have killed her if she had taken over his friend's body, and just the fact that she tried to do that really makes him want to hand her over to the Order of Light. Not to mention, because of her, Effer won't even be able to make it to her trial on time because Crater Prison Camp is a long journey. Despite that, the wyvern wanted to save her and kept asking him to wait for her to come out. Maiden calls them crazy for thinking someone like her would be thankful to them for saving her. She feels that's just useless pity from them. Hanbin finds her unappreciative behavior a bit harsh. Effer points out that her sister Ellie was also used by Great Earth, and because of that, she's now facing a trial. She further tells her this is her way of fighting against them. She says that even if she goes to prison, she will make sure to survive, since being alive will help her win her battles. Maiden appears to be a little moved by the wyvern's remarks, while Atis says that if she ends up in jail, he and Hanbin will just break her out. The ghost girl decides to return the favor and brings out a multi-legged golem carriage transport Tarpon Cavalis F800 that moves with a magic engine. Due to the lack of mechanical efficiency and power, the engine utilizes magic power through the help of mana stones, though the transport works without the use mechanical horse. Being a mage, Atis is stunned by this carriage. He notices that the creator has a great interest in the beauty of aesthetics. This type of carriage is something he had only seen in books because it was something over-specified. As he hugs the carriage and says that he never thought he would be able to see the actual thing, Hanbin and Maiden just glare at him. She reveals the carriage was used by the mansion owner a long time ago and was just stored here. Effer rushes to Maiden and holds her hand while questioning her if they can make it in time if they ride this carriage. Surprised, the ghost girl informs her that they indeed can. When the Sword King notices the mage's mood has suddenly shifted, he checks in to see what's bothering him. Atis admits it's true that nothing is faster than a Tarpy, and for that reason, they need a high-ranked monostone to power this, but he can't do it. He had a hunch that Great Earth would not leave such a great item like this without a reason. Hanbin isn't sure if he gets it, but knows all they need is a strong mana stone. He takes out a fragment of an incomplete Ormflau's blessing, claiming that this isn't a mana stone, and asks Atisa would this works. And it indeed works. As sometime later the carriage appears to be covering distance rapidly. Maiden is also riding with them, but she doesn't know why. When she asks them why are they also taking her, Hanbin clarifies that it's not like she has anywhere else to go, implying that it is better if she rides with them. Atisa is overjoyed seeing how fast this carriage is and feels this carriage can leave magic cars in the dust. He wasn't expecting the fragment of an incomplete Ormflau's blessing to be this powerful. He feels that if it is related to thinkers, then it's not something that can be left aside. Hanbin remembers his friend was also a part of their group, and wonders if he can't just make a report to the leader of the group. The mage calls it impossible. The leader of thinkers is one of the 4 heroes, Zenobia, the Archmage. She is the strongest Latnian mage who saved the world by stopping the attack on the goddesses, and is also the current queen of the mage kingdom of Rune. He reveals that since all the noblemen want to wed her due to her beauty, someone like him would never be able to get close to her. The Valkyrian wonders aloud that it was 20 years ago when she was level 100 and dealt with the other worlders, and wants to know how old is she anyway. Atisa guesses his friend doesn't know the 4 heroes were acknowledged by the goddesses for their deeds, and they blessed those heroes with bodies that would never grow old, which is why they are known as the Blessed. Hanbin reveals he learned about the heroes from Ephir in the past. Atisa remarks it is common knowledge, so he will tell him more about them because as a Valkyrian, this is something he needs to know. He explains the continent's strongest swordsman, Barolt. The Sword King is the strongest of the 4 heroes and is a Valkyrian warrior. It was because of him that the current image of Valterra remains. However, no one has seen him in recent years. Hanbin assumes Barolt is a mystery because he is one of the 4, and Atisa adds that the Sword King is especially unusual. There is also the ultimate spiritualist Halian, the transcendentalist of life and death. She is a beauty of the spirit species, and was the strongest nymph, but now is the Queen Elendia of the Spirit Kingdom, and her current actions are to support her role. But there is still one who is active in service. The top magic swordsman Garhan the Terrible. He is the one who has hunted more otherworlders than anyone, the regent and real monarch of Kalduri, the kingdom of 1,000 years. The Sword King is surprised to learn that all those incredible people were at a party, and thinks it would be awesome if they started an alumni club. While giggling, Atisi says he is not sure about the Sword King, but if the other 3 were to gather together as the representatives of each kingdom, he is sure there wouldn't be a single person who could utter a sound. So it's either a place where war is taking place or a place of that importance. Elsewhere, Zenobia is hanging out with the other 2 heroes, Garhan and Halian. She speaks up about how those nobles who usually tried to take a glance at her couldn't even do a single thing now. She is grateful to him because her new creation was sold out. He believes that because of their weak military power, these nobles are trying to borrow power from the foreign aristocracy. Zenobia wasn't expecting authority through military force, but isn't a surprise that it's from the regent of Kalduri. Garhan gazes at Halian and realizes it's actually Leslie beneath the disguise. He asks her if, despite knowing that, she didn't really summon him just to sell her golems. She informs them that Halian agrees with both their advice and agrees with whatever decision comes about. Garhan remarks aloud that Halian has become lazy with her long lifespan. Zenobia, currently holding onto the Ormflau's blessing, remarks since they don't have much time left. Why don't they get started? A divine entity appears to be undergoing the process of resurrection, as the new skin and cells appear to be connecting to shape the complete image. This creation is the embodiment of Kivriel, the goddess of darkness, and is named Kivier by the goddess herself. Kivriel asks Kivier if she knew that darkness is emptiness, and that emptiness signifies the end, and yet the end is also the beginning. Kivier gives her a positive, agreeable response. Kivriel then remarks she should also know that out of the 6 goddesses of this world, she is the one who controls the darkness. Kivier once again responds by just saying yes. In the name of Kivriel, the goddess of darkness, Kivriel questions her about her true identity. Kivier responds by paying respect to the goddess Kivriel and then introduces herself as Kivier. Kivriel then asks her to fulfill her promise with the blessing of Kivriel in her name, and commands her to gather the children who may have heard her calling to come and meet her at the altar to carry her command. Kivier casts a spell to summon Zenobia and Garhan, asking if they, as Garhan the Terrible and Zenobia the Archmage, are truly blessed by the goddesses. She who speaks for Kivriel, goddess of darkness. Garhan, who initially was on his knees, stands up and surprisingly calls blessing trash. Kivier realizes that both heroes are there for answers and wonders what are they here for. Garhan explains they fought against the otherworlders who were on the side of the demon god 20 years ago. At that time, the heroes were old and they survived their weary bodies to fight for the sake of goddesses. It may have been for a short while, but they were victorious over them, and truly believed they gave everything in their final stand to protect the world. After this, they received the blessings of the goddesses, gained their youth back, and built their impoverished hometowns. This wasn't all. They gained the wisdom of truth and were even allowed to gain another level of strength and a position where they were able to end the war. However, despite giving them their youth back, Kivier informed them of the limited span they had left in their lifespan. He questions her if she even knows what it feels like when every second of your life reminds you how close you are to your death. Kivier remarks they believed that Garhan, who was given the highest position possible, wouldn't be greedy for immortality. However, it now appears that they have been too good to him. Kivier adds that mistakes and despair are reserved for those who enjoy life. So if Garhan and Zenobia have received the answer to their question, then they can leave. Garhan charges towards her and other embodiments of the goddess Kivriel that look exactly like Kivier, while stating that his despair isn't having a limited lifespan. As he is engaged in the fight, he asks the goddess if they did anything after that incident, even though their sons and daughters sacrifice themselves to fight against the demon of this world. He feels they are dying unfairly despite having the goddesses' names on their breath when all the goddesses have done is give out their blessings and observe as the world went into chaos. In the end, he reveals his despairs them the goddesses. Kivier thinks what Garhan, who lives for a fraction of time, understands. She mentions that chaos may indeed be in front of his eyes, and wonders if can he not see the whole truth. Garhan shares his opinion saying the world does not need a god that just spectates, but a hero who punishes evil and sustains justice. That is why they have no choice but to become the pillar of immortality that sustains the world. He demands that Kivriel grant them heroes' immortality because that way they may protect this world. Just after finishing demanding eternal life, Garhan hears Zenobia calling his name. When he turns his face to check on her, he discovers she is slowly flaking away into fine dust. Kivriel transforms into her second original form and tells Garhan that seeking eternal life is not his sin. The death she gives him now isn't a punishment either. It's simply the only way to free him from the torment of fearing it. She plans on granting him a painless rest while his glory as a hero remains. Garhan snaps at Kivriel, telling her that this was the opportunity they granted to the goddesses. In the end, it was the goddesses that betrayed them. While shouting Kivriel, Garhan also flakes away into the dust. Hanbin and the rest have finally arrived at the crater courthouse after a long journey, though they barely made it on time. He and Atis are wondering what will happen, and the mage feels they have done everything they could for her to be exonerated. Hanbin then asks him if he told him about Great Earth to Emile. Atise reveals Emile has decided to protect Maiden since she was a victim of one who turned into a ghost. He believes if he told Emile that they got mixed into the Great Earth business again, then it would only make them more suspicious of not only Ephor, but also of them and their connection with the Great Earth. The Valterian agrees and feels that even though the skeleton accident may have been an accident if they knew about Alejandro and the mansion incident, then it would be hard for the Order of Light to believe them. Atis believes that judging by how they destroyed one of their bases, it seems they've written them off as troublemakers and are more focused on staying alive. Hanbin assumes that they are still unaware of their identities. The dragon says if it becomes known that they possess a fragment of Ormflaus' blessing, then those people will come for them for sure. He suggests they shouldn't report this to Order of Light for now and keep it between them. Looking at the Ormflaus' blessing embedded into a bracelet, the Valterian wonders what this thing he is looking at. Atis explains that this is only a speculation, but he suspects it's a guideline that Latnians can use. Since his friend can use it, Hanbin learns that if his guideline was normal, he could have been at least helpful. The magician is sure that is probably not the case because this demon god's blessing is most likely different from a guideline. He informs him that this is a bit more specialized than a normal guideline. They can input new magic spells or skills inside it. Wondering if one can use the spells or skills they are not compatible with, he asks these questions to Atis. The magician reveals the problem is one can even use those that they are not compatible with. The Sword King, a swordsman, and a high-leveled mage will both be able to use magic that could read an opponent's level. It's similar to how a dragon absorbs experience. With this tool, a person can go beyond the capabilities of their limits. Hanbin understood Atis's words as comparing humans to outdated computers struggling to run advanced magic like high-performance software. The only way a computer can use the program is either to have a guideline or Ormflaus' blessing. Atis feels lucky to have escaped from the mansion. They were able to stop the magic because Maiden was stuck inside with them, and the fact that this was only a fragment of Ormflaus' blessing, that the magic wasn't complete. He reveals if this was a more complete blessing, then both he and the ghost girl would probably never have been able to get out of that magic trap. Hanbin suddenly takes a big bite from Atis's burrito, which makes him a little upset, as this is his first real food that they had in a while. Hanbin blames him for not focusing on the food that is in front of him. He comments if this was the rock mountain, then the food would have been the mage himself. He wonders how he would have been living if he never come here, and is contemplating what would it have been like if his guidelines had never been messed up. He discloses before Atis that he probably lived about 5 years in fear every day in the Rock Mountains. He feels that thinking about it now is useless. Since time allows no do-overs, what matters is that his presence back then is what kept them alive to this day. When Efer and Maiden come from behind the door, they misunderstand the situation, thinking Hanbin and Atis are getting all lovey-dovey because of the angle they are sitting at. Efer says that it didn't take her long to be exonerated thanks to Maiden's evidence, and as she is blushing, she asks the Valkyrian what is he doing to Atis. The mage further exacerbates the misunderstanding by saying Hanbin ate his burrito without asking. Efer drops and kicks Hanbin while telling him to die, and then argues with him for a good while. Garhan and Zenobia are alive, living inside the low-dimensional space. He explains to Zenobia that the goddesses are beings of a higher dimension than humans. Just as that implies, the dimension that they exist in is completely different. He feels there is no way they will be able to understand those who live in a four-dimensional world. But they can also think in reverse, just as the humans are shapes drawn on a plane from their point of view. The eternity that the humans long for is simply another dimension for them. It was believed that the humans couldn't attack goddesses, but that was the rule up until now because Garhan has acquired dimensional sealing magic and Kivriel is trapped in it. He wasn't expecting that such a high-dimensional being would be trapped in a low-dimensional field. It seems their roles have switched. Until Garhan can understand Kivier's divinity, Kivriel's future will continuously repeat itself in this space. He questions what Zenobia thinks about Kivriel figuring out their plans in this low-dimensional realm. Zenobia isn't sure but still adds that maybe it's possible if they forced themselves into that space. The goddess of that time and space was the one who called them there. It was then that their magic began to erode her, and when Garhan severed her head, that's when she was fully entrapped by their magic. Plus, if Kivriel figures it out now, it's too late, since they absorbed half of her power of darkness. Garhan admits that was true. He remembers how Kivriel was unable to recognize Ormflaus's blessing after that. But with just half the power, they won't be able to attain immortality. He wonders if it is because Ormflaus' blessing is incomplete, and wonders if will they be able to absorb all the goddesses once they create a complete one. Zenobia questions him. How is he planning on creating one? Because they can't step 1 foot outside this neutral space. Moreover, since there's no time in this space, their lifespan won't decrease, so they can take their time absorbing her power. Suddenly, Zenobia hears Kivriel calling her by her given name. Surprised, Zenobia states that should be impossible in a low-dimensional field. Garhan remarks if it is something that will surprise even the Archmage, then it's truly worth it. She realizes that Garhan used some of Kivriel's power that he had absorbed. Garhan reveals they will be able to communicate with the outside world using this skill. Zenobia asks him even if he wants to make use of Great Earth. The Order of Light is keeping a close eye on them at the moment. Garhan comments they will face religion with religion, an answer Zenobia wasn't expecting. He explains all they have to do is give command to the Dark Brotherhood under Kivriel's name. Elsewhere, Hanbin and Atis are getting Efer registered as a hunter. The receptionist they are consulting with says that she is surprised, as she had never thought the mage would have interest in forming a party. What she found even more surprising is that he included a level 15 newbie in his party. Atis remarks that there were some reasons, and he is going to pay for Efer's registration fees. This receptionist is Emil's sister, and since she and her brother are indebted to Hanbin, or more accurately the Valkyrian warrior, she decides to pay for them. Though Hanbin informs her that he forgot to bring back her clothes, and also forgot to burn down Emil's temple. Since Atis wasn't there when his dear friend accepted this mission, he appears to be bewildered by what he just heard. Emil's sister reveals that she will make sure to suck every penny out of her dumb brother as payment for saving his life. The receptionist demands to know if the mage would like to register for a new guild card. She reveals it's free for those who cooperate with the Order of Light. He accepts her offer and thanks her. Hanbin notices a hunter consulting with the other receptionist, overhearing him mention that he's heard it's possible to become a hunter by coming here. He wonders if this hunter is from the countryside. He remembers being as awkward as this hunter when he first came. He also notices how clean the hunter's equipment is, and assumes it must be freshly purchased. When the receptionist asks the hunter if has he come to register as a hunter, he responds by saying yes. The Sword King's guideline shows him this newbie hunter's level is 20, leaving him stunned. He wonders if isn't it a bit too late for a level 20 to register now as a hunter? To register him as a hunter, the receptionist asks him for his name and his place of birth. The newbie hunter remembers he hasn't introduced himself yet. He shocks Hanbin by bluntly revealing he has come from Shanghai, and his name is Sana the Warrior. At the northeast of Kalduri, the kingdom of 1,000 years, snowy mountains of 1,000 years, the heresy inquisitors are wreaking havoc at a dragon's nest, just to acquire a fragment of Ormflaus' blessing. The man leading the inquisitors in this operation complains about how much they hate the cold. They wonder why dragons have to build a nest there. The workers and the locals are screaming in fear, questioning why the inquisitors have to be here. While the heresy inquisitors are tearing things apart on the surface level of the dragon's nest, One of the refugees appears to be possessing the thing the Inquisitors are looking for, a fragment of Ormflaus's blessing. This refugee is standing on a big steeple structure, aiming to escape without being noticed. He wonders why this organization have to show up when the experiment is a success. He is more stunned by the fact that they were able to locate it. Normally it would be challenging to find this place. Knowing that running is the only feasible option, he attempts to evade the threat, only to be stopped by one of the Heresy Inquisitors. The member of Heresy Inquisitors interrogates him about where is he trying to escape. He pretends to be innocent and claims he is one of those wandering folks who have nowhere else to go. He tries to find a logical solution to this, as he can't see the opponent's level due to the mask. Noticing the gold color on the Heresy Inquisitor's clothes, the refugee presumes he is being confronted by a general. He begs for forgiveness, promising to leave right away with other refugees. The general admits the Heresy Inquisitors don't have a good reputation, but reminds him that they don't go out to pick on refugees. Just as he declares that any refugee tied to Great Earth would face punishment, the refugee suddenly shoots him with a double-barrel handgun. With cold defiance, the refugee remarks that if he already knew that, then he should have killed him on the spot. The general responds with a punch to his face, slamming him into the far wall, indicating that a mere gun can't do him any damage. He judges him by how he uses a gun and assumes he must be an otherworlder who has recently crossed over to this world. He reminds the refugee that there is a reason for everything, and further asks him the reason his seniors never used guns and why they just left him to live. Just as the general demands the refugee hand over the fragment, the refugee equips it himself, transforming into a giant, unidentifiable creature. He holds the general up in a dominant, almost crushing grip, and tells him that he should be educated. Not only the refugee's level, but every skill of his has increased, and he claims to be over level 80. The refugee then wonders how Alejandro lost despite having this tremendous power. He thinks it's a pity that his first opponent with such immense power is just a lowly spiritualist, a mere healer. Though he's certain the general won't go down without a fight. Afterward, the refugee starts the quiz time, intending to ask the general a few questions. While asking the general how he knows Ormflaus' blessing was here, he extends his arm to take off his mask. The general warns him to not touch the mask, but despite the warnings, the refugee shatters his mask with a simple flick. Since the mask has been removed, the general's level gets exposed. The refugee gets frightened when he notices the general's level. He wonders how can someone be at that level, believing reaching that level is almost impossible. The general gets a little serious, remarking that there was a reason for everything, while casually amputating his arm with force. At the Crater Valley, a party of hunters is fighting some monsters near a dungeon entrance. As they are struggling to stop the monsters from escaping from the dungeon, Effer also appears to be spectating the fight from a distance. The party's captain, a level 50 warrior, tries to block the way outside in an attempt to stop the giant millipede. However, the giant millipede still penetrates through his defense and heads straight toward the town, leaving the party worried. However, they are surprised when they notice a human falling from the sky, and this human is Effer. She seems to be equipping dual swords, which resembles Ellie's swordsmanship, and upon getting closer to the giant millipede, she impales it with her sword. When her face becomes visible, the hunters recognize Effer, a new hunter who appeared 2 months ago and has been leveling up at a frightened speed. The hunters are aware that she may be a new magic swordsman, but she's a genius that could single-handedly defeat most monsters. One hunter reveals that according to the rumors, Effer's sister died in a dragon's nest incident, and the circumstances led her to become a hunter to help people. The hunter's other party member tells him that it's kind of creepy that he knows so much. The captain shouts at them that this isn't the time to be thankful to another party. He thinks the monster won't be defeated by such a weak attack. However, Atis is standing on the surface of the ravine, waiting for the monster to get in his attacking range so he can kill it. When the party of hunters notices the monster freezing, they realize this is Atis's magic. The #1 sought-after mage for any part since he is good at attack and support. The mage even uses his own magical inventions to use spells beyond his level. Earlier when fighting the giant millipede, his magic stone shattered into pieces. He has now learned that a magic stone can't keep up with a spell of this level. The captain notices Atis getting prettier day by day. Creeped out, his other party members remind him that Atis is a dude. The captain thinks it doesn't matter because he is just watching. The female hunter of the party remembers seeing the mage in the papers, but in the photo she saw, there was a family member of the Sword King, the Valtirian warrior. The party that has been just saved by our heroes is curious to see what the Valtirian looks like. However, instead of Hanbin, Brad and Martin appear before them. The latter tells Atis and Effer that they will take care of the rest because he feels a little bad that they did all the work. The female hunter leans in and whispers to her teammate, expressing her surprise at how small the Valtirian warrior actually is. However, Brad overhears her and points it out. The teammate she whispered to guesses she must not have heard about it since she's new. But there was an accident 2 months ago at the Hunters Guild, and because of that, the Valtirian warrior is now confined. Hanbin, being held captive inside a dungeon room, receives a message from the guideline asking if will he end his own life. After Hanbin's encounter with the Otherworlder, we rewind to see what unfolded during that moment. Emil and a judge are paying a visit to the Hunters Guild. The judge complains about how Hunters Guild has no values of aesthetics. To him, the buildings look like places where otherworld criminals live. Emil reminds the judge that the Otherworlders were the ones who influenced the architecture of this world as they crossed over. When Emil questions him about what brings him to the Hunters Guild, the judge explains that he is visiting because of the white-haired girl who was recently on trial. Emil enlightens him that the girl's name is Efer. The judge reveals that girl has been on his mind lately, and remarks she is quite pretty. He feels that it's a shame such a pretty girl is doing dirty jobs as a hunter. He wonders what is her party like. Emil is annoyed hearing the aristocrat say some disgusting things, though he is aware that being patient is the only viable option since the judge is a small-time noble who gives large donations to the order. When they step foot inside the guild, Emil and the judge find the Hunters Guild to be crowded. The judge asks Emil if the atmosphere of Hunters Guild is usually this noisy. Due to the nature of the job, friction between hunters is always high. In addition, they carry weapons which can result in one losing their life in a private fight. To prevent this, fights between hunters using weapons are strictly prohibited within the guild, and those who break the rules will lose their hunter's license. However, there is one exception to the rule. When a new hunter registers with a level of 20 or above, everyone presses that specific hunter. Hanbin has knocked over the newbie adventurer named Zhang by sheer force. The newbie adventurer can't make sense of the situation and wonders why he was shoved in the first place. When Atisa asks Hanbin if he's certain the person he's confronting is an otherworlder, he responds by asking both him and Efer if they've ever heard of places like Shanghai or Zhangluxin. The mage wonders if those were the names of some places. He realizes that those terms must be words used by otherworlders on Earth, and that is why Hanbin is sure of his identity and no one else has any idea. Since a Valkyrian warrior is standing his ground, other hunters aren't making a move right now. He calls Hanbin awesome for being able to do something that incredible. Meanwhile, the Valkyrian's memory of the things related to Shanghai is hazy. He only remembers Shanghai spicy cuisines. The 22 years he spent living on Rock Mountain was too long for him to accurately remember the countries of Earth. He is sure that the newbie adventure is an Earthling that had just recently crossed over, but wonders why didn't the guideline warn him to hide his identity. He thinks it would be best to scare him a little and chase him out. After being knocked over by Hanbin, the newbie adventurer assumes that to become a warrior, he has to show his skills. He believes this must be a test from God to him, who has decided to walk the path of Sura. He remarks if this is his destiny, he will neither run nor hide from it. However, if being a warrior means taking another life, he refuses to do it and asks the Valkyrian to move aside, and casually calls him a level 5 muscle-headed warrior. It takes Hanbin a few seconds to realize what Zhang just remarked, and then slaps him in the face, sending him flying out of range from the force. Hanbin slapped him as if to ask whether he intended to broadcast his level to everyone. He had no ulterior motives, he just wanted to slap the newbie. The local hunters are babbling after learning that the Valkyrian is a level 5. The level 5 Valkyrian tries to signal Atis to do something, but he is just as surprised as him and pretends to not have heard anything. As Hanbin and Atis panic, Efer ridicules Zhang, shouting that he must know what it's like to be punched by a Valkyrian warrior. The hunters nearby are surprised, wondering what's going on. The Valkyrian warrior being a level 5 is news to them. However, they still aren't fully convinced, because most of them have seen Hanbin fighting. Brad and Martin are there too. The rude hunter, now a friendly block, chuckles and says, "How is a level 5 supposed to take on a level 70 monster?" Some hunters guess Zhang must be a crazy dude, not an otherworlder, because if he knew Valkyrian warrior's true level, he wouldn't be standing there. Hanbin doesn't recognize the hunters he rescued, but despite that he thanks them. He suddenly finds himself in a tight spot, surrounded by guards ordering him to surrender. The Valkyrian requests him to do something about the guards. Emil informs him that these people aren't from Order of Light. They are the judge's soldiers. The Crater prison camp was built to confine otherworlders. All the otherworlders that are captured are confined in this hellish place. This huge coffin-like building was designed by Garhan the Terrible. Using the naturally formed dungeons that are on both sides of this steep valley, this prison was built with 26 floors to house those otherworlders. Now inside the prison security guard warns Hanbin that if he attempts to break out, he will just fall over a cliff. Even if he tries to fly out, the walls are 15 meters thick. That isn't all. At certain places, the walls are at least 48 meters thick. The security officer reveals even Beryl the Sword King couldn't penetrate a 48-meter thick steel wall during a test. Therefore, even a Valkyrian like him won't be able to escape from this prison. In the end, the officer asks him if he understands this. He declares that from this point on, he's no longer a Valkyrian for the next 100 years of his punishment. Since the Sword King wasn't expecting a 100-year sentence for an accident, he demanded an explanation on why is he sentenced to 100 years. He pleads before the security officer and the judge, who is watching him from a distance, that it was an accident, and it was the other guy's fault in the first place. Atis and Efer have also come to see their friend. The mage believes there's no point in asking for an appeal since all the other judges are also nobles. He reveals he asked Priest Emil for help, but Emil claimed they won't even give him a chance to be exonerated, and it appears that the judge is in charge of Crater Prison. Even if outsiders make a fuss, it won't matter. Hanbin wonders what should they do then. Efer lays out their plan to bribe the judge, counting on his greed, so they intend to pay him off. Atise wants him to sit tight while they work on saving as much cash as possible. The Valkyrian is aware of the fact that he will only be hunted down for the rest of his life if he escapes from this prison. What he will lose even more is the chance to receive the goddess's blessing through the order. This means he won't be able to ask the goddesses to return them home. He guesses he has to believe in Atis and Efer's plan and wait. Hanbin notices Zhang getting beaten up in the same cell block as him, just a few yards away. He's being brutally beaten by a group of inmates who are trying to force him to confess to crimes. He pleads that he didn't do anything that can be described as shameful. Zhang's crime is headbutting a noble, and was charged with an attempted assassination of an aristocrat. He has been imprisoned without trial due to unidentification, and his sentence is also 100 years. The otherworldly Sword King's crime was throwing an unidentified person towards a noble. Like Zhang, he is also charged with an attempted assassination of the aristocrat. Notably, he served as a bodyguard for the Order of Light for a week. When Zhang spots the Valkyrian, he remarks it's funny meeting him here. Hanbin is exasperated as he doesn't want to get involved with him. He feels that he should have punched him in head instead of slapping him. When the punks beating Zhang spot the Valkyrian, they immediately start calling him out too. Hanbin, facing the opposite direction, denies knowing him. The punks assume they are being looked down upon, which they believe is their territory. They wonder if the man before then is a newbie, but Zhang cuts in, saying they can't recognize an expert, just like he didn't before Hanbin slapped him. Just as he finishes talking, the Valkyrian flicks both of the punks' ears with his fingers, knocking them unconscious. He is irritated, as he has to deal with Zhang when his plan is screwed. He fears his identity might be revealed by this otherworlder if he keeps blabbing away. If his identity is revealed, then Atis and Efer both would suffer the consequences. He considers killing him. He stretches his arm to grab Zhang's neck, intending to finish him once and for all. However, he hesitates when he hears him mention how happy he is to see a familiar face. He sees his past self in him, which makes him drop his plan of killing him. He introduces himself and asks to just call him Filad. Zhang also introduces himself as Zhang Luxin. After this, the Valkyrian asks him how has he survived until now, because he is pretty much advertising that he is an otherworlder. Zhang responds that everyone basically decided he was insane the moment he mentioned Hanbin's level. Even though he previously hinted at being from another world, he's now denying it. Hanbin is glad that Zhang at least knows that he needs to keep that a secret, though he doesn't know what exactly he needs to hide. The Valkyrian feels obliged to tell him the difference between otherworlders and Latnians. Zhang offers him some magic stones as a token of thanks. When asked if he brought those stones from outside, Zhang reveals they are from the monsters that he hunted down in the Crater Prison. Hanbin is shocked to learn that one can hunt monsters in prison. He wonders if it is some form of labor. Zhang reveals that those guys were trying to take the magic stones from him just now. Since the prison is in the middle of a dungeon, the Sword King wonders if they can go inside those dungeons. He is also curious about why the other inmates tried to steal the magic stones from Zhang. Since there's no point in that, they can't sell them for money inside the prison. Hanbin learns that if he gives these magic stones to the guards, his sentence will be reduced. The judge is speaking to someone he calls an otherworlder, who is being held inside a rectangular containment capsule. The judge mentions he has heard that the otherworlders can't forget the taste of killing a Latnian once they start. Because the otherworlder he's talking to can earn more experience the stronger a Latnian is, he sometimes finds himself feeling envious of them. On top of that, things have been pretty dull for him lately. When the judge notices that the otherworlder is eager to fight and gain experience, he informs the otherworlder that his next target is a Valkyrian. Inside the rectangular containment capsule is someone who knows Hanbin, and even enunciates Eric Garoon. Humans from Earth have small and weak bodies. The advancement of civilization led to a decrease in physical activities, which resulted in the loss of muscles. But Latnians aren't so different from the people of Earth. Though they do have to hunt giant monsters, their natural bodies are the same. It's just that the Latnians use their bodies more because of their environment. To hunt monsters, the Latnians learn to fight and increase their body strength through leveling up. Even so, a human's body limit is level 15. However, there are many different types of monsters, and your level can increase exponentially based on which monsters you hunt. This is why Latnians have powers that are called the Four Energies. These four energies are Aura Strong Physique and Destructive Energy, Mana Magical Energy, Force Lightning and Internal Energy, and Prana Regenerative and Protection Energy. Hunters train these energies to increase their levels and hunt huge monsters. However, if one is not able to use one of those 4 energies, they rely on a magic tool called Handcuffs of Sealing. When Handcuffs of Sealing are worn, they block the 4 energies. The color in these cuffs changes when they are in use. Although Hunter's level may be high, a human without the ability to use the 4 energies is nothing but monster food, and there's no exception to that fact. When some hunters find themselves in a critical situation, Hanbin saves them using a kitchen knife, which surprises them, because they believe he shouldn't have been able to use aura because of the handcuffs. They admit knowing that Hanbin is a Valtirian, but what they never knew was that it's possible. It is already the Valtirian's 5th week of imprisonment. Hanbin resorted to using a knife because his longsword was taken into custody. He feels unbothered since he is used to throwing knives when he is stuck in the rock mountain. He thinks that if he adjusts his strength, the monsters he attacks won't die. He believes that the increase in Zhang's level will also help him. He has accumulated 1,000 plus already, and is a level 35 warrior. After this, he and Hanbin get the magic stones exchanged for sentence depreciation. After checking out the number of their magic stones, a guard informs Hanbin that with this much, he will be able to have their sentence decreased by 2 months. When he mentions that half of the magic stones belong to the person next to him, Zhang, the guard tells them that each of them will receive a 1-month reduction. The other inmates are surprised to see the Valtirians and Zhang's incredible teamwork, as it would practically be impossible for them to decrease a single day. Hanbin asks the guard for a loaf of bread and 8 kitchen knives for his magic stones. The newbie suggests an actual weapon would be much better than kitchen knives. The Valtirian explains it will break if he just swings it once, and for that reason, the cheaper, the better. Zhang feels ashamed carrying a good weapon while Hanbin is doing all the work. For the past 5 weeks, Hanbin and Zhang have been slowly descending floor by floor collecting magic stones. It would be faster if the Otherworlder Sword King headed down to the deepest levels alone, but he can't leave someone alone who knows his real level. Plus, Zhang needs to level up too. In addition to this, the newbie has a working guideline. There may be important information in there that would be useful for when he negotiates with the goddesses once he meets them. This means they both need to be released at the same time. Zhang surprisingly demands the guard give him 100 loaves of bread instead of reducing his sentence. He distributes these loaves among the other 100 inmates who can't hunt for various reasons. They are grateful to him since he used his hard-earned magic stones on them. Zhang points out that monsters will show up in the dungeon again, so there's nothing to fear. Hanbin snaps at him asking him if is he thinking of rotting in jail forever and if is this his home. He responds by saying that anyone who wants to be a hero can't ignore people in pain, even if those people happen to be criminals. Suddenly, the judge arrives to check on the prisoners, and when he looks at the inmates, he comments it's a total cesspool here. One inmate rushes to the judge requesting they let his family come visit him once. However, he is stopped by the guards. Looking at the miserable state of the prisoner, the judge asks the guards to explain this. One guard points out that the prisoner in the judge's presence was sentenced to 15 years in prison for not being able to repay his debt 5 years ago. He is not a hunter, and his family is currently paying for his bail. In simple words, he is a farmer. The judge wants the prisoner to hunt in the dungeons, otherwise he would not be given any visiting rights. The guard informs the judge that the last time this prisoner headed into a dungeon was 3 months ago, and lost his leg in an accident. The judge wonders if they should give him an opportunity. Once he finishes pondering, he tells his guards to throw the prisoner in the dungeon. The judge then reminds the head warden that he already told them to get rid of trash that no longer makes a profit. After apologizing to the judge for taking his order for granted, the warden then asks him what brings him to this shabby place. The judge reveals he is looking for a certain prisoner. As the guards drag the prisoner, who has a severed leg, toward the dungeon, he begs those familiar to him for help. The guards warn him to stop squirming, and they are glad that at least they don't have to kill him themselves. The guard soon finds Hanbin and Zhang blocking the entrance to the dungeon and assumes the Valtirian warrior is looking for a fight. They order them to step aside. The Valtirian informs them that they are just about to head into the dungeon themselves. Zhang adds they just completely wiped out all the monsters in the other dungeon just now. Hanbin suggests they should go inside the dungeon together. However, despite him trying to convince them, the guards remain unconvinced and appear to hold their ground in a defensive stance. At the northeast of Kalduri, the Kingdom of 1,000 Years, the snowy mountains of the Dragon's Nest, the Heresy Inquisitors are done fetching the Ormflaus blessing. They have confirmed the levels of all the citizens that were evacuated, and none were suspected of being otherworlders. This will make this 6th Dragon's Nest that they have brought into their control. Noticing that his ally has gone silent, the Heresy Inquisitor 1 asks the Heresy Inquisitor 2, "What's the matter?" The Heresy Inquisitor 2 replies that he heard the captain decided to stay behind because he smelled something fishy, but what he is concerned about is if the site they are investigating is ruined. The Heresy Inquisitor 1 comments that it seems like the Heresy Inquisitor 2 is quite displeased with this, and when he asks him where is the captain, he learns that they went to the head temple to make a report. At the head temple of the Dark Brotherhood, the Saints' Chapel, the captain of the Inquisitor unit that was at Kalduri Kingdom's snowy mountains of the Dragon's Nest, is reporting the information they have obtained. The person he is reporting to seems to be a saint hidden behind a cloth. Only a faint shadowy silhouette is visible. She asks the captain how was this expedition. The captain explains just as how the saintess foretold. They were able to discover that it was a research facility for other worlders, and they were also able to collect an Ormflaus blessing. She remarks that it is astonishing to see that such a small thing could exert such an ominous feeling. If this wasn't for the goddess's oracle, this world would have fallen into great chaos. She tells the captain, who is revealed as Leonhardt, that Kivriel, the goddess of darkness, will look favorably upon him. When Leonhardt goes silent, the saintess asks him what's the matter. He wonders if isn't it strange that in the past, goddesses would send prophets to observe their world and then give them enlightenment. They never directly influenced their behaviors. The saintess responds that it would suggest just how disrespectful the otherworlders have become. Leonhardt contends that by the time they arrive at the scene after receiving the oracle, the casualties already exceed 100 people. Since the goddesses know the location, he hopes to receive oracles from them quickly. Enraged by Leonhardt's blasphemous questions, the saintess shoves the curtains, revealing herself to confront him. She reveals she has been a saintess for over 70 years, and true to what Leonhardt just said, she has never received this many oracles at a given time. She asks him how dare he question the goddess's judgment when the goddess's only concern is for the safety of this world. She tells him that he may be one who's blessed, but questioning so is unforgivable. The saint calms down when he apologizes. However, she reminds him that he is no longer a child to cause trouble and gives him a piece of advice to be careful with his words and actions. She asks him to remove his mask the next time he visits because it's a shame to cover it when the goddesses have given him such a handsome face. He removes the face mask, only to make the ladies serving the saintess blush. He states that he'll remain on standby until the next oracle is revealed. The saintess begins offering Ormflaus' blessing to Kivriel. Leonhardt thinks that because of the oracles with such detailed information that has never been given before, they were able to take Ormflaus' blessing from Great Earth's hands. However, no matter how many times they question the goddesses what they are, they only tell them that their existence shouldn't be revealed to others' orders. He wonders if is something going on. Meanwhile, Garhan received the Ormflaus blessing, which is the secret to his level and incredible strength, and he knew the Dark Brotherhood would be reliable. Zenovia asks Garhan how much has the demon god's blessing that was left at the dragon's nest progressed. He reveals it was only 3% this time, and it seems that there weren't that many refugees there. Zenovia believes that even if they were to get Richard to help them deliver the fragments from the dragon's nest, they would be able to get rid of the useless Great Earth since they are also using the Dark Brotherhood. Zenovia tells Garhan that it was a good thing he played with politics while acting as a regent. Garhan's body doesn't age, but that's not all because he feels that his mind has gotten sharp. Zenovia feels disappointed seeing the other group they made together, the Great Earth, be easily crushed. Garhan is convinced that the new Great Earth isn't weak, but the Dark Brotherhood's heresy inquisitors aren't exactly strong either. Zenovia wonders if that indicates the Great Earth is being easily crushed, since they have been giving the Inquisitor so much information on them. Garhan adds another reason. The Dark Brotherhood has Leonhardt, blessed by the goddesses. She feels that it's a good thing, because they can bring Leonhardt over to their side since he should also know his lifespan. Garhan tells her to give up on that dream, because he may have gotten the goddess's blessing, but he refused to have a successful life and therefore joined the Dark Brotherhood. His devotion is different from theirs, and he will come after them if he finds out about their plans. Zenovia opts to get rid of Leonhardt. However, Garhan is sure that an Inquisitor like him is quite useful. Moreover, the Great Earth won't be able to face him since his level is so high. Garhan agrees and further adds that since the goal of Heresy Inquisitors is to capture Otherworlders to obtain information, Leonhardt is quite an expert in facing the Otherworlders, especially since he is a spiritualist who specializes in close combat and healing techniques. Zenovia drops another question. What if Great Earth spills about them? Garhan believes those weak minds will try to use this chance to blame them to save themselves. However, even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to, and this is something they probably didn't know. The moment they reveal any information about the four heroes, the taboo magic that was placed on them will trigger at that moment. Their brains will experience excruciating pain and will die shortly after. He guesses that works, since healing magic won't work in that case, and after the Otherworlders' bodies will become dust and disappear upon death. Garhan shows Zenovia some magic through the dimensional sealing magic and asks her if she remembers this. Zenovia remarks she is an archmage, but that doesn't mean she would remember every single magic that she creates. Plus, she was busy trying to understand the power of the goddesses. Garhan reveals all they have to do now is wait until the Ormflaus blessing is complete. That way they will be able to absorb the goddesses' holy powers. Zenovia remembers that they have one more fragment left, but is sure they have already taken care of all dragons' nests. Garhan informs her that dragon's nests managed by otherworlders aren't the only place it could be at. He heard there was an otherworlder imprisoned in the crater prison camp, his creation, and he had already delivered someone to fetch that person's information. All they have left to do is wait for Leslie, who has infiltrated the camp. At the crater prison camp, Leslie has heard that Great Earth members have been killed left and right all of a sudden by the Heresy Inquisitors. She is convinced that it's the doing of Garhan and Zenobia. They are cutting their tail off. She is aware that if she doesn't find the Earthling that is in here, then she will be the next target on the list. She is thinking of grabbing the fragment real quick and then escaping. However, the problem is she has arrived at the wrong time. She is witnessing a little quarrel between Hanbin and the judge's guards. Hearing people chant the name Valkyrian Warrior, someone she was certain had died in the mansion, leaves her utterly confused. She overhears two prisoners talking. One of them says that he heard the person next to the Valkyrian Warrior was the one who tried to assassinate the judge. The other person comments that he heard that person came in here on purpose, after hearing all the wicked things that have been happening in here. Leslie dismisses what she just heard and thinks the kid besides the Valkyrian doesn't seem to be the one Garhan was talking about. She came to that conclusion because Jang's level is low, and the timing of his imprisonment doesn't match. The bigger problem is that the Valkyrian warrior, whom they already reported as dead to Garhan, is still alive. When Leslie looks at Hanbin's level, she assumes he must be pretending to be a Valkyrian. Since the guards aren't relenting down, Jang suggests they should take of these guards and save everyone. The Valkyrian asks him who are they supposed to protect and who needs saving, and then bluntly asks him if he is thinking of committing suicide here. Hanbin adds that he already has 2 dragons to take care of. He is well aware that if they head butts with the judge, then the situation would become more annoying. He just wanted to go and spend time in the dungeon. Inside, he curses the judge for not leaving and staying here for too long. When he asks the guards what are they standing around for, they are taken aback by his tremendous murderous intent. Jang is eager to fight the guards and thinks that he can't stay silent because staying quiet won't help a single person. He suddenly calls out all the prisoners who feel their sentence is unjust to stand against this. However, before he can utter a word against the judge or the guards, Hanbin grabs him by the neck and begins choking him. The amputated man listens to Jang's calls and yells out that they may have committed a crime, but it isn't worthy of the death sentence. He says they have families waiting for them. Soon after, everyone starts rebelling against the current world order, speaking about how they have been done dirty. They start chanting "Release us," leaving Leslie to wonder if these people are crazy. The guards notify the judge to escape since it's a riot. Displeased by what's happening, the judge orders his guard to bring him out of the coffin talking about the otherworlder he was chatting with earlier. Hanbin is surprised, wondering what's happening here. Jang tells him that this is the warrior's way to save those who are weak, so they must have been struck by the motivation. A true hero empowers others to stand on their own. He reveals that he never realized Hanbin had such an amazing character, along with his incredible martial arts skills. He declares that he will be serving him forever. He then shouts that everyone should follow the Valkyrian hero. People follow his lead and begin chanting Valkyrian. Everyone goes quiet when they spot someone shackled at both wrists and ankles, unable to take more than just a few steps. The prisoners immediately realize that this person is an otherworlder. Both Hanbin and Jang are surprised by this discovery, while Leslie realizes that's the otherworlder Garhan was talking about. Her guideline tells her that the otherworlder is a level 61 magic swordsman. After revealing the otherworlder, the judge attempts to torment the prisoners. He thinks showing this much fear to the prisoners is just about right. The judge further threatens them that as soon as he releases the otherworlder, he will get rid of all of them in less than 5 minutes. Leslie knows that she clears him when it comes to level, but it would be difficult since she is handcuffed with sealing handcuffs. She even thinks of making a run. The judge declares himself as merciful, and in his merciful judgment he adds 50 years to their sentence for the act of rebellion, and the madman who led the rebellion would get 100 years additional sentence. Jang snitches on Hanbin and tells the aristocrat that the rebellion wasn't his idea, but the Valkyrian warriors, and the judge adds another 100 years to Hanbin's sentence. The judge directly tells him and Hanbin that he is aware the two of them are different from the people here because not only did they dare to attack him, but they also caused a riot in his prison camp. He decides to offer them a deal with every prisoner's sentence on the line. He wants them both to fight against the otherworlder, and by fighting he means he wants them to rip each other apart. If Valkyrian Warrior's side wins this fight, then he is going to reduce everyone's sentence. Hanbin immediately refuses this offer. It is revealed that he is trying to hide his face from the otherworlder, because if they come face to face, then the otherworlder would see his level. Plus, he believes if they hunt monsters on the deepest floor for about 2 or 3 months, then he and Jang will easily cut 200 years off their sentence. As Hanbin lifts him and begins taking steps forward to the dungeon, the otherworlder finally speaks, asking Hanbin if he really thinks hunting monsters would help him reduce his sentence. The otherworlder refers to Hanbin as Eric Garoon, leaving him stunned. The otherworlder reveals that his injuries still twitch from their last fight, and then asks for a round 2. The Valkyrian warrior tries to guess who this otherworlder might be, but is interrupted by Zhang. The judge is surprised by the otherworlder and Hanbin's history. He believes this will be more fun now. However, since 2 against 1 isn't exciting at all, he asks if there is any criminal who is willing to fight with the otherworlder against the Valkyrian and his friend. He promises to release the participant no matter the outcome of the fight. One criminal is captivated by this offer, and as he tries to step forward, a fellow criminal stops him, telling him that there's no way the judge will let him go, and no one is crazy enough to face the Valkyrian warrior, so getting released is meaningless if he ends up dead. Leslie shouts that she will do it, as she thinks things might work out like this. She was surprised this whole time seeing the otherworlder that is normally imprisoned on the lowest floor out here on his own. She is sure that the Ormflau's blessing should be implanted in him. Moreover, by fighting alongside the otherworlder, she can ensure the fake Valkyrian warrior dies here, so that the report she made to Garhan remains valid. The judge grins. As he mentions it's been a while since he had looked forward to something so entertaining. Atis and Effer have cleared a dungeon, and he congratulates her for her first dungeon closing. She asks him how he managed to withstand the essence Shara method that Hanbin derived to increase his level. First, Hanbin fights the high-leveled monsters but doesn't finish them off. Then the low-leveled she turns into a dragon and kills the weakened monsters and absorbs the large amounts of essence using the dragon core to level up. This time, Atis played the role of higher-leveled and had the wyvern absorb the large amounts of essence. Effer mentions how she loves leveling up faster, but absorbing so much essence makes her stomach hurt. Atis laughs hysterically, saying it was also hard for her at first. He is overjoyed to inform her that she stabilized her dragon core and absorbed essence in record time, which is impossible for a normal wyvern. He explains that even a dragon like him isn't this fast. He labels her as an amazing genius wyvern. She is delighted by all the compliments, but she is at her limit. Atis tells her to digest as much essence as she absorbs to level up. He suggests they should rest for now and figure out a way to digest all of it, which makes her all excited. Since they got an artifact from clearing a dungeon, he thinks of getting it appraised. The artifact reminds the mage of Hanbin. If he had been here, he would have used his guideline to tell them the usage and features of the artifact. She tries to uplift his spirits by reminding him that Hanbin just went to prison, so if someone heard them, they would misunderstand and assume the Valkyrian is dead. After contemplating, Atis wonders if he will be okay in prison, having heard about the shady characters there. He hopes his friend can just take the beating because if he decides to fight back, he might just become a real murderer. As he worries about that, she shifts the focus, asking how they'll get back home to the Crater Valley still a mile or so away. In the end, Effer transformed and flew back. 20 years ago, due to Great Earth's attack on the goddesses, the people of Latna regarded the otherworlders as enemies. One of those 4 heroes, Garhan, also believed this and built a prison in an undeveloped crater dungeon, and gained insight into the traits of many otherworlders by capturing and studying them. Their studies show a few interesting facts, such as the otherworlders cannot tell if other people are otherworlders, and they don't earn any experience from killing each other, only from killing the people of Latna. However, the people of Latna gain nothing from killing the otherworlders. The otherworlders gain skills automatically as they level up, and if the otherworlders are experiencing excruciating pain, they can enable the suicide skill to end their journey. Dungeon monsters are unable to differentiate otherworlders and the people of Latna. Lastly, otherworlders disappear from the world when they die. This is all the data obtained with the death of countless otherworlders. Due to the otherworlders' violent tendencies and the constant monster experiments that kept boosting their average level, they eventually became uncontrollable, turning Crater Prison into a regular prison filled mostly with Latnian inmates. However, the facility, which was used to experiment on the otherworlders, remained, and is now secretly operated as an arena. This is the arena, where Hanbin and Zhang are set to fight the otherworlder and Leslie. The announcer announces that they will operate today's match with simple rules like they always do. The monsters would be poured across the arena, the contestants' goal would be to take them down, and whoever takes down the most monsters and then gathers the most magic stones would win. There is no time limit, and stealing each other's magic stone is allowed, and the judge would overlook any accidents that happen during the match. After explaining the rules, the announcer calls out the otherworlder that the Demon King Ormflaus has sent to this world. The otherworlder appears to be in extreme pain, especially in his left arm where lies the dormant power of darkness, though he has control over it. The audience starts cussing him, some telling him to die, while others wish he go to hell. However, he believes no one can understand his darkness. Meanwhile, Leslie is irritated, as she is forced to wear an outfit that is too embarrassing for her. She's being patient, because she will no longer have any business with the otherworlder after she plants the Ormflaus blessing in him. It is revealed that she offered the Ormflaus blessing to the otherworlder earlier, and now wants an answer if he had thought about the power she wanted to lend him. He remarks he appreciates the gesture, but just her bright smile makes his heart content, leaving Leslie exasperated even more. It is revealed that the Otherworlder is Lauda Raud, who was previously mistaken for an Otherworlder, thrown into prison, and erased from records. He is furious over the pain Hanbin caused, especially the hits to his sensitive areas. The announcer then announces the Valtirian as the fearless barbarian and the Valtirian warrior from the strongest warrior tribe of Latna. Hanbin wonders who the Otherworlder is, but since the Otherworlder knows his name, he guesses that it would be someone from the Great Earth. He concludes that if the Great Earth is involved, then his identity and background must have been exposed. He assumes that if the Otherworlder knows his name, then there's no need for him to fight to corner him. Hanbin has no clue what the Otherworlder is scheming, but if he knows his identity, then there is a chance he might target Atis and Efer. With no choice, he decides to kill the Otherworlder and get out of this place. Jang suddenly calls him to grab his attention, and respectfully requests can they just not kill the Otherworlder and talk this out. The Sword King thinks that it can't be helped because Jang doesn't know very much about Great Earth. The announcer gets ready to commence, as the monsters start appearing from every side of the arena. To protect the special seats in the arena, about 20 spiritualists block the ceiling by casting a powerful barrier. Hanbin urges Jang that he should save that conversation for later, and should now focus on the immediate danger they're facing. Seeing the Valtirian warrior in action, a baroness takes interest in his chiseled, art-like muscles. She calls out to the goddesses, demanding to know why those savage barbarians were blessed with such beautiful bodies. When asked if the Valtirian warrior has caught her interest, she remarks that she is just pointing out that he is just a bit of an eye-candy viscountess. The woman standing beside the baroness informs her that she has heard if the Valtirian warrior wins, he will be freed, and then asks her if she is considering having him as a servant afterward. The baroness considers the suggestion showing interest in having the Valtirian as a servant. A merchant named Felix Fraelsis, who runs a company called Fraelsis, cuts in and informs the ladies that the Valtirian warrior doesn't use any magic tools, so it may be hard for him to work in the mansion. The ladies recognize him and he says it's an honor to be acknowledged by them. Holding a camera, Felix asks Baroness and the women beside her if he can take a picture of their unmatched beauties. Seeing their confusion, Felix explains it's the company's newest magic item called the Portrait Recorder. The Baroness is surprised to see Felix using a magic item without any strain, leading her to assume he must be a high-level individual. Felix reveals he had done some hunting work with his older brother, but it's nothing to boast about. After this, he attempts to check if the magic item is functioning properly by pointing his camera at Lauda. He remembers that his older brother warned him about that Otherworlder. Since Lauda is wearing a unique mask, it's hard for Felix to see his face. His photo shoot is interrupted by Baron Elhauer, the judge, who can't tolerate Felix doing his business around here. He asks Felix if the ticket cost him a fortune since he's not a noble. The Baron isn't thrilled about Felix's visit. He sees him as a lowly merchant and only lets him in because the Marquis offered him the ticket. But deep down, Felix responds that this is no business and thanks him for being concerned with his financial well-being. Felix casually says the Marquis sold him the tickets dirt cheap so he was able to afford it. Baron isn't happy with how he phrased it, especially the juxtaposition of the words dirt cheap and tickets. Baron angrily remarks that if Felix is claiming that, then his pockets must be very deep, and then suggests they make a little bet for fun, asking him who he thinks will come on top, the Otherworlder or the Valtirian. Baron reveals he is going to bet on the Otherworlder, so this leaves Felix to support the Valtirian warriors team. Felix is stunned over the fact that Baron is betting on an Otherworlder. Out of nowhere, the Baroness points out that the monsters that were coming from all sides of the arena are decreasing in number. Everyone is shocked after discovering that these tiny insect monsters are nowhere near the level of the Valtirian. Hanbin advances, cutting down each monster with just one swing, showcasing incredible movement. The audience is witnessing him playing with these monsters like they are mere bugs. Even though the magic item prevents him from using the 4 powers, he still has unbelievable strength. He is sure that every monster he has fought so far is nothing special, though their numbers just don't seem to be shrinking. The announcer is left speechless when he witnesses every monster from the dungeon charging toward Hanbin, while the Otherworlder and Leslie are spectating the Valtirian's brilliant show. In this critical moment, he uses a horizontal slash, killing every monster in one blow. He reveals he even controlled his strength, but things still went overboard. He is baffled when he notices the tiny monsters working together to help one of their own put on prosthetics, and once the prosthetics are on, this new, better version of the ant-like monster charges toward him. The monster walks past Leslie, leaving her stunned, as such low intellectual creatures never ignore prime targets. She is taken aback by another surprise. The Otherworlder's left arm transforms into the incomplete embodiment of the tentacle beholder and stretches toward the mutated insect monster. Leslie wonders just who this guy is. Normally, there's no way to stop monsterization once it begins. However, this wasn't the case for Laude, formerly monsterized by the boss monster, Tentacle Beholder. Due to his malnutrition and dehydrated state, the monster's cell's growth was halted, and his left arm was fused with Tentacle Beholder to gain a new skill, Overmind, which allows the user to control monsters that have a lower level than the caster. Laude doesn't remember what happened in the dungeon back then, but because of this cursed ability, he was framed as an otherworlder. He has been locked up in this prison, and forced to fight monsters and other inmates. He thinks that his fight with Hanbin is going to be ironic, because this fight with the man who took everything away from him will also be his last fight to gain his liberty back. The last time they fought, Hanbin was only level 5. He believes his opponent will be only around level 20, even if he is training hard. Loud offers to not take his life and forgive him if he confesses his mistakes and asks for forgiveness. When the dust clears, the prideful hunter discovers that Hanbin has already taken care of every monster, making him wonder if he got the wrong person. The Sword King rushes to check on Jiang while also taking care of the monsters, but his friend reassures him that he is okay. He wonders if his friend is doing okay, because the monsters don't seem to be coming to him, and their target has been the Valkyrian only. Hanbin enlightens him that the Otherworlder is only targeting him. When he is asked why is he being targeted only, he comments that he has some crazy theories, but a crazy hound like that Otherworlder needs to be leashed. Artifacts are powerful tools that power the dungeons that can be acquired when a hunter closes a dungeon. Artifacts are a symbol of honor for hunters whose mission is to achieve a dungeon close. However, if a hunter does not know the level restrictions, latent powers, and activation method, it only serves as a decorative piece. Therefore, hunters visit appraisal shops to learn about the artifact's power and price. Atis and Epher are getting their recently acquired artifact appraised at Appraisal Street, next to the Hunter Guild. Maiden has been using her knowledge of magic tools that she has gained at the Great Earth Base to work as an appraiser at the Appraisal Street. She reveals the artifact has a level 30 restriction, meaning it can't be used by those below level 30. It can be used 10 times a day, and fortunately, the total uses are unlimited. The artifact saves time dressing or undressing when the user says dress or undress. Since it has unlimited use, it will sell for 3 times more than one of the same level, and it goes for about 3,000 EX. A euphoric Epher hugs Maiden for giving her the good news. Atis remarks that he feels bad about getting appraisals for free every time. Maiden tells them to not feel bad since they need bail money to bail Hanbin. Epher admits the magician had to sell all of his treasured spellbooks too, but he responds that he doesn't need those spellbooks because he put all his magic energy into his artifact. The ghost girl seems to be interested in his artifact. She reveals that the artifact he has will go for 10 times as much as most artifacts. As he attempts to explain that his weapon is not an artifact, she remarks knowing that it is a demon's blessing, and she also knows that it is a secret. She reveals she never mentioned it before the Order of Light either. She suggests they shouldn't sell this artifact because it would be better if they keep it. It is perfect for Atis, since his clothes always get shredded to pieces when he transforms. Epher adds that even though they are both dragons, they find it a bit embarrassing when they see each other naked in human form. Atis and Epher are slow to catch on, but eventually, they figure out that Maiden is aware of their real identity. The ghost girl responds by saying that when she was in Hanbin's consciousness, she saw his memories. Atis assumes she must also be aware of Hanbin's identity since she looked into his memories. She reveals she knew about it, but she wasn't trying to hide it. She was just thinking about how is she going to inform them about it. While smiling, the Wyvern tells her that she doesn't need to worry, because when she found out about Hanbin's real identity, he didn't harm her. Atis adds that he will vouch for his friend as the descendant of the fire dragon. Maiden also thinks of Hanbin as a good individual, but is aware that Atis and Epher don't know what is inside him. She reveals she saw him living in a place similar to hell for 22 years straight. She believes he is pretending to be normal on the outside, but is a dangerous man. Back to Hanbin, he is effortlessly killing the monsters without moving a muscle. He is fighting using just one arm, which proves Maiden's point of him being dangerous. He defeats the army of the monsters without even breaking a sweat. Laude, who was summoning the monsters, is left speechless, seeing how easily his archenemies is dealing with his monster army. Leslie is also stunned because the monsters he defeated were not weak. The average level of those monsters was 30, and there were even some boss-level monsters in there too. After slaying an entire army of monsters, Hanbin asks him if he has more monsters. Baron can't believe what just happened and wishes Lauda bring in more powerful monsters. Felix is sure that the monsters Hanbin defeated were enough to take down a city, but still, that wasn't enough to bring out his potential. It's already been some time since the inmates stopped cheering. They know what's going on since they have experienced firsthand. The inmates' fear of the Valkyrian warrior is suppressing the entire arena. Hanbin thinks there must be something else Loud must be hiding, believing there's more to come. The prideful hunter enables his special skill Impudence, which not only attracts those insect monsters from earlier, but a deepest level dungeon boss also emerges from underneath. The monster is a level 80 boss named Queen Antonia. The queen, her head aching, wonders who dared to use such an indecent skill on her. She starts freaking out when she sees her children's small monsters ripped into pieces, and with her sharp-smelling senses, she learns that this all was the Valkyrians' doing. Hanbin admits killing the monsters, and then casually adds that his sword got shattered because of this massacre, blaming himself for expecting too much. The queen attacks him the instant he reveals that he killed her children, and her strike is so powerful that it causes the whole arena to tremble. Felix is the first one to shout at the guards, telling them to evacuate the inmates. The judge laughs as he remarks that even though Felix is good-looking, he is still a coward. The judge is thinking that if the inmates see this, they won't even think about rebelling. To protect the VIP seating arrangements, about 20 level 60 spiritualists are holding a barrier, and with this party, those spiritualists could hold 5 dungeon bosses. The judge only wants to watch the Valkyrian warrior getting torn to shreds. Unexpectedly, Felix grabs the judge from the collar and tells him that it's not the dungeon boss he is scared of, it's the Valkyrian warrior. Since Hanbin lost his sword fighting the monster's queen's children, he demands a hand and casually slices off the queen's arm to use it as one. Hanbin uses the queen's arm to throw a vertical slash, causing the monster's blood to erupt from the inside out, killing it in an instant and gaining more than 100 million experience. But it's nowhere near the experience needed to increase to the next level. At Appraisal Street, Maiden explains to Atisi and Effer that the main reason the Otherworlders have come to be feared is for their murderous impulses, and the reason for their murderous impulses is none other than the original guideline that is integrated with their existence. Hidden in the guideline is a secret quest and a reward system. When an Otherworlder arrives in Latna, their guideline tells them to murder a Latnian, calling this a secret quest sacrifice for the cause. The description of this secret quest says the Latnians are being tricked by the evil goddesses, and killing them is a small sacrifice to save Latna. Killing a Latnian triggers a dopamine rush for them, and if they murder even one Latnian, they may not be able to escape that impulsive feeling. Maiden reminds them that she was in Great Earth. What she told them isn't very well known, but it still is a fact. Effer smiles and confidently remarks that Hanbin has never done something like that. Atis adds that his friend never had any condition like that before. She replies that they are right because the otherworldly Sword King has never killed a Latnian. Everyone Hanbin has killed so far was an Otherworlder, so he never got afflicted with a murderous addiction, and killing Otherworlders doesn't give him any rewards. Maiden wonders how long will Hanbin's luck last. At the Crater Prison Arena, Hanbin has slain the monster. He is used to living in an environment where predators chased him every day for almost 22 years. In absolute solitude, it was either kill or be killed, and the fact that he is normal is not normal at all. He came to Latna physically, but his mind is still lost in those mountains. If there is an enemy that chases after him, his repressed instincts can kick in at any time. For someone like him, becoming addicted to murder wouldn't be difficult even compared to the other Otherworlders. Maiden is sure that Atis must have felt Hanbin's murderous intent at least once. The mage remarks that there was a small misunderstanding between them, but that was cleared up soon after. After this, they fought against the Lich together. He is convinced that Hanbin doesn't murder without discretion. Back to the arena, the judge is left speechless by the Valkyrian warrior's strength. To make matters worse for the judge, the protection barrier constructed by the spiritualists gets knocked out by the sudden blast. Felix is surprised to discover that there were no casualties and guesses that either they are lucky, or maybe the Valkyrian warrior held his strength back. Effer, who is practically on the other side of the globe, asks Atis and Maiden to stop talking about stuff like this, because what would Hanbin gain from meaningless killing? Leslie falls to her knees, while Lauda attempts to summon more monsters, but none appear. Meanwhile, Maiden finds herself deep in thought, wondering what would happen if his identity is revealed, and it endangers his friends after 22 years of solitude. She believes Hanbin won't hesitate to murder and will grow addicted to it. As the Valkyrian swings at Lauda, Jang leaps in to shield him and loses his hand in the process. He reveals that he thought he could block it. He then justifies that people should settle things with just words, implying that one shouldn't always be violent. Hanbin quickly catches him before he falls face first. 2 weeks later, Atis, Effer, Brad, and Martin have found a huge magic stone. However, instead of keeping it for himself, Brad decides to give the magic stone to his new companions. Looking at the size of the magic stone, Atis reveals that this size magic stone can be sold for at least 500 EX. The Wyvern asks him and Martin if they are sure about giving this magic stone to them. The former believes they deserve it since he and his friend owe their lives to the Valkyrian warrior. Brad adds that this is nowhere near enough, because he received his artifact from the Valkyrian warrior. He has a little crush on Effer and is willing to do anything for her, but wouldn't say it out loud. When she wholeheartedly thanks him and Martin, he finds her smile and especially her behavior speech extremely cute. As Brad is about to ask her out, the 2 spiritualists from his party cut in and inform Atis about a bigger problem. Since they aren't able to communicate due to them being on different levels, Effer leaps into the air to reach the healer unit. The mage is grateful to Brad and Martin because, with their help, they have gathered a lot of money. He believes if they don't do anything, they will just end up being a burden to Hanbin. Efra's expression suddenly changes when she spots something surprising. Atis, who can't see anything from where he is, guesses something must have happened to Hanbin, judging by her reaction. Elsewhere, Felix is reporting some information on the other worlders from Crater Prison to Leonhardt. He tells Leonhardt he nearly died for him and deserves at least a tea while they are having a conversation. Leonhardt points at the water and then asks him to be quiet for a bit, since he is reading. Felix wonders why Leonhardt makes him do dirty work when there is the Dark Order, who could do this kind of research and are several times more time efficient. Leonhardt just says that he has some personal things to look into. Felix has also included Lauda's photo in the report because he is the prime suspect of being an otherworlder. He reveals this report was created on the judge's account. Leonhardt takes a quick look at Lauda's photo and bluntly says that the person in the photo is not an otherworlder. The reason he is so sure is because he has looked into this guy before. Confused, Felix reveals that when he looked into this otherworlder, he had no family registry or anything. Leonhardt guesses that the judge must have wanted him as the showhorse of his arena, so he got rid of his records and framed him as an otherworlder. Leonhardt realizes that the Krita prison was a failure. Leonhardt was premature in trying to control the situation before it got out of hand. He realizes that there must be a reason since it is Goddess's work. Leonhardt looks at Hanbin's photos that were included in Felix's report and asks him who this person is. Felix reveals the opposing inmate against the otherworlder in that arena was a Valkyrian warrior. According to the rumors, he took out the leader of the Dragon's Nest when the Order of Light ambushed them. He further explains that the Valkyrian was taking out boss monsters with just a swing of his sword. Since Valkyrians don't measure levels, he doesn't know his level. Leonhardt suddenly brings up how he had to borrow some money from Felix on short notice. Felix recalls that Leonhardt once arrested the wrong person and had to borrow money from him to pay compensation. Assuming that Leonhardt must be bringing up the money because he wants to pay, he asks him if he is about to settle the debt right now. Leonhardt refuses to repay the debt and commands Felix to capture level 5. A flashback shows Zenobia and Holian inspecting otherworlders that are out of their minds. Zenobia asks her if she is disappointed that the otherworlders' condition is less extreme than they expected. Holian demands that Zenobia stop making fun of her, insisting she's witnessed even more disturbing things since becoming Alendia's queen. She thinks these otherworlders look like they are seeking something. Following her comment, Zenobia asks her if that's the case, then what she thinks about Leslie, the girl sitting quietly inside the container. Holian explains that there are some cases where the otherworlders self-harm as a result of the murder withdrawal. At this time, their guideline option, commit suicide, can come in handy. Leslie is subconsciously murmuring that she doesn't want to die, and she doesn't want to kill repeatedly. Holian unexpectedly appears in front of her and invites her to become her new subordinate, as her last one had recently died. Leslie hated the 4 heroes who locked her up in this filthy cell. She wants to rip apart Zenobia, who is just a yard or two away from her, but she is somehow unable to resist Holian's offer. She understood everything from Holian's elegant tone and soothing voice. She is aware that to those 4 heroes, she is just a toy that could be killed at any time. Restrain was the condition for her freedom from the cell. With the help of Restrain, they could suppress their murder urges. Leslie and the otherworlders like Richard and Alejandro did the dirty work of the 4 heroes and became the fake Great Earth. The Restrain was born from her fear of the 4 heroes. Facing Hanbin, she never expected to feel that same fear again. She realizes that rebelling would be meaningless, and is convinced that the levels are meaningless. Seeing how he is stretching his arm, believing he is going to attack her, Leslie starts screaming. She is surprised when he breaks her handcuffs instead of harming her. He asks if she's spiritual and requests a favor to help save Zhang. When he once again enunciates please, she gets to work. She promptly begins treating gravely injured Zhang, and Lauda also joins to help her, because he is indebted to him for saving him from the Valkyrian. She tells Hanbin to put pressure on Zhang's arm and asks Lauda to hand over the wrapping that he was wearing on his arm. The judge suddenly shouts at Hanbin, calling him a savage. Angry because his game was ruined, he declares that all of them will be executed instantly. The Valkyrian is irritated because even when a person is dying, the judge isn't relenting. Leslie shouts at Hanbin to focus, telling him that they are not even done with first aid, and that if he stops, Zhang will bleed to death. The judge calls his army of guards to deal with everyone in the arena. Treating the Valkyrian warrior as a monster, the guards even fire the ballista. Lauda impressively catches the arrow, and without killing its momentum, he throws it back towards the guards. Hanbin doesn't understand why the prideful hunter is helping them. When he is about to ask the reason, Lauda tells him to stop lazing around. Otherwise, he is going to let the guy who he owes his life die. He commands them to jump into the hole in the floor and asks Hanbin to not die before he gets the chance to kill him. The Valkyrian entrusts him to deal with the army of guards, while he, carrying Zhang, jumps into the hole with Leslie. Lauda assumes that since he is a noble's secret weapon, they probably wouldn't kill him. only to realize that more than 100 spears are headed toward him. Leslie stops Zhang's bleeding but says that all she can do from here is to boost his normal healing factor a bit, though he is more worried about his arm that was sliced off. She reveals she is surprised Zhang's body didn't split in half by the impact, and admits that fixing a severed arm is too much for just her alone. Disappointed and helpless, Hanbin decides to be alone for some time. Seeing him rise to his feet, she assumes it's because he doesn't believe her. He is grateful to Leslie and tells her to rest now. When she asks him where is he headed, he reveals he plans to find the boss room to seal the dungeon and escape after healing Zhang, since Lauda already forced the boss out. He is going to scout the area to make sure it's safe and asks her to wait until he's done. To blow off some stress, Hanbin punches the rock wall. He is aware that Zhang's fatal injury is subject to his carelessness. As soon as he leaves, Leslie decides to make a run for her life. She fails to plant Ormfloss's blessing, but knows that her life is more important right now. She fears if the Valkyrian changes his mind, she will be as good as dead. While running, she runs into a level 70 monster called Eggplanter. Meanwhile, Atis and Effer see a wanted Hanbin poster, which reveals that their friend escaped. They are stacked with magic stones they acquired after closing numerous dungeons and hunting monsters. Their original plan was to bribe the judge, hoping he would let Hanbin leave, but now things have gotten worse. Atise comes up with a plan while saying that he is sure that with all this money and magic stones, they should be able to survive for a while. When asked what's his plan, he explains that they have to rescue the Valkyrian and run for it. Atise reveals he has gathered some information on Hanbin's situation and shares that he supposedly ran into a dungeon that inmates weren't supposed to enter. He believes they can find Hanbin first if they move immediately. Moreover, the more monsters there are, the better it is for them. Effer wonders if the Valkyrian still being free means he hasn't been caught. She then points out that the dungeons are complicated, and with just the two of them, it'll take a while to find him. Abruptly, Brad and his friend cut in and say that if it's a search, they can help as well. Atis and Effer are grateful to them. Martin tells them that he and his friend will prepare and meet them at the 24th lift later. The Wyvern decides to sell the magic stones, while her friend decides to purchase 2 dungeon maps, which might come in handy. He feels that if they wait any longer, external organizations might start looking into this matter, and when that happens, even Hanbin won't be able to escape without killing someone. He wants to get there before this turns into a mess. Just when the mage pushes open the guild's door, he comes face to face with Leonhard, who is about to grab the handle himself. Otherworlders can't have allies because, to someone who hides their identities, an ally is far more dangerous than an enemy. Since they stay hidden their whole life, they eventually are killed by stronger monsters. Just as Leslie is about to be ambushed by level 70 Eggplanter, Zhang jumps in and saves her from the monster's attack. He commands her to run because it's not a monster they can handle. However, she returns the favor by saving him from the enemy this time, though her attack doesn't quite hit the monster. In this critical moment, Hanbin jumps in and uses Stab's skill to eradicate the monster. He appears to be frustrated because every monster he faced has been weak, and he can't even use Leslie and Zhang as bait to escape. Furious, he threatens to kill them if they don't return to prison and plead before the judge that they were threatened by the Valkyrian. That way they might avoid execution. Zhang states that he can't leave because he aims to be a warrior, only to make Hanbin even more angry. The Valkyrian asks him if wasn't it enough that he lost his arm. The newbie believes that the price wasn't enough to the amount of times he was saved from being exposed as an otherworlder. Leslie is stunned to learn about Zhang being an otherworlder. He credits Hanbin, who taught him everything about Lautna. Hanbin reminds him that announcing himself as an otherworlder is the same as inviting death. The newbie reveals that he is thinking the contrary. He wants to help the people of Latna as much as they are hurt by people of Earth. He wants to show Latnians that not all the otherworlders are evil, and is aware that he might need to fight those evil otherworlders to bring peace. He bows down to Hanbin, asking him to become an ally. Leslie thinks he's lost his mind because what he imagined couldn't possibly be real. When Hanbin asks him if he is prepared to kill humans, he responds that if it's a beast who lost his mind for bloodlust, then he is more than ready. However, he will prioritize negotiating by words first. Moved by his motivation, Hanbin shakes hands with him, a gesture of mutual respect. Meanwhile, Leslie feels that it's a dream of a naive human who is new to Lautna. When Hanbin questions if Zhang has a plan, he remarks that he will come up with details later. They both agree on sneaking out during the night, the best time possible. Having worked for 10 years for Great Earth, Leslie understood her reality, but Hanbin sparked a new sense of hope in her. Sometime later, Zhang has fallen asleep and she is treating Hanbin's wound that he got from fighting the Eggplanter. She informs him about his wound, revealing that it originated from within his hand. She reveals that his residual aura was guarding his body so it didn't get bad. When he questions what is the residual aura, she first reveals that this is the common knowledge in spiritualists, and explains it's the aura that strengthens the body. Spiritualists specialize in defense, and those who use residual aura also do the same, and it's not surprising. Hanbin realizes that he isn't getting stronger by leveling up, but by the dense aura accumulating in his body. However, he wonders why can he only use physical attacks. As Leslie is about to ask Hanbin if she can become a part of their plan, he reminds her that she can be in danger if she is suspected of healing an otherworlder. He asks her to forget about them, and, if she's ever caught, she should say she was threatened. He also apologizes. While lying flat on the ground resting, she asks him not to get caught. He decides to close the dungeon once she and Zhang have rested and recuperated. Sleeping on her side, she appears to be staring at the Ormflau's blessing. Meanwhile, at the Crater prison, the judge seems to be frustrated because he is informed that the Hunters Guild isn't accepting the sum he offered them for raiding the dungeon and capturing Valtirian and the rest. However, his frustration is rooted in the fear of getting exposed for bringing out a fake otherworlder. Lauda could go over to the Order's trial instead of the State's, which is what he fears the most. Suddenly, a guard informs the judge that some guests are requesting to meet him, the Baron, immediately. He orders the guard to make them leave. However, when the guard reveals the guests aren't leaving, he even gives him the authority to throw the guests into the cell. Just when he finishes, Leonhardt with Atis and Effer barges into the room, demanding he comply with the investigation. He reveals he was short on time and doesn't have a warrant, but is sure it wouldn't matter. Earlier, when Leonhardt bumped into Atisa, he confirmed that the runaway inmate is certainly Hanbin. Atis assumed he had come to find Falad. He stated that it doesn't matter whether the inmate's name is Falad or Valtirian warrior. The only thing that matters to him is his relationship with the Otherworlder. He believed that there was an otherworldly in this city. When asked if he has any evidence, Leonhardt claims that it is an instinct of a heresy inquisitor. He revealed his plan to find the evidence and wanted to start by meeting Hanbin first. Since they share the same goal, he asks Atis and Effer to follow him. Back to the present, the judge attempts to escape from the grasp of Leonhardt and the mage by jumping through the window using a rope. While descending, he mutters about dealing with the fake otherworlder himself, but Effer, descending nearby, overhears and asks who could that otherworlder be. After landing roughly, he continues his run and orders the guards to lock down all sections because intruders are here. Just as he wonders why a hunter is with a heresy inquisitor, Atis appears, melting the upper levels of the prison to confront the judge. He demands the judge explain what has he done to Hanbin, and where is he now. However, instead of responding, the judge jumps into a working minecart, attempting to escape once again. As the guards advance to fight the mage, Effer also steps forward and throws her swords before the guards, letting her friend channel his magic through the metal blades. She tells the guards they should be grateful that Atis didn't burn them. When asked where the heresy inquisitors go, Effer reveals she didn't see any signs of him following. He wonders if they separated paths, but thinks it's better for both parties since the guards are scattered. They also hop onto the Magic Stone transport cart to pursue the judge. They believe the judge might know which direction Hanbin fled, and interrogating him would allow them to get one step quicker than Leonhardt. Soon after, another unit of guards ambush them. The Wyvern questions him about what are they going to do if the heresy inquisitor finds Hanbin first. He reveals they won't be able to avoid a fight in that case scenario. Inside, he wants to make sure to prevent Hanbin from killing no matter the cost. If that happens, he plans on killing him with his own life on the line. Elsewhere, Leonhardt is slowly descending from the prison camp to the bottom floor. The Baron running off promptly before hearing him out has surprised him a little. Leonhardt had been to Onpros City before when he was looking for the Lich, a known member of Great Earth, but it disappeared without a trace. The evil skeleton then died at some point. Alejandro's nest was destroyed shortly after. However, all the demon gods were at the dragon's nest, which means he is the one who most likely made Ormflus's blessing, and the person who was involved in all those events has a power greater than a normal level 5. He believes that the person's teammates Atis and Effer are also not normal. Suddenly, the guards fire their ballistas at airborne Leonhardt. Meanwhile, Leonhardt is thinking about how there have been no oracles from the goddess. This all is his own decision. Regardless, the Otherworlders are Ormflos's spies. Believing there's no need for mercy or forgiveness, he destroys all the ballistas along the ravine with a single gesture. Atise and Effer break into a room which turns out to be the stadium where Hanbin and Lauda fought. She assumes some insane monster caused the destruction, leading her to suspect Hanbin might have been there. Abruptly, the judge shouts from the stadium suite, furious that they brought a heresy inquisitor. He informs them that he has the man they are looking for, mistakenly thinking they're after Lauda. Atise wonders why would the prideful hunter be here. The judge shouts at them to be quiet. He states that he is the law and order, and king and god here. This time he plans to kill them with monsters stronger than the queen that the Valtirian killed, and he makes it clear that to reach him, they first need to deal with the king of the Crater Dungeon. Atise reveals having heard rumors about Queen Antonia of the East Valley, but stronger than her is King Antonio of the West Valley. Just when the monster reveals itself, Leonhardt stealthily arrives with a flamboyant entry and lands a strong punch on its face while stating that the monster can't run away. The next generation's hero, chosen by the goddess herself, is the Blessed One of the Goddesses. After witnessing the weight of that name for himself, Atis understood that even if he put his life on the line, it wouldn't mean anything. After Leonhardt has dealt with the enemy, a guard hurriedly arrives and informs Leonhardt, Atis, and Effer that there's an escaped prisoner in the East Valley Boss Hall. The two bullies who bullied Jang on his arrival at the Crater Prison are inside the Crater Prison dungeon on a mission to find the escaped convicts. They are surrounded by monsters, despite thinking there wouldn't be any at first. It's been 2 weeks since the arena incident, and the monsters that were wiped out by Hanbin have started to reappear. The yellow-haired dude suspects the monsters are coming their way because of the artifact sword they have got. Knowing something like this would happen, he brought the Valkyrian sword along. However, after swinging it for a moment, he realizes that this sword is dull and just a heavy chunk of metal. Soon after, they are completely overwhelmed by the sheer number of the monsters. In this critical moment, the yellow-haired man thinks of using his ring artifact, thinking there is a chance it could have offensive magic in it. When nothing comes out of the artifact, despite him chanting different spell names, he asks his blue-haired friend for help, but he's just as clueless. In the end, he gets ready to brace himself for the enemy's attack. Suddenly, Hanbin arrives, snatches his sword from the dude, and then instantly takes down the threat, and this happens very quickly. Instead of being angry at the bullies, Hanbin admits to knowing that they were forced by the judge just like the prisoners who are currently following his lead. It is revealed that he and Zhang rescued several other prisoners and are leading them to safety. The newbie explains these prisoners were sent after him, Hanbin and Leslie, with the condition that they would be released, but he was able to win over them in an instant. He informs the prisoners that only the boss room is left, and after clearing it the next day, they will clear the dungeon. He tells the prisoners they won't be running. Instead, they will expose the noble's injustice and the prison's horrors. The plan is to take the noble to court for his crimes and win their freedom. He knows some feel there's a higher chance of survival working with Valkyrian, not going against him. Hanbin is quite happy with how Zhang is solving everything peacefully. The yellow-haired man calls Zhang insane for thinking of opposing the judge because they are escapees, who no one would listen to. He thinks it would be better if they break free from here and everyone goes their separate ways once they are outside the city. The newbie warns him that he could die on the streets after escaping from there, and fighting against each other is what the nobles want. If they were to get blood on their hands, then no one would acknowledge the unfairness they have experienced. And if that happens, none of them will ever be able to live normal lives. The other prisoners start siding with Zhang, as they don't want to rot in the prison anymore, and shout at the yellow-haired man to go back to the prison himself. Angered, he pulls out a knife, aiming to wreak havoc only for Hanbin to hurl a small stone and destroy it. Zhang convinces the prisoners to get back at the noble because they have got the Valkyrian warrior by their side. Everyone starts chanting Zhang's name to show him support. Hanbin is happy for him. The newbie was nervous a moment ago but now is more confident. When the Sword King notices Leslie behaving strangely, he asks if she's all right. She initially dismisses him with an improper reply, but then reveals the smell of sweat is making her nauseous. She plans to rest nearby and doesn't want to be disturbed. Sometime later, when everyone has slept, Hanbin and Zhang are awake. When asked why isn't he sleeping, the Valkyrian reveals he can't sleep thinking about the nagging he will get from his friends who are waiting for him outside. Zhang praises him for having 2 attractive companions despite his stoic appearance. When Hanbin reveals that one is a guy, he says that this is the most shocking thing he has heard. He tells him a little about his life on Earth. He was always alone, and no one listened to him. In the end, he turned to books rather than people. He felt as if those heroes from books were speaking to him rather than people themselves. Ironically, that's how he lost his life. Hanbin is shocked to learn that Zhang died and then came to this world. At first he thought about dying, but when he reached level 5, he met some people like him in the tutorial, who died in their previous lives too. The harsh reality they had to face made them become friends very quickly. He smiles, talking about how they were his first real friends. He treasured the time he spent with his new friends, but he was alone once again when he was sent to Latna. The reason he isn't hiding is because he wants to become a famous warrior and reach his lost friends. He admits his noble goals were driven by selfish motives. Hanbin tells him that there's nothing wrong with it. Money, honor, or peace of mind, these are all dreams of every person. People who don't give their all for their goals are either fools or backstabbing liars. It's a matter of whether he is the only one benefiting or others are also gaining something from it. He tells him that his selfish motive is what's keeping everyone here alive. The world he is imagining is quite honorable itself. The Valkyrian realizes that his pep talk is quite serious, though he reminds himself that he is now over 40 years old, and his speech is justified. Despite all of that, he fears Zhang might be uncomfortable after his speech. However, the newbie instead declares that Hanbin is his role model, someone he'll forever bow to and even write a book about his heroic deeds. Hanbin stops him and regrets speaking on this topic. He thinks he should have just told him to leave everything behind and survive on his own. Elsewhere in the dungeon, Leslie is struggling to walk. It is revealed that Zenobia weakened her seal, which kept her killing impulse in control because she was running late with her mission. Since she has foreseen her death, she plans to commit homicide to satisfy her impulse. Just in time, the yellow-haired man shows up looking for her. She demands he stay away from her, but the man tells her there's no need to be afraid. He reveals he is supposed to meet some guards here, and if she gives them a report, she will also be awarded. She catches him off guard and finally stabs him with her knife. She appears to be having a sadistic smile, but is fully aware that whatever she does, she can't get away from this. She is fully aware that she's nothing more than a pawn to those heroes. She receives 54 mg of the Joy of Ormfloss for killing the yellow-haired man. Soon the guards also arrive at the scene and she can't help but wish to eliminate them all. People usually start doing bad deeds when no one is looking, and when he and Jang go to look for Leslie, it is already too late. A prisoner and a soldier of the judge are already dead. However, the problem was the soldier died at the hands of a prisoner. It appeared that she attempted to commit suicide, but when they found her, she was still breathing. Hanbin inspects the dead soldier and, based on their levels, deduces that Leslie might be the one who killed him. As he wonders why would a guard be alone, he realizes something and proceeds to walk toward the direction where the guards came from. He commands Jang to wake up all the prisoners, because they are going to the boss room to close the dungeon, leaving him surprised. He knows that Leslie's body needs is heal itself through prana, but a permanent solution is a potion. Not only that, it appears that the injured guard survived and escaped, so there will be more coming. Hanbin aims to stop them and uses his tracking skills to take initiative. Through his tracking skill, he locates the guard, who's moving away from the boss's room, and feels sure he can intercept them. Before rushing off, he tells Jung to meet him at the end of the Eastern Valley. He felt uneasy and regrets not turning back, but if he had, maybe the worst could have been avoided. Suddenly, a dark silhouette impales him with an almost invisible object, leaving him stunned and speechless. This dark silhouette turns out to be Leonhardt, who reveals he was on his way to find him Eric Garoon, only to realize that the man he's facing is also Falad Bene, the Valtirian warrior. Hanbin questions whether this is just a coincidence, but Leonhardt explains that he's here because it's part of his job. Meanwhile, Jung, leading the prisoners to the boss room, is being interrogated by the prisoners, who have no sight of Hanbin. He reassures them that the Valtirian is fine. He is buying them time to run, all while taking on the monsters himself. The prisoners cheer for the Valtirian, while Jang has a bad feeling about the guards, though he deduces Leslie must have her reasons. He is trying to stay focused because responsibilities would come after they have finished here. No matter what era it is, heroic tales always move people. That's probably because heroic stories aren't realistic. After making it to the boss's room, they witness a ballista unit of guards, all prepared to strike. Since the world isn't kind enough for a hero to be able to survive in it, Jang made such a fuss when he arrived in this world. He believed it would work out well somehow, and would meet his friends and big brother. Suddenly he calls for everyone to run. But it's too late. Everyone gets slaughtered. Jang blames himself for being weak in the idea of justice, but regardless, his story ends here. It was a moderately stimulating story with a rough, cheap script. The ending had no meaning or moral to it. It's an obvious outcome. Before closing his eyes forever, he has a final vision where Leslie tells him that there's still more left in the end, but it won't end the way he hoped. He will never become a hero and will end up giving up on justice. As she forces a fragment of Ormfloss's blessing into his mouth, Leslie knows he'll resent and blame her. But she does it anyway, believing it's still for his good. The guards start searching for the Valtirian in the pile of dead and gravely injured bodies. Just when they start searching, they discover the blue-haired man alive. He miraculously survived because of the ring artifact that he had been wearing the entire time. The man asks for help, but the guards tell him that they are supposed to kill everyone unless he reveals the Valtirian warrior's location, in which case they'll save him without the judge knowing. After being forced to consume the Ormflau's blessing, Jung now gets up on his feet. Back to Hanbin, he never expected that a heresy inquisitor would visit him for work. He tells Leonhardt that if they are talking about work, the judge could give him plenty, seeing how he unfairly treated countless prisoners. Leonhardt reveals that the Dark Brotherhood will give him his rightful judgment for labeling a Latnian as an otherworlder. The other crimes he committed aren't in their jurisdiction. He further claims that heresy inquisitor's job isn't finding naughty sheep, but the wolves draped in sheep's clothing. Smiling, he asks Leonhardt if it would really matter if he lied about being a Valtirian because he must have found out his real level, so there's no way he can be an otherworlder. Hanbin dismisses their conversation and continues to walk forward, but Leonhardt threatens him that if he is planning to run away, he will just ask Atis and Effer about Ormflaus's blessing. Hanbin's hunter's instincts kick in, and he points his longsword at Leonhardt. To him, it now makes sense that Leonhardt knows about Atis, but knowing about the Wyvern and Ormflaus blessing is concerning for him. When he is asked what is he going to do with Atis and Effer, Leonhardt reveals he hasn't done anything yet, and since his friends are also looking for him, he thinks it would be better if he finds him first. In the end, he says that since Hanbin won't tell the truth and he doesn't believe anything he says anyway, there's no point in continuing the conversation. Both fighters immediately engage in close-quarters combat, and Leonhardt has no choice but to acknowledge Hanbin's destructive power, though he wonders if that's all his opponent has got. Hanbin reminds him that he picked the fight, but he is taking it too easy. Leonhardt tells him that he is giving it all he has got, and proves it by slamming Hanbin into the wall, causing his sword to get lodged there. Seeing him struggling, Leonhardt points out that he is also not taking this seriously. He reveals that otherworlders use skills given to them by their guideline, so it's different from ones who train their skills through sweat and blood. Therefore, he wants Hanbin to not hold back, because his habits don't lie. The Valkyrian, who was on the receiving end of this fight, kicks Leonhardt in the stomach. He deduces this skill isn't a skill, but a display of brutish strength. He admits that he hasn't heard something great like this in a while, and appears to be excited as he remarks it. Instead of pulling out the sword from the wall, it is lodged into, he swings it along with a massive chunk of rock still attached, intending to crush his opponent. However, Leonhardt shatters the chunk of rock with ease, and then wonders aloud how despite not being an otherworlder, Hanbin has such strength at level 5. The Valkyrian tells him that he got this way after beating up countless dogs trying to survive. Leonhardt rushes at him, shouting that he's out of his mind. However, Hanbin reminds him that he is accusing someone of being an otherworlder when they are only level 5. He says that it won't be strange to see a level 5 otherworlder, since this world created by the 6 goddesses never had otherworlders in the first place. Hanbin is surprised to learn that his opponent is using his broken arm while simultaneously healing it. He also shares his opinion, calling him weird. He expresses that there could even be otherworlders out there, and because of that reason he can't deduce who is the villain here. Leonhardt remarks, "Villain is a word that only strong can say. Sheep will always tremble in fear just in the presence of a wolf." One of his heavy punches finally connects to Hanbin's jaw, making him bleed and acknowledge Leonhardt's strength. He is well aware that Heresy Inquisitors specialize in combat. Fighting 1 versus 1 against them is nothing but a disadvantage. Hanbin decides to pressure him with more strength. He grabs him by the collar and headbutts him, breaking his face mask. He attempts to throw another punch at him, but Leonhardt, whose real face has been revealed, says it's too late. Hanbin's guideline shows Leonhardt as a level 120 spiritualist with Goddess's blessing, and has a plus alpha in his level. The instant his level is revealed, he makes contact with the Sword King's swords with his hand, and blasts him through several walls with his magic aura. Hanbin wonders just how powerful he is, and what the plus alpha in his level even means. He is sure he swung his sword, but doesn't understand why is his hand bleeding. Leonhardt closes the gap in a flash and tells him that his sword couldn't pierce through his barrier. He explains that Hanbin may have a physical advantage, but his aura is no match for his prana, which means his sword is redirected to the damage to his hand. When Hanbin calls him a cheater, he claims this is fighting without holding back. He explains the predators that have survived the longest neither underestimate nor rush at their prey. They observe it, discerning the prey's weakness, and then hunt it. He tries to kick Hanbin's hand, forcing him to drop his sword, and expresses that Hanbin not being able to use aura was out of his expectations. Still, he thinks that's exactly how Hanbin has managed to survive so far. Using all his strength, he kicks Hanbin in the gut, launching him through a series of walls, and in this attack the Valkyrian receives quite some damage. Following the kick, Leonhardt follows up with another strike, unleashing a flurry of magic rods at him. He is sure Hanbin didn't use any skill, nor Ormflaus's blessing, and there wasn't anything that proved he was an otherworlder until the end. He deduces Zhang must be the otherworlder in this situation. He was looking forward to this fight but was left disappointed. As Leonhardt is walking off, Hanbin finally unleashes his maximum power and destroys the magic rods. He smiles after discovering the Valkyrian's real form. Hanbin charges at him at full speed, but Leonhardt is also prepared to block his attacks with a reflective shield. When the Valkyrian's sword makes contact with the barrier, his sword bounces back and the damage is reversed to his hand. Leonhardt says Hanbin should have realized by now that attacking his prana without aura is pointless. Seeing the Sword King in a state of despair, he calls him pathetic. Consumed by rage and frustration, Hanbin manages to penetrate through Leonhardt's barrier with his residual aura. He clocks that Hanbin's recklessness will only destroy him, but then realizes that he might be in a state where he isn't conscious of his pain. The Valkyrian relentlessly attacks him like a savage beast, which Leonhardt doesn't consider swordsmanship. He reveals to have heard that the Valkyrian becomes a monster the longer he fights. If that's true, he wonders what on earth Hanbin has been battling all this time. Their fight is so intense that it shakes the whole dungeon. Even Atis and Epher can hear it. They deduce the Heresy Inquisitor must have reached their friend before them and is fighting him. Atis is sure if it's Hanbin, he must have gone to the boss room to clear the dungeon. The wyvern has him follow her lead because she knows the way, though she believes something may be wrong in this route. Efer fears Hanbin might lose this fight, but Atis points out that losing isn't the problem here. Fighting against the Inquisitor means he is making the Dark Brotherhood his enemy. Furthermore, an Inquisitor won't be an easy opponent even for Hanbin. He's certain the fight will only end with one of them dead. Efer fears even if their friend wins, he will become addicted to killing. Atisi plans to prevent that from happening and rushes to rescue his friend. Elsewhere, Zhang has risen once more, and the skeleton monsters standing there turn to face their black gaze towards the warrior. They were atrocious and killed people without hesitation, but he quickly dealt with them. He felt no sympathy for the monsters. The monsters charged at him, speaking in human language, something that shouldn't be possible. Just as impossible was the sight of skeletons screaming in pain. Even so, he is always on the side of justice. He may have hesitated if he had heard the monsters cry out in pain, and hunting wouldn't have been as enjoyable. Suddenly, a spear pierces straight through his body, and since his level is too low to be able to utilize Ormflaus' blessing, the curse switches to auto-hunting mode. His body rejects the spear after switching the mode. Nothing can stop him, the chosen warrior, since the main character is not someone who can falter. That is because this whole thing is a storybook. As Zhang acquires loads of experience from killing the guards, the joy escalates to 805 milligrams. The blue-haired man is left speechless to witness the massacre. As the newbie approaches, he begs for his life, pleading with Zhang not to kill him and offering the ring artifact as a token of merit. He is surprised when the newbie Hunter X and wonders if heals a wound on his arm using the ring he gave him. Since only Otherworlders know the activation spell, he deduces him as an Otherworlder. Zhang asks the prisoners not to worry and declares that they will be taking out the artifact and clearing the dungeon. He picks up Leslie in his arms and thinks of proceeding towards the artifact, only to be stopped by Atis and Efer. Since they aren't acquainted and haven't met before, the mage warns him that if he gets any closer to the magic source, then he will fire at full power, and even calls him an Otherworlder. The blue-haired man escapes, as Atis and Efer arrive to confront Zhang. The wyvern figures out that their opponent's form reveals he has used Ormflaus' blessing. Atis is also able to tell through his staff that's equipped with Ormflaus' blessing. He points out that their opponent likely has lost control over it. On top of that, he already has killed a few soldiers, and his level must have risen too. Efer suspects Great Earth, but Atis believes they can't be sure. He asks the blue-haired man if he has seen the Valtirian, and learns that Hanbin also came here. They guess they must have missed him. Looking at the guard corpses scattered around, they feel good that Hanbin wasn't the cause of this massacre. The blue-haired guy isn't able to fathom how calm Atis and Efer are, and asks them to run with him because the guy they are provoking lived after having a hole put in his stomach. He sliced armored soldiers in half like butter. When he says they wouldn't believe him since they've never seen anything like it, they reassure him that they're already aware. Efer is aware that if they leave him be, he is going to get even stronger by killing other hunters on the surface. Atis is sure that they are the only hunters that are going to deal with something like this, and since he has got Ormflaus' blessing, people would think he is the only Otherworlder, instead of suspecting Hanbin. Hearing the name Felad, barely conscious Zhang closes the distance between him and Atis. Startled, Efer prepares to attack him, only to be stopped by her friend, who attempts to communicate with the Otherworlder. He requests cooperation from him to find Hanbin, instead of fighting each other. Moreover, it will be easier for him to escape in his original form. Atis then enables a spell to separate the Ormflaus blessing from Zhang, something that he is trying out for the first time. Amidst this process, Efer spots Leslie and recognizes her as one of the people from the Great Earth. Another unexpected incident occurs when the blue-haired man takes out the artifact, wanting to leave the place. The wyvern calls for him to wait, but it's already too late. The dungeon closes and she finds herself at a different location because she wasn't able to touch him. Martin just so happens to be present at the exact place she gets teleported. He reveals he was looking for her since she wasn't at the rendezvous. The blue-haired man shouts that an Otherworlder was in the dungeon and wiped everyone out, asking him to get some hunters to kill that Otherworlder. Suddenly, they witness a large-scale blast in the direction of the Hunters Guild. Brad, along with some hunters, is fighting Zhang, who has captured Atis. He informs his magicians to be careful because their opponent has taken a hostage. He knew something was off the moment the Heresy Inquisitor showed up, but never imagined that the monster would be this strong. Moreover, a monster can't come out after the dungeon is closed. Some hunters surround Zhang believing they will stop him. They feel their opponent may be big, but it's docile. One hunter goes for the head, but Zhang annihilates him, revealing more of his power and taking on a new winged form. Before fleeing, he calls the hunters lowly monsters. Efer was only able to spectate this fight, as she was too shocked to take any action. She rushes to check on Brad, who has suffered a grave injury. He apologizes because he wasn't able to prevent Atis from being taken away. He remarks the opponent was too strong and it even had wings. She appears to be concerned about his health, which seems to be worsening with every second. She rushes to find some spiritualists to heal his wound. However, Zhang stops her, revealing that Martin has a healing artifact. Martin already assesses the gravity of the situation, but remains silent. Even after hearing Brad out, he calls his friend a reckless fighter. He advises her to rush to Atis before other hunters reach him, who might harm him. He provokes her for being scared, and she responds by revealing her gratitude. She then leaves to rescue Atis. Brad knows the way he encouraged her was dramatic, but feels that he can't hold back because Effer is going to soar much further. Before they separated, Zhang and Hanbin made a promise to meet at the end of the Eastern Valley. Currently, the newbie is headed there to fulfill his promise. Suddenly he spots Effer and calls her a dragon. However, she corrects him that she is a wyvern. Monsters infiltrated the world, causing it to succumb to despair. People fought until their last breath to safeguard the place they called home. Among those brave souls was the protagonist of this story, Carcelian Levandayan, who fought against the menace just as viciously. Many years passed with him battling countless monsters, relentlessly piling up dead bodies with the only blade he had, and not an ounce of fear in his heart. Then finally, a day came when he fought Irn's brother from another mother. That bastard was one tough nut to crack. The battle was brutal, but he eventually took down the piece of shit. In the aftermath of the battle, he too succumbed to death. But fate had other plans. With his soul drifting through this endless void, he met a human boy hailing from some planet known as Earth. The boy's name was Seo Dojin, who was on the brink of death for some unknown reason. Before dying, he wanted to make a simple request to Vandayan, who immediately refused even before listening to what this boy wanted to say. After all, bro just wanted to die peacefully. He was done with all the shit. He lost his country to the monsters, lost his loved ones, and eventually died a dog's death. While this boy, Seo Dojin, didn't really want to live either, he desperately wanted his family to have a good life. Well, it seems like Vandayan is finally ready to listen to this dude's request. The boy lights up like a kid in a candy store and musters up the courage to say he wants his family to live peacefully. And so, our boy gladly takes on the job to protect this boy's family, and finds himself on Earth. Now rocking the body of that teenage boy Dojin, our guy is on a mission to infiltrate Namsen Gate, which is ranked C for obvious reasons. Only registered heroes are allowed to enter, so the automated machine keeps blaring at him to scan his ID card, which our guy obviously doesn't have. He simply crashes through the guarded and authorized building to enter the gate, triggering the security alarm blaring about the infiltration. Once inside, he starts walking around trying to find monsters to smash. That's when he stumbles across a party of heroes, folks who have official licenses and permission to be there. They assume our boy is someone who got lost and offer to show him the way out, especially since they're heading for the exit too. Dojin stays silent, giving off a weird vibe. Even these heroes can tell something's off. He's wearing casual clothes and doesn't look like a hero at all. Sure, porters nowadays dress more casually, but our boy's outfit is way too simple for its own good. And what's up with that bag on his back? For all they know, he's probably just a clueless porter who got abandoned by the party he originally came with. Then again, they're not so sure. Dojun finally speaks up, acknowledging why they're feeling super skeptical, but makes it clear he came here on his own without any hero's party. Hearing this, one of the heroes sighs, understanding the reason behind our boy's presence. He has seen plenty of cases where people catch a hard boner to become a hero and hunt monsters after watching some flashy TV commercials. But that burst of motivation can get someone killed real fast if they barge into gates recklessly without going through legal procedures. First, you need to get officially certified as a hero. Then you go through training and testing. Not to mention, this gate is C rank for a reason. If you're a rookie just starting your career, you better go find an F rank gate before you lose your life for real. After listening to this dude yapping and generously handing out advice no one asked for, Dojin makes it abundantly clear he doesn't need shit. Naturally, the crew of heroes is bewildered by this kid clapping back with such a cold tone. After all, they were just trying to help. So they get a bit pissed, but the leader tells his comrades to hold their horses. If the guy doesn't want help, then fine, leave him be. The leader is confident this kid will eventually learn the hard way why you don't cover your ears when someone wise is talking. They hope he finds out just how unforgiving these gates are, unlike the TV shows that glamorize being a hero like it's the second coming of Christ. Soon enough, Dojin finally comes across a giant troll staring him down, ready to eat him alive. The monster unleashes an attack, only to miss and hit the ground. Bro moved so fast the troll couldn't even process what the hell happened. Then he balls up his fist and delivers a devastating punch, hard enough to blow the orc's face clean off. It's basically something out of One Punch Man, or Omni-Man on a killing spree. Now that the monster's out of the picture, here comes the juicy part. Time to loot, baby. First, he grabs the sword that bastard was carrying. Then he uses that same sword to dig further into the monster's body and extracts a shiny gemstone. It's actually a low-grade magic stone, so insignificant that Dojin never even bothered with them before in his previous life. But since he's broke right now, he's got no choice. Suddenly more monsters swarm the area, pissed after seeing their buddy decapitated. Dojin turns around and chucks the gemstone so fast it literally blows one of their heads clean off. The other two dumbasses charge in like they've got some death wish they want fulfilled. Well, Dojin's more than happy to grant it. While he's wrecking havoc, we cut back to the crew of heroes trudging through this monster-infested territory. Currently, their minds are still stuck on the encounter they had with that young man. The orange-haired woman is actually worried about Dojin's well-being, fearing he might end up dead. But the leader of the pack assures her that's highly unlikely. If he is some unauthorized guy who barged into the gate, agents from the control center will find him soon enough. Those agents on missions are always B rank or above. And since this gate is C rank, there's no way in hell he's dying here. As long as the kid steers clear of recklessly rushing at monsters, he's got no chance of losing his life. The Baldy agrees with his leader's assessment. He's pretty sure the arrogant brat must be trembling in fear, waiting for the agents to save his ass from doom. Well, the story is pretty much the opposite. It's our guy who's literally making these plus-sized sandbags shake in fear. One punch and the prey is down. He's so fast they can't even touch him, let alone crush him under the weight of their blades. He appears right behind one of the dumbasses and delivers a kick so hard it demolishes the guy's head. With all the suckers down, he grabs one of their swords and proceeds to harvest the sweet magic stones all for himself. After a while, he's done stuffing his bag and ready to leave. Though honestly, he's pretty disappointed with today's grind. It's basically dead weight in his bag, all those low-grade gems. Right then, one of the agent guys finally spots him and calls out to his buddies. Before our guy can fully turn, those suited men give him a tough stare down. First, they explain they're from the gate control center and suggest he show his hero registration card. If he's unregistered, he has to come to the control center with them. Our guy isn't sure about that, which makes the suited dude tense up even more and get colder, insisting he cooperate and follow the proper procedures. The only response the suits get is annoyance etched all over our guy's face, and all this unnecessary drama killing his mood. Then again, bro ain't got the energy to argue. He just turns to leave. Since words aren't working, the suits threaten handcuffs if he refuses to comply. Physical force may be used if necessary. One of the more impatient ones dares to grab our guy's hand and threatens him with the injuries he'll sustain if he refuses to cooperate. What's worse, all responsibility will be on his shoulders. So it's everyone's best interest to solve things with words, not violence. Seems like Dojin's done with all the yapping, so he grabs that bastard's hand back and warns him to stop sticking out like a thorn in his path. This chilling warning makes the poor suit guy instinctively scared. A chill runs down his spine. The other two bastards pull out their magic-infused batons. They're actually grade 4 magic staffs, powerful enough to subdue an orc. But they don't have enough power to hurt our guy physically. So he aggressively twists the bastard's hand, making him whine like the whiny bitch he is. Bro then issues a final warning. They better leave now if they don't want to lose the last shred of dignity they have left. Eventually, duty-bound suits are forced to retaliate with violence. They try their best to tag our guy with the magic staffs, but none succeed. Our guy delivers a crushing blow right into the back of one bastard, then hits another in the belly. Next, he focuses on the guy in glasses, the last man standing. The last dude senses what's coming and gets tense. Dojin blurs away, vanishing into thin air, causing the bastard to panic at literally seeing a man disappear. Then, out of nowhere, comes a sneaky punch right into the gut, making the bastard stagger backward in pain. Seems like Dojin is tired of all the bullshit and agents chasing him, so he finally starts thinking about registering as a hero after all. The agent assures him that as long as he avoids shady or illegal stuff, no agents will be out hunting him. Dojin then questions this thing called a rift, a question that completely throws the agent off. Quick context on how this world operates. There are multiple passages connecting to another world where strange monsters live. These passages are scattered across the world. The gemstones harvested from monster corpses are used as new energy sources, making them highly coveted. Because of this, the government oversees these passages to maintain full control over each one. Every government-controlled and open passage for heroes is called a gate. Passages that aren't controlled or enclosed are known as rifts. Back to our boy, who finds it ridiculously annoying that these suits follow him everywhere, accusing him of trespassing no matter which gate he passes through. The poor agent explains that if an unregistered hero enters a gate without permission, the control center is automatically notified, and agents waiting nearby are dispatched immediately. Since our guy is thinking about entering a rift, the agent makes it clear these aren't as easy to access as any gate. Trespassing into a rift results in a strict punishment, no warnings, no plea deals. Dojin isn't interested in hearing any of that, so he grabs the poor guy by the face and throws him aside like a trash bag. By now, the poor agent regrets not calling headquarters. This shit's way over his pay grade. Before leaving, Dojin takes one last glance at the trash agent lying there, thinking about what a weakling this dude actually is. The weakling seems to have a fractured arm and is busy shouting threats, promising to catch our boy and put him behind bars. The scene transitions to Seoul, Gas and Digital Complex in Gyeongcheon District. This giant building is now known as the Hero Complex. Here, all trades related to magic stones or anything found in the gates go down. And nowadays, this place is busier than ever. Dojin can be seen heading toward one of the stores that deals in buying and selling magic stones. Upon entering, he's greeted by this Gen Z bastard, busy scrolling through brain-rotting Insta-reels. When Dojin says he wants to sell some magic stones, the cunning shop owner immediately starts preaching about his business, claiming this branch offers the highest prices to their clients. He even goes as far as saying they're the best in the whole country. Dojin finally puts all the low-grade gems smeared in monster blood on the counter, causing the store owner to put on this sour expression like he just got boned from behind. He's seriously grossed out by all the blood stuck to the stones. Regardless, he doesn't complain and moves forward with the transaction. Dojin is asked if he wants some coffee while the stones are being processed. A little while later, he is sipping coffee while the shop owner carefully cleans the blood off the stones. Afterwards, the owner calculates the total amount due. There are 12 low-grade magic stones, 16 medium-grade ones, plus 5 upper and lower-grade stones as well. After deducting a 40% commission, Dojin is set to receive around 5.5 million won. Well, our boy isn't too comfortable handing over 40% as commission. It just feels unfair because he did all the hunting and wasted his time. So how the hell does this bastard think he's entitled to nearly half the money? The shop owner proudly claims he's being generous, charging only 40%, especially since every competitor in this business charges 45% or more. He's so confident that he even offers Dojin to take his stones back if he doesn't like the price. After all, no one else will offer more, or at least that's what this bastard claims. Our guy ain't falling for that trap and starts stuffing his precious stones back into his bag. Seeing his tricks aren't working, the bastard grabs Dojin's hand before he leaves and demands compensation for the appraisal and the coffee he drank. It's 30,000 won for the appraisal plus an extra 10,000 for the coffee. Not to mention, all the blood he had to wipe off ruined his expensive towel. With everything added up, Dojin supposedly owes the guy around 350,000 won. Dojun isn't giving in to these unreasonable demands, no matter how hard this crazy bastard pushes. Seeing nothing's working, the bastard stoops to street-level tactics and threatens Dojin with the C-class heroes he has as his guards. Right then, those big guys barge in through the back door, asking why they were called. If anyone's causing trouble, they're ready to deal with them. Dojin in response shoots a sharp glare at the bastard, who stares right back with the same intensity. A while passes, and the scene cuts to the terrified, sweaty face of the shop owner, who had been acting cocky like he was the main character. But he got a reality check when Dojin took down his 3 pigs, without breaking a sweat, making it clear who the real MC is. My guy then walks up to the counter and smoothly negotiates the commission down to 1%, no questions asked. We all know there's no arguing when someone like Dojin is staring straight into your soul like that. So the deal goes through, and Dojin walks out with a fat stack of cash for the haul he collected with his sweat, or rather, his fists. His grandma and sister are both in total awe at the huge amount of money. Grandma even suspects Dojin is pulling a fast one with fake bills. But the guy quickly clears that up, saying the money came from lending cash to a friend who started a business that ended up doing really well. Grandma isn't sure if her grandson even has a friend like that. He tries to convince Grandma with another lie that it was a childhood friend. Eventually, Grandma stops asking questions, at least the big ones. Meanwhile, Dojin's sister is super proud of her big brother for making their family rich. The doting brother pats her and gives her hope about the luxury life they'll be living from now on. The little girl just jumps around happy to be rich. Watching her so happy, Dojin realizes he's actually making progress fulfilling a promise he once made. He remembers the words of the owner of the body he's possessing, whose one dying wish was for his grandma and his half-sister Yoon to live safe and happy lives. That poor guy disappeared right before Dojin could say anything, and when he woke up, he had become Seo Dojin. Now his only mission is to make sure this little family lives safely and comfortably. For that, he wants to buy the safest house in Korea, which currently costs 110 billion won. For him, making money won't be an issue as long as he gets his original strength back. This world shares a lot of similarities with the one he came from, the one that was destroyed. The only big difference is that rifts, gates, monsters here are all marginally weaker than the world he once saw fall. To him, who held the title of Sword God in his previous life, this place is nothing but a sandbox. So far, he's only been fighting at 1/10 of his original power. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door, and the visitor says he wants to see Seo Dojin. Bro stands up and decides to answer. As he opens the door, he finds 2 thugs standing outside. These guys are here to claim a debt Dojin owes, an insane 48 million won. Seeing this, Dojin's sure these are loan sharks. The real Seo Dojin borrowed money from before he left this world for good. Though it was supposed to be just 5 million won originally for his grandma's hospital bills, these guys are charging crazy interest to demand 10 times the original amount in no time. They know he's been making money through gates lately, so they want him to cough up the cash since it's all documented in the contract. But the only repayment these bastards get is a jaw-busting punch right in the big guy's face. That single punch sends the poor thug flying, leaving his partner with his jaw hanging in disbelief. Our guy then gives the scrawny bastard a deadly stare to remind him that over 9 million won has already been repaid. So if you do the math, these bastards should be paying him interest. With another punch that makes the bastard cry like a bitch, Dojin tells him to tell his boss that Dojin's coming to pay a visit. The scene then cuts to the shopping mall, bustling with life. There, we see sweet little Eunyoung lighting up a kid in a teddy bear store. Dojin brought her here for a shopping spree. Today she's free to get anything she wants. You know, our boy wasn't always that soft-hearted Pookie in his previous life. It's the original Dojun's memories that revitalized his dry emotions. It makes his heart warm up to see how kindly Dojin treats Eunyoung, even though she's only his half-sister. So he wants to keep doing the same, and make sure to give all the love he can muster for this little girl. The little girl finally chooses a stuffed toy she really wants. It's a small but cute bunny. She picks it modestly, making sure she's not being extravagant. But Dojin picks a way bigger stuffed toy for her. He doesn't want her to hold back at all. It's her day, and she can pick whatever her heart desires without thinking twice about money. They both treat themselves to some good food too. As they enjoy their meals, an unfamiliar voice calls out our boy's name. It's a middle-aged woman followed by a bunch of bodyguards. This chubby MILF seems like yet another trash talker who loves to hate on our boy. First, she points out his lousy sense of dressing. Then she questions the girl sitting next to him. She's bold enough to throw a jab, saying he must have knocked someone up and had this girl, just like how his mother brought him to this world. Of course, these sharp jabs infuriate our boy beyond anything. Meanwhile, the little girl has no clue who this lady is or why she's trash-talking so casually. This MILF then promptly turns her attention to the girl and asks her name. The girl introduces herself as Lee Eunyoung, which makes this trash MILF realize she's Dojin's sister. Out of habit, the woman throws a jab at her clothes too, calling her a mess. This bitch isn't sparing her deceased mother either. And all of this is just getting on our boy's nerves real bad. But for some reason, he's holding it all in, not trying to get aggressive with her provocations. Even this MILF is pretty astonished at how Dojin is keeping his composure, not falling for her traps. So this bitch decides to go one step further. This fat piece of work is bold enough to ask a child the meaning of harlot. Well, that's the last straw. Dojin snaps and calls her an ugly woman who belongs to a tribe of orcs. Of course, the woman is left wide-eyed and mind blank after getting caught off guard. Let's have a little context to understand why Dojin has been tolerating this woman only so much. You see, Dojin was born an illegitimate child and lived in poverty. At the tender age of 7, his mother died, and he barely made it to his father's house. With his father marrying a new woman, he was shunned by everyone. It only got worse after his father's legitimate wife gave birth to a son, and Dojin was ignored completely. Things got so bad that he got kicked out of the very house he lived in. So he lived with his half-sibling at his grandmother's house. As our boy reflects back, he feels pity for the original Dojin who had to endure all this and still tried to keep a smile on his face like he had no pain in his life. But now he wants to change everything. Seems like this woman is his stepsister, which explains why he was trying to hold himself back. But he won't tolerate her no more. He recalls how he shared a roof with this orc of a woman, and she's just as disgusting as ever. Not only is her personality messed up and her appearance orc-like, she's also dumb as hell. He further crushes her spirit by dropping brutal bombs on how she's a wreck with an inferiority complex. That's the only reason she projects her insecurities onto others by calling them ugly. She's just a gold digger obsessed with others, and that's the real truth the world should know. As he continues to crush her under his sharp jabs, the entire shopping mall watches them like they're the center of attention. The orc lady is totally annoyed and about to lose it, but then Dojin's stepmother walks in. Seeing her mom, the orc lady approaches her like the whiny bitch she is, complaining how this kid just shut her down with words. But this mother is aggravated to see her daughter whining like that and shuts her up with a cold glare. Not gonna lie, bro's got one heck of a stepmom. At first, I even thought the orc lady was his stepmom. The hot mama turns her attention to our boy and greets him with utmost grace. She's inviting him to come back home and hang out for some fun. But Dojin knows all too well that this facade his stepmom is putting up is fake. After all, she's the one who caused the most misery and unrest in the 12 years he lived with them. The woman continues reminding Dojin of things he never wants to remember, triggering his PTSD and making him go full serious mode. With a tone colder than your mother's jokes, our guy tells this bitch to get the fuck lost. That's a major slap to her dignity, being shit-talked by someone younger than her. She just twirls around and leaves with the last bit of dignity she has left. For real though, she wasn't expecting him to clap back so sharply. She's left wondering if he's the same guy who would just lower his head even when she slapped him for no reason. Her bitch of a daughter follows along, with their bodyguards also following the both ladies. Honestly, these guards played the perfect role of mannequins in this ordeal. Let's shift our attention to our boy. Seems like these two girls totally ruined the time our duo was having. So our boy decides to be on his way too. The way he reacted to his stepfamily was intentional. He wanted to make one thing clear: the Seo Dojun who couldn't even speak up for himself is gone. It's high time his trash family realizes that. We then cut to a Mercedes zooming down the road. Inside the car, we see both the trash mother and daughter. The daughter is pissed at her mom for just walking out quietly instead of putting Dojun in his place. As she vents her frustration and curses our boy for the humiliation they suffered, the mother orders her manager to answer why Dojun is still alive. Well, Baldy has no clue how this dude is alive. It doesn't match the reports. The woman blares at the top of her lungs about the bullshit this man is spouting. How the heck could he be alive if they made sure the job was done and clear? The poor guy assures her he'll look into the matter again and make sure this time the job is executed properly. Meanwhile, the trash daughter has no clue what her shady mother has been plotting all along. She's rattled hearing talk about killing and dying. Eventually, the mom poses a question to her daughter, wondering if she has feelings for Dojun. This catches the fat pig off guard, making her blush and flustered. Actually, she's worried about Dojun dying because if grandpa or dad find out, they're gonna be in serious trouble. The mother grabs her daughter by the mouth hard enough and drills her to stay the hell away from her business. The mother is dead set on claiming Dojun's life, with no plan to spare him, especially not after how he dared to talk back to her. Getting rid of him is the best revenge she can think of. A decade ago, the world took a turn to chaos with the appearance of the Rift. This terrifying dimension gave birth to monsters, spawning from the portal, armed with the objective of slaughtering humans upon sight. Their terror didn't stop. It was ceaseless, and eventually demolished the world, scarring it with destroyed cities engulfed in flames. However, just like the appearance of the dark forces, there came the emergence of the light in the form of valiant warriors called the Heroes. With their emergence, the first discovery of mana stones was made from the dead bodies of the defeated monsters. Back to the present. Dojun's going somewhere, reflecting how mana stones quickly shifted the world's dependence from traditional energy sources. Because of their key role, countries decided to center their attention towards the emerging rifts, basically claiming priority over them so they could extract resources. With the current state of the world in motion, all of its industrialization is completely reliant on the concept of gates and the dependence of heroes. And because of that, the profession that can be classified as a hero reaps high rewards. A consistent high salary can only be achieved via becoming a proper hero. Dojun's arrived at his destination, and it's actually the Yongdongpo HCS capital establishment. I know that's a mouthful, but you guys will see why he's come here soon. He finds himself entering the building, and upon first glance, the boss and his clowns look like your average run-of-the-mill thugs who want to scare people with their ugly faces. But Dojun is pretty chill about the situation. The boss puts out his cigarette and points out our boy's audacity to not only beat the crap out of his goons, but also to show his face at the door. It really shows that Dojun really doesn't give a flying fudge about anyone. He cleverly tells the organization's owner that in reality, it's actually Dojun himself who found himself at a real loss. That statement is ridiculous from the point of the view of the boss, so he seeks clarification on what our guy means. Dojun clarifies that actually, he's come here to receive his well-deserved compensation. After all, he's endured mental, physical, and materialistic losses all this time because of the existence of these clowns. With his strong and serious words, the boss has noticed one significant change from the boy's personality. Something about the kid has changed. He's no longer the soft-spoken spirit or the gentle person he was. Then there's the added evidence that this same kid destroyed the lackeys he sent to his door. All things considered, the boss's leading suspicion is that Seo Dojun must have experienced a unique kind of awakening throughout his experiences in the gate. Despite knowing this, Dude still decides to act arrogant and tells Dojun that his newfound confidence because of his awakening will become his own undoing. The hypocrite calls our boy for being overconfident in his abilities, and to back up his claims, he brings over a bunch of grumpy men to intimidate him. Of course, he can pack all the muscle he needs, but to the experience of the sword god, they're practically insects in comparison. The boss is talking out of his ass and states that even those awakened people end up getting killed like deadweight and low-class heroes in the end. The funniest part? Bro is under the assumption that Seo Dojun is nothing beyond the level of a D-class hero, and that his organization can easily stomp on someone as weak as that. Meanwhile, Dojun is just chilling on the sofa in the background while five guys are staring him down. Without showing even a hint of amusement, he orders the boss to sit the heck back down. The boss is astonished to hear him continue to speak in his previous tone, while Dojun emphasizes with a serious face that he's not done talking. Hearing him say something like that, one of the guys decides to get his balls tripped up and challenges Dojun. Amusingly enough, our boy happily takes off his glasses, adding more to his confusion. And then he hammers a Mike Tyson ballistic universal machine gun rocket punch 9000 in his damn face. The dude is sent flying from the impact while his friends are at a loss for words. But that's not all, because the beating is shared among the group as Dojun knocks down another one. Keep in mind that while he's beating their asses, he's calmly making his points too. sharing his knowledge of the boss's secret shady business underneath the cover of a money-lending business. Dojin aims to punch down an orange-haired punk and proves his knowledge of the counterfeit identification business he pulls. Having landed his punch, he tells the boss that he's in search of a hero identity to officially register as one and make money. Ducking the strike of the final guy, Dojin returns the blow with triple the love. And that's how he made the entire group sleep with his special sleeping routine. Works 100% of the time. Dojin continues his demands, stating that he's in need of a foolproof identification that doesn't cause any trouble for him in the future. The boss is left starstruck by what happened in the span of a few seconds. Our boy reminds him that he's only got one day to forge the identity for him. Some of the men didn't intervene in the fight, by the way, which is a compliment to the NPCs because they're the type to challenge God while being a level 1 rookie in most stories. The boss is out here tripping for life as he begins to question and assess Dojin's skill level. At the least, this guy appears to be B-class in strength. Bro is so lost in his thoughts that he has to be reminded by the kid to snap out of it. He happily accepts the job too. Finally, Dojin grabs his shoulder politely and contrasts it with an intimidating expression on his face. He wants to know if Hong Hee-ju, his stepmother, ordered a hit on him. Of course, this is actually pretty much the case, evidenced by the conversation she had with her daughter and assistant earlier. The boss is at a loss for words until Dojin forces his grip so hard that the guy yelps in pain. Even his scrubs are looking helpless for their boss. I have to say they should really change their barbers too. Anyway, the boss breaks down and reveals her heinous strategy. This cruel scheming woman actually wanted to suck the life out of Dojin's bank account, forcing him to so much financial instability that he doesn't have any other way but to take his own life to escape from it. Now that is a definition of an evil fucking plan, especially towards your son, even if cast away. Those were her orders. Dojin hears this, and after enough of his begging and crying, he lets the man free, questioning if that's also one of the reasons they locked him inside the gate. The boss turns into an innocent little guy who had nothing to do with that incident, even going as far as to reveal that he wouldn't get paid for the execution if he died inside the gate. That's probably one plausible reason why he couldn't have done something like that, and it already has Dojin thinking. He utters the words Kang Chol-woo, which is actually the name of the guy who brought him to the gate in the first place. Effectively, Dojin wants to know every last piece of information of the guy until tomorrow. With his two demands stated, he leaves politely, completely changing the atmosphere of the room from which he first entered. After that conversation, Dojin is left with a deep contemplative state again. The real Seo Dojin only had one desire. He wanted to protect his little sister and his beloved grandmother no matter what. On top of everything that happened, it just adds another layer of misery and shows the kind of life the poor kid had to endure while being helpless. But not to worry, because the sword god is ready to do what he must in order to set the record straight. The following day, guess what? Our boy's officially registered. And he's also got a B rank rating, which is convenient, unlike all the other stories where the main character just has to be at the lowest possible rank for style points. Tapping the card on the machine, he proves the card's legitimacy because it recognizes his identity into the system. However, it warns him that the rank is still lower than the dangerous quest he's about to take. This is actually pretty annoying to our boy, who thinks that maybe he should have peeved the bastard to assign him a higher rank so that he couldn't run into these problems. Despite the system's repetitive warnings not to enter the gate far above his level, Dojin doesn't give a damn and goes anyway. Let's talk about the specifics of the Night Island gate. It's actually just a B-rank gate, but the logic doesn't mean a B-rank hunter can survive it. Heroes are always recommended a class higher than the gate rank for mission safety. Anyway, the scale of the dungeon is considered rank D, which means it's spread out and will be difficult for solo hunting. The good thing, however, is that it's in the form of tunnels, which means to some capacity, solo hunting won't be that hard for him this time. Because of the gate's scale, it is highly recommended that an A-rank hero take on the task. But the words risk and danger don't exist in our boy's dictionary. If anything, the worst that could happen is that he'll have to face off against an entire fleet of monsters in a narrow tunnel with little to no room. Dojin smiles at his first opponent, which is a giant serpent with a chaotic purple aura. For most heroes, this would be a sign of terror, but for him this is a sign of good luck, as he prepares his gauntlets to get the battle started. Oh, and by the way, the serpent has a bunch of its friends too, and their tongues remind me of the Alien movie. Anyway, they do their best to attack, but it's pointless because our boy is such a killing machine that he snatches and collects the mana stones like the monsters never even existed. The Black Killing Viper is a class of monster that is known for its hyperactive paralysis poison that can knock anyone down even with the slightest contact. With that in consideration, Dojin charges to propel himself at bullet speed and launches full swing. In a short span of time, he's about to slice and dice the creature all over its body, splashing blood until he severs the monster in half. With the creature defeated, Dojin notices his equipment. The gloves he purchased are ensuring the poison doesn't get in contact with him, and for the price of 300,000 won, they're holding their ground. Returning to the hunting session, Dojin turns his attention to 4 more of these ugly limbless lizards and begins blasting right through their heads with his powerful speed. More and more blood splashes out until the vipers are sent to the afterlife. Dojin stands there, busy searching for a bunch of magic stones by clawing from the monster's flesh. To his disappointment, there isn't any magic stone around. But this is according to the rules of the previous or the original world, and in that, these monsters only have a drop rate of 3% for mana stones. This means that he's got to hunt down at least hundreds of them for good loot. Walking his way along, he discovers Mr. Bonehead. You might be thinking it's the boss, but Dojin's got a different opinion, and as he asks the oversized serpent if he's the boss monster, because definitely the snake will answer like a good friend. Anyway, Dojin thinks it's a good thing this big guy appeared because he won't have to worry about getting lost anymore. Spiraling into an immediate strike, he plans to end the battle quickly to return home. But then, an unexpected thing happens. Despite having successfully landed a brute strike, his punch doesn't have any effect on the creature. Bro just gave him a tattoo on the head instead. While he's in the air and unable to dodge, the creature bashes him into the wall with its tail. Dojin sits there having crash landed. It probably gave him a reality check about the boss monster's strength, I think. The creature whips out its poisonous fangs and hisses at him like the average girlfriend when she's hungry. The creature attempts to bite him down, but luckily he evades the attempt. Using the momentum of his evasive maneuver, he bolts right back into motion with a powerful punch that connects with the creature's body and leaves more cracks against its hard shell. From this second attack, one thing has been made clear to him. The boss monster has an unusually tough exterior, making it a greater challenge than the rest of the vipers he disposed of. The shell is so powerful at his current level that he can't penetrate with one strike alone. This reverses the situation on him, making him question if he should aim for a different battle strategy. At his original strength, the sword god would mop the ever-living floor with this beast. But then suddenly he notices something. It's the sword of the warrior who lost his life fighting the boss. And now you guys are about to know why he's called the sword god and not the fist god. Even though the weapon is extremely worn out after the fight, he grabs hold of it, believing that a sword is only as competent as its wielder. With that knowledge in mind and the blade armed in his hand, he walks towards the monstrous snake. The creature propels itself forth to strike him down again. Bursting with incredible speeds, Dojin responds by going high up into the air, proudly declaring that the creature should be honored that he's going all out to kill the beast with a sword. Despite the sword's condition being crap, this guy literally unleashes so many flashing cuts in the span of a few strikes that it leaves the snake's body eviscerated. The serious fight turns into a funny conclusion with the snake dying in the background while our boy's sword is reduced to dust. It's a good thing he wiped the creature out while it was still holding on. With the boss monster dead, Dojin thinks of a smart idea that I don't really see many other protagonists implement. He takes off one of the fangs of the creature, believing it could be used as a nice material for a short sword with a bit of refinement. Considering this as a reward for his journey, he exits the gate. By the time he's exited the gate, it's already a starry night outside. He spent more time at the B-rank gate than he thought, and with the way things turned out at the end, it only pushed him to pursue and restore his strength back to full health. Also, he's a bit happy that his old friends don't get to see this weak version of him because that would be embarrassing. Back from the hunt, he goes to appraise and sell the magic stones. Before him, there's actually another hero who has come to present his great stash of magic stones. The cheap-ass receptionist treats him like shit and points out that the commission rate is the same as 40%. Even the innocent guy can sense the bullshit behind that overly high rate. He even calls it out, stating his concerns and calling himself a normal guy. The receptionist, just like what he did with Dojin, clarifies that their rate is actually the lowest among all the appraisal trades. The gate center is 5%, but that's without taxes. From the perspective of the sleazy appraiser, this is a great deal for heroes to have that earns them good money. The cash is handed to the hero, who doesn't really complain much, except concerningly asking about the dude's messed up face. The funny thing is how this guy is still repeating the same script even after getting his face bashed in. Bro plays it off, stating that a psychopath first obliterated his guards, and then he left him with this treatment. The hero thinks it's actually the fault of the receptionist for keeping low-ranking guards around at the C-rank level. After all, rank isn't the only thing that matters in their world. Skill plays a huge role too. Rank is actually a false representation of one's abilities and only updated to keep the system intact. The hero is wise to mention that the people of the same rank have a huge variance in skills and abilities, so they can't all be treated the same. Then there's also a difference between a lame watch guard who sits all day guarding the shop and a hero out there who is actively hunting down beasts for a living. Even though this guy is actually giving him some solid advice, the joker of a receptionist just wants him to stop yapping and leave already, which he does, offering to help the little dude out if he ever needs something. As he's leaving, our boy walks right past the guy, looking as cold as ever. Upon seeing him at once, the receptionist flinches and bugs the F out. He points at Dojin, shouting that this is the psychopath that made a mess out of him. Turning back to face them both, the hero is actually pretty impressed. He notices our boy's lean physique for his height. Still, the fact that he made a mess of the guards here spirals the man to gear up for a fight, questioning if he's the troublemaker. The one thing I like about this guy is that he isn't offended for petty reasons. He actually believes that Dojin is misusing his powers as a hero by bullying civilians in his normal life. Of course, it couldn't be further from the truth since he only knows one side of the story, but it's still quite interesting to see realistic characters. The receptionist is enjoying the scene, knowing that this guy is actually a 7-year-old veteran hero. If something happens to him here, the guy has plenty of connections he can abuse by giving them Dojin's name. Without really giving a damn about who he is, our boy turns back and simply tells the boomer to piss off. This only spirals the guy into being provoked, because all of a sudden now it's really looking like he's being an asshole. Dojin asks if the guy is looking to exact revenge on him. Hearing those words, the veteran hero is provoked. However, being the responsible hero that he is, and from the experience he has, he knows that it is unwise to take battles against other heroes as it almost always results in deaths. It's actually an even higher rate of death than a fight against monsters. Recalling that fact, bro literally chills out and turns his back, leaving the receptionist at a loss for words. Dojin turns to the sleazy appraiser and asks if he's got a problem he's looking to address. Before the guy could answer, he tossed a bag full of magic stones to appraise and convert into money. These precious shiny babies are all high-grade magic stones, which really begs the question on who this guy really is from the perspective of the receptionist. Calculating the amount winds up to be a total of 150 million won. It seems like a lot at first glance, but to Dojin, it's far too little for a day's worth of hunting. He asks for the cash, but the receptionist reminds him of the commission rate they have to calculate beforehand, which obviously draws a scary look from our boy. Remembering that the rate is only 1% in their little deal, he cools down and tells the guy to wind up the rest of the amount to him. Now, inside the mind of the hilarious appraiser, he wants to beat the shit out of the guy for having so much audacity, but it's only in his imagination that he can do that. Speaking of which, the receptionist expresses that there has to be approval from upper management for an amount this huge. Without wasting another breath, Dojin demands that he get the approval right this instance, so the guy quickly phones his boss, whispering the details of their situation. But before he can smoothly wind up a deal, Dojin snatches the phone and directly tells the boss to hurry up with the payment. The boss is okay with doing so, but he just wants the phone to be handed back to the employee. Returning it with pleasure, Dojin accidentally, or should I say intentionally, smashes the phone into the wall. The employee is shivering at the sight of his smashed device, as Dojin instructs him to quickly prepare the money now that things are cleared up. And that's how the receptionist prepared numerous bags full of cash for the transaction. By the end, the guy is left devastated at being forced in such a way. Maybe you guys feel pity for him, but remember, he continues to scam nearly half the amount that ordinary heroes earn after risking their lives. He's a scumbag. 10 minutes passed and the boss quickly found himself at his store, enraged at why his employee wasn't picking up the phone. The hilarious part is that the receptionist throws in the towel and embraces an immediate resignation. The boss then sees the guy's phone smashed into the wall, giving him a good idea of what went down. Seeing this, he pulls out his phone to call Juyeon, requesting that she come here at once. Juyeon appears to be a famous young woman donning beautiful purplish-pink hair. She's so recognizable in public that people are celebrating her name as Hyun Juyeon and treating her like a celebrity. Not to mention that she looks dope as hell with that outfit. She arrives at the store and stuns the receptionist with her presence, giving him a nice greeting with a smile. There's a big reason why everyone's making a big fuss about her. She's the country's 4th S-rank hero in the lineup, nothing short of amazing. People have sprouted rumors that she's the niece of the boss, but then it makes him question what she's doing here. Confirming the claims, Juyeon expresses that she was called here on behalf of her uncle's request to take care of a reckless hero. Intrigued about the situation, the stylish S-ranker sits down, ready to hear what's going on. In the next scene, we can find our boy with his absolutely ripped body meditating out in the sun. It's true that he's been hunting for a whole day, and yet the rewards he reaped from it weren't amazing at all. With the way things are going, he's worried about the future. First and foremostly, he needs to get to a level where he can clear S-rank gates on his own. That means he has to train to restore his original strength. You heard that right, boys. It's training arc time. Dojin's biggest challenge in this current life is that unlike the previous world, the mana density of this one is thin. That means that even if he does his best to gather mana with his current rate, it will take 3 years at the minimum to come close to his original strength. Even more if things get rough. On the bright side, he could aim for better equipment for battle. But the issue is, even the most terrible equipment easily runs for hundreds of millions, so that would be wasting money. Suddenly, a chill runs down his spine as he senses the presence of someone dangerous. Fixating his sight on Yunyang, he grabs the little girl at full speed and demands that everyone go inside quickly. Back inside, he shuts the room down while his grandma eagerly questions what's going on. The entire structure shakes with a loud quake, making his grandmother flinch and question in terror if they're having an earthquake. Little Yoon is in a state of panic, but the truth is something only our boy knows. This isn't just an earthquake, it's something else. Dojin senses the sharp and violent energy outside. A rift has just cleaved open into their world, and it just so happens to have manifested on top of their house. Rushing to take care of the problem, he tells his loved ones to stay inside as the situation outside is dangerous for them. At full speed, he cuts into the entrance of the rift, where the last thing he hears is the cries of his grandma and his sister calling out his name. The scene switches to the Seoul Hero Association, where its members are made immediately alert at the sudden emergence of a rift on top of the Mapo region. It appeared after 63 days of the last emergence. Realizing that the White Lion Guild is the closest to Mapo, the manager wants his staff to contact the guild at once and alert the nearby heroes to join in to control the situation. Upon closer inspection of the rift's exact location, he discovers that the rift appeared on top of a residential home. This is a tricky situation even for them, because if on the off chance a civilian enters the rift, they're practically guaranteed their demise. Not to mention that the rift won't allow anyone else to enter after that. And if the person inside dies, it will send out a wave of crashing monsters in 10 days' time, causing chaos and destruction for the people living in the region. The monster wave would become so uncontrollable that Seoul's safety will be fully jeopardized. The manager is curious about the person who interacted and entered the rift. Turns out that they know Seo Dojin has taken action as he's the resident of the home. According to his grandma, he entered the rift to protect his family. From this information, they are under the impression that he's not a hero. And that complicates things because the chances of an ordinary civilian returning from the rift is next to impossible. This causes the entire staff to feel despair and helplessness for the situation, as they can do nothing. In the next scene, we actually find Dojin's pissed-off stepmom annoyed hearing the news of his new awakening. She can't believe her ears. Her assistant reports that while he hasn't officially registered with the Hero Association, they've come to verify that he's indeed now an awakened individual from his last gate experience. This makes her frustrated because Kang Cheol-woo was supposed to finish the job, and instead it only made her target even stronger. Going batshit crazy, she smacks her fist on the table, questioning why the hell they couldn't just manage to kill the guy on their own. The fact that they also took money for executing a failing job is also a reason for her to get angry. Roaring at manager Lee, she declares her frustrations with Kang Cheol-woo by sending him a message. If he doesn't kill Dojin personally, he'll owe her 10 times the amount in return. But to her surprise, her assistant surprisingly reveals that they may not even require contacting the guy anymore, sharing the discovery of the new rift just on top of Dojin's house. Having confirmed that he entered the rift, it's clear-cut that he won't be making out alive. Hong Hee-ju is happy to hear the news and the implication that he won't make it out alive. She calms down, appearing normal for once, and tells the assistant to assess the situation until they get more news. As for our boy, he's just arrived in the rift's domain. It's a forest. In fact, it's the same forest that he once used to enjoy his youth in while resting. The forest of Patiswa is exactly the same in its reconstruction down to the very last details of how he remembers it. Even the rich mana inside carries the same weight. Following the pathway, he smiles at his reunion with the all-powerful world tree. This tree exudes mana in its purest form, the most divine structure and the core of the world's stability. So much so that when the old world fell, it started when this tree was incinerated to the ground, forever tampering with the flow of mana. However, in this rift dimension, the tree is fine and just how he remembers it. Though he's unaware of the cause, one thing is for certain. He has a chance to reclaim the mana he lost by absorbing it from the tree. Meditating underneath the excellent flow of mana, our boy is getting his strength clearer and clearer. He spent more than 3 days sitting exactly like this, forgetting to eat or drink or tend to his bodily needs. 10 whole days passed, and all he could focus was on harmonizing his breathing. By the end of the 10th night, trouble came looking for him and disrupted his meditation. These alien-like creatures are called the Bulkina, and they've come to burn the tree just like how they did it in the past. Only this time, our boy is there to prevent the tragedy from happening again. The creatures lunge forth to attack him while Dojin regrets being unable to have a water element sword to knock them all down with ease. The burning monsters roar to make their way to him, but our boy is replenished with so much mana that he no longer cares about a weapon. He is the weapon. And those hands are rated E for everyone. Extending his hand towards the monsters, he exerts so much authority from his mana alone that it knocks down one of them. The second creature is stunned by his ability. Let's break down what happened just now. What he did there is called mana release, and not exactly telekinesis. It's a blaster-type attack that uses raw mana as a detonation strike. It had been a while since he used this ability in such a way, considering he was low on reserves all this time. Anyway, the Bulkina creatures aren't done just yet. To retaliate, they release charged blasts from their mouths in return. These pulsing laser beams quickly make their way to our boy, appearing the calmest he's ever been. His mana alone is enough to protect him from any damages. Stepping towards the creatures while he's ignited with a burst of mana, he remarks that he's finally protected the world tree. And now, he's ready to play for a bit and enjoy the fruits of his training. The ugly bastards are trying for another energy blast attack, but our boy quickly catches two of them and forces their mouths shut. This way, their own ability charges up and explodes inside their mouth, leaving behind a headless corpse of flames. The corpses of the creatures wither away, dropping 2 valuable magic stones for him to use. But that's just a couple of them down. Dojin is enjoying his life, thrilled to unlock something called the Eternal Ember after defeating these guys. Joyfully cutting his way past the monsters and smacking them all down with a grin, he's finally glad to steal a good load of mana stones from them. The one-sided slaughter continues until he wipes out all of them. Dojin has won the lottery ticket with how many stones they're dropping. Among them, he also discovers a small coin or a seed glowing in gold. This is called the Eternal Ember as he picks it up in his hand. With this, he's reclaimed control of more of his power as he crushes the chip and unlocks its flames. The way he's casually playing around with the ember reminds me of Sukuna from Jujutsu Kaisen. Now, in any normal case, the ideal strategy here would be to keep gathering mana from the world tree. However, the current state of his body has reached its physical limit for amna absorption. The second way of doing so is actually absorbing the ember, completely altering the state of his mana and transforming it into fire mana. And he does exactly that as his body produces a rush of flame energy. Now, unfortunately in his previous life, he felt zero need to do this and didn't care about the Eternal Ember at all. However, now it's required for him to fully absorb the embers, and it takes like 10 whole minutes just to get one finished. Luckily, he's got a whole bunch of these collected for him, so his goal is to absorb as many as possible. The appearance of the rift has sparked a public interest. The reporters are all gathered around our boy's house while agents and association staff are protecting the place. Bang Seonggu is pissed off because of one guy's arrogance to enter the rift prematurely. I have to point out that he looks like a carbon copy of Yeonho from Solo Leveling, but with a cleaner haircut, I guess. We also have our protagonist, but with blue hair. This guy is called Kim Hyunwoo, and he sympathizes with Dojin's actions to save his sister. But Seonggu doesn't buy that explanation at all, accusing our boy of heading in like a greedy guy who wasn't ready for the consequences. It would have been fine if he unalived himself the normal way, but if he dies in the rift, the place will become a detonation ground for monsters to come pouring out. And that's the issue, really. Hyunwoo asks for Gilma's input, and apparently Gilma has told them to just do things according to the protocols. Hyunwoo questions the recent emergence of rifts popping all over the world in various countries like the US, China, Switzerland, Turkey, and the UK. That's one reason Gilma is having a hard time managing so many rifts all at once. This kind of phenomenon doesn't really happen every day, and yet some of the nations were able to easily contain the threat with ease. But for South Korea, they're out here pissed as hell because their situation could very well turn into a disaster because of one guy. Seonggu is so pissed that he wants to beat the crap out of the dude who went in and is begging for the rift to throw him out. Speaking of the gargantuan purple gate, 28 days have passed since its first appearance. The same goes for the number of days Dojin has spent inside. Now, the Hero Association is afraid and has already cautioned the threat as a level 1 wave. Dojin's identity isn't revealed to the world just yet for privacy reasons, but they're calling him Ordinary Person S for now. While the rest of the world is clueless about Dojin's identity, the boss of the money-lending organization catches on quickly and connects the dots. Even his assistant confirms the report to verify the information of his involvement. Kim Yongu plays as the right-hand man to the president Hwang Chang-seob. Chang-seob is curious and wants to know Dojin's chances of survival to make out in One Piece. Yes, I said the thing. As a ritual of this channel, the One Piece is real. Moving on, the assistant is pretty damn certain that an ordinary person has roughly less than 1% chances of survival. But the mere mention of Dojin being treated as an ordinary person carves an amusing smile on Chang-seob's face. That same regular so-called person put his men in the hospital and gave them bandages for weeks. From the perspective of the world, they're vastly underestimating the abilities of the one civilian that went inside the rift. Now, Chang-seob is also interested in hearing the chances of someone surviving as an awakened individual. For that, his assistant believes that it would ultimately depend on the level of the hero, and it's tough to make a judgment call without accurate information. Even Chang-seob admits that fighting ability is different from pure surviving ability. And then it introduces a whole different level of complications when you're inside a rift of all things. Anyway, one thing is for certain. The bastard hasn't changed his ways. Chang-seob wants to protect Dojin's family, but not for noble reasons. Nah, this scumbag intends to sell the organs of his loved ones in case he doesn't make it back. And even if he does, he's gonna pin the blame of debt on him for taking care. This guy's the embodiment of a leech. The scene transitions to the mesmerizing world tree. Here, our boy is going full speed into his training arc as his body is now thriving with flame mana. He doesn't even know how much time has passed, but he's been grinding by absorbing hundreds of the firestones. With this, he's acquired so much fire mana that he can use it and manipulate it in any way he deems fit. Not to mention his resistance to the flames has increased as a side effect. Comparing his past self with his current self on the basis of fire attribute alone, he thinks he's surpassed his past self in a small capacity by mastering this ability. Embracing the world tree, he shares a tender moment with it. It's always served him in the time of need, even in the past, and even now. Because of that, Dojin is grateful for everything it has done for him. As for his mana stones, he's made up a small bag using vines to store them all. With the stones collected and stashed, Dojin fully understands that he'll probably never get to see the angelic tree again. But even still, he's hoping for their paths to cross if the divine tree ever finds itself in danger, because when that happens, he will be ready to protect it with his life. Now I don't know about you guys, but I really enjoyed this gentle scene. That night, Dojin finally steps out into the outside world, emerging from the rift as a whole. Luckily, he doesn't sense anyone to be around, suspecting that most people probably thought he already died inside and that a monster wave would pop out at any time. However, he does detect the presence of someone strong nearby. Deciding to chase them down, he rushes to find the source. Shortly afterwards, he stumbles across the two agents. One pissed off and the other relaxed, both Hyunwoo and Seonggu from last time. Now he understands that these guys probably represent the association from their outfit alone, which means in the off chance he gets caught, things will get really problematic. To combat that issue, he whirls up a ball of flame and chucks it into the air with a forceful lunge. That attack winds up finding its way across the building, resulting in a loud explosion upon detonation. Both Hyunwoo and Seonggu were on red alert the moment they heard the crashing sound. Realizing that it's actually fire, they decide to chase after it. There, they discover a bunch of people standing in horror. Seonggu questions what the hell is going on in the chaos. Meanwhile, our boy is impressed with his flame powers so far. Its precision is good, so it will do him wonders. In the memory of his old friend called Tusk, he wonders if the mage would be impressed by his current level of flames. After all, Tusk was known to be the strongest fire mage on the continent, and they shared a good bond. Suddenly, Hyunwoo's sharp senses alert him to look for the rift. It appears to be acting up and right before their eyes. It disappears into the mist. Both of the agents rush to the site to see what's going on. When they arrive, they can't believe that the rift's connection to their world is no more. As for our boy, he's just making his way to his next destination without any problems. News breaks out the following morning concerning the state of the rift that lasted for a month in Mappo. It is announced that the rift disappeared 29 days after Seo Dojun entered the zone, proving the concerns of the Hero Association to be wrong about the monster wave. They have no idea about the unexpected disappearance of the rift, and they're currently investigating what went down. They also have trouble dealing with the cause of the fire that broke out at the time of the rift's disappearance in a junkyard. Now, this leads most people to believe that Seo Dojun is dead, and that this is just the consequence of his own actions. Unbeknownst to them, our boy is hidden in plain sight, observing the conflicting opinions of the people as some are sympathizing with the boy who lost his life. Unfortunately, the disappearance of the rift is heartbreaking news for our hero. He's devastated that he can't interact with the world tree anymore. Even though he can't protect the world tree, there is still one other thing he could protect in his life. Which brings us right to the HCS capital again. Inside, the idiots are busy celebrating the death of Dojin, believing that they can easily get rid of the old granny and his sister afterwards. Changzob is just the kind of guy to squeeze people to death after all. One bastard is talking about how they should let the little sister grow up so they can use her in other ways. While they're chatting without policing their own words, a familiar voice greets them and demands for their boss. The scene cuts off right there, and we get to see Changseob humming and going about his day, satisfied that Dojun is finally out of the way and dead for good. His assistant reviews their appointments for today. Apparently he's free for the most part except for a lunch with another CEO. Hearing that, he's happy because tonight he can enjoy partying to his delight at a club under Madame Kang. It's basically senseless chatter, until he steps into the building and as he's climbing stairs, he finds his men being tossed around like playthings. Their blood is splattered around, and the cause of it all is someone he presumed to be dead. Our boy throws him to the ground and tells the filthy Changseob to crawl back to him like a dog. That bone-chilling order from him has the president of the company quivering. Our boy acts like the real leader of the group and assumes his place in his chair. He then repeats his command to the ignorant Changseob, who is still processing the weight of the shameless order. Without wasting time, he crawls like a dog. Ruthless as ever, Dojin then orders him to bark as he deserves to be treated like an animal. His loud and clear utterance of the command has Changseob whining in humiliation. It takes a second for him to bark successfully, but our boy is not satisfied at all. Our boy personally makes sure to make an animal out of him by forcing him to bark repeatedly for everyone to hear. The president is reduced to being less than human, just like the people he treats. Dojin points out that scumbags like him only act obedient on the surface, but end up backstabbing you right when they find an opportunity. Declaring his filthy name, he chillingly tells the man that his life has plenty of experiences dealing with second-rate humans like him. Pleading and begging for mercy, Changseob is prepared to serve like a loyal dog if necessary. But Dojin has heard enough and whips a heavy slap across his face. Just that much force is enough to knock the wind out of the guy and spurt out blood. His assistant watches the scene unfold until his name is called. Dojin addresses him as the new boss of the company and recommends that he stop working under a bastard like him. Knowing that these guys are so ready to stab people in the back, he orders the assistant to kill Changseob with full permission. Of course, it's a task too heavy for a competent servant like him. He apologizes and objects by stating that their leader has a lot of connections, so things will get really bad if he's the one appointed the boss instead of Changseob. On behalf of him, the assistant pleads to Dojin to spare the guy just one more time. However, Dojin doesn't want to play around with simple words in front of them. He suggests wrapping Changseob's body in a barrel and removing all evidence by shoving it in the endless ocean. After all, it's just one of the things these guys excel at doing. Seeing as the boss's servants aren't willing to oblige, our boy takes a different approach with them. Dojin threatens the entire group that he'll toss everyone in the gate as monster food if they don't carry out this order. Yeah, the mere mention of that has Changseob reduced to a pathetic mess. He can't take it anymore and keeps on begging for his life, promising that he won't ever betray and will always serve under Dojin. Now, this puts the hero in a bit of a contemplation. Although he could kill off Changseob right here and get rid of all his issues, something about him has changed in this life. Admitting it himself, Dojin has grown softer compared to his merciless past self. So this time he agrees, offering the guy a hand. I just know Changseob is about to become religious as heck after this, praying to God that he doesn't get on Dojin's nerves again. He goes on to shake the hero's hand, promising to serve unconditionally from now on. But wait, something is strange. Why is his hand engulfed in steaming hot flames? Yes, though Dojin has gotten soft, he's still ruthless. Looking at the man dead in the eye, he reminds the scumbag that it's his final chance indeed. Dojin then proceeds to rip his hand off clean, reducing it to a charred paste. By the end of the meeting, he walks away, ignoring the agonizing cries of the president. He does leave them with a final warning. If even a single one of them tries to get in the way of his family again, Dojin will personally ensure their deaths. As for their new job, they are forever deemed responsible to protect his family for the rest of their lives. Now that's how you handle traitors. Officially speaking, the man known as Seo Dojun was just a blip in existence that vanished along with the rift. In reality, he's actually dining in the local McDonald's. The government, Hero Association, and all kinds of media outlets quickly moved past him like yesterday's news. They all treated the civilian who entered the rift as a dead man. Even if he came out and told the world that he was alive, no one would buy it. Furthermore, surfacing after a solo rift mission would only bring headaches and trouble his way. That subdued dog, Huang Changseob, is currently helping him find a new and suitable house so he can afford to move leisurely for the time being. Dojin finally got the chance to feed his sister some delicious fast food. He also informed her of their plan to move out to a better neighborhood, and she could not be any happier. She can now go to kindergarten like kids her age and enter elementary school the next year. When the topic of school came up, little Yunyang's mood took a turn for the worse. Dojin was alarmed. He is used to slaughtering abominable beasts, but coddling a kid is not in his arsenal. He was taken aback when her sister confessed how other kids tease her for being an orphan. Hearing his adorable sister's plight broke Big Bro Dojin's heart. If she does not want to associate with the mean kids, she doesn't have to. Those little bastards will get what's coming for them eventually. Finding out that she wouldn't have to attend kindergarten to be bullied anymore, Yunyang was hyped. Inwardly, Dojin is devising a plan to send his little sis to a prestigious private school where no one would dare look down on her. That night, Seo Dojin found out that Kim Eongu had stashed his grandma and sister in some random motel while he was stuck inside the rift. Glass's bastard almost broke his back trying to apologize. He reasoned that the motel is under the management of their company, so it is safer than any other place. Dojin does not have the energy to mess with lackeys tonight, so he just enters the room and sees his grandma once more. Little Yunyang pounced on him with a bear hug, and grandma held his hand with tears petering from her eyes. She's just glad to see her grandson come back alive. At first, the hardened warrior was stunned, but once he felt the warmth coming from his family, he accepted the love they had for him with a smile. Little Yunyang has taken a liking to McDonald's, so they've been dining in that absolutely real place a lot. Today, she asked questions about Big Bro's job, being a hero. When asked if she likes having a hero for a brother, Yunyang nonchalantly answered that she does not. While it is cool that heroes are strong and cool, they are also constantly in danger when fighting terrifying monsters. Sometimes they even die. And little Yunyang just wants her brother to live with grandma and herself for a long, long time. Dojin had been so used to mindless bloodshed. Having someone worried about his well-being is quite a new feeling for him. In the harsh world of the past, he was the last human survivor. He fought monsters and creatures beyond your wildest dreams. In the process, he lost a lot of things. Now that he's given a second chance in a different world, something incredibly precious has appeared by his side. Feelings he had long forgotten are coming back to the surface. In this world, maybe he can live happily. Maybe he can just live a quiet life with joy and love. While he was feeling fuzzy and warm on the inside, Korea's Hero Association was in shambles. Na Tae-hwang, founder of the Korea Hero Association and director of the World Hero Federation, has been stressing over the recent rift incident, or the lack thereof. Their best people have investigated the site, but no new information has been found. Feeling clueless about the state of his territory is frustrating the founder. It's not far-fetched to believe that a spontaneously disappearing rift can potentially reappear at any time. His assistant tried to agree with his worries. She thought it would have been better if a wave had occurred. At least they would not have to worry about unknown variables. Director Taewon cuts her words off before he gets angrier. While he is worried about uncertainties, he thinks it is fortunate that no one was harmed. Na Tae-hwang is one of the top 100 respected and strongest heroes in the world. It is widely speculated that he would easily be elected with the most votes in history if he ran for president. His words and influence could easily topple domestic conglomerates if he wanted to. Thankfully, his interests lie in neither the power of a nation's leader nor the wealth of a conglomerate. The only thing he cares about is the safety of his people. In other words, he's a real one. Even if it takes time, he wants a more thorough investigation covering the rift's perimeter. The residents around the nearby area have already agreed to sell their properties to the association, so that shouldn't be a problem. As a consolation, Taewon wants to offer those people more than the market price for their homes. That's the least they could do after causing such inconvenience. All reliable sources have relayed that multiple rifts have occurred in different countries. No matter how you look at it, something must be going on. The United States and China have already entered the control stages of their rifts. Among major nations, the United Kingdom is facing the biggest problem. While reliable and veteran heroes have been dispatched to clear the other rifts, the United Kingdom's squad was simply doo-doo garbage. Speaking of them, the month-long mission to get rid of the UK rift has finally crumbled in a glaring defeat. The UK rift wave occurrence has officially begun. The city and its people are going about their day, like they normally would. Amongst the crowd was Seo Dojin, blending in with the pedestrians. Today, his destination is his favorite shop in the hero complex. When he entered the door, the dude manning the counter gave him a greeting by instinct, but choked upon seeing his face. Every strand of hair in his body stood in terror upon seeing the black-haired young man. Today, his manager is in the store, so he won't have to deal with this sadistic customer alone. The manager promptly closed the paper he was reading and lifted his gaze. His voice was controlled but was tinted with anger. This is the guy who's been forcing his pushover cashier into buying low-grade crystals. Dojin lazily removed his backpack and tossed the whole thing on the ground. It's actually good that the manager is here, so the sale of his magic crystals would proceed faster. Mr. Manager expected another batch of low-grade crystals to spill on the floor. He's not interested in such small-time business. Dojun does not like being turned away when all he wants is fair trade. The manager or any other sane business owner cannot afford to accept just a 1% fee. It would be better if the young man just left. Dojun asserted that refusing to do business with him would be a massive mistake that Mr. Manager would regret. The manager continued shooing the young man away, not even bothering to look at the bag. This is the last warning he will give before things go down. In response, Dojin kicked the backpack down, spilling its contents on the tiles. Being experienced crystal traders, both the cashier and the manager immediately recognized the properties of those rocks. That crude bag was actually filled with Hero's magic crystals, a legendary treasure that money cannot buy. Dojin has a rough idea of how much these things are worth. He knows he's holding premium stuff. You see, the Hero's magic crystal was used by an infamous Mexican drug lord, Korzaman, in New Age drug manufacturing. One night, a laboratory accident changed the course of his life and the world's perspective on such a little rock. The Hero's magic crystal caused Korzaman to awaken as a powerful hero. Since then, the crystal has become a priceless item for hero awakenings and mana enhancement. Such an incredibly rare energy source can be classified as an ultra-high-end product. As a power move, Dojin ordered the schmucks to pack their stuff back up, and he left. Mr. Manager quickly changed his dismissive and arrogant tone into a welcoming one. He even escorted the young man to their VIP seats and offered some drinks while his cashier polished the crystals. Dojin liked reversing the situation in its head. One second, he was being driven away. The next, he was sipping on some iced beverage. His opening demand was full price with a 0.5% commission. As soon as the manager expressed a sign of balking, he threatened to pull the deal. In prior trades, Dojin agreed to 1%. Now he's lowering that already abysmal rate even lower. Frankly, he's just doing that out of annoyance. In response, the manager lowered his head and tried to give the sincerest apology he could muster. Well, Dojin is tired of hearing empty apologies. They can either accept his rate or he'll take his business elsewhere. It's that simple. At the counter, the cashier is inwardly cursing Dojin for being such a rude prick. Seeing that his acting wouldn't convince the kid to give him a bigger cut, the manager locked in and gave a lengthy lecture about magic crystal markets and pricing. Dojin doesn't have time to listen to such long-winded yapping, though. He finished his drink and got up from his seat, making the manager panic. Feeling the deal of a lifetime slipping away from his fingers, the manager offered a 9% commission. It did not work, so he proposed 8%. This continued from 8 to 7, 6, and 5. In this range, his shop won't be making any profit at all. While the manager is in the pits of despair, Seo Dojun pounces and agrees to settle for 1% out of respect for their past dealings. Inwardly, the manager wanted to scream and curse the blatant extortionist. He just can't bear to let go of the product. The next words that came out of Dojin's mouth nearly made the manager piss his pants in excitement. Aside from the one he brought today, he has about 7 more bags of those priceless crystals. With that being said, the contract was quickly produced and signed. After a few minutes of officiating the deal, 67 billion won entered Seo Dojin's bank account. That's about $48 million. At this rate, his 110 billion won house doesn't seem so far off. The problem is that getting more high-grade magic crystals through normal gates is a time sink. If he could find a way to freely travel through rift zones, he could easily farm treasures like a madman. While looking at his phone screen, an administrative message was sent out to everyone in the country. The wave outbreak in the southern region of the United Kingdom had been finally announced to the general public. In the meantime, everyone is banned from traveling to the UK. After reading about a real problem in the real world, Dojin lost interest in messing with the manager of the shop. In the past, no matter the country or which association was involved, he might have intervened to seal the rift himself. But he's not that guy anymore. He has more fulfilling matters to attend to. Tonight, dinner is on Dojin, and they are getting expensive meat. Little Yoonyoung's mouth watered at the sight of pork and beef marbling over the grill. The expensive meat and succulent side dishes just kept on coming to the table. Worried that they were spending too much given the price tag on the menu, Grandma slowed down and asked her grandson if this was okay. 250,000 won for 100 grams is pretty steep. Dojin dismissed her worries right away. After making a killing with his crystal harvest, they could eat as much as they wanted, and it wouldn't even make a dent in his bank account. Yoonyoung's first bite made her fall in love with the taste of the wildly luxurious beef. Dojun continued adding more and more to the grill as Grandma watched in apprehension. Hell, there's another package of fresh ribs, prime ribeye, strip loin, and skirt meat coming to the table soon. At this point, the scale is just ridiculous. How could 2.5 people even finish that much food? Well, Grandma is underestimating the appetite of a protagonist. To knock her out of her worries, little Yoonyoung convinced Grandma to give the expensive stuff a try. Unable to refuse the offer of her sweet girl, Grandma caved. One bite of that expensive meat was all it took for all her worries to dissipate into nothing. Afterward, the happy family enjoyed their extravagant dinner filled with smiles and laughter. Unbeknownst to Dojin, an attention-grabbing young woman just entered the restaurant. The necks of the other guests almost broke wherever she passed by. The woman made a beeline towards Seo Dojun and decisively called his attention. She just wanted to talk with him for a moment. Nothing more, nothing less. Before she could elaborate on her reason, Dojin cut her off for interrupting his family's dinner. If she wants to say something to him, she should come back when the fricking meal is over. Hyun Ju-yeon pulled out the name card, hoping that the young man would change his tone upon her name. Much to his dismay, Dojin just kept on grilling and eating meat, disregarding her presence altogether. And so, the renowned S-rank hunter swallowed her pride and patiently sat in the restaurant's waiting room. With a star like her sitting within normal people's vicinity, she naturally became the center of attention. Men and women kept stealing glances at the woman standing at the pinnacle of heroism. She's not only fourth in the national rankings for S-class heroes, but most people would also even place her within the top 10 most beautiful heroes in the world list. Every civilian around was asking the same thing in their minds. Who the hell is making Hyun Ju-yeon wait? Ignoring the blatant whispers around her, Ju-yeon recalled the brief interaction she had just a few minutes ago. As far as she knows, Seo Dojun entered his first gate 2 months ago. He made it out alive and is now under suspicion of becoming awakened. He was widely believed to have died in the recent Mapo Rift incident, but here he is, alive and eating with his family. Aside from all the details that don't seem to make sense, a single sharp look from the young man had an S-ranker like Ju-yeon on edge. A newly awakened guy cannot possibly reach S-rank in under 2 months, right? Even the oil tycoon Kafmore, who spent his wealth on magic stones, took about 5 months to reach the peak. Rationalizing what she felt, Ju-yeon reckoned that Dojin must have some kind of unknown special ability. Finally, Dojin, Grandma, and little Yoonyoung have filled out with their bellies full and their mood lifted. Near the exit, Ju-yeon walked over to finally have a conversation with the mysterious young man. Before she could open her mouth to speak, another party sauntered into the restaurant with an air of superiority. Dojin's eyes turned sharper than usual at the sight of the man. This skeevy-looking bastard did not expect to see Seo Dojin alive and kicking after their excursion in one of the deadly gates, the lunatic Kang Chilwoo. He's actually quite amused by Dojin's cockroach-like resilience. Even Juyeon seemed to recognize the troublemaker in a single glance. In the middle of the restaurant, tensions rose as silence filled the air. Dojin chose to ignore the bastard's shallow insults and called Juyeon over. Chilwoo was taken aback to see an S-rank hero speaking with the cockroach. Dojin requested that she take care of his family for a little bit. All she has to do is flag a taxi so they can ride away and go home. It would be more convenient if they were far away while he collects an overdue debt with a mongrel. Thankfully, Hyunjuyeon is a very reasonable young woman. She did what Dojin asked and assured Grandma and the little girl that everything would be fine. She waved at them goodbye, but their concern was evident. Juyeon awkwardly stood there as the taxi departed. As soon as they sped away from the restaurant, a resounding and crisp sound of slapping echoed inside the establishment. With his loved ones out of the picture, Dojin can finally drop the PG act and slap a bitch. He moved so fast that Chilwoo did not even see his swing. He only felt the stinging pain in his cheek. Embarrassed by such a humiliating attack, Chilwoo gritted his teeth and charged forth to retaliate. One of the servers tried to break the fight up, fearful that the Awakeners might destroy the whole restaurant if the conflict escalated further. Her reasonable request was met with unreasonable violence. Fortunately, she wasn't harmed too badly. Seo Dojun calmly told everyone to get out and clear the room for their safety. Chilwoo is really easy to trigger. He's a muscle-brained idiot who can't even think of good trash talk. For that, he was punished with another strike to the face. He was completely caught off guard, feeling a knuckle make contact with his head. Kang Cheolwoo is the bastard who locked the original Seo Dojin in a gate, leaving him for dead. Even though he was not the one personally slighted, our MC still harbors a deep resentment for this fuckface, and he wants to talk. Cheolwoo, the goblin-looking goon, snickered as he brought up how that evil stepmother of Dojin's made the whole thing happen. Seeing that extracting info from this idiot was a lot easier than he thought, Dojin pulled his phone out and pressed the record button on the video app. He just needs a clear and concise recording of the confession, and his life will be a lot simpler in the future. Once again, Cheolwoo was insulted by his nonchalance. He gathered power in his fist, called Dojin's mother a whore, and attacked with unmatched intensity. He intends to finish the job that he failed. He wants to kill Seo Dojin once and for all. Unfortunately for the big goon, his primitive attacks are no match against the expert manipulation of Chi. Dojin met the violent punch with a soft touch and sent the enemy's fist flying as though it just hit an impenetrable bouncy barrier. Kang Cheolwoo had never experienced something like this before. Normally, he would just brute force his way through anything and everything to kill. Now it seems like he's going up against someone far beyond what he can comprehend with his tiny little pea brain. Suddenly, he was pushed off his feet. Dojun followed his body's trajectory like a hunter playing with his prey. Sounds of fists cracking a skull echoed throughout the restaurant as the server from earlier tried her hardest to dial the police. Before she could press the call button, a dainty hand pulled the phone away. With a bright smile, Hyun Juyeon assured the server that she would take care of everything, so there was no need to involve the authorities. The server was just glad to see a comforting face in the middle of her breakdown. Slaps, scratches, and punches landed throughout Kang Cheolwoo's body, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. As far as Juyeon knows, this lowlife is a B-rank hero. With that rank, there are not many people who could beat him up so helplessly. Based on this beatdown, Dojin might be classified as an A rank. Well, even if that's true, the fight still seems a bit too one-sided. Before things could get any worse, Hyun Juyeon carefully called Dojin to stop for a moment. She's just worried that Kang Cheolwoo might die if the beating goes on for longer. Deciding to listen to her words, he dropped the goblin goon's limp body on the ground and wiped his hands. Seeing as there's clearly some vendetta between the two, Juyeon asked the young man how much he knows about Kang Cheolwoo. Dojin might not know the whole picture, but he knows enough about the bastard to exact vengeance. Hyun Juyeon warned him that this piece of dirt, Kang Cheolwoo, is connected to Kang Youngpyo, an S-rank hero. Well, Dojin already knew that fact, and he didn't see any problems. Juyeon had never met anyone so reckless and insane. This dude doesn't even care about whatever consequences he might face at the hands of an S-ranker. Hyun Juyeon elaborated that Kang Youngpyo is very protective of his delinquent cousin. This restaurant incident will surely reach the ears of that powerhouse. When that happens, blood will be spilled. Dojin scoffed at Juyeon's worries. He's the last person who would be afraid of some hotshot S-ranker. More than the problems for the future, he's more annoyed at the fact that Juyeon knows so much about his life. Now that the goblin goon is down, Dojin's enmity has transferred to the nosy S-ranker. Face to face, the feral young man stared her down. Hyun Juyeon was not a pushover by any means. She won't cave from a simple, intimidating eye contact. Changing the subject, she apologized for the sudden visit and brought up her agenda. She was just asked by her uncle to come by and talk. After she found out about the bag of Hero's magic crystals he sold off, Juyeon wanted to get her hands on the rest. She is willing to buy every piece he has, no matter the price. Dojin warned her that it won't be cheap. He has a lot of precious treasures stockpiled after all. She assured him that the assets of an established S-rank hero are beyond normal people's imagination. Well, it's not like he's opposed to selling his goods. He just has one condition before transacting. It's nothing much really, just a little favor. At least for someone as renowned as Hyun Ju-yeon, that is. Elsewhere in the city, the sound of expensive alcohol bottles hitting the floor can be heard. Dojin's evil stepmother is crashing out upon learning new information about his allegedly dead stepson. Her people were so sure that the kid died in the rift, yet now she's receiving word about how the Dojin survived like a resilient cockroach. Press F for bald man here. Having a boss like her can't possibly be fun. You can't blame him for the misinformation. Even the Hero Association labeled Dojin dead. Evil stepmother doesn't want to hear excuses. She wants actions instead. To make things worse, they just received news about Kang Cheolwoo's defeat at the hands of Dojin. At this point, it's safe to assume that Seo Dojun already knows who's really responsible for his attempted murder. Hearing that she might be implicated, evil stepmom gulped in terror. She's not afraid of Dojin. She's more concerned about the hassle it will bring when her father or husband finds out about her dealings. She can cover everything up, but if word gets out to the media, the group's stock price will nosedive. So, she ordered her people to intercept the media. If they mess up, T Group and W Group will surely cut all deals and advertisements. First and foremost, the police must also be on their payroll. In that regard, evil stepmom's people have already moved to cover all bases. Knowing that they have a little bit of competence lifted some pressure off her shoulders. Baldy director Lee then whispered that no matter how many cover-up jobs they do, what they are doing is not a fundamental solution to the real problem. On that note, the bald director might have a plan that can put an end to this headache. They just have to make use of Kang Cheolwoo's cousin, the infamous Kang Youngpyo. Even someone like stepmom here knows about the S-ranker. Kang Cheolwoo might be notorious as trash in the world of heroes, but everyone knows how close he is to his powerful cousin. In reality, Kang Cheolwoo is just a pawn doing all sorts of dirty work under his cousin's orders. They are both sick in the head. If Cheolwoo gets pinched by the police and smeared by the media, it won't be a good look for the S-rank hero too. In fact, he's already taken action to deal with this public relations disaster. Evil stepmom made up her mind. She wants to meet with Kang Youngpyo as soon as possible. In addition, that dog, Hwang Chang-sub of HCS Capital, has blatantly allied with the enemy. He's taking care of Dojin's family now. For that, stepmom wants a prosecutor on the phone in a minute. Those who abandon her camp must pay the price in full. The very next day, we follow a group of heroes entering one of the 37 rift zones in Korea. Among those rift zones, 5 zones are being turned into secured gates. The rest can only be raided by heroes affiliated with hero associations with coordinated schedules. Today, Miss Hyun Ju-yeon is leading a team herself. With her S-rank ID, she has practically limitless entries at any gate. Among the diverse crowd of heroes equipped with fancy equipment and weapons stood a young man wearing a beat-up hoodie. Hyun Ju-yeon chose A-rank Jongin-ju's Cleome Guild as a temporary group for the hunt. It's very rare to be a part of an S-rank's hunt, so they are hyped. Ju-yeon reasoned that she simply wanted to do something fun and stretch her muscles a little bit. In reality, she had to set up this whole situation just to give the young man in the back clean entry to the gate. Seo Dojun agreed to sell the rest of his magic crystal stockpile at market price to Ju-yeon if she let him into the restricted rift zone. He just wants to earn more money by hunting in higher level zones. While it's true that rift zones house all sorts of treasures, going into such a difficult one for a certain profit without fear is just insane. Well, she doesn't really care either way. She just needs to get her hands on those hero magic crystals. After a few minutes of traversing a dark tunnel, the group finally came out of the other side to a brightly wooded area. Unable to rear her curiosity, Inju started bugging Ju-yeon about the real identity of the young man shadowing their party. Ju-yeon just introduced Dojin as someone she knows, but no one is buying that half-assed answer. Inju speculated that he might be Queen Ju-yeon's boyfriend. Tired of all the buzzing, she gave Inju a partial truth and confessed that the young man was there because she owed him a favor. It's not every day an S-rank hero owes someone. While the party was lost in their respective conversations, a giant shadow blotted the sun from above. Everybody turned their eyes to the skies and saw the beast. Being an A-rank guild, the Cleome heroes instantly responded by drawing their weapons and getting into their respective positions. The first encounter was none other than the fearsome cockatrice. Like the expert raider that she is, Ju-yeon took charge and barked clear and concise orders. Jinju and Doyeon are in charge of defense, while Sungho aims for the legs. Before she could finish assigning everyone their roles, a figure blurred as he shot past everyone. With a single impactful leap, he closed the aerial gap between him and the flying beast. Seo Dojun disregarded the long-winded group plans and leaped for a one-on-one with the bird. The Cleome heroes were slack-jawed. They have never seen someone so brazen. Gathering energy in his fist, Dojun prepared for first blood. Prior to his charge, Guildmaster Inju is stressing over her bad luck. They are barely inside the gate, and a troublesome opponent has already shown itself. Before the group could organize and get into position, Dojin had already dropped his bag to the ground. While Juyeon was calling the shots, he was bursting through the air like a speeding bullet. He was an absolute speed demon. In one jump, he neutralized the bird's aerial advantage. Up in the skies, he took control of the field without a problem. His fiery energy was thick and burning. The overgrown chicken did not have the speed or reaction time to block the incoming attack. As a result, it was forced to eat a full-powered punch to the beak. The bird is on the ground, and the human is up in the clouds. It was quite a poetic reversal. Dojin landed in front of the group. He did not even break a single bead of sweat. The cockatrice is on the verge of death, the mark of his fist visible on the side of his face. The Cleom Guild people stood dumbfounded alongside their S-rank carry. They bore witness to the brutality of what happened next. Dojin lifted his leg and started stomping on the bird's head until it was reduced to meat paste. It might seem too much, but killing a cockatrice requires a lot of force. With every stomp and kick, the sound of skull cracking and blood spurting mortified the group. Now Inju is really curious as to who that guy is. In all honesty, Juyeon wasn't really sure herself. All she knows is that Seo Dojin is a really strong human. Well, calling him simply strong is a huge understatement. There are only a select few heroes who can do what Dojin just did. Killing a cockatrice in one blow is no ordinary feat. Juyeon downplayed the achievement by bringing up her sister. That woman belongs to that elite list of outstanding heroes. Still, Inju can't just get over the fact that a hidden powerhouse is among them. She watched the entire sequence and was in awe the whole time. Juyeon took note of the young man's monstrous power and decisiveness, her curiosity deepening. She turned to Inju with an impromptu change of plans. For now, she wants to go to the center with Dojin, leaving the rest of the group on the outskirts. Juyeon carefully approached the young man, expertly carving the cockatrice's corpse for loot. Before she could speak, he preemptively asserted that he wouldn't share loot with people who contributed nothing to the kill. Thankfully, Juyeon is not one to eye a few pieces of magic crystals. She just came over to propose that they go a bit deeper into the gate, head somewhere more challenging and fitting to his current abilities. With a smile, he readily accepted the invitation to hunt and loot more. Juyeon knows the layout of this gate quite well, so she will take the lead. All Dojin has to do is follow closely so he won't get lost. Without warning, she sped off into the distance, her speed causing a sonic boom. Dojin calmly watched as her figure vanished into the horizon. After slinging his bag to his back, he took a running pose, storing energy in his muscles. With an instant first step, he kicked an explosion that almost blew the Cleom Guild heroes away. Inju reckoned that if Juyeon is a bullet, then that man moves like light itself. Left by the two powerhouses, the miscellaneous heroes turned to their guild leader for their new plan. Of course, trying to follow those two ahead is utterly impossible. Today they must accept that they are sidekicks and small fries. Nevertheless, this is still a decent gate with plenty of monsters to hunt around the outskirts. In the outside world, normal people praise them as powerful A-rank heroes. But in front of a real S-ranker, they are not even worth mentioning. Juyeon and that man are leagues above the entire force of Cleom Guild. Speaking of those two, their race across the woods is proceeding hastily. While maintaining breakneck speeds without much effort, Juyeon kept on checking her flank for signs of Dojin. Upon seeing no signs of the guy, she started softening up and thinking that she might have overdone the initial run. While she was thinking of slowing down, Dojin suddenly appeared by her side, asking if they could go a little faster. Juyeon's concentration broke and she almost tripped over. She had never experienced something like this before. Someone can actually keep up with her in terms of racing. When it comes to speed, she's in the top 2 in the nation. But that list might need to be updated, given how Dojin is making her eat dust. A few moments later, he made a stop to tease her for being slower than expected when she was clearly running to flex her speed. While the S-ranker caught her breath, Dojin turned his eyes onto the view on the horizon. In front of them was a massive mountain range touching the heavens. When asked what was hiding inside that rocky range, Juyeon's expression turned solemn. That place is the lair of the Thrift's boss monster, the Cassarian. You see, this so-called Cassarian is a giant 20-meter monster resembling the draconian wyvern. Juyeon doesn't even want to entertain the idea of subjugating that beast. You typically need at least 3 combat-oriented S-rank heroes to even stand a chance against such a monster. One thing Dojin knows about Cassarian is that it has a chance to drop the imaginary grade magic crystal, a treasure just below the highest grade possible. Since such an enticing reward is waiting for him, he won't let it slip through his fingers. Obviously, Juyeon is opposed to such a reckless idea. Well, Seo Dojin is fighting that draconic bastard with or without her. Juyeon watched as he fearlessly sped up, aiming to scale the mountains to slay the beast. She felt as though she did not have a choice but to follow him into insanity. Something grim awaits the duo inside the boss monster's lair, bursting with unfathomable confidence to take down a beast that easily gives 3 S-rank heroes trouble. It really shakes Juyeon to her core. Do you know what's even more shocking? When she arrives at the site, she finds the same creature, the Caesarian, dead at her feet. The fight's already over, and she has absolutely no idea what the hell went down. Our boy casually plucks his knife from the creature's corpse, leaving her at a loss for words. Juyeon reflects her shock. The creature he just downed isn't just any boss monster. On that note, she talks about a prominent hero known as Park Hae-il who fostered a reputation for hunting down monsters like the Caesarians. Though he's an S-rank himself, the first time he went to hunt down the Caesarian, he was cautious enough to take 30 A-rank heroes along with him. And yet, even with all those precautions, the A-rank heroes didn't make the cut and were all slaughtered in the attempt. Park Hae-il was the only known survivor of the group who clung to the edge of his life by the end of the boss fight. From that moment onwards, the guy decided to rematch with the same monster. Only this time he was armed with one more S-rank and 100 A-rank heroes behind him. It's practically a small army at that point. The fight was brutal. They focused on piercing the creature's wings and negating its flight. The Caesarian of the time was then overwhelmed by a barrage of attacks from the heroes. This actually reminds me of the whole 100 men versus 1 gorilla debate that has been going around lately. My money is on the men, by the way, and the same is the outcome for the fight with the Caesarian, who ended up getting defeated. Despite this, only a handful of heroes remained from that battle. The rest? Butchered by the beast's wrath. The damages they incurred that day were so prominent that Hae-il's guild, the Sweet Life, has yet to recover from it 3 years after the event. And yet, this one average-looking Joe has defeated the same Caesarian monster without much trouble. The funny thing is, with her constant glaring, he reminds her that she ain't getting any of these precious gems for standing around fighting the air. The remark may have annoyed her, but Juyeon is more focused on the ridiculousness of the man before her eyes. If she wasn't there to witness the battle, she would never believe in such a conclusion. The same terrifying Caesarian was taken down and obliterated in a single strike at the hands of one man. As for Dojin, my boy has successfully harvested the awesome-looking magic stone from the creature's body. He stares at it and tells her that he no longer cares about having an escort to guide him. From this point onwards, he's fine on his own. He also denies taking the rest of the valuables obtained by the dragon's body, such as its claws and teeth. Showing little to no regard for them, he turns back to reject her plainly, leaving the S-ranker stunned for life. Instead, he'd rather focus his energy on collecting the monster crystals. He even goes as far as to allow her to keep all of those valuables to herself as a form of payment. Juyeon takes a look at the creature for a moment and reaches the conclusion that she also doesn't need anything from the beast. It's evening now, and the rest of his group is shocked that one guy managed to collect 3 bags full of magic stones. It's an unbelievable sight even for the competent A-rankers. For their guild to have obtained the same amount, it would have taken them a minimum of 20 hours. And from the quality of the ingredients, even more than 3 days. It begs the question about the man's identity, and they're all staring down at Juyeon, who brought him along in the first place, and yet appears just as confused as them. Based off of Juyeon's own words, the A-rank guildmaster can't fathom how Dojin was able to beat the Caesarian without any proper equipment. With this accomplishment alone, he stands at the top of the hero ranks in Korea, unparalleled in his might. They really just said our boy is built differently. The A-ranker even thinks that he might be the strongest in the entire world at his level. It amazes her. Speaking of the guy, an exhausted Dojin returns with more bags on him. With just 1 day of hunting, he's already collected so much stuff. At this point, the group is starting to think that no one will believe them if they reported this to the outside world. Dojin's godlike power is the definition of insanity to accept. Speaking of which, they're explicitly told not to drop a word of what happened here today in the outside world, something they have to ultimately accept. The gorgeous S-ranker walks up to our boy and talks about a bunch of things. From a distance, it looks like they're a couple who is flirting with each other. But that's only in the eyes of their groupmates. I guess they're trying to convince themselves that this is the start of a ship. They also think that he's the only guy in the world who looks like a proper fit for Juyeon, especially considering their monstrous strength. The funny thing is how the A-rank guildmaster quickly realizes that these guys aren't the perfect couple she envisioned them to be. Instead, it seems like they're having an argument from the looks on their faces. She can't believe that there's a guy in the world with the ability to talk down to Juyeon of all people. The shocking thing is how Dojun hands her a bag and leaves quietly without saying another word. It astonishes the guildmaster even more. As for the state of the backpacks and the contents inside he collected, Juyeon states his own words. Turns out that Dojin fears the possibility that he'll become an overnight celebrity if the outside world learns that he killed the Caesarian. Since that is a clear issue for him, he drops the responsibility of it upon her shoulders. Hearing his decision, it leaves the both of them baffled for words. But the irony in all of this is that the law of manifestation ends up turning true, and Juyeon gives birth to a curiosity to explore more about this mysterious young man. Girl is in love. Over to a different location, we get to explore more about the famous S-ranker mentioned earlier as Hae-il. He's out here going beast mode on his punching bag. His assistant is in awe of his training because it seems like he's bursting out in rage. As mentioned before, he's the guild master of Sweet Life. The assistant helps him calm down, reminding him that a little bit of endurance will help him go a long way in these difficult times. Even the guild master agrees with that idea, believing that those who underestimate him will eventually suffer his wrath. And before long, there will come a time where everyone will be admiring his strength as the most powerful guildmaster. His assistant goes on to bring up Hyal's streak of hunting down Caesarians, which sets him apart from others, even going as far as to say that his name will be etched in the history books as the hero who defeated the Caesarian with the smallest squad. The funny thing is, that title will never be overtaken from Dojin by anyone unless Stephen Hawking steps out of the grave and pulls a miracle. The guildmaster shares his enthusiasm with the assistant, going on and on about his own achievements. At the same time, their guild has been suffering major losses compared to what it was 3 years back. And yet, the only thing that gives him a smile is the knowledge that he's the only one capable of best defeating the Caesarian, a fact seconded by his one-eyed servant. On topic of discussing high-ranking heroes, the scene switches to Kang Youngpyo's office, who is currently reading a report on Dojun's eventful evening with Cheolwoo and how he annihilated Youngpyo's cousin. Even though Cheolwoo's intentions were to lock the guy inside the gate and trap him for good, a plot twist happened, resulting in an awakening. Also, the client that has tasked them to take down Dojin is actually the executive director Hong Hee-ju, who is basically at the top of the wealthiest people in Korea. It doesn't make sense for her to single out a person as her target in front of Youngpyo's eyes. That's until he learns that Dojin is actually her stepson. Though the boy was welcomed into their family at the age of 7, the moment Hee-ju's biological child stepped into the world, Dojin was kicked out of the family. This fact makes Youngpyo amused as he points out that not even being wealthy can save you from being kicked out. Discussing the payment for the hit, he learns that they're being given 3 billion won for the job, which is tiny in front of him. And then there's the fact that Cheolwoo finds himself at the edge of his own life from his battle against Dojin, suffering numerous burns and bruises. What's even worse is that he completely lost his sight and has become a cripple for life too. It only adds to the ruthlessness of Dojin's measures, to the point even a guy like Youngpyo has to acknowledge his actions. And yet, Youngpyo takes delight in the fact that he would have made sure to chop his limbs off on top of smashing his skull. At first glance, you guys probably were thinking that he's saner than his cousin, but now it's clear why he's even worse. While discussing the scene of their battle, it is brought up that Ju-yeon was also there and allegedly helped out Dojin in some way. This actually surprises him and he probes for more information about the situation. He doesn't get what's so special about Dojin. Unfortunately, not even his assistant knows anything specific about the meeting between the two as the case was quietly shut down. Pissed the fudge off, Youngpyo grabs his servant and roars at him to do whatever he can to uncover the status of their relationship, suspecting that they may have formed a deal of some kind. The assistant, completely devastated by his reaction, runs away to investigate right at once. Youngpyo is left with a temper tantrum smashing things around, reflecting that Hee-ju's men will come looking for him to fulfill the job that his cousin failed to do. At the same time, he's more than happy to take on the job from her. After all, she's a wealthy woman with Andrew Tate's level of money, so it won't be an issue for the greedy scumbag. And now for the scene with our boy, who is returning home after the raid. From today's experience, he's more than glad to have spent his time in a rift rather than a gate for proper hunting. It also complicates things because he might have to form a long relationship with Ju-yeon to ensure he stays on the low. Recalling their conversation, she straight up told him that people will become wary of her and ask around for the identity of the person who killed the Caesarian. Revealing them means inviting a lot of trouble. So for now, her plan was to store the valuables. And if he does want to become famous, she can happily reveal their existence to the world. In response, Bro chucked the bag to her to keep all the good stuff. It also means he's got to look for another method to go on and enter the rift zones, because relying on Ju-yeon creates trouble for her. Still, tonight's sleep will be a good one as he'll get to rest in a luxurious house that Chung Seob arranged for him. But as he steps foot inside the house, he is alarmed by the many shoes right outside. This means some unexpected guests have arrived. Entering the room, he sees a bunch of suited men and their boss having a conversation with his loved ones. The guy looks like a more depressed version of Nanami from Jujutsu Kaisen, and he's just staring Dojin down like an eagle. Yoon-young comes rushing to greet her brother with happiness, while Dojin is baffled by the situation overall. Prosecutor Park Cheol-young makes his identity loud and clear, pointing out the connection between Dojun and Chang Seob. Because of his relationship with the guy, Dojin is placed in an immediate emergency arrest on behalf of partaking in the money-lending organization that is run by the corrupt CEO of HCS Capital. Letting the situation play out, Seo Dojun peacefully surrendered himself to this alleged emergency arrest connected to Hwang Chang-seop's loan shark operation. He was promptly handcuffed and detained in a bare interrogation room, From inside the room, he could hear a pompous voice talking on the phone outside. The prosecutor who took him in is assuring someone that both Hwang Chang-seop and Seo Dojun are behaving like good little boys. Before hanging up, the prosecutor thanked the caller for taking care of his daughter's study arrangements abroad. Then he made the mistake of uttering Director Hong's name within Dojun's superhuman earshot. Walking up to his silent detainee, the prosecutor yapped about the reason he became a man of the law. He claimed that since he was little, he had always wanted to isolate society's trash from the decent and law-abiding citizens. Plopping a thick packet of paperwork on the table, the scummy prosecutor made a show of just how much dirt he had on Seo Dojun. He alleged that the charges listed through their preliminary investigation would be enough to put the young man behind bars for at least a decade. In addition, they have already gathered more than enough statements from Hwang Chang-seop to nail everyone in the operation. Seo Dojun did not even bother to give a reaction to these thinly veiled threats. Since he didn't get the reaction he was hoping for, Mr. Prosecutor resorted to cursing him out. Getting straight to the root of the problem, Dojun callously asked if that bitch, Hong Hee-ju, is behind this weak legality stunt. The prosecutor was visibly shaken, but he vehemently denied such accusations, going as far as to say that he had never heard of that name. Dojun estimated that these crooked bastards must have already worked on Hwang Chang-seop's side. Dojun quietly came along to avoid trouble, but things might get a lot worse at this rate. Refusing to get intimidated by Dojun's aura, the prosecutor bragged that people in his line of work are not pushovers. In response, the young man leaked a little bit of killing intent to shut his goofy ass up. The prosecutor nearly shat his pants right then and there. He felt that piercing gaze at a primitive level, a direct threat to his existence. Ashamed that he was frightened by a handcuffed perp, the prosecutor wanted to man up and slap the shit out of the detainee. Before he could commit the last stupid act of his life, some intern interrupted, asking him to step outside the interrogation room for a moment. They just received word of some wild discrepancy on their file for Seo Dojun. The building's hero detector evaluated the young man as an ordinary person. Even after double-checking, the results remained the same. Based on the incidents Seo Dojun had been involved in recently, how does that even make sense? Maybe they were incorrect about labeling the boy as an awakener in the first place. The prosecutor got all his information from Hong Hee-ju's T group, so the intel is supposedly reliable. Right now, Dojun is an indecipherable puzzle. How could they charge someone deemed a normal civilian with incidents that involve superhumans? Inwardly, Dojun is mocking the prosecutor for being such an incompetent dog. If he really wanted, he could just break away from these flimsy cuffs and smash the whole place into bits. As for the fallout, he could always just take Grandma and Yoon-young somewhere safer. Maybe overseas. Before he could resort to the most brutish solution, Hyun Ju-yeon, wearing a suit and tie, entered the interrogation room. She must have heard about this wrongful arrest and came to check things out. When asked why he was detained, Dojun frankly answered that he's not entirely sure of the reason himself. Thankfully, Ju-yeon advised him not to do anything reckless. She might be the only person who knows what this dude is capable of. The situation is frustrating, but using force now would only make things messier. Ju-yeon didn't wake up today expecting to get involved in the legal system, but she knows for certain that Dojun is innocent of whatever he's being accused of. With someone innocent facing unjustified punishment for false accusations in front of her, she feels obligated to correct it. Ju-yeon reckoned that the Hero Association would start a separate investigation soon. They will undoubtedly find out about Dojun's fake hero license and will definitely dig into the recent Mappo Rift incident. Dojun asked Ju-yeon how his family was doing, and she realized that she was being treated like some secretary. When the young man glared at her with indecipherable intensity, Ju-yeon gave in and assured the guy that the family would be taken care of. As she walked out of the interrogation room, essentially becoming Dojun's legal representative, he proclaimed that this debt would not be forgotten. She won't show it, but Ju-yeon kind of liked that he's relying on her this time around. She promised that she would resolve this hiccup as quickly as possible. And she was not kidding at all. Hyun Ju-yeon's chosen method wasn't a straightforward legal defense by proving Dojun's innocence. Instead, she exposed Prosecutor Park Cheol-young's various crimes and illegal dealings, resulting in his dismissal. Once that scumbag was out of the picture, a fair investigation flowed smoothly. Seo Dojun was proven innocent with regard to the loan shark operation and other recent incidents. However, he couldn't avoid punishment entirely. As expected, the investigation proved his use of an unauthorized hero license. Thanks to Hyun Ju-yeon's active defense, he got away with just probation. While they were driving back to Dojun's home, breaking news about a previously unseen monster appearing in England and causing destruction came on the radio. The monster was described as a mantis-like creature, 1.5 meters tall, with compound eyes and terrifying jumping power. Based on the description, Dojun identified the creature as a Macasion. Hyun Ju-yeon nearly crashed the car upon hearing him utter the name. Information about newly discovered monsters is heavily guarded by the association. She only knows what a Macasion is because of his stature as an S-rank hero. You see, monsters are not given arbitrary names by some random bozo. Upon death, they drop magic stones that not only contain condensed energy, but also unique information. By analyzing this encoded data, it's possible to learn a lot about a monster, including its real name. On present-day Earth, they use science and technology for analysis. On the other hand, magic was used in the destroyed world. In other words, Dojin is incredibly familiar with monsters that appear in both worlds. He knows their names and everything there is to know about them. He randomly blurted that Macasians can be easily handled using fluid from the red flower ant. The fluid is harmless to humans but acts as an extremely potent paralytic toxin to Macasians. Spray those bugs and they'll stop rampaging. Hyunjian got serious for a moment. His every move and word just add to the mystique. Who exactly is Seo Dojin? No matter how hard she tried to pry him about his real identity, Dojin never gave an answer. His mind is actually flying elsewhere. He's devising a plan to stop any and all future headaches from happening. The only reasonable solution he could think of was to kill that bitch Hong Hee-ju. Speaking of the devil, Director Hong is at her wit's end. Nervously munching on her nails, riddled with anxiety, she tried to devise new plans to deal with her husband's bastard son. With the involvement of someone like Hyun Ju-yeon, she's feeling even more pressured to deal with the boy. The director's assistant wasn't much help. Even after exhausting their resources, they cannot find out what kind of relationship the S-rank hero has with Dojin. If they make the wrong move and offend someone of that stature, all the money the company has won't be able to protect their asses. More importantly, Hong Hee-ju was alarmed by the prosecution's report that Seo Dojun registered as a normal citizen and not a hero in their testing machines. Based on everything they know about the boy, it's pretty clear that he awakened something dangerous. Maybe he has some ability to deceive the hero detector or something. Hong Hee-ju is hemorrhaging money from this crusade of hers, and the best her people can give are speculations. Absolutely livid, she finally bit the bullet and contacted the S-rank rascal, Kang Youngpyo, bringing 30 billion won to the table to end this Dojin problem once and for all. Upon receiving the call, the rascal greedily demanded double the pay to deal with this little problem. Even his underlings found it a little too unreasonable to demand 60 billion for a simple job. He might be a low-life rascal, but Kang Youngpyo is also a shrewd bastard. He could tell that Hong Hee-ju had no more options. There are no alternative answers left. Besides, her company generates so much revenue that 60 billion won wouldn't even be noticed if it were missing from the coffers. Furthermore, Hyun Ju-yeon is now part of the equation. Since Kang Youngpyo is taking on the risk of fighting another S-rank, doubling the initial offer becomes a bit more reasonable. The underling concurred that Hyun Ju-yeon is a dangerous opponent indeed. Hearing his employee give praise to another S-ranker offended Kang Youngpyo's fragile ego. He cursed the underling out for doubting his fighting prowess against someone like Ju-yeon. He claimed that he can end that bitch in about 20 minutes. Of course, the underling had to assuage the boss in fear for his life. With a disturbing smile, Youngpyo changed the subject to his transaction with the Hero Association. He's also negotiating a deal before flying to the United Kingdom as one of South Korea's representatives to help with the bug problem. Unfortunately for Youngpyo, the association is tightening its wallet. Furthermore, those wily bastards already announced the selection process for Hero Dispatch to the public. They're practically making it hard for the S-rankers to refuse being deployed. Youngpyo might be a thug, but he sees the association as a group worse than thugs. The operation will take place in 3 days. South Korea will be sending its best and brightest together with Japanese heroes. At least Youngpyo can meet up with someone named Takashi. Right now, Macasian's weakness hasn't been discovered yet. Being the one to discover such a crucial intel would raise anyone's stock to the moon in the eyes of the public. Speaking of Macasians, those bugs have extended their advance towards Cambridge in the UK. British heroes have been fighting non-stop to stop the relentless invasion of the giant critters. They assembled a decent team of heroes. Since it's the UK, they use a lot of blades in this region. The brave frontliners are struggling to deal with a single giant Macasian terrorizing the public. This mantis has the speed and sharpness to kill slow-moving heroes in one shot. Getting into the rhythm of things, the British heroes retaliated with a coordinated offense. The group of heroes had a balanced lineup, and based on their proficiency, they were nothing to sneeze at either. Some of them used magic to tear through the thick exoskeleton by force. The others would follow up with speedy melee attacks, letting the bug blood flow in the streets. With proper coordination and ample power, they managed to bring down their first Macasian. Just to be sure that the son of a bitch doesn't have a phase 2 or something, they cut its mantis head off. The British heroes finally scored a W, but a single monster took everything they had in the tank to deal with. To utterly crush their spirits, a few more Macasians surfaced to take advantage of the fatigued heroes. That night, the best heroes the UK could offer perished in a brutal and bloody wipeout. They did their best and put all their efforts into trying to stop the inevitable. Without clear information, they were helpless against unknown enemies. The pesky Macasians are now advancing south. The stalwart defense of Cambridge collapsed. There are now about 60 kilometers between the bugs and the capital, London. As the Macasians were about to do their final push to erase London off the map, something luminous rained down from above. When the fluid made contact with the bugs, they collectively seized and felt burning agony. After a few seconds of trying to resist the effects, the Macasians fell one by one. The paralytic flowed into their systems, making all their terrifying weapons useless in the face of biological warfare. Up in the air, the source of the rain revealed itself, a chopper closely following the army of mantises from a safe distance. Aboard the chopper were the heroes of South Korea and Japan for the joint cavalry. Every single one of them was surprised that such a simple solution proposed by Hyun Ju-yeon worked. The red flower ant sap is working better than great. The Macassians cannot endure. They practically turned into useless empty husks. Standing beside Ju-yeon was Kang Yongpyo. In his eyes, there is no way that this woman miraculously guessed and hit the jackpot. Waking everyone up from their reverie, Hyun Ju-yeon took charge and ordered everyone to skydive and finish the job. With newfound respect and awe for Korea's premier S-rank hero, the cavalry swan dived towards British soil to prevent a cataclysmic incident. A few days after that joint operation, the entire world was made aware of what went down in the UK and who the undisputed MVP was. Back in Korea, the media and fans filled the airport, and everyone was eager to get a glimpse of the country's pride. The reporters and their teams are all salivating to get an exclusive scoop about Hyun Ju-yeon, the best hunter during the UK expedition. She was the one who figured out the Macassians' weakness and led the operation to the end. She practically saved an entire nation from despair. It's said that before leaving, she was knighted by the royal family for her heroism. When Hyun Ju-yeon finally stepped foot inside the airport, camera flashes and cheers from the civilians erupted. Like a real celebrity, she had long since been used to the limelight. Behind her was Kang Yongpyo trying to aura farm like he doesn't have a fucked up haircut. Even though Ju-yeon is a public figure, the intensity of today's welcome was still a bit overwhelming. As for Kang Yongpyo, he was credited with killing most of the Macassians on the expedition. Keep in mind that he basically killed paralyzed and helpless bugs. Their entire entourage of heroes consisted of 200 people. The brilliant performance of Korean heroes was the reason the UK still exists today. On the news, details about the Macassian hunt, including the red flower ant sap weakness, were made public. Walking around the city, our boy, Seo Dojun, overheard the news and paused for a second. He was glad that Ju-yeon was able to use his intel, but when they showed Kang Yongpyo on the Jumbotron, his mood soured. That smug-looking bastard on the screen is one more loose end he needs to take care of soon. Inside a random high-end restaurant, Seo Dojun is drinking coffee with the woman of the moment. Hyun Ju-yeon kindly unloaded tons of presents for little Yoon-young, grandma, and even our boy. She warned him not to check the contents now. It would be better to open everything at home. Ignoring her words, Dojun found some nice-looking clothes in his pile of gifts. Ju-yeon simply wanted to give him a token of thanks for that invaluable tip. Thanks to Dojun's throwaway intel, she became the hottest hero in the world. Compared to the benefits she received, some nice clothes are practically nothing. So, she promised to buy Dojun a car or anything else whenever he wanted. Bro got a sugar mommy premium? She already knows that Dojun won't cough up how he knew about the weakness of Macassians, but she still asked. As expected, that man is impossible to pry into. Changing the subject, Ju-yeon asked him about his future plans. He's not the type to preach world peace or anything haughty, but if he sets his sights on Hong Hee-ju and Kang Yongpyo, things will get messy. Much to Ju-yeon's surprise, Dojun's only immediate plan right now is to buy a new house. The safe house his family is staying at right now is a rental after all. While the current star hero and the previous sword god were reconnecting, the other hero who stood out in the UK expedition was living it up. Kang Yongpyo enjoyed his welcome pool party with hoes as far as the eye could see. Surrounded by the huz, this rascal cannot take his mind off one specific girl, Hyun Ju-yeon. He knows that the girl wasn't as formidable before. She's changed somehow. He found it sus that she's hiding how she found out the weakness of those bugs. On their flight back to Korea, Yongpyo also tried to rile her up and pry some information about Seo Dojun. He brought up how Ju-yeon swooped in to save the day when Dojun got mixed up with a corrupt prosecutor. She was also present when Kang Cheolwoo was torn apart. Knowing that he's trying to get a rise out of her, Ju-yeon asserted that Cheolwoo the dumbass started that scuffle. Before that encounter, he attempted to murder Dojun and failed. Kang Yongpyo's mouth twisted into a demented smile and agreed. He also blamed the fool for getting blinded by petty cash. Even so, Cheolwoo is still his dear cousin. He can always use their relationship as justification to get revenge on that Seo Dojun fella. For a split second, Ju-yeon nearly slipped and showed emotion while she was being scrutinized by a shrewd bastard. She immediately distanced herself from the conflict and insisted that she was in no position to interfere if something was to happen. Kang Yongpyo was confused. He really thought she was closer to that Dojun guy. Ignoring him for the rest of the flight, Ju-yeon put her sleep mask back on and went back to napping. Still, even after that conversation, Yongpyo still can't shake the feeling that she was not being entirely truthful. Kang Yongpyo's paranoid ass is still maintaining caution with regards to Seo Dojun. Back in England, the original site of the breakout in Long Sutton was the shrubbery. The damage the monster wave inflicted on the place was still apparent. The British Hero Association deployed what little hero force they have inside the rifts to at least secure the magic stones before the second wave flares up. Some of the guards outside are discussing how they could have easily stood out as D-rankers if they just knew that Macassians could be taken down with just a little bit of red flower ant sap. If their forces managed to block the wave early, they could have easily farmed ungodly amounts of magic stones. You see, once a rift breaks with a monster wave, it can never be converted into a gate. For the second wave, it's highly likely that a different kind of monster would pour out. There are plenty of records about entire countries being wiped out in the second wave. The unknown factor is the worst part. Suddenly, the rift throbbed. The raid team just went in not long ago to harvest stones inside. It's only been 5 hours. It's not nearly the time to pull out. Even so, the D-rank guards tightened the monitoring since desperate civilians trying to steal loose stones are a common sight near rifts. Instead of the usual sequence of people pulling out the rift, the whole thing seemed to shatter. Instead of the mining team, something or someone else came out of the rift. His humanoid face was scarred, and the set of armor he was wearing looked out of this world. This guy is definitely not a hero. His outfit and scars don't even look realistic. Before the poor guards could contact the headquarters, they lost control of their bodies and floated in the air. The man took a single step, and it felt like he teleported while effortlessly lifting the guards. British Guard number 1 tried to fight back using the UK's signature weapon, 3 knives. The flying blades reached their target, but multiple circular green lights made them vanish like they never existed in the first place. With a hoarse voice, the man complained that these guards are way too weak. He clenched his fist and made the green lights move. As a result, the guards were painfully sliced and diced, losing their limbs. Imagine getting turned into a limbless mannequin on the job. A dark miasma flowed out of the man's body. Using that dark miasma, he held dominion over space and grabbed one of the guards' smartphones. He verified the current date and calculated that it's been 10 years since the last time he set foot on Earth. And yet, his mission hasn't even reached 20%. After all his effort to open dimensional rifts, is it finally time to admit his failure? No, he just needs to increase the mana concentration to get back on track. But before that, this planet is due for some decent cleaning up. It's about time to weed out the weaklings. Back in South Korea, specifically in the Paju region, a young man is venturing into one of his routine farming escapades, oblivious of what's happening on the other side of the globe. Slinging nothing but a backpack, Seo Dojin walked around the restricted area. Suddenly, his senses flared up upon noticing abnormal vibrations in the ground. As he had expected, a battalion of disgusting worm monsters surfaced, eager to sample some meat. Their bodies were filled with metallic spikes, their mouths layered with sharp fangs. Dojin stood in the middle of the party, completely calm and unperturbed by the flashy display of power. Instead of looking up to the monsters, he turned his attention downwards, to the holes that the worms made. He measured the hole with a glance, and estimated that there are about 26 worms underground within a 100-meter radius. With a twisted smile, he gathered mana in his hand, eager to test the bugs. He wondered how many worms could survive his initial attack. He sent the concentrated mana blast barreling down to the hole, and an eerie silence followed. After a few seconds of idle waiting, the much-awaited explosions finally spread towards every other hidey hole in the area. Along with debris and sweltering flames, every worm wriggling downstairs was forced upwards to escape being cooked alive. Dojun is a proponent of working smarter instead of harder. With this technique, he doesn't have to get dirt in his drip. While he was busy farming free stones from the disgusting worms, a meeting of grave importance was taking place in the city. Min Hongki, Korea Hero Association's deputy director, and his boss, Na Tai-wang, were discussing a young man who was proving difficult to deal with. Of course, they were referring to Seo Dojin. According to the reports, the guy's strength could not even be measured with a standard hero meter. Other association executives, namely Vice President Park Seong-cheol, found it preposterous and threatening to have a presence like that roaming free in the country. They want Seo Dojun to answer the association. According to the deputy's intel, every bizarre thing about Seo Dojun started with Kang Cheol-woo's evil plan. After awakening in the gate raid where he was supposed to die, Dojun drastically changed. He later took his revenge and handled the new rift in Mapo by himself. Sure, he showed some excessive actions from time to time, but he always had good reason to do so. All in all, Seo Dojin's power can be classified as an overwhelming force. Na Tae-wang mused that a wild horse is the hardest to handle. Nevertheless, they have a good horse in their stable, and that's what matters. What spurred this discussion in the first place was Dojin's request for an official hero license. He was granted special privilege to skip the standard procedure since he had a guarantor. Of course, that backer was the S-rank darling of the country, Hyun Ju-yeon. Upon hearing his connection with the Golden Girl, the geezers of the association were flabbergasted. Knowing that they can't afford to offend Ju-yeon, given how hot her name is at the moment, Seo Dojun's request for a hero license was smoothly granted and expedited. He was slotted in as the 8th S-rank hero of South Korea, and he had never even stepped foot in the association. Thanks to his newfound status, he can finally hunt in any rift zone he pleases to his heart's content. It's not a bad thing to have. The way he wreaked havoc in the Paju rift zone, burning dangerous worms to a crisp, quickly reached the association director's ears. That intimidating geezer was quite amused that the country's newest S-ranker is already living up to the title. It's not every day you hear about a hero entering a second-degree rift by himself without any guild members or allies to support. It's simply insanity in the eyes of normal people. The vice president, who was the one so strongly opposed to Seo Dojun, is now advocating to reveal the young man's identity to the public, so the association can start promoting a new rising star. Thankfully, the deputy shut down such a stupid and greedy idea. Min Hongki asserted that they should ask for the man's opinion first before exposing him to the life of being a public figure. VP argued that since they are in an era of unrest, giving the people another symbol of hope in the form of a new S-rank hero would relieve the stress of the masses. Mr. VP tried his hardest to sell the idea to director Na Taiwang, but the geezer chose to be prudent. Before the association makes any move, he wants to meet the boy himself face to face. Speaking of the devil, Seo Dojun is still in his worm-killing marathon. If he wasn't using mana explosions, he's using good old brute force. While he cuts through one poor worm, the rest of the wriggling bastards loom over him. They might be a tough opponent for normal heroes, but their moves are practically telegraphed in Dojun's mind. With his hand enhanced by the burning power of his mana, he unleashed a wide sweep that burned and beheaded a dozen worm monsters in one fell swoop. He landed back on the ground, and dozens of dead worm carcasses dropped around his feet. Dojun stood above the mountain of corpses to aura farm like G. His hands were still scorching from the afterburn of his technique. He sighed and waved the remaining flickers off. As expected, the mana consumption rate of continuously hunting and killing swathes of high-level monsters is no joke. To remedy that problem, Seo Dojun finally decided to get a befitting weapon. As expected, the best place to get some much-needed equipment was the Gasan Hero Complex. Seo Dojun picked an innocuous store and entered. Inside, a bruised-up dude was manning the counter, playing on his phone to stave off boredom. The welcome bell rang, and he didn't even look at who had just arrived as he asked if the customer had a reservation. Seo Dojun ignored the bum's question and dumped his backpack on the counter, demanding to craft a weapon using the materials inside. Annoyed, the bum asserted that they don't service people without a reservation. Dojun had already been rejected by every other shop on the strip, citing that they're all fully booked. This was the only shop that answered his phone call. Still, the bum outrightly refused to entertain Dojun. He's just infuriated that he has to take his eyes off his phone. With patience running dangerously thin, Dojun grabbed the bum by the collar. Ignoring the threats and curses, he asked the little shit about who the shop's owner was. The bum proudly declared that his father owns the business. If that's the case, he'd better call daddy as soon as possible. Seo Dojun came here specifically because of a trusty recommendation. The bum was released. He scoffed, but cowardly retreated to another room and called his father. An old man wearing a modified welding mask came out from the workshop to see what the fuss was about. His name is Choi Cheolguan, master craftsman of hero armaments. Dojun shared that he came here under Hyunjuyan's recommendation. Of course, both father and son knew that name. Hell, the whole country knows that name. Old man Choi was just surprised that an S-rank celebrity knew about his craft. Seo Dojun didn't come here for useless chit-chat, so he just pulled out the materials from his bag. The old master gave the mats a thorough inspection and identified them as a giant black viper's fang. It has been a long time since he had seen one. Well, Seo Dojun wants a decent sword made of this stuff. He wants his weapon to be as long as possible. Don't we all, brother? The master craftsman argued against the request. Stretching non-metal materials too much would be detrimental to their durability. It would be more effective to make two medium-sized swords instead. Hearing that weak-ass compromise, Dojun asked if the old man was openly admitting to having subpar skills to craft what the customer wanted. Nevertheless, he doesn't want two swords. He just wants to fuse them together into one. All that matters is length. Well, it matters how you use it too, buddy. Aside from absurd length, he wants the mana absorption rate cranked up to the maximum level. Hearing the ceaseless and borderline unreasonable requests, the bum could not stand aside much longer. He is proud of his dad, a man who could craft weapons with at least a grade 3 mana absorption rate. Seo Dojun responded by picking up one of the swords displayed in the shop's forefront. He gave the blade a once-over and evaluated the material as grade 5. Then, he gripped the sharp end of the sword with his bare hands. Father and son stood silent and in shock as their unusual customer performed a miracle. The tightening continued until the death grip made the grade 5 material shatter under sheer force. This product, which the shop was so proud to display up front, was reduced to nothing but sharp dust and debris. The bum thanked his lucky stars that he didn't fuck with the mysterious customer. The old man watched his creation splinter apart. Seo Dojun warned Choi Cheolguan that if he was going to craft garbage with the materials provided, he'd better drop the job now. If these hands can turn a grade 5 weapon into fine dust, imagine what it could do to your face. After finally securing a shop that would accommodate his demands, Seo Dojun set out for another dungeon. Today his target is a green-skinned, one-eyed freak of nature. With his sharp senses, the Cyclops screeched as he felt a hostile presence nearby. While other hunters go for maximum style points with their gear, Seo Dojun solo hunts in his jeans and hoodie. Since he doesn't have a proper weapon yet, these hands will do for now. The Cyclops didn't let him get a free hit in. It tried to stomp him out right from the get-go. When the initial attack missed, the one-eyed bastard fell into a panic. Dojun leaped up into the air, compensating for the difference in size. His sword hand moved as quickly as lightning as it chopped off some juicy shoulder Cyclops meat. The pain made the beast screech in a higher and more annoying pitch. Desperate to hit back, it used its monstrous strength and gargantuan size to uproot a whole ass tree. He waved it around like a madman, desperate to swat the hooded monster out. Unfortunately for the Cyclops, such aimless tactics won't work against this man. He braced for impact, and 2 more deep and gnarly wounds appeared on either of his shoulders. It was a bloodbath. Normally, this would be the end of the hunt if Dojin were facing any other monsters, but Cyclops are a special bunch. They have such powerful regenerative abilities that they could tank and scoff at fatal wounds. Dojin had already taken this overpowered ability into account earlier. If the enemy has insane healing, you just have to keep doing damage. Without giving the Cyclops a chance to retaliate after a fresh region, Dojin scratched, sliced, and diced his way through the tough flesh and grotesque innards. To cap things off properly, he beheaded the giant monster and stuck his superhero landing. It was a clean but bloody victory over the green-skinned meathead. Seo Dojun sighed in light exhaustion. Right now, maintaining a mana sword for extended periods of time is still too demanding and inefficient. He grabbed his bag and retrieved a pitcher. Dojun dipped that thing into one of the grotesque wounds he gave the Cyclops, as if he were just getting juice. This was the exact aim of today's expedition, to grab some of that good Cyclops blood. He returned to the Hero District by sundown. As usual, the bum was manning the counter, so he wordlessly plopped his blood pitcher down. He instructed the Papa's boy to give the pitcher to Daddy. With this, the 2 black viper fangs could be easily fused together. After that short explanation, he refused to elaborate and walked out of the shop. All the basic materials for his weapon have been gathered, but if he wants a higher mana absorption rate, he needs one more ingredient. There is only one place on Earth to find it. While he was planning and mapping a way to find that secret ingredient, his fellow S-ranker was receiving a very important call. Hyun Juyeon was having a relaxing vacation when she picked up the call and heard a country mentioned. Brazil. The sun is up, and the water is just right, but Hyun Juyeon can't even fully enjoy her vacation due to that call. After their recent European mission, the Korean Association had decided to send its heroes to Brazil. That means the Brazilian government and association have given up on shutting down the rift zones themselves. As far as Jong Eun-ju knows, Brazilian monsters are especially violent, but the magic stone drops are unnaturally high. With a lot of money on the line, her Cleome guild is slated to go too. She urged Juyeon to accept the mission and go with the friend she was with a few days ago. Inju reckoned that the country's 8th S-ranker must be that dude they went into the dungeon with, the one rumored to be Hyun Juyeon's man. Inju is all for supporting this budding love. She found it romantic that 2 supremely powerful people hunted a fearsome Caesarian with just the 2 of them. After a lot of goading, Inju finally succeeded in getting Juyeon to agree on the Brazilian mission. However, she has no idea if that guy would even come. Back to the little shop in Gasan Hero Complex, Old Man Choi was looking at his own creation with awe. He never could have imagined that non-metallic materials could be melted and fused together by using Cyclops blood. If it weren't for this young man, he never would have come across such a bizarre technique. With this, he can make the sword as long as Dojin wants. They could go to the upper limit of about 180 centimeters. Seo Dojin wants a 2-handed blade with an adjustable grip for one-handed swings, something that weighs about 5 kilograms. Old Man Choi was surprised to see the rude kid from yesterday speaking so politely. He actually knows basic manners. Maybe his weapon really is just that important to him. Old Man Choi warned that 5 kilos would be heavy to swing one-handed. It's not like you'll swing the thing only once or twice. Dojin knows what specs he wants and he won't budge on that. Old Man Choi estimated that the crafting process would take at least a month, and the mana absorption rate should reach grade 7. He was unsatisfied with just a grade 7 rate. That level could not possibly hold his full power. As expected, he really needs the final push from one particular ingredient. Dojin headed for the door and tasked the old man to just get the shape done for now. The mana absorption upgrade can wait until after he has the rest of the materials. As an experienced artisan, Old Man Choi had some idea about what material the boy was referring to. He couldn't help but shudder. A few days later, Seo Dojun went out to the city to meet with a very important woman. Hyun Juyeon fulfilled her promise and got him a brand new car. Dojin appreciated the gift very much. She assured him that this legitimately was nothing compared to how much he helped her. It's just a $1 billion one car, which is no big deal. When he thanked her with a smile, Juyeon reverted to being a shy girl for a moment. While he was inspecting every inch of his new wheels, Juyeon inquired about what happened to him in the Hero Association. After meeting with the bigwigs, those crusty old men proposed to make his info public, but Dojin demanded a hefty payment if they wanted to do that. He recognized that President Na Taewang is all about the greater good, but politics muddle everything. Anyways, the negotiation fell through. After his external examination, Dojin hopped into his new car. Hyun Juyeon quietly jumped onto the passenger seat. While putting her seatbelt on, she brought up the association's preparation for the impending Brazil operation. After hearing her say Brazil, Dojin muted every other word. He drew closer to her and sincerely asked if she was going. Stunned, she barely managed to stammer that she would be. If that's the case, he invited Juyeon to go together. The S-rank Brazilian Riz is unreal. It made the heart of the nation's hero skip a beat as her cheeks uncontrollably blushed. Meanwhile, another woman is turning red because of Seo Dojin. The rich bitch, Hong Hee-ju, is in the middle of getting scammed by Kang Young-pyo for even more cash. He urged director Hong not to pinch pennies at a time like this. He already has a $3 billion in advance, yet he wants more. This man hasn't even started on his supposed job to finally kill Seo Dojin. Running out of patience, Hong Hee-ju seriously considered just hiring someone else to do her dirty work. She reckoned that there are plenty of lowlifes out there who would kill for tons of cash, no questions asked. Kang Young-pyo just laughed at her outdated intel, so he threw in a free tip. He just found out that Seo Dojun has just become the nation's latest S-ranker. They are practically peers. Director Hong refused to believe that the weak-willed child she drove away from the family had turned into some kind of superhuman. Young-pyo spent a lot of his own money to secure this info. If Hong Hee-ju doesn't want to believe it, she can just wait until Seo Dojun climbs this tower and kills the bitch himself. With desperation and fear for retaliation, Director Hong stopped Young-pyo from leaving. She is out of her depth, and she doesn't want to die. This crazy lady promised to pay as much as it would take just to take Seo Dojin out of the picture. Kang Young-pyo smiled and replied, he changed his mind. Instead of getting more cash, he would rather have a stronger business partnership with the director's conglomerate going forward. At this point, Hong Hee-ju would gladly say yes to any form of payment. In that moment, he received a very important text message. It seems like the heavens are smiling upon the accursed lady. The perfect chance to take out Seo Dojun just came up. A few days later, the nation buzzed with the news of yet another international expedition for the nation's heroes. All the S-rankers that accepted the mission are now aboard a luxurious private jet. In social media, people are excited to watch 5 S-ranks save a country on the brink of annihilation. Korean users were bursting with pride. One of the S-rankers was Jang Sung-ho, who carried the P group to the top on his own. He only agrees to missions if there are tons of money to be made. There's also Park Hae-il. His guild had recently shrunk to nothing, so the cash reward for this expedition is sorely needed. Hyun Ju-yeon, on the other hand, is the country's current national hero. She just saved Britain, and now she's going to Brazil without resting in between. Kang Young-pyo must be going after hearing the word about the tax exemption for every magic stone scored in the mission. Snagging a single mid-high stone could change a normal person's life. While the other S-rankers were praised and talked about on the internet, one figure incurred more questions than rumors. Seo Dojin was seen as a young rookie making a debut on the international stage. Nothing fancy. With these 5 heroes at the top of the food chain, Brazil is about to get rowdy. After a long and uneventful flight, the group finally arrived in São Paulo, Brazil. The Brazilian Hero Association has convened to discuss how everything will go down. They are eager to welcome the renowned Korean expedition team. They are the fastest responders out of all the countries from which they have requested help. A few of the S-rankers didn't even check into their hotel and just jumped straight to action. Still, the bigwigs are worried that the Koreans might figure out something they've been trying to suppress. There is no such thing as an everlasting secret, so they just have to make sure that everything is under strict control until the collaboration is over. Brazil's national treasure hero, Moraes, has been defeated by some unknown entity. It was a gruesome way to go. He wasn't done in by a monster. His black box definitely caught the shape of a human killer. No one knows what exactly happened near the Santarem Rift. Right now, the Korean team is receiving the necessary briefing about the plan of action. While everyone was listening intently, Hyun Ju-yeon was busy texting and looking for Seo Do-jun. As it turns out, he stayed on the plane and got on a connecting flight to a further destination. He's going straight for the Santarem Rift. Ju-yeon couldn't help but worry. She just learned that this man is going to the most troublesome rift by himself. Supposedly, the team will go on a 2-day local adaptation period and will be assigned to the rift zones they applied to be deployed on. After the briefing, Ju-yeon didn't stay for long and got into a taxicab. Kang Young-pyo followed her to ask where she was heading when they weren't supposed to move just yet. Just to get rid of his annoying ass, she spilled that she's going to Santarem for a bit. Young-pyo obviously found that sussy. The Brazilian Association explicitly warned them of the dangers of that place. The rift zone near Santarem had turned to a barren wasteland. Hyun Ju-yeon and the Cleom Guild convened with Seo Dojin to tag along in his supposedly solo mission. Since they went to the trouble of rushing to this forsaken place, Ju-yeon demanded to know why he's in such a rush. Dojin asserted that they were the ones who arrived late. They bickered like an old married couple. Exhausted by her ceaseless questions, Dojin finally answered that he's going for the blue croco. It was an underwhelming answer. Displeased by how casually he talks to her, Ju-yeon insisted that she's 3 years older than him and demanded a little more courtesy. While they continued to bicker, the Cleom Guild just stood back and watched. Guild leader Jong In-ju had never met anyone who had the balls to boss Ju-yeon around. As they got deeper and deeper into the rift zone, some of the Cleom Guild members felt hesitant to advance without a proper plan. But the presence of Hyun Ju-yeon at the party assured them that they'd be safe. There is no denying how skilled she is, but it looks like the newbie was the one taking the lead. While the others doubted the man up front, those who had been present for the dungeon run a while ago were confident in the newbie's leadership. Confused and a little worried, Ju-yeon wanted to know if Do-jun was planning to shut the rift down. He denied having such a lofty goal. He just came here for the materials and to squeeze the zone for all it's worth. After a few more minutes of peaceful trekking, they finally came across the claws of the first obstacle. The Cleome Guild is filled with talented A-rankers, so they skillfully played their respective roles. They had a clear hierarchy and concise shot calling to deal with unexpected enemies. Even so, the Blue Crocos, barring their advance, were more monstrous in person than in the photos. All they could do was defend, and it's getting a little too dangerous. With the group halted, Seo Dojun finally made a move, drew his blade, and commanded the A-rankers to get out of the way. While everyone's attention was on him, this dude did not miss his chance to aura farm. Old Man Choi knew that he was going after the Blue Croco's heart, so he lent Dojun a prized sword temporarily. He affixed his sights on the target ahead and sped off like a cannonball. With one clean sequence, he turned the pesky Blue Crocos into sliced meat. He moved so fast and decisively that he activated the classic anime-slash effect. Dojun was already meters away from the beasts when they fell. Those who wholeheartedly believed in the newbie from the start were vindicated, and those who doubted him in the lead were shocked beyond words. That boy is just insanely strong. After that first hiccup, the journey to the Rift Zone proceeded without much trouble. The sun had set, and the party had set up camp. Huddled in the campfire, the Cleome Guild could not shut up about how Mr. Seo Dojun took down a group of Blue Crocos by himself in one shot. He didn't even break a sweat. It's not yet known to the public, but that's how he beat the fearsome Kassarian as well. One thing is for sure, this man is no ordinary hero. While others gossip, Dojun was busy watching his sickly-looking steak cook. Hyun Juyeon approached his spot and asked if he had finished organizing the Blue Croco heart. Well, the coolers he brought with him are filled with that stuff now. Juyeon still can't think of what those hearts are good for. Turning her attention to his pan, she asked what kind of meat was sizzling in there. It's certainly not beef. He casually answered that he's grilling some Blue Croco meat. She could taste his meat if she'd like. There are plenty of provisions prepared for this expedition, yet this man is cooking what he hunted. Ignoring her disgusted expression, Dojun bit into his grotesque meal. He chewed and swallowed like he was dining in a barbecue restaurant. Using his knife as a fork, it was quite a grisly sight. Even Jong In-ju was weirded out. They have so much normal food in stock, yet their leader is chomping on cursed meat. After getting over her initial disgust, Hyun Juyeon got curious. She picked up a cut for herself and stared at it for a while. In-ju wanted to stop her friend from doing something she might regret, but Juyeon trusts in Dojun's taste. As the piece of blue meat approaches her mouth, In-ju could do nothing but watch in horror. Juyeon gently bit on the rancid-looking meat. After swallowing a little baby bite, she was pleasantly surprised by its delicious taste. And so, two people in the camp wordlessly enjoyed a bizarre meal. Curious, Jong In-ju whispered and asked Mr. Seo Dojun about his secret. How could a relatively unknown person charm someone like Miss Juyeon? Sure, she's inexperienced and has never had a boyfriend, but she's not the type to easily give her heart to a man. So, what did Dojun do to charm and romance Korea's national treasure into trying his meat? Hearing the mention of romance made him recall his time in the Imperial Academy. It was a long time ago, before he even turned 20. With regards to romance, there was Miss Maisel Grain of the Grain Count family. There was also the youngest of the Lesulian family, Luenda Lesulian. And of course, his last sanctuary in the destroyed world, the valiant knight, Veronica. He got way into reminiscing about the past and was brought back by In-ju's whispered shouting. As for his secret, he answered that Juyeon is the moth to his flame. In-ju had never heard something more cringeworthy in her entire life. Just like that, the night passed with a very playful atmosphere. Even Dojun was smiling and having fun. Back in São Paulo, Kang Yongpyo is still living it up in a grandiose hotel suite. He's still wondering why Hyun Juyeon was so in a rush to move when the proper operation date hasn't been assigned yet. According to his sources, she's moving with Seo Dojun and Jong In-ju's guild. He turned to his assistant and asked about the range of profitable monsters in the Santarem area. As far as he knows, there should be none that would be considered lucrative. Every single thing related to that bastard Seo Dojun is simply too unpredictable. Yongpyo's worries dissipated when the hateful director Hong rang his phone. As always, she's called to ask if the job is done. Hearing how impatient she sounds, Kang Yongpyo prodded if something had happened on her side. Well, she's worried that her father might have found out about the news of Dojun's ascent to S rank. He's telling the boy to come back home. Now that the chairman of T Group is getting involved, Hong Hee-ju is getting antsier than usual. Yongpyo finds her suffering amusing. Still, he finally met a proper partner who would net him immense profits. He'll make sure that she won't feel disappointed. He assured the bitchy director that Seo Dojun would not be able to return to Korea. Hearing him say that provided Hong Hee-ju some semblance of relief. Kang Yongpyo marked a spot on his map and prepared to contact someone named Takashi. Now that Seo Dojun slunk off into an isolated place of his own accord, his work has become a lot easier. When the sun rose, the Santarem expedition team continued their journey with Dojun at the helm. Hyun Juyeon held the map as the navigator and warned Dojun about going towards the jungle because of the monsters. Chief among those that warrant worrying is the lynx. Of course, Dojun knows everything there is to know about the lynx. Instead of staying clear of the thick jungle, Seo Dojun immediately headed onto the most dangerous path there is. Juyeon knows that there is no stopping this guy when he sets his eyes on the prize, but she compelled him to at least put some earplugs on. Thankfully, she has prepared some in advance. Earplugs are required when fighting a lynx. Its cries have a bewitching effect that can paralyze the mind. Dojin was aware of that, but he refused to take the plugs. Juyeon did not easily give up trying to convince him to put the earplugs on. The intel and warning came from the Brazilian treasure hero, after all. Ignoring her pleas, Seo Dojun wordlessly and casually traversed the heavy thicket of Santarem jungle. Leaving them with no other choice, Hyun Juyeon and the Cleom Guild were dragged into this treacherous detour. After a whole day of non-stop trekking, they finally reached the monster's lair. Under the bright moonlight, the lynx stared them down like a predator eyeing its prey. It looked like a deranged overgrown cat. As soon as the beast made its presence known, Inju ordered her subordinates to cover their ears. While everyone was panicking, Dojin just stared at the cat without budging. He is not a prey. Two predators sized up each other. It was a contest of who had more aura.